According to reports from relevant media, experts in our city discovered a modern tomb in the mountain stream of Shijian Mountain, where over 300 precious artifacts were found. Among them are suspected ancient relics from the Tang and Yu periods, or even earlier, which may help fill the void in our country's history. The discovery of ancient artifacts in Qingzhou City has attracted numerous experts and scholars. At the same time, on the mountainside of Shijian Mountain, Su Yi, dressed in a long gown, walked on the blue stone path in the mountain stream, surrounded by tourists and sightseers bustling about, creating a lively scene. 50 years ago, this place should have been a desolate mountain with few visitors. I never expected such drastic changes. Su Yi surveyed the passers-by, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were as deep as the sea. He appeared youthful, in his 20s, but who could imagine that this young man had lived for who knows how many years? Countless memories rushed in like a tide. At one time, the sky was filled with gods and Buddhas fighting fiercely, all because of angering Su Yi, who ended an entire era with a single palm. Su Yi then advised the Suren to tame fire, taught Shenong to identify herbs, taught Diyu to control water, and the human race flourished. For Su Yi, that was already a very recent era. Later on, Su Yi did not want to change the world because of himself, but things did not go as planned. The human race built temples in his name and worshipped him. King Zhou of Shan was punished with the destruction of his country for uttering disrespectful words. Su Yi didn't want anyone to remember him, so he let people revise historical myths and created the figure of Pangnu and Nuwa. Later on, King Zhun of Qing was fortunate to have him as a teacher. He spent 3 months under Su Yi's tutelage and unified the 6 kingdoms. Qin Shi Huang once sought advice from Su Yi on how to achieve immortality. Su Yi just smiled faintly, not even knowing himself why he could live so long. Qin Shi Huang even had a palace built for him, with his statue and shrine, known today as the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor. Su Yi has guided some talented individuals over the years, all of whom have gained a place in history due to his guidance. However, those disciples and students have long since passed away, while Su Yi remains alive. He remembers the last time he slept, which should have been in September 1945. At that time, during the anti-Japanese war, Su Yi lived in seclusion in the deep mountains. After emerging, he found China being harassed by the Japanese invaders. In a fit of anger, he struck down the Japanese country, leading to the infamous Hiroshima incident. In later generations, Su Yi no longer cared about the various speculations. However, upon awakening this time, he warned himself not to change the existing world order due to his personal feelings. 50 years is just a blink of an eye for Su Yi, but for ordinary people, it is a lifetime. I wonder if those people from back then are still around. Su Yi's eyes were calm yet filled with vicissitudes. Clad in a black long gown, he walked among the tourists, already attracting countless glances. Is there a film crew on Shijian Mountain? Is this person here to shoot a movie? I don't know, but he looks so handsome and unique. I don't even know how to describe his aura. Passers-by whispered as they passed Su Yi. In the past, Su Yi lived on the peak of Shijian Mountain. Before going to sleep, he instructed those around him to disperse, leaving only the steward at home. If he is still alive, he is likely still guarding the house. As Su Yi walked on, he overheard many tourists and passers-by talking about the presence of a hermit living on the mountain, skilled in fortune-telling and divination. Su Yi shook his head involuntarily. Whoever followed him had gained something. Zhang Changfan, the house steward, had learned some feng shui and fortune-telling tricks from him back then and was now being revered as a hermit. For Su Yi, the arts of divination and feng shui are trivial. If a mortal practiced them wrongly, the harm to themselves would be immense. Since Zhang Changfeng had gained such fame, it indicated he still provided guidance, a dangerous pursuit. Su Yi quickened his pace, not liking to predict the future. Being immortal, knowing what would happen next would make life even more boring. Yet, a sudden sense of foreboding arose within him. Zhang Changfeng might be in trouble today. In the current era, Zhang Changfeng was well known, and those who sought his guidance had risen to great heights. Most importantly, he was close friends with several influential figures in the country. Whenever there were gatherings, luxury cars lined up at the foot of Shijian Mountain, with true dignitaries and celebrities coming to pay homage. Even when Lin Qianyang, the richest man in the country, was alive, he dared not show disrespect. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Su Yi saw the house he had once lived in, now maintained in its original state after 50 years. Few tourists were around because security guards were stationed every 10 steps, ensuring the protection of the house. People wanting to see Zhang Changfeng had to wait at a stone table some distance away. As Su Yi walked towards the ancient house, a security guard approached. "Who are you? What do you want?" The guard's duty was to intercept irrelevant individuals, as not everyone could meet Zhang Changfeng. Before Su Yi could speak, two wealthy youths sitting nearby laughed. "Oh, this lad is dressed so flamboyantly. Does he think he can see Mr. Zhang like this? Fool. Even if the patriarch of the Lin family wanted to enter, he would send an invitation a week in advance. Where did this kid pop up from?" Su Yi turned his head, giving the two young men a faint glance. The moment their eyes met his, they involuntarily closed their mouths. Fear crept into their hearts for some inexplicable reason, rendering the once bold rich youths trembling, losing even their courage to speak, all from a single glance. The security guard noticed something amiss and warily eyed Su Yi, saying, "It's you. This is not where you should be. Leave now. Don't make me use force." Ignoring the guard, Su Yi knew that Zhang Changfeng was aware of his return at that moment. Creak. The door of the ancient house slowly opened, and an elderly man dressed in white linen with silver hair emerged with a hunched back. Everyone who had been waiting rose to their feet. "Mr. Zhang is coming out. Does the gentleman want to see me? Don't speak, lest we disturb the gentleman and incur his displeasure." All eyes were anxiously fixed on Zhang Changfeng as he approached Su Yi, tears streaming down his face. Stepping unsteadily towards him, Su Yi advanced as well, and just as the security guard tried to stop him, he had already appeared before Zhang Changfeng. The onlookers' minds were in a daze, as if time had been distorted, and they couldn't fathom how Su Yi had crossed the distance. "What's going on? How did that kid get through? Stop him quickly. If Mr. Zhang is disturbed, see how you will deal with it." "Damn, where did this kid come from?" The security guards were going crazy. It was too terrifying for such a thing to happen right under their noses. They were entrusted by major wealthy merchants to protect Zhang Changfeng. But now, a young man of unknown origin had walked right in front of Zhang Changfeng in their presence. If anything happened to Zhang Changfeng, none of them could expect a good outcome. The security guards rushed forward, while Su Yi remained calm when Zhang Changfeng raised his eyebrows, extended his hand, and said, in a deep voice, "Everyone, step back." 1 minute later, "Everyone must leave here." Zhang Changfeng trembled all over, and these people almost offended Su Yi. The security guards didn't dare not listen to Zhang Changfeng and quickly prepared to retreat, driving off all the people at the mountaintop. "Master." Zhang Changfeng looked up at Su Yi, kneeled with his knees slightly bent, about to kneel down. Su Yi grabbed his hand and said, in a low voice, "Let's talk inside." "Okay." Zhang Changfeng hunched his back, turned sideways, bowed gently, lowered his head, indicating for Su Yi to walk ahead. Su Yi didn't find anything inappropriate. Zhang Changfeng appeared much older, but compared to him, the age difference was too great. ****. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Mr. Zhang seems very respectful towards that kid. This world has gone crazy, hasn't it? No one could believe what they were seeing. Zhang Changfeng was following behind the young man like a servant, bowing his head. If those big shots saw this scene, who knew what they would think? Many tycoons spent millions, even billions of dollars, but never got to see Zhang Changfeng. Yet now, Zhang Changfeng not only saw this strange young man but also welcomed him in this manner. Who exactly was this young man? After the security guards who were ordered to protect Zhang Changfeng regained their senses, they immediately reported everything they saw to their bosses. The strange young man. Does he look very young, very special? The master has returned. The master has returned. He's actually alive, and still so young. Those who once followed Su Yi were stunned when they received the reports from their subordinates. Everyone had different thoughts: shock, excitement, fear, worrying, and some even had special ideas. Inside the ancient mansion, whether it was the arrangement of tables and chairs or some small objects, seemed unchanged. After 50 years, Su Yi returned to this house and felt a familiar sensation. "Master, please sit down. Let me pour you some tea." Zhang Changfeng could hardly control his emotions at this moment. Su Yi looked at Zhang Changfeng and sat on the chair he used to sit on frequently before. The table next to it still had the teacup he used. Everything had changed. 50 years ago, Zhang Changfeng was a vigorous young man, taking care of everything in the house orderly. Now, He was an old man in his 70s. The former servants who once served Suyi didn't know how they were living now. Zhang Changfeng soon brought out a complete set of Song Dynasty June Kill tea set. The set was exquisite and, if taken out, would definitely be considered a national treasure for exhibition. It was unimaginable that someone was actually using it for tea. Zhang Changfeng bowled the water, carefully brewed a pot of tea for Suyi. Suyi took a sip of the tea and put down the teacup, saying calmly, "Changfeng, tell me about the current situation." Zhang Changfeng stood in front of Suyi, his eyes still red, and said, "Master, the world has become better now. There is peace and prosperity, and rapid technological development. Many new things have emerged, but over these years, I haven't left, so I'm not very aware. How about I ask Sijia and the others to come and tell you?" Suyi shook his head and said, "No need. I left back then, and they are no longer my servants. They are all elderly now. Should I still make them bow to me?" Suyi, having lived so many years, understood human nature the best. The servants from back then had received some of his benefits, which he considered insignificant, but were enough to make them influential in the world. Would he still require the servants from 50 years ago to come and serve him? When Zhang Changfeng heard this, he was frightened and quickly knelt before Suyi. "Master, as long as I'm alive, I will always be your servant. Get up." Suyi said, "You don't need to be nervous. You've also been working hard over these years. As for Zijia and the others, we will meet if fate allows." The rise and fall of fate, Suyi never forced it. "Master, where do you plan to go next? I want to continue following you." Zhang Changfeng slowly stood up, his eyes full of hope. He had waited for Suyi for most of his life and naturally wanted to continue following him. Outsiders called Zhang Changfeng a hermit, but he knew that the only true hermit in this world was his master. "It's fine. You don't have many days left. Just live your life well." Suyi shook his head and asked, "By the way, in today's world, what should someone of my age be doing?" Zhang Changfeng didn't dare to insist on staying by Suyi's side, and the question Suyi asked was somewhat strange. "At his age? Master, at your age, you should be studying outside. Is that what you want?" Zhang Changfeng had already guessed Suyi's thoughts, but wanted to confirm. How could he easily guess the master's thoughts? "Studying." Suyi nodded, "Sure." Zhang Changfeng asked tentatively, "How old are you now?" Suyi looked very young at the moment, but his temperament was unique. You could say he was 18 or maybe 23 or 24. 20, I guess. Suyi smiled faintly. 18 would be too young. Then you should still be in college. Zhang Changfeng had understood Suyi's intention and said, "I'll arrange a new identity for you." Suyi nodded, then looked towards the door. Zhang Changfeng didn't dare to disturb him and just stood quietly beside, just like 50 years ago. After 3 minutes, the door of the old mansion was suddenly kicked open. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth walked in, followed by a group of men in suits. Zhang Changfeng was shocked, looking up at the young man, his eyes filled with killing intent. Someone dared to kick the door of this mansion, and in front of his master. Whoever this person was, today they must die. Tang Jinken? Zhang Changfeng recognized this young man. It was none other than the grandson of Suyi's former chef. "Old man, today I don't want to waste words with you. Should you die on your own, or should I have my men do it?" Tang Jinken's face bore a smug smile as he held a cigarette in his mouth, coldly looking at Zhang Changfeng. "Are you tired of living?" Zhang Changfeng's face turned pale. He wasn't afraid of Tang Jinken, but he was afraid of alarming Suyi. "Scare me?" Tang Jinken beckoned with his finger behind him, and a group of men in suits stormed in aggressively. "Elder Zhang, my grandfather showed you some respect, but he passed away last night. Now, the Tang family is under my control. You either become a puppet of the Tang family, or you die." "Your choice," Tang Jinken sneered. "My grandfather has lost his mind. The legacy built by 3 generations of the Tang family is now in your hands just because someone returned one day. You are about to enter the soil. Can you handle managing those assets? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew?" Tang Jinken said contemptuously. "People outside say you are a celestial being. If you truly are one, then go ahead. Kill me here today and show me your celestial skills." Zhang Changfeng held significant influence in Huaxia. If Tang Jinken could make him a puppet of the Tang family, it wouldn't be long before the entire Tang family became the top family in Huaxia. "Is he Tang Wenya's grandson?" Suyi sat in his chair, took a sip of tea, and calmly glanced at Tang Jinken. "Elder." Zhang Changfeng trembled all over, kneeling directly at Su Yi's feet. For Tang Wenya's grandson to commit such a defiant act, if Su Yi directed his anger towards others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Others were unaware of Su Yi's true strength, but Zhang Changfeng had seen a glimpse of his power. Even the things Su Yi unintentionally revealed were beyond what they could face. Tang Jinken also noticed Su Yi. Seeing Zhang Changfeng kneel before Su Yi and address him as elder, Tang Jinken couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Zhang, stop pretending to be mysterious here. An elder, are you trying to tell me that this young man is the person my grandfather mentioned? He's back. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. If he really is the man from 50 years ago, he should be buried by now. Acting cool in front of me, he really doesn't know his place." Su Yi ignored Tang Jinken and asked, "Does the Tang family have other descendants?" Zhang Changfeng nervously replied, "Tan Julin's son left 10 years ago. Apart from Tang Jinken, there's also a girl in the Tang family." Su Yi stood up slowly and said, "As long as there are descendants, it's fine." Zhang Changfeng immediately understood Su Yi's meaning. This sentence was a death sentence for Tang Jinken. "What the hell are you blabbering about?" Tang Jinken was impatient. "First, break this kid's leg to make him understand how to speak to me." "Yes. Young Master Tang." Tang Jinken's men were all desperados with extraordinary skills. Killing a half-dead old man and a teenager would be effortless. A burly man smirked as he reached for Su Yi's neck. Su Yi kept his hands behind his back, showing no intention to move. Creak. The hand stopped just a few inches from Su Yi's neck, as if the person under Tang Jinken's command had turned into stone, frozen in place. Su Yi took a step forward, and the petrified man suddenly turned into black smoke, not even leaving behind a single hair. "You." Tang Jinken's eyes widened in horror, stepping back in fear. His men were also shocked, not seeing Su Yi make a move, yet their friend attacking Su Yi turned into black smoke. Illusion. It must be an illusion. "Everyone, attack him. Kill him." Panicked, Tang Jinken ordered his men to attack Su Yi. The group of men in black robes rushed towards Su Yi, roaring with anger. Su Yi remained calm, glancing at them. Suddenly, all the skilled attackers turned into black smoke and dissipated in the air. "Who are you exactly? Are you human?" Tang Jinken pulled out a gun, pointing it at Su Yi. Su Yi stared at him expressionlessly. "For the sake of your grandfather, I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Dang. In his emotional state, Tang Jinken pulled the trigger, and the bullet mysteriously pierced through his forehead, splattering blood as he fell to the ground. Outside the old mansion, many eyes were fixed on the scene. Tang Jinken's aggressive intrusion into Zhang Changfeng's residence spread like wildfire, causing widespread shock and contemplation among influential figures. Tang Jinken attacked Elder Zhang. "This is outrageous. What is he planning?" "Inform the head of the family. Tang Jinken has fired a gun." The news of Tang Jinken shooting Zhang Changfeng quickly spread throughout the land. Countless big shots were shocked, each harboring thoughts about the situation. Is the Tang family planning a revolt? From this day on, my Lin family and the Tang family are adversaries. A leading figure in a city's business sector heard the news and was furious, ordering his men to take action against the Tang family. Was Zhang Changfeng really killed by Tang Jinken? The world's landscape may be about to change. This statement came from an underground figure, sipping red wine with a strange smile on his face. In the villa, 5 elderly men in their 50s gathered. With almost 30% of Huaxia's wealth combined, they were all once servants of Su Yi and had now become influential figures. "Didn't they say the master is back? I wonder what Tang Jinken did this time with the gun." One of them, dressed in Tang's robe, spoke, his expression complicated as he hesitated to continue. "Lao Yu, what do you mean by that? We all promised, if the master returned, we would still be his servants." "Hey, serving as a servant all our lives, even for generations? I may not have many years left, but what about my son and grandson? Why should I hand over everything once he, Su Yi, is back? We have come this far on our own in 50 years. Let's wait. I've only heard that Tang Jinken fired a gun, but I didn't see Zhang Changfeng and his body yet." Su Yi walked out of the house, observing the onlookers outside. The fact that they didn't stop Tang Jinken earlier indicated something. Unprovoked hostility today could lead to future enmity. "Zhang, tell them I'll be waiting for them at Wadon Street tomorrow." Su Yi's figure blurred, disappearing from the doorway. How did he leave? He's a deity. Truly a deity. Inform the family head. Seal the news. The agents sent by various big shots were left speechless. It was evident that Tang Jinken hadn't emerged, and the inevitable outcome was clear. Wadong Street, named after the over 500-year-old Wadong tree deep inside a courtyard on the street, has thrived for 5 centuries, enduring countless natural disasters and human tragedies. Suyi changed into a clean white shirt, cut his hair short, and wore a faint smile on his face, looking refreshed and different from his appearance on Mount Shijian before. In this new era, a new look is certainly necessary, and Suyi felt the need to learn more about modern life habits. "Kid, who are you looking for?" A drunk man in his 40s, out in a reclining chair in the courtyard, surrounded by a dozen empty bottles, with trash and fallen leaves scattered everywhere, a far cry from its peaceful state 50 years ago. "Is Chen Qifeng still here?" Suyi referred to the person who used to guard the courtyard for him 50 years ago. "He's dead," the drunk man lazily replied, waving his hand dismissively. "If you have no business here, go elsewhere." Suyi looked at the Wadong tree and asked, "Are you his son? Why do you ask so many questions? Get lost." The drunk man grabbed a bottle and tossed it at Suyi's feet. The bottle shattered, but Suyi didn't even flinch. Over the years, Suyi had traveled far and wide, and the Wadong tree in front of him was planted by him and his wife 500 years ago. Throughout the ages, even emperors and generals dared not touch this Wadong tree. "I want to buy this place," Suyi stated, with no intention of using force in this peaceful era. The drunk man slowly sat up, staring at Suyi, sizing him up before chuckling. "Kid, do you know how much this place costs? Can you afford it if I sell it to you? Name your price." Suyi smiled. Regardless of the era he lived in, Suyi engaged in various industries only to experience new life. If he ever needed to buy something, money had never been a concern for him. 50 million. Tay in full. The drunk man chuckled, smashing another bottle at Suyi's feet. "Get lost, kid." Ignoring him, Suyi sat on a stone bench beneath the Wadong tree. He had no money on him, but he believed someone would soon come with the needed funds. "You asshole. Are you pushing it?" The drunk man cursed as he tried to stand but stumbled and fell into the pile of bottles, looking pathetic. Without sparing him a glance, Suyi heard the roar of a car outside the courtyard. Only one car was parked at the entrance, and 5 elderly men stepped out. Their bodyguards stationed at various street intersections prevented anyone from approaching the courtyard. If the wealthy elites in society saw these 5 men appearing in front of an old mansion like this one simultaneously, they would likely be too scared to speak. The first elder who emerged was named Yu Guoan. He held a major stake in renewable energy projects worldwide and owned multiple oil fields abroad. Even foreign heads of state treated him respectfully. However, as he looked at the Wadong tree in the courtyard, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Yesterday, Tang Jinken caused a scene at the old mansion on Mount Shijian, and they did nothing. Now, coming to meet Suyi, how could they not feel apprehensive? If Suyi sensed any disloyalty from them, how would they cope? The other 4 elders felt uneasy as well when they stepped out of the car. Given their status, they shouldn't fear anyone, but Suyi was different. They had followed Suyi for years and learned only superficial things from him, yet they had achieved success today. During Suyi's disappearance, they investigated his whereabouts and made a surprising discovery through historical records. This discovery was so unbelievable and terrifying. Suyi seemed to have lived for thousands of years. Many dynasties had evidence related to Suyi. The famous physician Hua paid tribute to his teacher, the calligrapher Wan Shizi, and even the oracle bones from the Shang dynasty contained descriptions of the forever young man. Everything they found was connected to Suyi. If Suyi was just a knowledgeable and talented individual, he would age and die like them, which wouldn't be terrifying. "Let's go." Yu Guoan's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom as he led the way into the courtyard. The other 4 elders followed, equally nervous. Though they shouldn't fear anyone given their status, Suyi was an exception. They had learned essential lessons from him, and their achievements today were owed to him. When they couldn't find Suyi, they had investigated his story and found shocking evidence. They couldn't believe it. Suyi seemed to have lived for thousands of years. They found descriptions of him in various historical records, leaving them astounded and terrified. Amidst their confusion, they met a young man in the courtyard. When Suyi turned to look at them, Yu Guoan and the others were on edge. Despite Suyi's changed appearance, his unique aura and eyes, untouched by 50 years, remained the same. "What are you old folks doing at my place?" The drunk man stood up, pointing a bottle at Yu Guowen and his companions. Yu Guowen's face darkened. For years, no one had dared to speak to him that way. At that moment, he felt a surge of anger. However, Su Yi calmly stated, "He is the current owner of this property. I plan to buy his house for 50 million. Who is willing to pay? Kid, who do you think you're fooling? Just this group of old fogies. Can they come up with 50 million? The drunk man refused to believe that Su Yi could afford the price he had mentioned, viewing it as a bluff. "Sir, I will pay." Yu Guowen stepped forward, took out his checkbook, and quickly wrote a 50 million check. "This is a check from Huaxia Bank. You can cash it anytime." The drunk man glanced at the check, sneered, crumpled it, and threw it back at Yu Guowen. "Quit fooling me. I want cash." Yu Guowen felt his anger rising, experiencing being disrespected for the first time in his life. Despite his boiling emotions, he didn't dare defy Su Yi's command. Going his head to Su Yi, he said, "Yes, sir." Idiots, are you shooting a movie here? Calling me sir? I tell you, if you're filming here, no one is leaving without paying today. The drunk man found the situation absurd. A group of elderly people addressing a young man as sir seemed ridiculous to him. Besides filming a movie, he couldn't think of any other explanation. 10 minutes later, Yu Guowen's men had already walked out of the yard carrying 50 million in cash. "Go get the money," Su Yi said to the drunk in a somewhat friendly tone. The drunk walked outside the yard in disbelief as Yu Guowen's bodyguards carried over a dozen boxes filled with stacks of red cash. This sight made him almost doubt his life choices. "Are you serious? Is all this money mine? It's all yours." Yu Guowen was feeling defeated today. Originally nervous to meet Su Yi, he now had to deal with this drunkard. After having the drunk sign a property sale agreement, Yu Guowen even gifted him a luxury car before having him escorted away. "Sir, where have you been all these years?" After completing everything, Yu Guowen limped towards Su Yi and knelt before him. "Yesterday the old servant heard that young Tang disrespected you, and immediately went to confront him. But by the time he got there, you had already left. The old servant thought you didn't want to see us anymore." Su Yi smiled at Yu Guowen. And on the mountain, Yu Guowen's men were present, but they did nothing. Yu Guowen felt a bit uneasy under Su Yi's gaze, as if his every thought was laid bare before him. "All right, I didn't call you here today for any other reasons," Su Yi said. "This master-servant relationship is over. You have purchased this residence from me, so we are even now. What you currently possess is truly yours, and I won't ask for it back. So, you need not worry anymore." Yu Guowen and the others' expressions changed drastically, and the remaining four also knelt before Su Yi. "Sir, everything we have now is bestowed by you. With just a word from you, we can offer you everything. I'll forever be your servant," an elderly man in Tang clothing said with excitement. He was the renowned medical sage Yilin in Huaxia, often referred to as the living Hua2. Reflecting on his past, Yilin knew he had only scratched the surface of knowledge back in the days when he learned from Chen Tian. Now, Yilin owned dozens of pharmaceutical companies and medical equipment factories, with assets exceeding 100 billion. The other four individuals followed suit with agreement, unable to fully understand Su Yi even after deepening their acquaintance with him. They even felt that Su Yi was unfathomable, for if they truly grasped his intentions, they might have eliminated him long ago. Su Yi shook his head and said, "There is no eternal feast in this world. Give me what I want, and from now on, do not come looking for me. I don't wish to see you again." Yu Guowen, who was holding back his excitement, asked, "What do you want?" With his immense wealth, if Su Yi wanted to seize everything with just a word, Yu Guowen would have had no choice but to confront Su Yi. However, Su Yi's words brought him relief. "My ID and the desire to study and understand this new era," Su Yi replied, observing the subtle expressions on everyone's faces. He could easily guess what was going through their minds. "You need not worry about anything else. I do not wish to be disturbed. If you encounter me in public, pretend you don't know me. Otherwise," he didn't finish his sentence, but it was unnecessary. Despite their positions as leaders, they remained merely servants at Su Yi's feet. "As you command." Yu Guowen and the others promptly agreed. Since it was Su Yi's wish, there was no question of betrayal. Providing a residence and an ID, plus helping with education, were trivial matters to them. However, Yilin probed, "Sir, are you unfamiliar with this era now?" Su Yi chuckled. "I've slept for 50 years. Yilin quickly suggested, "In that case, you may still require someone to attend to you. How about having my child accompany you to school as a companion? Others might fear or seek to eliminate Suyi, but Yilin considered a different approach. Such old-timers knew well the benefits of staying by Suyi's side. Yu Guoan immediately grasped the point and said, "Sir, Yilin is right. You may not fully understand the rapid changes in this era. My granddaughter is also 18 years old. No need for that. Just hand me the ID when you return. You may all leave now." Suyi's expression turned cold. Not wanting to engage further, he turned and entered the house. The 5 elderly men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Yu Guoan shouted, "Sir, we take our leave." And with that, the 5 knelt outside the door, bowing 3 times to signify the end of their master-servant relationship. Upon leaving the house, Suyi began tidying up, preparing for his new life. When he stepped back outside, the yard was immaculately clean, the junk and fallen leaves all cleared away. He lay on a chair for a while, realizing that he had not a penny to his name. Starting from scratch again was nothing new to him. Before, he would seek odd jobs for sustenance upon waking up. Having lived a life of great wealth, he now found it tasteless to think back on. After wandering the streets for a while, he felt intrigued by the myriad shops and unfamiliar sights and words. The novelty of it all made life more interesting for him. Having lived for so long, he detested the monotony of a stagnant life. "Boss, do you need a waiter here?" So he waited until evening to start searching for work, knowing that reading during the day meant looking for nighttime positions. Thus, he found himself at a bar. The front desk girl sized him up and said, "Applying for a job." "Wait a moment, let me fetch the manager." Shortly, a man in a suit approached, asking, "Are you of legal age?" Suyi nodded. "I'm 20. 20? You look quite mature." "Applying for a waiter position, base pay of 1800, withhold half a month's salary, 3 days off per month, 1 day's notice for leave, and commission on alcohol sales. If you're serious, bring me a copy of your ID." The manager thought Suyi had a good aura, possibly appealing to the wealthy patrons. Suyi nodded. "I'll be here tomorrow." He realized he was clueless about the requirements and terms, feeling ignorant without someone to guide him. As May arrives, the summer heat intensifies. Suyi has not formally entered school yet, nor does he have a formal job. After returning last night, he has been lying on a reclining chair in the courtyard, gazing at the plane tree and the stars in the sky. The longer one lives, the less they want to die. In this wonderful world, there are too many unknown and wonderful things waiting for him to observe and explore. Suyi has not reached the point of seeking death. Although he still doesn't know anything now, he wants to quickly integrate into this era and continue his peaceful life. As dawn breaks, Suyi closes his eyes to rest, vaguely feeling someone blocking the light around him. "You are Suyi?" Suyi slowly opens his eyes at the sound, and in front of him stands a young girl. The girl is full of youthful vitality. Her well-proportioned curves are more apparent under the morning light, but her gaze towards Suyi carries a hint of scrutiny. "You are?" Suyi slowly sits up. Being a strange, old creature who has lived for who knows how many years, he doesn't get excited at the sight of a young girl like that on the first encounter. "Hello, I am Yu Huiyan, and this is from my grandfather for you." The girl takes out a yellow envelope with a seal of approval on the opening from the messenger bag she carried. Suyi takes the envelope and nods. "Yu Guoan's granddaughter?" "Yes." Yu Huiyan's eyebrows raise slightly as she hears Suyi calling her grandfather by his name. Suyi appears young, yet he called her grandfather by his name directly, which is disrespectful to the elderly. However, her good upbringing prevents her from exploding on the spot. After all, as her grandfather repeatedly instructed before leaving, she must not make Suyi angry, and whatever request he makes, she must unconditionally fulfill. Yu Guoan's current status is saying such things to her. The most important part is the latter sentence. Regardless of what request he makes, she must unconditionally fulfill. This made Yu Huiyan think of the most vulgar thing: arranged marriage. "Please wait a moment." Suyi opens the envelope in front of Yu Huiyan. Inside is an ID card, a black bank card, a letter, and an admission letter from Qingzhou University. Suyi's learning ability has always been fast. The simplified Chinese characters are evolved from the traditional characters. He looks at the ID card briefly. After looking at the letter written by Yu Guoan for him, besides expressing loyalty to him, it says that there is 100 billion yuan in the bank card and what the password is. Moreover, if there is anything, Yu Huiyan can help him with it, and even live at his place. Yu Huiyan, right? Due to the noble family, virtuous follows. A very good name. Su Yi mentions Yu Huiyan's name, thinking of a certain emperor from the Warring States period. This symbolism arises from the odes of the state of Che in the Book of Songs, which Su Yi has written down in plenty. You know a lot. Yu Huiyan's lips slightly curl up. Su Yi could mention the origin of her name so easily. He must have checked beforehand. Are young people now still reading ancient poetry? No, a little. Su Yi smiles and hands over the bank card and ID card to Yu Huiyan, saying, "Please return the bank card to your grandfather. Also make a copy of my ID. I don't have money now. I'll repay you when I get my salary next month." Yu Huiyan takes the bank card and ID card, her hands somewhat stiff. This bank card handed to Su Yi by her grandfather means something significant. Yu Huiyan asks, "Do you know how much money is in this card?" Su Yi smiles slightly. "That's not important. Also, please tell your grandfather that I don't need financial assistance." Yu Huiyan was nearly laughing out of anger. "Didn't you just say that you don't have money?" Su Yi raises an eyebrow. "Not having money doesn't mean I lack it. Please go ahead and make a copy of my ID. I need it today. You can bill me for the copy. I'll pay you back next month." Yu Huiyan returns with a stack of ID copies 10 minutes later, her brows showing a hint of impatience. "Is there anything else you need me to do? If you have time, could you take me to the university? I don't know the way and how to enroll." Su Yi hands over the admission letter from Qingzhou University. Yu Huiyan doesn't know how to describe her current state of mind. Staring at Su Yi for a while, she wonders if this person just came out of the mountains. "I have time." Yu Huiyan, with her lips tightly pressed, nods heavily. Her grandfather told her to fulfill any request from Su Yi unconditionally. The requests Su Yi is making now are not excessive at all. Although he looks a bit shabby, he is far better than some rich second-generation students at the university. "When do we go to the school?" Su Yi asks. "Right now. My grandfather has completed all the necessary procedures for your enrollment." Yu Huiyan pauses and asks, "Is Qingzhou University far from here? Do you want to stay in the dormitory or here?" "Either is fine." "If I stay in the dormitory, am I alone or with others?" Su Yi asks. "It's impossible for you to be alone. The dorms in Qingzhou University are for people per room. If you want to stay in the dormitory, I'll arrange it for you." Yu Huiyan takes a deep breath. Maybe this person is from another planet. How could he stay alone in a university dormitory? Su Yi doesn't hesitate. "Let's stay in the dormitory. I'll come back here sometimes." Since he wants to better integrate into this new society, Su Yi naturally wants to interact more with others. That's why he chose to go to school. Qingzhou University is also the highest-level institution in Qingzhou City. Yu Huiyan drove to the school with Su Yi. Along the way, Su Yi was carefully watching how Yu Huiyan was driving, subconsciously noting all the details in her mind. As the car entered the university town, it quickly attracted the attention of many people. Yu Huiyan was driving a red Maserati Ghibli, one of the few sedan models from Maserati. The price was not too expensive, but her license plate was unforgettable. One scene. Yu Huiyan is here. Curry. Prepare people. DMN, if I succeed today, I'll treat my brothers to a month of fun with the Crown of Dreams. All expenses on me. Yu Huiyan had just parked her car when a group of people immediately surrounded her. Leading the way was a slender, pale-faced young gentleman, with each person behind him holding bright roses. "Yu Huiyan, I love you." The leading young gentleman stepped forward boldly, ring in hand. He even knelt in front of Yu Huiyan and asked, "Be my girlfriend." Before Yu Huiyan could say a word, the entire campus began to fill with balloons and gold banners, all bearing the words, "Yu Huiyan, I love you." Yu Huiyan coldly looked at the young gentleman in front of her, not saying a word. "Be his girlfriend. Be his girlfriend." Everyone around started chanting, "Zhao Yin, disperse everyone. Don't bother me." Yu Huiyan finally couldn't bear it anymore as the situation escalated. The sky was filled with a dense array of balloons and banners, giving off an intimidating vibe. Behind Zhao Yin, nearly 100 people held flowers, creating a sea of flowers, with chants resounding in perfect unison. If it were an ordinary girl, she might have been moved by Zhao Yin's romantic gesture. But Yu Huiyan was only feeling repulsed. Zhao Yin remained on one knee, holding a ring. Looking at Yu Huiyan with determination, he said, "Be my girlfriend. If you don't agree, I won't get up." then stay kneeling. Yu Huiyan was getting frustrated. It was then that she noticed Suyi had not even exited the car. She turned to open the door for Suyi, saying, "What are you still doing inside?" Suyi calmly stepped out of the car, saying, "I didn't pay attention to how you opened the door just now." Yu Huiyan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. It was her first time opening a car door for someone. "Huiyan, who is he?" Zhao Yin suddenly stood and pointed at Suyi, questioning. Yu Huiyan finally smiled. "Zhao Yin, can you stop bothering me? I have zero interest in you." Zhao Yin slowly retracted the ring, his expression turning cold. His gaze then fixed firmly on Suyi. "Kid, who are you?" Suyi, disregarding Zhao Yin, simply looked around. The sudden appearance of the balloons in the sky and the fierce display were quite surprising. "What about you?" Zhao Yin was infuriated by Suyi's indifferent expression, feeling completely ignored. Doom, doom, doom. Just as Suyi glanced around, the balloons above suddenly started exploding, causing chaos as banners were torn apart. What the heck is going on? Zhao Yin was dumbfounded. How did tens of thousands of balloons all explode simultaneously? Not only did the balloons burst, but even the banners were shredded. "Yu Huiyan, let's go." Suyi completely ignored Zhao Yin, prompting them to leave. Rich second generation, noble son, Suyi had encountered too many such individuals to be fazed. Even the sons of high-ranking officials who had crossed him all met a similar fate. "Let's go." Yu Huiyan also avoided dealing with Zhao Yin any further. Before leaving, she warned him, "Zhao Yin, stop bothering him. Got it?" Even though Zhao Yin wanted to pounce on Suyi and make him disappear from the world, he dared not ignore Yu Huiyan's warning. As Suyi and Yu Huiyan walked away, the group of people by Zhao Yin's side immediately surrounded him. "Zhao, who is this guy, daring to compete with you? Tonight, we'll beat him up right away. I heard it just now, that kid can't even open a car door. Well, this poor guy dares to pursue Miss Yu. I bet he won't last 3 days in the school." A gleam of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes, taunting. 3 days. You think after walking around the campus with Yu Huiyan, he'll come back tomorrow? What a joke. Zhao Yin's bold pursuit of Yu Huiyan was part of a pact within their group of sons of wealthy families. Yesterday, they had a 10-person card game, and Zhao Yin won, giving him the chance to be the first to pursue Yu Huiyan. Tonight, they had another game, this time involving billiards. Whoever won would get the chance the next day. However, regardless of the outcome, only members of their group could pursue Yu Huiyan. Anyone else would become their collective enemy. Although Zhao Yin's failed pursuit was somewhat embarrassing, it was within his acceptance. Yet, the sudden appearance of a wild youngster, who even rode with Yu Huiyan and received her personal attention, was unexpected. This news would spell trouble for that kid. Suyi never expected that simply accompanying Yu Huiyan would lead to such hostility towards him. Similarly, Yu Huiyan had no idea that this one action resulted in the formation of a group pursuing her. With information provided by Yu Guoan and having informed the school principal, Suyi's enrollment procedures were already completed when they arrived. Yu Huiyan led him to the male dormitory building. "Do you remember the way now? If you need to return to where you live, you can take the school bus to Liuan Metro Station at the first left, take the subway to Wudong Station, and when you exit the station, you'll be at Wudong Street." Yu Huiyan suspected Suyi was directionally challenged, considering his constant gazing during the journey. "Okay, you don't need to worry. I usually prefer walking." Suyi had excellent memory recall, remembering events from thousands of years ago, let alone trivial matters like directions. Walking? This revelation left Yu Huiyan speechless. It was over 20 kilometers from the school to Wudong Street. How long would it take to walk back? Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Yu Huiyan took a deep breath, saying, "Never mind, go check out your dormitory. I won't accompany you inside. Here's your student ID, room 306. Do you need to buy some daily necessities?" "I do. I don't have anything currently. Could you go buy them for me? I'll go upstairs to check. And whatever the cost, note it down. I'll reimburse you next month." Suyi smiled at Yu Huiyan before heading into the male dormitory. Yu Huiyan stood there utterly dumbfounded. The breeze brushed her face, and her thoughts were in disarray. Did he just ask her to purchase his daily necessities and deliver them to him? Yu Huiyan has always lived the life of a pampered princess, ordering others around since a young age. Today, there was a complete turnaround. Having to make photocopies of an ID, open the car door, and now having to buy daily necessities for him. Even though her grandfather said to fulfill any request from Suyi, does Suyi plan to treat her like a servant? To dignifying Miss Yu, encountering such a situation, her mindset began to crack. Yu Huiyan clenched her fists, but in the end, she took out her phone and called her younger brother, Yu Xinge. Where are you, sis? What's up? I'm in class. Yu Xinge had a hangover from last night and was still sound asleep. When the phone rang, he was about to curse, but when he saw the name on the caller ID, he felt a moment of fear. Yu Huiyan snorted and said, "Stop babbling. It's Sunday today. Do you have class? I'm at the entrance of the Wo's dormitory. Come down to meet me. Sis, why are you coming to the dormitory? I'll come down now." Yu Xinge was fearless except when it came to his sister. Upon hearing Yu Huiyan's words, he quickly got dressed, washed his face, and rushed downstairs. Countless people in the Wo's dormitory were watching Yu Huiyan, as a goddess visiting the Wo's dormitory was a rare sight to behold. What are you looking at? Turn your heads. Yu Xinge was undoubtedly a bully at school. Seeing those nerds staring at his sister, he immediately started scolding them. Anyone scolded by him dared not even make a pee, and could only quietly turn their heads back. Nephew, why are you in such a hurry? Did my wife come? Of course. There were those who were not afraid of Yu Xinge at school and even teased him. Get lost, Yang Wei. Do you think you can be my brother-in-law? Go back and take a good look at yourself in the mirror after you pee. Hey, you shout, your temper is really something. You might not know that just now, Zhao Yin, that idiot, confessed to your sister and got rejected. Yu Xinge directly gave him the middle finger. Which of you losers is worthy of my sister? Stop fooling around. I don't have time to talk with you. Go eat shit in the toilet yourself. Yu Xinge lived in room 409. After scolding the guys in the corridor, he hurried downstairs. Along the way, every male student he encountered made way for him. When he rushed to the second floor stairs, he ran into Suyi going upstairs. Suyi walked in the middle of the stairs and saw someone rushing downstairs, so he stepped aside a bit. But this slight step aside was not enough compared to others. It was the first time Yu Xinge had seen someone so daring, not giving way to him. As he rushed downstairs, he glanced at Suyi. When the two were about to pass each other, he suddenly reached out to push Suyi. Suyi instinctively dodged, leaving Yu Xinge grasping at thin air, almost falling down the stairs. Fortunately, he was well trained and managed to regain his balance with a stumble. He turned back to look deeply at Suyi, pointed at him twice, then ignored him and continued down the stairs. But it was evident that this person had taken note. A male student who witnessed everything at the stairs waited for Yu Xinge to go downstairs before saying to Suyi, "Bro, you have really bad luck. You've caught Yu Xinge's attention. Better transfer to another school." But I haven't done anything. Suyi was a bit confused. He hadn't done anything just now. Why would that guy hold a grudge against him? The male student shook his head and said, "It's not about what you did or didn't do, but what he wants to do to you." Suyi asked, "Did you say that guy's name was Yu Xinge? Really? You don't even recognize Yu Xinge. Are you new here?" The male student widened his eyes. Just arrived, and already on his radar. Your family's feng shui might not be good. Suyi really didn't know where his family's ancestral tomb was. After all, when he opened his eyes, there was only him in the world. Even gods and Buddhas came after him. The male student looked at him with pity and thought about how unlucky and stupid this guy must be. I can only say you're done for. It's better to run before he comes back. Stop studying now. You're not going to make it anyway. His eyes were full of sympathy and a mix of pity towards Suyi. Suyi smiled and asked, "What's the relationship between this Yu Xinge and Yu Huiyan?" The male student said, "Yu Huiyan is his sister. You're not going to tell me you know Miss Yu?" Suyi nodded. "I know her. I just asked Yu Huiyan to buy something for me." The male student was stunned for a full 3 seconds and, when he looked at Suyi again, his eyes seemed to show care for the mentally handicapped. "Miss Yu buying things for you? Bro, did you drink something funny with a few peanuts? I won't tell you anymore. Good luck, brother." The male student finished speaking and went upstairs self-consciously. He didn't want to be involved with a jinx like Suyi, who seemed to be mentally disturbed and unlucky. Suyi asked, and room 306 was on the 3rd floor, so he slowly made his way upstairs. "What the heck? Why are you following me?" The male student in front had already reached the door of room 306 and then noticed that Suyi was following him. What madness was this? If Shinge misunderstood and thought he was associated with the kid, wouldn't they both be in trouble? Is this room 306? Suyi looked up at the door number. Are you blind? Get going. You're blind, stupid, and unlucky. The longer you stay in school, the more dangerous it gets, the male student said before he entered the dormitory and prepared to close the door. Unexpectedly, Suyi used his foot to stop the door from closing. I live here. Suyi showed a friendly smile to the male student. The male student's eyes nearly popped out. Can this be true? Suyi said. It is. The male student still showed no intention of opening the door and had a look of distress on his face. Please don't play with me. Okay, please, I beg you, change rooms. Don't drag us down with you. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Suyi said. Maybe Shinge went to buy something for me. Hey. Hehe. Brother, you're quite humorous. You didn't really come out from North Street 65, did you? The male student chuckled foolishly, looking completely lost. A glance at Suyi through a malevolently humored lens. Shinge buying something for you? How much guts do you have, brother? Suyi asked. Where is that place? A mental hospital. Damn, there must be something wrong with you. The male student couldn't resist shouting inside the dormitory. Don't sleep, there's a lunatic in our dorm. A standard dorm room housed for people. At this moment, besides this male student in room 306, there were 2 other occupants still sleeping. Big sister, what did you say? You want me to buy daily necessities for someone else and deliver them too? Shinge was dumbfounded after coming downstairs and hearing the instructions given by Yu Huiyan. When has he ever done such a thing? Usually, even buying a pack of cigarettes was delegated to other dorm mates. Now, his sister actually wanted him to buy things for someone else. If you're told to go, then go. Why so many questions? Yu Huiyan furrowed her brow and said, do you want me to buy and deliver them instead? Shinge stared at his sister and asked, Sister, who is this you mentioned? Why have I never heard of him before? You don't happen to like him, do you? Shinge had never heard of anyone making his sister do such things before. Usually, it was just those lackeys buying things and getting them thrown back at them. When had Yu Huiyan ever bought things for other men? And this time, she even wanted him to buy things and personally deliver them. I only met him today, and Grandpa told me to listen to him for everything, Yu Huiyan said with a hint of irritation, pinching Shinge and asking, are you going or not? I'll go. Of course I'll go. Shinge snorted and said, I also want to see if this guy is really something special. Hurry up. Buy the best. In any case, buy all the daily necessities that guys can use, give them to him. If he doesn't want them, bring them back. I'll be waiting here for you. Just now, Yu Huiyan recalled the tone her grandfather used when talking to her, and coupled with the personal bag card he gave her, it was clear that Suyi was highly valued. All right, I'll go now. Shinge nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Sister, you don't like him, do you? I told you. I only met him today. But don't mess around. If Grandpa gets angry, I won't be able to save you. Yu Huiyan was truly afraid that her younger brother would cause trouble. If their grandfather got angry because of this matter, Shinge would be in trouble. Shinge nodded. Don't worry, I won't provoke him. Yeah, right? To Shinge, this had to be the fiancé arranged for his sister by the family. Where did this little punk come from thinking of marrying his sister? Even if he provoked him, at most, his grandfather would just scold him a bit. By the time Shinge reached the entrance of the small supermarket, he had already made 7 to 8 calls. Get up and get to work for me. Damn it, move things in the small supermarket. Hey, get to room 306 after a while and do some work for me. Lao Yan, you're doing live broadcasts, right? Bring things to room 306 and wait at the entrance. No one inside is allowed to leave. After Shinge made a few calls, the whole school was in an uproar. A university campus was a microcosm of society, and with his status, Shinge mostly befriended people of similar backgrounds. These wealthy kids were one more obnoxious than the other. While they might not listen to their parents at home, encountering students who were even more arrogant and of higher status in school turned them into obedient followers. In less than 10 minutes, over 20 burly students were waiting at the small supermarket. I need to buy some daily necessities for a guy named Suyi in room 306. Pick out the best products and make sure they're expensive. Each person takes one. Yu Xingye had called at least 100 students and got over 20 of them to help move items. Some were gathering at the door of room 306, curiously watching the scene unfold, while others were just there to join in the fun or even live-stream the event. Even the rich kids on campus couldn't resist the temptation. The news had spread quickly that Yu Huiyan was standing downstairs at the male dormitory building, and her suitors couldn't help but look over. However, no one dared to approach her yet. Zhao Yiyin's confession had failed, and he was just watching from a distance with his group of friends, with no intention of going over. Zhao Yin couldn't help but smile at the people around him. See, he's not going to take this lying down at all. His companion agreed. Of course. Yu Xingye wouldn't tolerate a poor student trying to woo his sister. This guy is in for a tough time. I originally said he wouldn't last 3 days in school, but now it looks like he won't even last half a day. He's probably going to get played. Zhao Yiyin snorted. We'll just watch from the sidelines. They're not even on the same level. If this guy ends up dating Yu Huiyan for a while before he's found out, he'll be even worse off. Meanwhile, Suyi had already entered the dormitory and greeted his 3 roommates with a smile. However, the other 2, upon hearing that Yu Xingye had set his sights on him, wanted nothing to do with him, not even bothering to introduce themselves. I say, buddy, you should leave now. Don't bring trouble to us, okay? Suyi asked in confusion. Are you guys really that afraid of Yu Xingye? It's not that we're afraid, but it's definitely not a good thing to be targeted by him. It's for your own good that we're telling you to leave. Suyi remained calm and said, don't worry, everything will be fine. One of them asked, so you're not leaving today, right? I'm just not going up temporarily. I'm waiting for someone to deliver some things. Once I tidy up my bed, I'll go out. Since it's our first meeting, how about having a meal and a drink later? Your sister, are you drunk? Among the roommates, even if we'll have to move to the next room later, and then go out for the day, while waiting for things to settle down before we return. They quickly reached a consensus. Originally, they wanted to kick Suyi out, but when the 3 of them tried to lift the seemingly not-so-fat guy, they found they couldn't budge him, so they gave up. Yu Xingye would surely seek revenge soon, so they had to protect themselves by moving their valuables to the next room to prevent them from getting damaged in a fight. As they moved items around in their dorm room for a while, the corridor was already filled with students. 3 of them carrying the computer and wanting to leave were stopped by a student at the door. Where do you think you're going? Yu Xingye said. None of the people in room 306 are allowed to leave. The speaker was Yihu, the president of the school's taekwondo club. Standing at 1.82 meters, with a sturdy build and a stern look, he was like a mountain blocking the way. Yu Xingye is probably looking for the guy inside. We've never offended Yu Xingye. The slightly chubby student said meekly. We're just moving things to the next room to avoid any damage. Oh, good eyesight. Yihu grinned, but quickly turned serious and said, go back. If anything is broken, Yu Xingye will compensate you. But Yu Xingye said, no one from room 306 is allowed to leave. See, right? We've been in big trouble because of you. They won't even let us out of the door now. Xiaopeng sat on the bed as if he had lost his parents, saying, when Yu Xia comes to trouble you later, just don't bring us along. We're not familiar with him. Suyi remained calm and smiled. If you really want to go out, I'll take you out. Do you know how many people are outside now? The Taekwondo Society president, he who is personally blocking the door. You want to take us out? With what? Wang Junlin felt really unlucky. He just ran into Suyi at the staircase and casually said a few words. He even commented about someone's ancestral grave having bad feng shui. Well, his own feng shui was indeed bad. Suyi caught the attention of Yu Xingye, which was his own doing. But who did he really provoke this time? Being in such a dilemma was what he called simply being a scapegoat. The president of the Taekwondo Society. Is he really powerful? Suyi also knew Taekwondo. The name was established in South Korea in 1955. Over the years, Suyi had always tried to keep his strength at the average level of the whole world. However strong his opponent was, he would try to match that strength. Until now, he felt that he had reached his limit. In the past, when gods, Buddhas, and demons roamed freely, it was still manageable as there was a bit of fun in fighting. Later on, there were some martial arts experts who focused only on physical techniques, so he had to lower his strength reluctantly. Even during the era of firearms, it was still somewhat interesting. But now wasn't it a time of peace? In his opinion, Taekwondo was somewhat trivial. Did that qualify as martial arts? Are you asking me if he's powerful? Wang Junlin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Last time the captain of a basketball team fought him. He's 6 feet tall. And it's been half a month. The guy is still lying in the hospital. With your small size, can you withstand a beating? Suyi nodded. I should be able to withstand it, but I don't really want to fight him. It's too unfair. Lin Junlin pointed at Suyi and said, Alright, keep boasting. DMN lunatic. You even said Yu Huinian would buy things for you. If she could buy things for you, I would eat the computer screen on the spot. Suyi glanced at the computer screen they had just put down and asked seriously, Can this thing be eaten? Lin Junlin nearly died from shock. Can this thing be eaten? With Suyi asking so seriously, was this something a normal person would ask? Suyi fell silent. When he came in, he saw Xiaopang playing games. He sneaked a glance and found it quite fascinating. Indeed, the changes in this era were too drastic. Many things needed to be learned again. Staying in the dormitory was the right choice. They waited in the dormitory for about 10 minutes. Yu Xingge led a group of people back to the male dormitory building, and Yu Huinian hadn't left yet, sensing that something was amiss. The corridor on the 3rd floor of the male dormitory was crowded with people, indicating that something big had happened. It wasn't clear how many people were near the male dormitory. Yu Xingge, what are you doing? I told you to buy something, and you made such a big fuss coming out. Yu Huinian was almost driven mad by this younger brother. It was clear that he was targeting Suyi. Couldn't she see it? Yu Xingge had just acted all mature, but faced with Yu Huinian's questioning, he could only smile and say, What's the big deal? Aren't I just buying something for him? There are so many things, I can't carry them all alone. Yu Huinian pulled Yu Xingge aside and said seriously, I told you, don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. Can't you understand? Yu Xingge smiled mischievously and said, Sis, that guy is probably the blind date arranged by our family. Anyway, you don't like him. I'll make him back off. Isn't that good? Even if Grandpa knows, can he kill me? He didn't know that if his grandpa really knew what he was up to now, even if he wasn't killed, he would at least be half dead. Suyi was someone who even Yu Guoan had to kneel before. And with his actions now, it was clearly seeking death and dragging the whole family into the fire pit. Yu Huinian said softly, If Grandpa finds out, he might really kill you. Ha, I don't think so. Which family does the kid come from? Suyi, Su family from Tianjin. Yu Xingge sneered. Even if he's from the Su family in Tianjin, that's nothing special. I don't know either. Don't ask me. Just don't mess with him. Yu Huinian frowned and said, If you don't want to deliver it, I'll go up myself. She really intended to walk towards the male dormitory after saying that. I'll do the delivery. Yu Xingge quickly called out, letting his sister go to the male dormitory to deliver supplies to another man. Even he didn't receive such treatment. How could he allow such a thing to happen? How could Yu Xingge allow such a thing to happen? Then don't cause trouble. I'll be watching down here. Although Yu Huinian didn't know Suyi's background and her grandpa hadn't mentioned it in detail, she could sense the level of importance her grandpa attached to Suyi. If Yu Xingge really did something to Suyi, the unlucky one, in the end, would be Yu Xingge. All right, sister, rest assured, Yu Xingge said to the people behind him, come up with me to deliver the items. Among the people behind Yu Xingge, there were some suitors of Yu Huinian. Seeing this situation, they understood that Yu Huinian had arranged for the items to be delivered, and they were also curious to see what special qualities his person had. The group of people went upstairs to the male dormitory, where quite a crowd had gathered downstairs to watch the excitement. At that moment, Suyi was still sitting in the dormitory, waiting. When Yu Xingge reached the door, he kicked it open, and a group of guys surged in. Then they locked the door. When Yu Xingge entered, he saw Suyi. With a raised eyebrow, he scanned the 4 people inside the dormitory and asked, Which one is Suyi? All 3 in the room pointed at Suyi. Well, it's really you. Yu Xingge laughed. It seems that we have become enemies. Is Suyi really your name? Suyi nodded and said, Thank you for the gifts you brought. What gifts? I didn't bring any for you. Yu Xingge asked, Are you from the Su family in Tianjin? I warn you, stay away from my sister. Just because something is arranged by the family doesn't mean it's final. If I don't agree, whatever was decided doesn't count. The Su family in Tianjin. Suyi explained. I think you have misunderstood. I live on Wutong Street, without any background. I'm not from an influential family, and I'm not acquainted with your sister. Not from an influential family. Yu Xingge thought for a while and asked the person beside him, where is Wutong Street? The person beside him also hesitated for a while and said, it seems there is a Wutong Street outside the 5th Ring Row, in the Old District. Old Town area. There was a hint of amusement on Yu Xingge's face. So, you're not from the Su family in Tianjin? Suyi countered. Did I ever say I was from the Su family in Tianjin? Then why are you acting all tough with me? Yu Xingge sneered. Living in the Old Town area. Aren't you a poor guy? I bought things for you. Pay up. 100,000 yuan. If you can't, then this matter isn't over today. Suyi smiled. I don't have money. If I had money, I wouldn't let you Huiyan buy things for me. What the heck? Everyone in the dorm room heard this and was dumbfounded. This logic is flawless, but you don't even have money to buy daily necessities. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Is this a rhythm of relying on others for a living? Are you trying to be funny or trying to make my sister fall for you with your charm? Yu Xingge gritted his teeth and asked. Suyi replied gloomily. Both. Maybe. Damn it. Yu Xingge felt a tightness in his chest. If he said a few more words to this kid, he might really get angry to death. F***Kit. Yu Xingge didn't want to waste any more words. Dealing with the problem with fists was the most direct way. After saying these simple two words, he turned around, too lazy to see Suyi get beaten up. Behind Yu Xingge, the president of the Taekwondo club, Yihu, smirked. Now was his time to shine. Yihu cracked his fists and slowly walked towards Suyi. Suyi also stood up and asked, are you going to attack? Kid, you think you're handsome? Today I'll turn you into a pig's head and see if you're still handsome. Yihu, half a head taller than Suyi, exuded an overwhelming aura. In the dorm room, the three people were so frightened and they turned their heads to the side, not daring to witness this bloody scene. Suyi stood face to face with Yihu. When Yihu raised his fist as big as a pot, Suyi's fist struck his nose bridge. Suyi's punch directly broke Yihu's nose bridge, blood gushing out. The nose bridge is a sensitive and delicate part of the face. The intense pain made him scream, and tears flow uncontrollably. Suyi seemed to have found his rhythm with this punch, as he was trying hard to adapt to this society. In university, in ancient times, scholars were weak and powerless. Conflicts among scholars should be resolved with words, but now it had turned physical. Suyi didn't want to hurt the kid too badly. A small punch wouldn't cause severe injuries or death. This level of strength was perfect. Suyi also found his rhythm with this punch. Yihu, don't hit too hard, just aim for the face. Yu Xingge thought it was Suyi who screamed in pain, and he casually commented, Yihu, in pain, covered his nose with both hands, blood seeping through his fingers. He was no longer in the mood to fight Suyi. Yu Xingge turned his head back, once again surprised. What the heck was going on? Yihu, tall and well-trained, let the blood flow with just a turn of his body. Yu Xingge's face turned dark, shouting, damn it. Let's all go. Just save face. I'll take responsibility for any trouble. The male dorm room was not spacious, with beds on both sides, so even if they all attacked, it wouldn't be possible. A student rushed at Suyi. Suyi punched him in the nose. Another one charged at him. Nose again. In just 2 minutes, the dorm room was filled with screams, each person clutching their nose, blood staining the floor. Suyi walked to the back of the dorm room where the bathroom was, washed his hands in the basin, and then slowly approached Yu Xingge. Yu Xingge felt a bit foolish. When Suyi turned around, he should have slipped out, but he stood there like a fool in the dorm room. Seeing Suyi approaching, he quickly covered his nose. This guy's skills were a bit abnormal. About a dozen people with their nose bridges broken. It's easy to say, but not so easy to do. Suyi smiled kindly at Yu Xingge. I'll go out for a bit. You better clean up the blood on the floor, or I might have to trouble you. Yu Xingge felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Was this guy an expert who came down from the mountains, or some legendary son-in-law? Suyi didn't care about what he was thinking. He opened the dorm room door. The corridor on the 3rd floor was crowded with people watching. When Suyi walked out, everyone stared at him, but no one knew he was the person Yu Xingge was looking for. Since Yu Xingge and the others went in, and this person came out, it must have been with Yu Xingge's consent. Suyi closed the door and walked downstairs under everyone's gaze. Noah Huiyan, seeing Suyi coming out unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief. After exiting the dorm building, Suyi approached her and said, I don't feel comfortable going into the male dorm building, so I had my brother help you with the shopping. Are you satisfied with the items? I'm quite satisfied, Suyi nodded. Your brother is helping me clean the dorm room. Would you accompany me for a walk? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Yu Xingge helping him clean the dorm room again? Hearing this, Yu Huiyan found it somewhat unbelievable. When did that brat become so sensible? Sure. Ask me anything you want. Yu Huiyan didn't yet know who Suyi really was, but since it was her grandfather's request, she had to do her best. The two walked side by side on the campus, but Suyi seemed distracted, his attention not on Yu Huiyan. The questions I want to ask may seem puzzling to you. Don't find it strange. I just came out of the mountains, and there are many things I haven't seen before. Suyi began with this explanation and then asked seriously, I saw many people on the road holding something glowing in their hands, their fingers constantly pressing on it. What is that? Yu Huiyan couldn't help but stop in her tracks, turning to stare at Suyi. Coming out of the mountains, little brother, even saying you're from Mars might be more believable. That's called a cell phone, used for communication, making calls. Look. Yu Huiyan took out her phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and said, you can also play games, watch videos, listen to music on this. While explaining the usage of the phone, Yu Huiyan was still not entirely convinced by Suyi's words, thinking he might be intentionally saying so. Trying a new way to flirt, Suyi listened attentively, as in his era before sleep. There were no cell phones. The small phone with so many functions seemed to open a door to a new world for him. Yu Huiyan initially really thought that Suyi was spouting lies, saying that anyone coming out of the mountains was just trying to impress and engage her interest. But as they walked together, the questions Suyi asked were simply too silly. If Suyi really wanted to pursue her, then his behavior was quite disappointing. Thinking again about the new ID card her grandfather had arranged for him, this made her somewhat doubtful. Yu Huiyan and Suyi strolled into a cell phone store in the university city, and she couldn't help but ask, do you want to buy a phone? Suyi had already returned the phone to her, so when Yu Huiyan asked him this question, he jokingly said, I don't have money. This should be very expensive, right? Ha. Yu Huiyan laughed. Of course she knew that Suyi didn't have money, so why would she ask him to pay for a phone? Not too expensive. Yu Huiyan teased, I can lend you the money first, and you can pay me back when you have the money. Okay. Suyi said seriously, keep a record of the money you spend on me today. I'll pay you back when I have money. Okay. Okay. You go in and take out a phone. I already made plans to meet someone at the museum. Today, Yu Huiyan had completed the task her grandfather entrusted her with, and although Suyi had many questions, at least he wasn't too annoying. Yu Huiyan also intended to go about her own business. Museum. Suyi's eyes clearly revealed a string of question marks. Yu Huiyan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This guy only just learned about cell phones. He must not know what a museum is. A museum is a place where cultural relics are exhibited, Yu Huiyan patiently explained. Cultural relics are artifacts and remnants left by human beings in social activities that hold historical, artistic, and scientific value. Do you know antiques? Yu Huiyan noticed Suyi looking at her strangely. I know antiques. You don't need to explain so laboriously. Yu Huiyan almost choked. Why did she feel like Suyi just now looked at her as if she were intellectually disabled? Come on. Who is the one acting like an idiot who doesn't understand anything? Suyi asked. I also want to go to the museum. Will it bother you? Of course not. Yu Huiyan's smile was beyond awkward. Today, she had indeed lost all face. After personally picking up Suyi and waiting in front of the Wo's dormitory for so long, everyone at the school knew about it. Just now, she had wandered the school with Suyi for so long. In the eyes of others, they seemed like a couple strolling together. Now what? She had to take him to the museum. Her best friend will probably have to explain this again for a long time. However, today's events will probably become common knowledge throughout the entire school soon. Misunderstandings were inevitable. Yu Huiyan couldn't explain it, and she didn't have the energy to explain. After they entered the cell phone store, the salesperson quickly approached them. Just by Yu Huiyan's aura and attire, the salesperson couldn't help but take a second look. Are you two looking to buy a phone or top out airtime? Please. Help him pick out a phone, Yu Huiyan said, then paused and said, forget it, you don't need to choose, just get him an iPhone. The salesperson instantly perked up upon hearing this. It was as if they had encountered a big spender. What color do you need? The salesperson's eyes were full of excitement. Judging by Yu Huiyan's tone, there would be no bargaining, and if sold at full price, they would get a commission of 300, which would be very satisfying. Yu Huiyan turned to Suyi. What color do you want? Suyi hesitated for a moment, then said, Wait, how much is that phone? The salesperson quickly said, Hey, buddy, this iPhone the lady mentioned is Apple's latest model. If you buy it today, it's only 10,998. So expensive? Suyi said without hesitation. Get me one that's under 500. The salesperson's excited smile froze it instantly. Wasn't this price difference too extreme? They were about to sell a flagship phone, and this person wanted one under 500. 500? Can you even get a smartphone for that much these days? The salesperson really wanted to ask if they should get him a basic phone for elderly people. Yu Huiyan stood there awkwardly, staring at Suyi, and said, Consider this phone a gift from me. You don't need to pay me back. No. Suyi shook his head. We're not that close. I can't accept such a gift from you. As I said earlier, the money I use today can be considered as borrowed from you. I went for a job interview yesterday. The boss said it pays 1,800 a month. If I bought this phone for real, then I'd have to go without eating or drinking for quite a few months. Yu Huiyan felt a heaviness in her chest. Did he really think they weren't close? That's up to you. Yu Huiyan felt frustrated. The salesperson could only say, Buddy, since this lady said the phone is a gift from her, please accept it. Suyi shook his head. Get me one that's under 500. It felt as if he had turned into an old-fashioned man at that moment. Though we don't have any smartphones under 500 here. The salesperson was starting to panic. What was wrong with this person? A beautiful woman like Yu Huiyan was offering him a phone, and he still didn't want to accept it. Insisting on getting a phone below 500, where would they even find one? Wasn't this making things difficult for them? What's the cheapest one? Suyi didn't beat around the bush, just went for the cheapest option. The salesperson's emotions were understandably mixed at this point, but they could only muster the courage to ask, The cheapest one is this Redmi 8A for 699. Would you like it? That one. This visit to the phone store was also witnessed by many students within the school. After all, wherever Yu Huiyan went, she was always the most dazzling star. Yu Huiyan wanted to buy the latest Apple phone for someone, but that guy unexpectedly claimed they weren't close and then chose a 699 Redmi phone. The twist was simply too big. Another noteworthy point was that the guy actually said his monthly salary was 1,800. Such a poor guy still dared to stand next to Yu Huiyan, looking as confident as ever. Could it be that a rich girl falling for a poor guy tale was unfolding for real? Temporarily, some onlookers began posting on their social media, saying all sorts of things believing in love again. The events between Suyi and Yu Huiyan spread throughout the entire school in less than 10 minutes, even appearing on the school's forum. It was truly terrifying. Yet, the two people involved remained oblivious. Suyi finally got his own phone, and Yu Huiyan faintly noticed something. Suyi learns things incredibly quickly. As long as it's explained once, he seems to remember it all. So she straightforwardly taught Suyi how to use the phone to type and search for questions. If there's anything he doesn't understand, he can ask Baidu, which provides more professional and standard answers. Sure enough, Suyi lived up to expectations. While others spent many years learning Pinyin, he learned it in just 10 minutes. Even the sophisticated smartphones that many seniors found challenging to use, he had already mastered. Suyi complained while searching for all sorts of strange questions. If you had told me I could find so much information on the phone, I wouldn't have asked you so many questions. Yu Huiyan was almost at her breaking point. Blaming her for what? She didn't know that Suyi was in a completely isolated state, like a blank sheet of paper. Nor did she know that this silly guy learned things so quickly. But she finally endured it. At least now, Suyi wouldn't annoy her with silly and idiotic questions. After Suyi sat back in the car, he didn't speak to Yu Huiyan again, his fingers swiftly tapping on the phone, making one think he was a homebody who constantly bowed his head to play on his phone. The journey from the school to the museum was only 10 kilometers, but they got stuck in traffic for nearly 20 minutes. However, Suyi didn't seem in a hurry at all, quietly working on his phone, gradually unraveling various doubts in his mind. This era is much better than before, where you can find almost any information with just a phone. We're here. Yu Huiyan parked the car near the museum and called out to Suyi. Suyi took a shallow breath, put away his phone, and smiled at Yu Huiyan. saying, "Thank you." Yu Huiyan was taken aback. Was his reaction a bit too much? Did he want help opening the car door again? She got out of the car, but Suyi remained seated inside without moving. Yu Huiyan suddenly realized the meaning behind Suyi's earlier thank you, and her face darkened instantly. Was he thanking her to open the car door again? "I'll endure this." Yu Huiyan clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and walked to the passenger side of the car to open the door for Suyi. Suyi casually got out of the car, not even looking at Yu Huiyan, his gaze already fixed on the nearby museum. The museum is a place where physical objects representing natural and human cultural heritage are collected, preserved, displayed, and studied, a place where you can see many things from years past. Suyi squinted his eyes slightly. He, too, felt nostalgic. Whenever he woke up before, he would turn around, look at things left behind, see the offspring of old friends, and reminisce about interesting times. As they reached the steps of the Qingzhou City Museum, a girl in a JK outfit, with twin ponytails, came up to them, accompanied by a tall young man. When Yu Huiyan saw the young man behind the girl, her expression noticeably changed for the worse. "You elder sister, you made me wait for quite a while." The girl with twin ponytails held onto Yu Huiyan and, glancing at Suyi, asked, "You elder sister, who is this? I haven't met him before." Yu Huiyan didn't know how to introduce Suyi, so she simply said, "His name is Suyi." "Suyi, she's my friend Bai Qingyan." Suyi nodded at Bai Qingyan and said, "In the cold moonlight, near the new moon pool." Without being envious of Qingyan, they complement each other like candles. "Your name reminded me of someone. Huh? What poem are you reciting?" Bai Qingyan looked at Suyi with curiosity. She didn't even know the origin of her name. She just knew her grandfather had chosen it, and it sounded beautiful. Suyi paused for a moment and said, "This poem seems to be called Moon Pool, written by a person named Han Yu, who was also quite an interesting figure." Han Yu? Bai Qingyan suddenly realized she was a bit interested in this man who mentioned and the origin of her name, even though she always found him strange. At least young people nowadays don't casually recite poetry. Yu Huiyan was slightly surprised. If Suyi knew the origin of her name in advance, then what about Bai Qingyan's name? Does Suyi really know classical poetry and literature? There aren't many people interested in that nowadays. How could she know that Suyi was present when Han Yu composed that poem, and it was he who wrote down the poem for Han Yu? Now it's just a reminiscence of an old friend. "Huiyan, long time no see." While they conversed, the young man behind Bai Qingyan had walked over to greet Yu Huiyan. Yu Huiyan displayed a polite smile and said, "It has indeed been a long time. Aren't you going to introduce him? Is he your boyfriend?" The young man looked at Suyi and said, "I admit that my confession last time was impulsive, but you didn't have to find someone randomly to make me jealous." Yu Huiyan's expression turned cold. Her polite smile earlier was just to maintain a facade. Her upbringing taught her to maintain appropriate distances from everyone. But the words of this young man made her feel offended. "Qin Lin, we're just ordinary friends, so I don't need to find someone to upset you." Yu Huiyan raised an eyebrow. "Also, I had no idea you would be here. Please don't think too much." She did not say one more thing. She thought, "If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have come." Yu Huiyan just felt that the subtle implications in her words should be understandable to smart people. "I see. So, is he really your boyfriend?" Qin Lin kept asking persistently, showing his lack of intelligence. Suyi glanced at Qin Lin and remained silent. He never involved himself in jealousy over women. After all, it was usually women fighting over him in the past. "Whether he is my boyfriend or not is none of your concern," Yu Huiyan said coldly. "If you continue like this, I think we may not even be friends anymore." Qin Lin quickly said, "I won't ask anymore." "Okay." With that, he reached out his hand to Suyi. "I'm Qin Lin." Suyi glanced at him and did not extend his hand. Shaking hands with a stranger wasn't a pleasant experience. Qin Lin felt ignored and stared at Suyi with a frown, feeling very displeased. Yu Huiyan sighed and said, "All right, Suyi just came back from the countryside. Don't hold a grudge against him. Don't bother us. Let's each go our separate ways." "Okay, fine." Qin Lin reluctantly agreed and snorted a word from between his teeth, looking at Suyi with an increasingly hostile gaze. A country bumpkin who just came out from the countryside. Why does Yu Huiyan defend him like this? Yesterday, the Qingzhou City Museum brought some of the artifacts found on the Shijian Mountain into the museum, causing a sensation nationwide. Countless renowned visitors flocked to the museum, making tickets a hot commodity. If it weren't for Yu Huiyan's great powers, it would have been impossible for Su Yi to enter at this time. Before Yu Huiyan came in, she had told Qin Lin to go their separate ways. Although Qin Lin agreed, he followed them. Yu Huiyan couldn't drive him away. After Su Yi entered the museum, he looked around quietly, stopping in front of each artifact as if pondering something. As a companion, Yu Huiyan stood on the side and explained the origins of the artifacts to him. This dragon pattern Celadon cup is from the Song dynasty, made of June porcelain. Do you know about June porcelain? Yu Huiyan looked at the dragon pattern Celadon cup in the cabinet and introduced it to Su Yi. June porcelain began during the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Song dynasty. It has a history of more than 1,300 years, and since the reign of Song Hizan, it has been designated as an imperial treasure for successive emperors, exclusively owned by the royal family, not allowed to be privately owned by the people. This dragon pattern Celadon cup is the only one left in the world, deserving to be called a national treasure. Su Yi said, indifferently, it's just a slightly more attractive cup. Besides, there is probably more than just this one in the world. Are you joking? It's just a slightly more attractive cup. What do you think this is? Qin Lin, standing behind them, couldn't help but mock. This dragon pattern Celadon cup is definitely the last one in the world. If there truly was another one, it would have caused a sensation nationwide. Su Yi glanced back at him indifferently, not saying a word, but his eyes seemed to be looking at someone with a mental disability. Song dynasty June porcelain may seem precious to others, even consider unparalleled, but to Su Yi, it was just a slightly more attractive cup. Qin Lin clenched his fist in anger, wanting to teach Su Yi a lesson, but he held back due to etiquette. Yu Huiyan didn't know what to say and could only interpret it as Su Yi being from the mountains and lacking worldly experience, thus not understanding the value of the cup. Speaking of cups, I used to have a completely transparent one. That cup was pretty good. Su Yi remembered a crystal cup he had used over 2,000 years ago, completely transparent, which he preferred for its simple appearance. A transparent cup. Yu Huiyan couldn't help but purse her lips, thinking that Su Yi's taste probably only reached as far as transparent glass cups, but she was also puzzled. Someone who could casually recite ancient poetry and earn her grandfather's respect, could he really be an ignorant country bumpkin? Qin Lin sneered beside them. The glass cup is indeed nice and suits your demeanor. Su Yi glanced at him and said, if I'm not mistaken, that cup should be made of crystal. Glass products have only been around for the past few hundred years. He then took out his phone to check. Made of crystal? Qin Lin couldn't help but laugh. Are you implying that your cup is an antique crystal cup, not the crystal cup from the Warring States period, unearthed in Hangzhou? Su Yi searched for the Hangzhou unearthed Warring States crystal cup on his phone, then smiled and said, it should be. Huiyan, is this guy insane? Qin Lin finally couldn't hold back. Yu Huiyan coldly glanced at Qin Lin, not bothering to respond, and said to Su Yi, these are the artifacts discovered in the mysterious tomb on Shijian Mountain a few days ago. Let's go take a look. Yu Huiyan naturally didn't believe what Su Yi said. It was obvious he was exaggerating, but Qin Lin kept insisting. Su Yi was still her guest, and Qin Lin's constant antagonism was boring. Seeing Yu Huiyan's displeased expression, Qin Lin stopped talking, but the resentment in Su Yi's eyes only grew stronger. If it weren't for this guy, how could he have shown such an ugly side in front of Yu Huiyan? Walking ahead, Su Yi sighed as he passed by the displayed artifacts on the Shijian Mountain, realizing that these were items he had collected in the past. He had dozens of tombs like the ones on Shijian Mountain, but over time and changes in the world, some he couldn't even remember their locations. I heard Tang Law say that this stone stele should be from the Tang Yu era. However, the beginning sections of the text are unrecognizable. It's unclear what's carved on it, and the material is definitely not from Earth. Is there really an alien civilization? No. 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 Look, besides those unheard of characters on this stele, there are oracle bone inscriptions, small seal script, and even modern traditional characters. Two elderly men with reading glasses were standing in front of a stone stele, carefully examining it. Su Yi walked over, staring at the stone stele with a trance-like expression. This stone stele was something he had always retained. Every time he slumbered, he would carve the most interesting recent events on it. The Tang Yu era. Su Yi smirked, realizing that these so-called experts hadn't understood the stone stele. Lao Song, do you think this resembles a diary? Very much so, and the events recorded on it, except for the initial portions, seem to span the entire history of China. I never thought an ignorant child would be able to unify the world. Encountered a child named Xian Yu. He seems promising. Taught him a set of commoners' firearms. He should be able to defend himself. Later on, within 2 generations, the Qin dynasty disappeared. It's so ridiculous. 2 old men translated some of the text from the stone stele, while accompanying staff recorded their words. Not to mention these 2 translators, even the accompanying staff were completely dumbfounded. The text seemed more like someone writing down their life events, which was both chilling and thought-provoking. In the end, I couldn't bear to witness the turmoil in the world, only wishing to warn the Washington country. I never expected to act so severely. In the future, I must never act rashly again. These are traditional characters. It should have been engraved recently. The 2 old men almost had heart attacks and almost collapsed. They could only roughly translate some of the words on the stele, and then a terrifying thought came to mind. Could it be that there was someone who had lived from the Tang era, or even more ancient times, until now? Could there really be someone immortal? Suyi stood by quietly watching as 2 old men talked, not saying a word. One of the old men noticed Suyi looking attentively and asked, "Young man, do you understand what you're looking at?" Suyi smiled but didn't respond, ignoring him, and continued walking forward. "Hey, what's with your attitude? Didn't you hear Mr. Yan calling you?" A young staff member nearby shouted at Suyi. Yu Huiyan quickly stepped forward to apologize to the old man calling Suyi. "Sir, I'm really sorry. My friend just came from the countryside, and doesn't understand manners well." Suyi looked at Yu Huiyan with clear and bright eyes, saying, "I don't even know him. Why should I have to answer his questions? I just don't want to bother with him, so you don't have to apologize. If it were someone else, maybe they should show a bit of respect when asked by an elder and respond for the sake of etiquette." But Suyi was a strange, old creature who knows not how many years he has lived. Though he looks young, in his eyes, the old man is still young. Respect for elders? Non-existent. Yu Huiyan's mindset was exploding. This guy. She tried to help smooth things over, yet he still foolishly said such things. Isn't he offending people? Seeing the demeanor of the 2 old men, they were obviously not ordinary people. Why bother offending them? The old man was also provoked by Suyi's attitude, and couldn't help but say, "Young man, I thought you were looking so attentively that you understood the words above. Since you don't pretend here." Suyi glanced at him as if looking at an ignorant child, sighed helplessly. "Of course, I understand, but even if I say what's written above, you probably wouldn't believe it." The people around all widened their eyes, staring at Suyi. "Is this a fantasy or the internet? I've said it, and you still don't believe it. Then there's nothing I can do." Suyi smiled and was about to continue walking forward. Qinling rarely caught such an opportunity, so he also stepped forward and said, "You say these things, are you just trying to fool someone naive? Who would believe that? Encounter Das Tongjun and still find his strength weak? Can you be more exaggerated?" He had figured it out. Since Yu Huiyan disliked him, sticking to the normal rules wouldn't work. In front of Yu Huiyan, he couldn't possibly win her over, so he might as well destroy Suyi's image in front of her. Everyone would end up losing, and no one could win her over. Just as Qinlin's words fell, the old man interjected, saying, "You know what, I sort of believe you," and gave Qinlin a deep look. F***K. Qinlin was momentarily speechless. Did he just bring this upon himself? By acting like such a fool, who else could he blame? Suyi paused and looked back at the stone tablet, saying, "In the middle, there is another section I won't mention. In front of it is written that I eventually couldn't control my emotions, ending this era. I don't know how long we still have to wait for the world to have new beings." Both old men couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ending an era? What era exactly? They were unsure if they should believe what the young man said. The stone tablet recorded figures like Yingzheng, Xiangyu, Liu Bang, and many other historical figures, giving the feeling that it seemed like a diary of one person. As for the oracle bone inscriptions in front, they recognized some, but the Shang and Zhou dynasty records were sparse. The following texts were beyond their recognition, but connecting to the later content, to previous content was surely not simple. The things Suyi said sounded unbelievable, but if the stone tablet behind was even more unbelievable, it could be said that this one stone tablet traversed the entire history of China. "Young man, do you truly recognize the characters on this stone tablet?" The old man walked excitedly to Su Yi and said, "Hello. I'm Yang Zhengcheng, a retired teacher from Qingzhou University. I'm very interested in ancient culture. If you can translate these texts, I'm willing to be your student." Su Yi calmly said, "If you want to be my student, do I have to agree? I don't want to talk to you right now. I just want to walk around quietly. Don't bother me." Yang Zhengcheng awkwardly stood still. When Yu Huiyan heard the name Yang Zhengcheng, she trembled slightly. Isn't this retired teacher from Qingzhou University the former principal? He was an honorary professor at Qingzhou University. Even if it's genuine celebrities and dignitaries, who wouldn't give this former principal some face? Yang Zhengcheng says he's willing to be Su Yi's student, and Su Yi just casually dismisses him. Isn't that too arrogant? Old Yang, don't get so excited. Maybe he's just casually talking. Why take him seriously? Another old man nearby pulled Yang Zhengcheng, saying, "Do you think he's young and possibly recognizes those characters?" Yang Zhengcheng took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Indeed, what Su Yi said could be completely nonsense. Su Yi didn't bother explaining to them. Walking up to the jade bed he had slept on before, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had slept on this bed for many years, and now it had been exhibited in a museum. In the future, if he wants to see his own bed, he'll have to buy a ticket. Yu Huiyan apologized to Yang Zhengcheng and followed Su Yi. "Su Yi, couldn't you be a bit more polite to the old man?" Yu Huiyan couldn't stand Su Yi's arrogant attitude. Su Yi smiled and said, "How should I be polite? I've already told him what's written up there. What more does he want? He even wants to be my student. Isn't this a bit much?" Yu Huiyan was almost exploding with anger. "Can you speak properly? What do you mean he wants to be your student? A good thing? Goodness, how can there be such shameless people in this world?" Su Yi didn't explain. He had requirements for his disciples, and he wouldn't accept anyone over 18 years old. After all, the lifespan of ordinary people is limited. This old man, with only his head probably visible above his hidden body, wanting to be his student, wasn't it a fool's wish? Yu Huiyan fell silent, and Su Yi silently wandered around the museum. In his eyes, all those rare artifacts were just ordinary things. In the past, the collection at the museum in Qingzhou City was not considered abundant. However, in the past 2 days, the discovery of those relics on the Washsword Mountain is enough to make it the museum with the most abundant and precious collection in the country and even globally. So he wandered around and didn't find anything particularly interesting after a circle. He could only confirm that 80% of the things in his tomb were in this museum. "Have you finished looking?" So he came today, also considering it as another look at his past belongings. Since they were preserved for people to visit, then let them visit. "Not yet," Yu Huiyan asked in a low voice. "Can you really understand the words on the stone tablet?" So Yi just looked at her, smiling without saying a word, his eyes filled with amusement. Yu Huiyan felt a little flustered under his gaze, pretending to casually turn her head and say, "Whether you want to say it or not, I am just a little curious. What is the identity of the owner of the tomb on Washsword Mountain? Why do the things in his tomb span thousands of years?" Su Yi said, indifferently, "Who knows? Do you think there is someone who is immortal?" Yu Huiyan also heard the translation of Yang Zhengcheng and others. If what was engraved on the stone tablet is true and it was carved by the same person, does that mean someone has lived for thousands of years, or even longer? Bai Qingyin held Yu Huiyan's hand and said, "How is that possible? Immortality, isn't that like zombies? Vampires? Let's not be superstitious and futile. But how do you explain the stone tablet?" Yu Huiyan was also shocked by the content on the stone tablet. She couldn't imagine who had carved those words. She couldn't have imagined that the person who carved the words was standing beside her at the moment. Su Yi said, "Then just consider that there really are people who have lived for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands. Just consider." Bai Qingyin said, "Zisu, I have to say, science is rigorous. The functions of the human body gradually decline. Organs also age. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to live forever. Science." Su Yi nodded. He had traveled overseas and lived in the West for a while before. He had seen many strange things. As for what Bai Qingyin called science, there was some truth to it because he had also studied the aging and death of ordinary people. It was just the aging and death of internal organs that led to the inability of the body to support consciousness, resulting in death. Su Yi actually had a method to keep youth and prolong life, but this method was only useful for women. Or rather, he would only help women with this matter. After all, the method was to consume his essence. There had been women who tried it before. After consuming it, it could ensure at least 50 years of everlasting youth, and their lifespan could be extended by hundreds of years. The wanting to live longer was not possible. Bai Qingyan sized up Su Yi and touched her chin, saying, "You say you recognize the words on the stone tablet. Are you a descendant of the person who carved the words on the stone tablet, or are you that person?" Su Yi nodded. "Actually, the stone tablet is my carving. They brought down these things from the mountain which are my daily necessities." Such a sincere and straightforward answer. Bai Qingyan burst into laughter. "You are quite a storyteller." I believe. Tell me about your story with Han Jun doused." Yu Huiyan just gave Su Yi a deep glance. This person could spin stories with such seriousness. "I never lied to women," Su Yi said. He had lived for so many years and had, indeed, never lied to a woman, because he never lacked women. Due to his immortality, it was very difficult for him to have descendants. The laws of nature were simple. The stronger a species, the more difficult it was to reproduce offspring. At least in all these years, no woman had been able to have a child with him. "Wow, I believe you." Bai Qingyan blinked and asked, "To be honest, do you like our sister Yu?" Su Yi looked at Yu Huiyan and said, "She's too young." Bai Qingyan also stared at Yu Huiyan's chest and then at her own, muttering to herself, "Is this too small?" Su Yi nodded seriously, "A bit small." Yu Huiyan's face turned red. She never expected the conversation between these two people to lead to her evaluating her size. "Are you done shopping? If you're done, let's go." Yu Huiyan was too lazy to talk to these two people. There were still many people around, and their shameless discussion about other size was too embarrassing. "Done." Bai Qingyan chuckled. "Sister Yu, it's so early now. Shall we go to the antique street next door? Comrade Zisu here has lived for thousands of years. Maybe he can recognize an antique at a glance, and we might find a good deal." "What living for thousands of years?" Su Yi's thick skin seemed to have accumulated to the thickness of thousands of years. He remained unaffected no matter what was said. If Yu Huiyan's mind wasn't a little off, she might just believe it. Qin Lin followed behind, trembling with anger. What was going on here? This wild boy Su Yi was full of nonsense, and Yu Huiyan actually paid attention to him, while she, mature and stable, barely got a glance from Yu Huiyan. Also, Bai Qingyan had said before coming that she would give him and Yu Huiyan a chance to get along, but now she was chatting eagerly with Su Yi, wasting the 2 museum tickets. When Su Yi heard about the antique street, he became a bit interested. He said, "Let's go have a look then." There shouldn't be anyone who understands antiques better than Su Yi. Others judged the age of antiques based on traces and features, but Su Yi had truly experienced that history. With just a glance, he could basically tell the history of anything. The antique market in Qingzhou City is located near the museum. When Su Yi and the others left the museum, they were ready to go take a look around. Following them, in addition to Qin Lin, there was also a group of people, including Yang Zhengcheng. "Yang, do you really believe that this young man can translate the words on the stone tablet?" The staff next to Yang Zhengcheng all thought that he was delusional. Knowledge and experience are usually associated with age. Su Yi looks so young, perhaps still a student in school. How could he understand things that even these old scholars can't comprehend? Yang Zhengcheng pondered for a moment and frowned, saying, "I don't believe it, but I want to believe." What a complex feeling. He just held on to a glimmer of hope. If this young man really could understand the words on the stone tablet, and even if what he said was true, perhaps the entire history of China would be rewritten. Su Yi didn't even glance at Yang Zhengcheng, walking ahead on his own. The bustling of the metropolitan area was different from before, with crowds bustling around. Su Yi looked around, everything seeming fresh and new to him. Yu Huiyan glanced back and whispered, "Su Yi, Mr. Yan is still following us. Your attitude isn't very good because you are a student at Qingzhou University after all, and he is an old-school principal." Su Yi replied casually, "But he is not the principal now." Yu Huiyan realized she was probably going to drive herself crazy talking to this guy. At least with Su Yi, she couldn't see any respect for elders. It was like he didn't care about giving face at all. Qin Lin, who was still lingering behind, couldn't help but say after hearing Su Yi's words, "With your attitude, how did you get into Qingzhou University?" Su Yi looked back at Qin Lin and said, "Yue Guowen got me into the school." Qin Lin stood dumbfounded on the spot, looking at Su Yi and then at Yu Huiyan. Yue Guowen got Su Yi into the school, and Su Yi even called out his name in front of Yu Huiyan, addressing her grandfather by name. It was like they were peers. And the tone Su used seemed to show that he didn't care about Yue Guowen at all. Such an attitude was incredibly arrogant. Qin Lin found it hard to believe that Yu Huiyan could get along peacefully with someone like this. Yu Huiyan stared deeply at Su Yi, then gritted her teeth, saying, "Su Yi, can you show some respect when talking about my grandfather?" Su Yi glanced at Yu Huiyan and remained silent, smiling without saying a word, asking him to talk about Yue Guowen with respect. If Yue Guowen were here, and Su Yi spoke to him politely, he might be scared enough to kneel down on the spot. Forget it. Do as you please. Yu Huiyan really couldn't understand why her grandfather valued Su Yi so much. She would figure it out when she returned home at night. Su Yi's eyes scanned over some items on the roadside stalls and commented, "The items here are pretty well made." They are indeed, but at least 70% of the items on this antique street are fake. Even if they are genuine, they are likely to be swapped during transactions, warned Yu Huiyan. Don't try to take advantage, or you'll end up losing. Many people here like to pretend to be farmers, looking simple and honest, but in reality, they are full of deceit. Su Yi chuckled. It sounds like you know a lot. Yu Huiyan looked at him disdainfully, forced a smile, and said, "Yes, I'm just telling you. Since you won't buy anything anyway." The smile quickly disappeared, and Yu Huiyan was quite unhappy with Su Yi's attitude, seeming aloof and condescending. Su Yi didn't argue with her but instead squatted down in front of a booth that displayed some bronze and jade items, all beautifully arranged. Yu Huiyan had no choice but to stop and see what tricks Su Yi would play. At a glance, she could tell that the items on this stall were all modern handicrafts, and most importantly, Su Yi didn't even have any money on him. "How much is this jade bowl?" Su Yi asked, focusing on a translucent jade bowl. The vendor looked at Su Yi, then at Yu Huiyan and the others behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. "Young man, this is a jade bowl from the Qianlong era. Look at this quality, this condition, and the poetry inscribed on it. 300, are you selling?" Su Yi interrupted the vendor. Are you here to cause trouble?" The smile on the vendor's face froze instantly. Su Yi offered 300 before he even quoted a price. How could he continue playing this game? Su Yi stared at him, saying nothing, a playful look in his eyes. Being stared at by Su Yi made the vendor's scalp tingle, as if all his little secrets were laid bare by this young man. "Fine. I'll sell it to you." The vendor sighed heavily. This was just a glass craft item, with a cost of just over 30, and he was just scamming someone who didn't know anything. With the price at 300, he could still make a little profit, and at least cover the cost of the stall for the day. When Su Yi turned around, Yu Huiyan also turned her face away. Was this guy going to shamelessly ask her for money again? Yu Huiyan said, "If you really need money, take the card." Not accepting the card when offered, and asking for money to buy things from her. What kind of behavior was this? Su Yi ignored Yu Huiyan and instead pointed his finger at Yang Zhengcheng behind him, then gestured towards him. Yang Zhengcheng stared at Su Yi, then at himself, full of confusion. How long had it been since someone had beckoned him so arrogantly like this? Su Yi nodded towards Yang Zhengcheng, indicating that he was calling him. "Yang, this kid is too arrogant. I really want to go up and teach this kid a lesson. I've never seen such an unreasonable kid." The people behind Yang Zhengcheng were all furious, never having seen a young man like Su Yi before. "Come with me." Yang Zhengcheng stretched out his hand, calming them down, and slowly walked over to Su Yi. Su Yi stood up and said, "Help me buy something, and I'll teach you a word. How about that? I won't take you as a disciple." "I won't take you as a disciple?" Yang Zhengcheng remained silent for a while. The way Su Yi said it made it seem like he really wanted to be Su Yi's master. "Do you really understand the words on the stone tablet?" Yang Zhengcheng still couldn't give up. What if, just what if, Su Yi really understood the words on the stone tablet? Su Yi walked away, just interested in a bowl, not caring whether he should buy it or not. "All right. As long as you can really teach me the words on the stone tablet, you can buy whatever you want." Yang Zhengcheng also wanted to know Su Yi truly understood the words on the stone tablet. He had written down the inscriptions on the stone tablet and was ready to write them out individually for Su Yi to identify. Su Yi looked at the small items in front of him and said to Yang Zhengcheng, "From this stall, buy everything for me and send it to my home. Count how many pieces there are." "Just these things?" Yang Zhengcheng frowned. "They are just handicrafts." The vendor couldn't help but feel anxious when he heard this. "Hey, old man, Are you here to ruin my business? What do you mean they are just handicrafts? I have many good items here. Your words are damaging my reputation. Suyi responded, I don't want antiques. Modern handicrafts are quite good. I want to display them in my home. Feeling ignored, the vendor shouted at Suyi, young man, didn't you hear me? I have many antiques here. If you buy them all, it will cost at least 200,000. I won't sell a single piece less. Will you sell them all for 2,000? Suyi stared at the vendor. Damn. Again, the vendor had never seen such a look before. Despite being a young man, Suyi's gaze made him feel completely exposed. 2,000 for all. He can earn a small 800 today. But this is an antique stall. Don't you know what an antique stall is? It only opens once a year and can sustain for a year. Selling them like this would be a disgrace. Sold to you. The vendor gritted his teeth. It seems he can no longer set up a stall in this place and needs to find another place to make a living. Yang Zhengcheng couldn't help but smile and said, 2,000 is not bad. He scanned the QR code and made the payment. There were 9 small items on the stall, meaning 2,000 for 9 words. It's worth it no matter how you calculate it. Young man, where do you live? I'll have someone deliver them to your home. After paying, Yang Zhengcheng couldn't help but have some expectations. If Suyi really knows those words, what's wrong with learning from him? At Wadon Street, the house with a Wadon tree. Just put the items in the courtyard. Suyi looked at Yang Zhengcheng and said, 9 words, no more. I'm in a good mood today and can teach you, but if you want to learn more in the future, it depends on my mood. Yang Zhengcheng awkwardly smiled. Is this young man too arrogant? Wanting to learn words, but depending on his mood. Lao Yang, let's go. Why do you have to endure this? The elderly man next to Yang Zhengcheng couldn't bear it. Based on what Suyi said, his tone and attitude were quite unacceptable. Yang Zhengcheng waved his hand, took out a pen and notebook, and immediately wrote a word. Young man, how do you recognize this word? He asked. Suyi glanced and said, this word represents Master Hanjun. A single word represents Master Hanjun. Yang Zhengcheng furrowed his brows. This is somewhat like English, a single word. What about this word? Boring. Where is it boring? I said this word means boring. Are you dumb? Suyi looked at Yang Zhengcheng disdainfully, but Yang Zhengcheng didn't get angry, just laughed awkwardly and immediately wrote another word. Dead. This time, Yang Zhengcheng didn't ask further. He continued to write the remaining words and then wrote down all the meanings translated by Suyi. The written words were all mixed up individually. After Suyi translated the 9 words, the combined meaning turned out to be, Master Hanjun is dead. A bit boring, he divided his soul into 3 parts, as a form of reincarnation. 1 breath forms 3 clears. Yang Zhengcheng recalled the other translations Suyi had done before, and the words and meanings seemed to match up. These mysterious words looked simple, but were extraordinary. If Suyi had made them up earlier, it wouldn't have been translated so accurately off the cuff. He really understands the words on the stone tablet. Staring at Suyi, Yang Zhengcheng's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed excitedly, young man, what else do you want? As long as you like it, I will buy it for you. Suyi furrowed his brows. I said I'm giving you this opportunity because I'm in a good mood today. If you bother me again, just get lost. Yu Huiyan and the others were dumbfounded. This was too scary. Someone actually told Yang Zhengcheng to get lost. The staff behind Yang Zhengcheng couldn't help but speak out, just know a few words, and yet acting so arrogant. Yang Lao, let's go. Don't know where this brat came from. I really want to go up and give him a good beating. Yang Zhengcheng was trembling all over. His bodyguard thought he was angry and stepped forward to support him, suggesting, Yang Lao, don't be angry. This arrogant kid, I'll go up and teach him a lesson. Are you daring to do that? Yang Zhengcheng's face turned red with excitement. He grabbed his bodyguard and then cautiously handed a business card to Suyi. Are you Su Zhaojage? Can you teach me other words next time you're in a good mood? Suyi didn't even take the business card. Let's talk when I'm in a better mood. Take your people and leave. It makes people uncomfortable to shop like this. The reason he taught him was simply because he found him annoying. Right. 9 words, almost there. Yang Zhengcheng awkwardly took back the business card and said to the people around him, don't stand here. Disperse. Send the things to Su Zhaojie's home. Suyi left, and Yu Huiyan had to follow. She had never seen anyone as arrogant as Suyi. Even those worth billions wouldn't dare speak to Yang Zhengcheng in such a manner. While Yang Zhengcheng may not have much money, His students are in prominent positions across various fields. Offending Yan Zhencheng would be seeking death. Yet, Yan Zhencheng was reprimanded but remained so humble to Su Yi. Such a scene was unheard of. Su Yi, can't you be a little more polite to people? Yu Huiyan saw a glimpse of Su Yi's abilities, but his tone was too arrogant. Su Yi looked at Yu Huiyan, blinked, and said, I've been polite to you, right? Yu Huiyan was speechless. Was Su Yi polite to him? Come on, he's clearly treating him like a servant. Does that count as politeness? I've had enough of browsing. It's time for me to go to work. Su Yi lost interest. Undeniably, there were indeed some genuine antiques on that street. If Su Yi wanted to pick up leaks, he would be very accurate. However, he had no interest in these so-called antiques. Antiques. If he wanted antiques, he could unearth however many he wished from ancient tombs. In Su Yi's eyes, these antiques were not interesting at all, especially those daily necessities. Using them now would be more comfortable. Where do you work? Yu Huiyan was really curious. With Su Yi's peculiar temperament, which boss would hire him? Also, with Su Yi's temper, working for others. Su Yi thought for a moment and said, "The sober bar." He didn't recognize those characters yesterday, but now he had learned simplified characters on his phone. The bar, it must be a place for drinking. Su Yi was actually a lover of good liquor. Since it was a place that sold alcohol, there might be good drinks. At least when he was a shop assistant in the liquor store before, if the boss was in a good mood, he would treat him to a few sips of wine. A bar? Yu Huiyan was stunned. What are you doing in a bar? Waiter. Su Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with this profession. Running a business was at least a decent job. Yu Huiyan took a deep breath. She really doubted her ears. Her grandfather gave him a black gold card, which Su Yi didn't even take. Just now, he dealt with the former principal of Qingzhou University without any temper. A person like this, working in a bar. Zisu, if you want a job, I can introduce you to one. Why do you need to go to a place like that to be a waiter? Bai Qingyan still had a good impression of Su Yi, witty, humorous, and handsome. With her family background, it was no problem to introduce Su Yi to a decent job. Su Yi said, "No need. I have already agreed to go to the boss today, and he only works at night, so it's fine." Wow, working hard and studying hard. Bai Qingyan looked at Su Yi with a smile. "I admire you. If you want to change jobs in the future, you can look for me. What are you daydreaming about?" Yu Huiyan covered her face with her hand. Her impression of Su Yi was definitely not good. This guy had a strange temper and was even more arrogant than her. If it wasn't for her grandfather's orders, she would have quit long ago. Bai Qingyan smiled. "Hehe, you sister. Don't be jealous. I have no intention of competing with you for a beaufriend. I told you, he's not my beaufriend." Yu Huiyan really didn't know how to explain. "I have never seen you care so much about any beau before." Bai Qingyan squinted her eyes and said to Su Yi, "Zisu, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up." Su Yi looked at Yu Huiyan and said, "I told you, she's too young." "She's really not young." Bai Qingyan looked at a certain part of Yu Huiyan and muttered softly. Yu Huiyan clenched her fist, gritted her teeth. "Enough of discussing my age. Seriously, I meant age." Su Yi finally realized that Bai Qingyan had misunderstood something. "Age. Your sister is already 21. Bai Qingyan looked at Su Yi in surprise. "You don't look much older than your sister. Do you like older women?" Yu Huiyan also stared at Su Yi curiously. This taste was quite unique. "Women are like this. I may not like you, but if you think I'm not good, then that's not okay." Su Yi was not very old. How could he like older women? Older women. Su Yi's eyes flashed with some light. Young girls have their charm. Older women also have theirs. At this moment, he remembered some of his past confidants. There was a reason why someone with the surname Cao liked asterisk asterisk. Bai Qingyan pointed at Su Yi. Shocked, "It's you. You really like older women? You have such strong taste." Su Yi glanced at her, too lazy to explain so much. Oh no. He really likes older women. "You sister. You're done for." Bai Qingyan stuck out her tongue. "No chance." Yu Huiyan was so angry that she was powerless. "Stop it, will you? Is it necessary to discuss my age issue just because of one comment? I was talking about age." Su Yi finally realized that this girl is just 21. Bai Qingyan sized up Su Yi in surprise. "You don't look much older than your sister. Do you like MILFs?" Yu Huiyan also stared at Su Yi curiously. This taste was quite unique. "Enough of the drama. Are we going to the bar or not?" Su Yi nodded. "Let's go. Together." together. You sister, let's have fun at the bar tonight, and bring a few friends along. Bai Qingyan grinned. If Sisu isn't happy there, he can switch to being a customer immediately. Whatever. Yu Huiyan thought it was irrelevant. Coming from a wealthy family, she had also undergone some self-defense training. Even in a bar filled with all sorts of people, she could ensure the safety of herself and those around her. Finally, the group left Qin Lin behind and went straight to the bar. Bai Qingyan handed the money for the museum ticket to Qin Lin as she got into the car, then said to Yu Huiyan, "Sorry, I didn't know you disliked Qin Lin that much, otherwise, I wouldn't have invited him." Yu Huiyan replied indifferently, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. Heh. Then I'll feel less guilty." Bai Qingyan chuckled. "Let me call my older sister. Let's go have a drink together." "The bar probably hasn't opened yet," Yu Huiyan said. "Call your sister first." Bai Qingyan nodded and made a call. "Sis, where are you? Let's go out for a drink tonight. I'll introduce you to a young man." "What young man?" "I'm on Wudong Street with Yi Xiaoxuan waiting for someone." "What on street? What are you waiting for there?" Bai Qingyan raised an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, Suyi seemed to live on Wudong Street. "Grandfather asked me to find a person named Suyi on Wudong Street. He even asked me to obey him. I don't know what he's thinking." The person wasn't home, and I ran into Yi Xiaoxuan, who was also looking for this person. Bai Qingyan stole a glance at Suyi and whispered, "Sis, I think the person you're looking for might be sitting next to me." "What? Sitting next to you? Where are you guys?" "I'll come right away. We're going to the sober bar now. Yu Huiyan and I are together." Yu Huiyan found him too. "She acts fast. I'll be right over. Don't mention anything about Suyi to anyone else." The call ended abruptly. Bai Qingyan held up her phone, staring at Suyi, unable to say anything for a while. Suyi glanced at her and said, "I don't like strangers bothering me. Do you understand what I mean? Who are you really?" Bai Qingyan finally began to pay attention to Suyi. "My sister, Bai Miao Miao, Vice President of Fenju Group, a real beauty CEO." The people who pursue her could line up for miles to block the street, but Suyi told them not to come. Yu Huiyan was driving, and in her heart, she began to ponder the identity of Suyi. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but now even Bai Miao Miao and Yi Xiaoxuan were starting to look for Suyi. What concept was this? Obviously, the two of them, just like herself, were arranged by their families to find Suyi. The Bai family and the Yi family could also be considered prominent in the entire Qingzhou city. With her own family, the three families wanting to build a good relationship with Suyi meant that Suyi must be extraordinary. Extremely extraordinary. "Ziyu, you can drop me off at the bar entrance, and then you don't need to come look for me again. If possible, try not to come find me in the future." Suyi smiled and said, "I understand now. If you're by my side, it will cause unnecessary trouble." "Ziyu?" Yu Huiyan's heart felt a bit crazed. He called her Ziyu. This guy looked even younger than her. "Are you burning bridges?" Yu Huiyan finally endured it and said, "Since you put it that way, I definitely won't come look for you in the future." Today, she had accompanied Suyi steadily for a day, completing the task her grandfather gave her. Now that Suyi asked her not to look for him in the future, she could go back and report to him. Suyi thought for a moment and said, "You can see it as burning bridges. When you go back, please tell your grandfather that I don't want anyone else to disturb me. When I get paid next month, I will reimburse you for today's expenses." Yu Huiyan felt embarrassed. "I will convey your message to my grandfather." Suyi's attitude was really arrogant. Not wanting others to disturb him, did he really think he was some big leader? When the car arrived at the entrance of the Clear Bar, it was only 5 in the afternoon, and the bar was still closed. "The door isn't open yet. Should I take you somewhere else to hang out?" Yu Huiyan glanced at the supposed Clear Bar. This bar was one of the larger ones on the street, but the larger the bar, the more chaotic it was inside. Too many drunk people squeezed together, and some friction might occur unexpectedly. "Drop me off here." Suyi looked out the car window, raised his eyebrows, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Yu Huiyan turned to look at Suyi. Following his gaze, she saw a young girl standing at the bar entrance. The girl looked to be around 20, with delicate features, a delicate appearance, and simple clothing. Yu Huiyan couldn't help but ask, "Is she your friend?" Suyi said, "Sort of. Just pull the door handle yourself, and the door will open." Yu Huiyan believed that with Suyi's intelligence, he could quickly learn how to open the car door. She couldn't open the door every time. "Oh, you could have told me earlier." Suyi casually opened the door, infuriating Yu Huiyan to the point where she wanted to bite him now. After Suyi got out of the car, he slowly walked towards the girl standing at the bar entrance. When they were 3 meters apart, the girl looked up at him, then lowered her head, clearly not recognizing Suyi. Suyi walked up to the girl, and only then did she turn her head and look at him. She asked, "Young man, are you also working here?" Suyi nodded and introduced himself with a bright smile. "My name is Suyi." The girl quickly smiled then nodded at Suyi, saying, "Hello, I'm Lin Yun." Suyi asked, "Are you also working here?" "Yeah, I just interviewed yesterday. I'm going to be a waitress," Lin Yun said. "You came out of that car just now. You should be pretty wealthy." Without even mentioning the car model, just by looking at the license plate, you could tell that the owner of that car was either rich or noble. Suyi shook his head and said, "I'm not that wealthy. That car belongs to my friend." "Oh," Lin Yun replied, indifferently and didn't speak further, indicating that she didn't want to deal with Suyi anymore. Suyi also remained silent, and the two stood quietly at the bar entrance. As dusk approached, the neon lights on the street began to light up until a plump and pretty middle-aged woman came over and opened the bar door. "Are you two here to apply?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Suyi and Lin Yun and said, "Come in with me first. I'm Zhang Ting. You can call me Sister Ting." The middle-aged woman walked to the front desk and said, "Give me a copy of your ID card. Leave your phone number and name." Sister Ting, "Hello, I'm Lin Yun." "I'm Suyi." Zhang Ting glanced deeply at Lin Yun and smiled, asking, "Lin, are you applying for the waitress position? The salary for waitresses isn't very high." Lin Yun knew what she meant and quickly said, "Sister Ting, I just want to be a waitress. I don't mind a lower salary. Will things be orderly here? If it gets really chaotic, then I might reconsider." Zhang Ting nodded and said, "Since you only want to be a waitress, I will make sure nothing happens to you. If there are any issues in the future, just tell Sister Ting, and I will protect you." Suyi, listening to their conversation, felt that there was something fishy going on. "Sister Ting, besides being a waitress, what else can I do?" Suyi was curious about this new world. Could he do other things as well? When he came yesterday, he saw the recruitment advertisement of the bar, such as a lobby manager, business manager, etc., with different salaries and benefits. Zhang Ting looked him up and down. This young man was indeed handsome, and at this age, he was also full of energy. Zhang Ting asked, "How's your alcohol tolerance?" Suyi thought for a moment and said seriously, "I can handle 1,000 cups without getting drunk." "Ha ha." Zhang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. There were many people in the bar who claimed they could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. "Then can you accompany those ladies for drinks, chat with them? Basic salary of 3,000 plus commission on drinks." Zhang Ting had been running the bar for who knows how many years, and sometimes women's demands were much higher than men's. Suyi frowned and asked, "Just accompany them for drinks and chat, that's it?" Zhang Ting said lightly, "If those ladies need it, you also need to accompany them for sleeping." "That's not acceptable," Suyi immediately rejected. Accompanying women for sleep? What kind of joke was this? Many women had their eyes on his body, but for 3,000 yuan, he would have to sleep with countless women. How was that possible? Zhang Ting smiled and said, "If you can chat with them, that's fine too. As long as you keep those girls happy, and they come back next time, that's all I need." Chatting? That shouldn't be a problem. Suyi had asked before. As a waiter, his daily duties were to serve guests, open bottles, bring drinks, whatever the guests wanted. It was all simple and tedious work. But if chatting and drinking could earn him money, that was not bad either. "Zisu, you say you can drink well and chat well, but I have only heard you say that. I haven't seen your actual abilities yet. So, there will be a 3-day trial period. If your performance satisfies me during these 3 days, I will make you the business manager," Zhang Ting said, not completely believing Suyi's words. She had seen many different kinds of people at nightclubs before, including someone like Suyi, but many people would end up ruined after drinking continuously for a week. Suyi nodded and asked, "So my task is to sell alcohol and accompany guests to make them spend money?" When Suyi asked this question, he understood the nature of his job. Isn't this the same as the girls in the brothels before? Just the gender has been switched. This job is very challenging, at least something he has never done before. Zhang Ting squinted and smiled. You can interpret it that way. So, Your monthly salary will depend on your ability. If your alcohol tolerance is not good and you get drunk by the ladies and taken to a room, I will not be responsible. Ling Yun, listening beside them, was bewildered. She came to work here for part-time work and study, and she knew that bars were mixed places, but at least there were legitimate places, right? Listening to John Ting and Suyi's conversation, she understood that this bar must be quite chaotic. Not only were girls unsafe outside, but boys weren't safe either. Yet, Ling Yun began to speak, but John Ting interrupted her. Zilin, you don't need to worry about these issues. I have rules here. Since you applied to be a server, I will absolutely not let you accompany customers or have customers bother you. I said, I will protect you. She could see Lin Yun's concerns and reassured her. Different positions have different tasks. You are only responsible for serving guests drinks, or if you want to be a greeter, that is also fine. Okay. Lin Yun's last concern was dispelled. John Ting's response was too decisive, exuding confidence that made her feel warm. Zisu, tonight I have a few friends coming for drinks. The tables are already reserved. Your job is to accompany them. How does that sound? John Ting smiled. First, I want to test your alcohol tolerance tonight. Even if you can't handle it, my friends won't make things difficult for you. Suyi didn't hesitate and said, okay. He was just trying to adapt to his new life. At this moment, he even wondered, what if the female guests tonight are unattractive? He would probably have to endure it. Just like the girls in brothels, did they have the right to choose their customers? However, even the girls in brothels had their elite. If their skills were exceptional, even if they accompanied customers for drinks, they had the right to choose their clients. This was Suyi's first job, so since he had started, he naturally had to do it perfectly. Yeah. What do I need to do to be able to choose clients myself? Suyi asked this question directly. John Ting stared at him, silent for a moment, and said, if tonight you can make all my friends at that table happily drunk, I will allow you to choose one table of customers every day in the future. Wanting to choose customers right from the start, Suyi was indeed thinking ahead. John Ting didn't pay much attention to the question Suyi asked. Hadn't she heard that women had their innate alcohol tolerance? And those friends of John Ting were wealthy women who frequented nightclubs all year round. They wouldn't bat an eye at drinking several dozen bottles of beer and mixed different types of alcohol. It was likely that they would get Suyi drunk tonight. You two, go change into your work uniforms. John Ting walked out from the bar, leading Lin Yun and Suyi to the back. John Ting handed Lin Yun a simple employee cheongsam and gave Suyi a small suit. Go change in the restroom. After saying this, John Ting left them to it. Around this time, other bar employees began to arrive. Suyi changed into a small suit and came back out. John Ting couldn't help but size him up. He was exceptionally handsome, probably captivating those wealthy women with just his face alone. Though only 20 years old, there was a mature quality about him that made John Ting see him as experienced, almost like a seasoned man. His eyes seemed to hold stars, making it hard to look away, with flawless features. At that moment, John Ting's heart was beating faster. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. One applicant was a quiet and elegant fairy-like beauty, while the other was enough to outshine any fresh-faced youth. At this moment, John Ting truly wanted to nurture Suyi. If this young man was as good at drinking as he claimed, he might indeed become the cash cow of the bar. After running the bar for so many years, John Ting understood one thing. For men chasing women, it's all about novelty. Once they've had their fill, they lose interest. However, if a woman falls for a man, it's like she's lost her mind. There were so many wealthy women she knew. If those women were enamored with Suyi and he refused to sleep with them, their desire would only grow. A woman spending power is truly terrifying. Yet, where did you find this handsome guy? A female co-worker in the bar asked, eyeing Suyi up and down. Hello, I'm Suyi. Today is my first day at work. Please take care of me. Suyi spoke, using what he learned online. The woman giggled. Suyi, don't worry. Big sister here will definitely take care of you in the future. Don't scare him, John Ting said, rolling her eyes at the woman, then asked Suyi, have you frequented bars before? Suyi shook his head, saying, no, today is my second time in a bar. Yesterday was the first. John Ting's mouth twitched as she asked, games like dice, finger guessing, and 15-20. Have you played them before? After some thought, Suyi said, I am good at playing dice. I can control what number I want to get. As for finger guessing and 1520, I'm not sure how you play them here. You can teach me. I will learn quickly, Suyi responded. He used to run a gambling den before, so dice weren't unfamiliar to him. However, finger guessing and similar games might be different in this era. You're boasting. Zhang Ting rolled her eyes. She picked up a dice cup from a nearby table and placed it in front of Suyi. If you roll a 5, your salary will double. 5 dice, and you shake them all out at once. Suyi couldn't help but smile. It was too simple for him. His hand rested on the dice cup, and with a sudden lift, the 5 dice flew in the air. The bar lights were not fully on yet, and Zhang Ting couldn't even see how he caught the 5 dice. But that flick of the dice, impressive. Clearly practiced. Zhang Ting stared at the dice cup in Suyi's hand until he placed it on the table. 5 ones? Zhang Ting raised her eyebrows skeptically. How could this be true? Suyi extended his hand, indicating for her to check for herself, smiling but saying nothing. Curiously, Zhang Ting opened the dice cup, and when she saw what was inside, she looked at Suyi with a puzzled expression. It wasn't just 5 ones that came out. The 5 dice were neatly stacked together, with clearly a 1 on the top. Zhang Ting picked up the dice one by one, and they were all ones. Yes, this kind of skill might seem simple to talk about, but in reality, even someone like Zhang Ting, who had been running a bar for many years, had never seen it before. If you wanted to say she had seen it somewhere, it would only be in movies or magic shows. This is unbelievable. A handsome young man approached from the side, staring at the dice in amazement and calling out, Tingya, who is this amazing person you've brought in? Zihe. Can you do this? Zhang Ting asked the handsome young man. Zihe shook his head like a rattle drum. If I were that skilled, I wouldn't be passed out every night. Then his eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Suyi. Brother, are you taking in disciples? Zihe realized that if he had this skill, he could dominate the nightlife. No. Suyi refused decisively but accepted the cigarette. However, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Really? Zihe was extremely excited. After lighting a cigarette, he moved closer. Brother, I'm called He Liao, but you can call me Zihe. All right. Suyi lit the cigarette and took a puff. Cigarettes existed 50 years ago too. Suyi even tried opium, but these things didn't have much meaning to him. After all, nicotine and opium had no effect on his nerves, so there was no addiction. Don't be so excited. Zhang Ting quickly stopped them and said, Suyi, could you show me again? Shaking out 5 sixes this time and stacking them up just like before. Is that okay? Suyi picked up the dice cup, flicked his wrist. The dice fell into the cup, and with a gentle shake, he uncovered the cup to reveal the 5 dice neatly stacked. I can do this too, His eyes were almost bulging out. He had intended to learn from this opportunity, but Suyi just flicked his wrist, and 5 sixes were stacked neatly again. How could he learn like this? Imitate his movements or his expression? Zhang Ting couldn't help but smile in amazement. Jackpot. It seems like she has really hit the jackpot this time. Tingya, are you serious about doubling my salary? Suyi wasn't interested in money given by others, but when it came to earning his own, it was a different story. Of course, Zhang Ting said decisively, as long as you work hard, and if you really can drink as much as you claim. A basic salary of 6,000 yuan, plus commissions from alcohol sales. If the performance is good, you could easily make 1 to 2 10,000 in a month. Okay. Suyi also had some understanding of modern prices. A caddy of rice was only 2 to 3 yuan, and pork in Qingzhou City was around 40 yuan per caddy. Making 1 to 2 10,000 in a month was considered a high income even 50 years ago. Okay. Tonight Zihe will accompany me with my group of sisters, Zhang Ting said to He Liao. Zihe, teach him the things you usually play with us. He doesn't know. He Liao was a bit puzzled. After seeing Suyi shaking the dice, he thought Suyi was a great god who frequented the nightlife. He didn't expect Zhang Ting to ask him to take Suyi along. Suje, have you played 1520 before? Zihe asked Suyi. Suyi shook his head honestly. He Liao took a deep breath and briefly explained the rules to him. Then the two started playing. 1520, 1520, 5. He Liao was stunned. Your luck is good. Winning in the first round. Let's try again. Suyi smiled. This little game seemed too simple. Setting aside his speculations, with his reflexes, as long as he didn't want to lose, there was no possibility of losing. They played 20 rounds in a row, and He Liao's state of mind was already explosive. Tingya, are you sure he really can't play? There weren't many customers in the bar now, and Liao shouted loudly, truly doubting his life. He was known as a little alcohol deity in the clear bar, not because he could drink a lot, but because he played various small games at the bar skillfully. However, now, playing 15-20 and losing 20 rounds in a row, though he didn't drink, his mindset was shattered. Zhang Ting walked over, glanced at Su Yi, and said, he said he can't. I lost 20 rounds. Liao looked at Zhang Ting with a look of despair. This is obviously pretending to be weak. Even Zhang Ting was shocked. These kinds of small games, like 15-20, were challenging to win 20 rounds in a row. At least in these years, it was the first time she had seen it. Let's play something else, Liao said helplessly. How about punching game? Su Yi looked at him. Don't tell me you don't know how to play. Liao was glad that they were just playing around earlier. Otherwise, starting with 20 shots, he probably wouldn't have to work tonight. Su Yi nodded again. Really can't. Liao explained the rules again. 10 minutes later, Liao and Zhang Ting sat across from Su Yi, both staring at him dumbfoundedly. Liao had lost 35 rounds in a row, and Zhang Ting had lost 21 rounds. Both felt defeated. Let's play Bool. Liao explained the rules of Bool to Su Yi. After 3 rounds, they stopped playing. Su Yi won every round. What was the point of playing this game? Zhang Ting finally understood. When it came to games involving dice and punching, Su Yi was invincible. Zisu, let me tell you, you're amazing at playing these games, but you can't keep playing like this. Zhang Ting had seen Su Yi's skills thoroughly, but she had to warn him, if you keep winning against customers all the time, they won't have a good gaming experience. Lose 1 out of 3 rounds or 1 out of 4, at least, so they have a chance to win. Also, if a customer loses 3 times in a row, you have to have a drink with them. If Su Yi was this invincible even with guests, after a single game, who would dare to challenge him? Accompanying guests to drink. Although Su Yi has never worked in this industry before, he has spent plenty of time in nightlife establishments. How to make guests happy like the courtesans did, Su Yi can do it too. Of course, selling talent not body. This is a matter of principle. Ting ya. I know what to do. Su Yi smiled and asked, do you know what the strongest liquor we have here is? Bring a barrel. A barrel? You're exaggerating a bit. Zhang Ting said, the strongest we have here is the last man standing. Since you claim you can drink so well, later play with Yun Ya and the others. If you can really drink 6 cups without falling, Yun Ya and the others will definitely be thrilled. Last man standing. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This was a strange name. Liao took a sharp breath and said, Suje, you're not really going to drink, are you? If you drink those 6 cups, you'll be out for at least 3 days. Su Yi curiously stared at Liao. Liao then explained, there's a way to drink this liquor. Each person has to finish 6 cups at once. Whoever falls last is the last man standing. But what's the use of falling last? After drinking the 6 cups, even if there's no bleeding in the stomach, you definitely won't be in sound mind. Our best drinker, Chuanje, after 6 cups, he's still laid for 3 days. That time I drank it all then didn't want to touch alcohol for a week. Is it that exaggerated? I kind of want to try. Su Yi blinked with interest. Zihe clasped his hands and said to Su Yi, Suje, when you want to play later, give me a signal. I'll go to the bathroom first, then you can play slowly. Okay, if you suggest playing, all the men at the table will definitely want to drink. Su Yi nodded. Then I'll tap the table 3 times with the cup, and then you leave first. Thank you, brother. Liao now regarded Su Yi as a deity. If Su Yi could really drink it, he would probably be the god of the whole bar in the future. You're welcome. After a few more courteous words, Su Yi had Liao teach him some small games, and the two of them became completely familiar with each other. After 8 o'clock in the evening, more customers started to come to the bar. Yu Huiyan and Bai Qingyan actually came, and they even brought a woman along. When they entered, Su Yi noticed them but pretended not to recognize them. Zhang Ting had sharp eyes and could tell at a glance that these 3 women were either rich or noble. As soon as these 3 women entered the bar, almost all the men who saw them couldn't take their eyes off. Yu Huiyan and the others sat at a private booth, and Zhang Ting didn't call other waiters, but personally went over. Is it your first time here, 3 beautiful ladies? Do you have other friends with you? After going over, Zhang Ting secretly assessed these 3 women. Their stunning and exquisite appearances aside, their temperament was extraordinary. and the things they wore were outrageously expensive. Just the pair of diamond earrings Yu Huiyan wore were worth at least over 100,000, and Bai Qingyin's handbag started at 20,000. As for the other woman, Bai Qingyin's sister Bai Miao Miao, just the bracelet she wore was worth at least 1 million. These three were the real wealthy women. John Ting couldn't help but feel a bit nervous facing them. If these women came to her place to drink and were harassed by some thugs, the consequences could be quite serious. She had to ensure the security of these three women and make sure they had a good time. With a more refined makeup compared to Yu Huiyan and the others, Bai Miao Miao exuded a more aloof air. It's just the three of us. Do you have any red wine here? John Ting smiled. Hello, for red wine, we have white, sparkle, red way. Do you have Ramani Conti? Bai Miao Miao asked. Then just by looking at John Ting's expression, she knew they didn't, and could only say, do you have La Fight? John Ting smiled awkwardly. We have a 1996 La Fight. 1996, Bai Miao Miao said somewhat disdainfully. Bring a bottle over. Okay. John Ting said. Beautiful lady. The 1996 La Fight we sell for 28,888 a bottle. If you want, I'll give you a 20% discount. Bai Miao Miao waved her hand and said, no need for a discount, I'll give you 30,000. Then, she pointed at Suyi who was tasting the wine at the bar. Let me ask you, does that person work here? John Ting was taken aback. She looked in the direction Bai Miao Miao pointed to, and said with a smile, you mean the young man in front of the bar? He just started working here. His name is Suyi. Is there something you need? John Ting was elated at this moment. Did this beautiful woman take a liking to Suyi as soon as she came in? Handsome looks really bring in the crowds. After hesitating for a while, Bai Miao Miao said, can you please have him come over? No problem, I'll call him over right away. John Ting nodded, walked over to Suyi. Little Sue, go to Kate later. There's a beautiful lady specifically asking for you. Make sure to take good care of her. Suyi could remember the table number at the bar. Yu Huiyan and the others were sitting at K8. He knew this. Now that the boss asked him to go over, he naturally had no reason not to. Okay. Ting ya. Suyi smiled and walked over to the table where Yu Huiyan and the others were. Yu Huiyan didn't want to come in the first place, but Bai Miao Miao forced it, so they had to come together. She was also quite curious about what Suyi's attitude towards Bai Miao Miao would be like. Although Bai Miao Miao was not a mature woman, her body exuded a mature woman's unique temperament. Mature, plump, and beautiful. Faced with such a beauty, wouldn't he be moved? Suyi walked to Kate, his smile becoming more forced. Three beautiful ladies, what can I get for you? You're Suyi? Bai Miao Miao stared at Suyi and frowned. You're working here now, as a waiter. Suyi nodded. Yes, what can I do for you? Bai Miao Miao pondered for a moment and said, come with me tomorrow to get married. You'll be my husband. I'll give you 30,000 a month, provide you with a car, and find you another job. You can do whatever you want, but you can't touch me. After we're married, we'll go our separate ways. Suyi slowly narrowed his eyes. Are girls this direct nowadays, going straight to wanting to marry him? From the looks of it, Bai Miao Miao really did not know his status, which led to some misunderstandings. Miss Bai, isn't it? I refuse. Is that okay? Suyi didn't even think about it and directly refused. Before finding this job, he might have agreed. But now, definitely not. Bai Miao Miao stared blankly at Suyi. She was rejected. Yu Huiyan and Bai Qingyin didn't need to say much. The two of them never expected Bai Miao Miao to be so straightforward upon meeting. Skipping all the formalities and directly getting married, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Bai Miao Miao taking the initiative to propose marriage. If this news gets out, the entire circle will be shaken. Most importantly, she was rejected. Do you know what you are saying? Bai Miao Miao's face turned cold. She looked at Suyi seriously and said, I'll give you one last chance. You can think about it before answering me. Suyi didn't hesitate and said, then I'll have to reject you once again. Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth. Her grandfather Bai Jixu personally asked her yesterday to get close to Suyi. Although he didn't mention Suyi's identity, it was clear that he valued Suyi greatly. He asked her to try to befriend Suyi. Even if they couldn't become friends, she couldn't afford to offend him. In the past 2 years, her family had started pressuring her to get married, but Bai Miao Miao didn't want to marry a rich second-generation man and be idle. The best solution was to marry a financially modest man. She felt that her grandfather was finding her a future husband. Yesterday she went to Wudong Street, and from where Suyi lived, He didn't seem wealthy. Today, when she saw Suyi in person, he looked handsome enough, at least pleasing to the eye, so she decided to compromise. That she never expected to be rejected, let alone rejected twice. Zhang Ting saw Suyi talking to Bai Miaomia and noticed that Bai Miaomio's expression didn't look good. So she walked over with the drinks. "Hello, 3 beautiful ladies. Here's the alcohol you ordered." Behind Zhang Ting was a waiter specializing in wine service. After all, the red wine costing over 20,000 in their establishment was considered not cheap, with few people ordering it on usual days. Bai Miaomia slightly eased the embarrassment and said, "Open it." Then the waiter opened the red wine and started aerating it. "Ladies, if you don't have any other friends here, would you like little Su to accompany you for a drink? He just arrived today and might not be very talkative. Please don't be offended. 3 of you." Zhang Ting was good at detecting attitudes and expressions, but she couldn't make Suyi leave directly unless Bai Miaomia and her friends specifically said so. Bai Miaomia suddenly smiled deeply at Suyi and asked, "So, you're in charge of keeping us company with drinks?" Suyi didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded and said, "If Miss Bai wants me to accompany you for drinks, I wouldn't refuse." "Great." Bai Miaomia pointed at the bottle of wine and said, "Let's finish this bottle, and after finishing it, I'll give you 10,000. Zhang Ting felt that Bai Miaomia seemed a bit agitated, but she couldn't say anything. She looked at Suyi and asked, "Little Su, can you handle it?" Suyi smiled. "Drinking alcohol and earning money, of course, I can handle. But, is it 1 bottle for 10,000, or just this one?" Amused by Suyi's tone, Bai Miaomia said, "From the way you speak, can you handle several more bottles?" Suyi shrugged. 7 or 8 bottles should be fine. "Bring me 10 bottles. Bai Miaomia said. "Pay with a card now." 10 bottles? Zhang Ting quickly said. "Miss Bai. Hello, the 1996 Lafite in our store. Adding this bottle here, we only have 3 bottles in stock. Other foreign wines are also acceptable. Price doesn't matter. Just take the most expensive ones in your store. Gather 10 bottles. I want to see how many he can drink." Bai Miaomia initially didn't intend to offend Suyi, but his words excited her. She had always been rejecting others from childhood to adulthood. When had someone rejected her before? Zhang Ting agreed and quickly sent the waiter to get the wine. She followed along. Although Suyi claimed he could drink well, drinking 10 bottles of red wine and foreign liquor would surely incapacitate him. Zhang Ting selected 9 bottles of red wine, at least without mixing foreign liquor, as it wouldn't be a simple case of getting drunk. Additionally, Zhang Ting brought a POS machine and a bill. "Miss Bai, these 10 bottles, wine total 153,880. You can pay one." She had thought it over. If Suyi couldn't handle it, he'd just collapse, and couldn't Bai Miaomia just pour the rest into him? "Sell the wine first." Bai Miaomia took out her bank card from her bag and said, "No need for a discount. The alcohol is 160,000. Plus, you just stand here and watch how many bottles he can drink. I'll pay a few thousand more." Bai Miaomia had decided to go against Suyi today. Suddenly, Suyi realized he made a good career choice. He picked up the bottle of red wine on the table, tilted it back, and started downing the drink. In less than a minute, the bottle was empty, and Suyi didn't change his expression. He didn't intentionally suppress the alcohol. The intoxicating effects of alcohol occur due to the excitation of the central nervous system, shifting from excitement to inhibition, resulting in a series of abnormal symptoms in the central nervous system. That someone like Suyi, could his central nervous system be incapacitated by the alcohol? That was simply joking. He wanted to get drunk too, but due to his constitution, it was simply impossible. For him, drinking wine was just about the taste. "This wine isn't bad." Suyi licked his lips and told the wine opener, "Bring more wine." He, who was entertaining guests at another table, looked over at Suyi from a distance and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Perhaps the title of wine god was going to change hands. The commotion at Suyi's table naturally attracted the other guests and servers in the bar. Bottle after bottle of wine was opened, and Suyi simply tilted his head back and drank. This is the 5th bottle. Even Yu Huiyan was shocked. She had never seen someone drink so much, let alone her. Even Zhang Ting, who owned the bar, had never seen someone drink like Suyi did. Drinking 5 bottles of red wine consecutively, without changing his expression or slowing down, was simply incredible. By now, she completely believed what Suyi had said. What did it mean to be unfazed by 1,000 cups? Individuals like him must not be allowed to be poached by others. As Suyi reached the 9th bottle, Bai Miao's face changed. She had wanted to embarrass Suyi, but he actually drank it all. It was already the 9th bottle, yet Suyi showed no signs of intoxication. Hold on. Is there something wrong with your alcohol? Bai Miao prided herself on being clever, and Suyi's drinking behavior was far from logical. The only explanation was that something was wrong with the alcohol. What if it was filled with grape juice? After all, she hadn't drunk any. What if the boss switched the alcohol and replaced it with a beverage like grape juice? The Y has a problem. Bai Miao stared seriously at Suyi's eyes, which were clear. Even if he could drink a lot, can it really be this kind of state after 9 bottles of red wine? Suyi paused when she heard that, handed the last bottle of wine to her without saying anything, but his eyes did not need to say anything more. If you think there's a problem with this wine, you drink it. Bai Miao glared at Suyi, snatched the red wine from his hand, tilted her head back and drank it crazily. With the first sip, Bai Miao immediately realized that the wine was fine. The first sip made her cough continuously, and after placing the bottle on the table, her expression became even more strange. If this wine is real, how did Suyi manage to drink 9 bottles? Suyi didn't think too much and continued to pick up the bottle and started drinking. Bai Miao stared in amazement as Suyi picked up the bottle she just drank from to continue drinking. That bottle had her saliva on it. Was this considered intermittent kissing? Bai Miao had never had such intimate interaction with any man since she could remember. Suyi's actions made her blush involuntarily, unsure if it was because of the wine she drank earlier. In any case, Bai Miao felt offended. Done. Suyi placed the empty bottle on the table and looked at Bai Miao with a smile. 1 bottle is 10,000. 10 bottles are 100,000. This money was earned quite easily. Before Bai Miao could speak, John Ting strode over, poured a glass of wine, and said, "Miss Bai, Suyi just arrived today and is a bit naive. I apologize on his behalf. As for the bet you made earlier, let's forget about it. There's no need for comparison since our bar has rules, and Suyi can't take your money anymore." John Ting could see the situation clearly. It was evident that Bai Miao was not an ordinary person. The value of the drinks she ordered earlier was not insignificant. If she had spent money at their bar and still had to endure this treatment, it was unreasonable. It would be a real loss if Suyi won 100,000 and then offended Bai Miao, causing him to quit once he thought he had enough money. The best course of action was not to let Suyi take the money and to give Bai Miao a way out. Bai Miao was already annoyed. Her mood was extremely complicated. When she heard John Ting's words, she no longer insisted and gave Suyi a disdainful look, saying, "I won't give it to you then. Even if you give it to me, I might not want it," Suyi said with a smile that seemed to have hidden meanings. Without such remarks, he might have appeared more charming, but saying those words made even John Ting feel like Suyi was provoking others. "Are you the boss?" Bai Miao glanced at John Ting, gritted her teeth and said, "I don't want to see him now. Let him stay away from me. I'm sorry, he really just arrived today. I will teach him well." John Ting apologized repeatedly and signaled to Suyi, then coldly said, "Suyi, come with me." Suyi obediently followed John Ting out of the VIP room. Kate. "Suyi, you said you knew how to please women, right?" John Ting complained. "Is this the attitude you show towards customers?" Suyi blinked and said, "I never said I know how to please women. Isn't my job to sell wine? I just sold 10 bottles right now." John Ting was momentarily speechless. Generally, to get female customers at the bar to buy drinks, besides being handsome, one also needed to be sweet-tongued and good at charming people. Suyi had almost infuriated by Miao just now, but the fact remained that he had sold 10 bottles of high-end wine in his first transaction, setting a record for the bar with a sales revenue of 160,000. If John Ting hadn't intervened just now, maybe Suyi could have earned 100,000 on his own. But now, Suyi still looked calm, and didn't seem to care much about what had just happened. John Ting took a deep breath and said, "In any case, don't offend the customers in the future. I will give you 10% commission for this sale, which is 16,000. I will settle it with your salary at the end of the month." She also saw Suyi's exceptional abilities. This young man, in any case, could not be found even if one searched with a lantern. "Go over and accompany the customers at Zihi's table," John Ting instructed. "I'll say it again. Don't offend the customers. If the table you're accompanying is approached by male customers, try to find an excuse to leave and don't steal their limelight. John Ting's bar also had private rooms. If ordinary female customers came looking for handsome guys, they wouldn't be playing in the main hall. To put it bluntly, women coming to a bar for handsome guys were likely experiencing loneliness, and not doing anything was basically impossible. What Suyi did was called gigolo work. But John Ting also had her rules. The wealthy women who came to her bar also knew that to sleep with those young men, one had to rely on their own abilities. If they couldn't be bought with money, they shouldn't resort to force. Of course, if a man had really come to the point of doing this, as long as they paid, they wouldn't refuse the customer's request. John Ting had seen far too much over the years. In the nightlife industry, men wanting the money of those wealthy women was not so easy. Some wealthy women were old, fat, and ugly, with many demands. They might even make some insulting requests, but as long as they endured, the money earned in one night would be enough to splurge. Suyi, work hard. I have high hopes for you, John Ting said. I will select some young and attractive female customers for you. If you don't want to sleep with them, as long as you stick to your bottom line, I will handle any trouble for you. John Ting didn't mean to force Suyi. Suyi looked very young and was probably still studying. If someone like Suyi was tormented by those wealthy women, it might leave a psychological shadow in the future. Thank you, Sister Ting. Suyi nodded to John Ting and followed her to Zihe's table. The women at Zihe's table were all around 30 years old, dressed in a flashy and vulgar, affluent style. When these women saw Suyi, their eyes lit up. This was even more dazzling than the look men had when they encountered beautiful women. Without a doubt, these women were wealthy, and some were even married, but their men were getting older. Some men, as they aged, naturally could not satisfy them. A saying goes, in the most fierce age, meet the most fierce you. Suyi and Zihe, in their prime, were the most fierce. After John Ting introduced them and mentioned going to the private room to sing, these wealthy women, showing signs of excitement, probably had their own thoughts deep down that only they knew. Suyi woke up just 2 days ago, and although he spent half a day wandering the streets with Yu Huiyan, there were still many new things he had not seen before, including the job he was doing now. Since the rise of the human race, women's status has hardly been considered high, and in the brothels, it was always women receiving men. Like the job Suyi is doing now, he is only doing it for the first time. 5 rich women led them into a private room, one of them with relatively attractive features. A rich lady with a lingering charm stood up and linked arms with Suyi, even rubbing against his arm with her fuller parts. Suyi was not a very arrogant person, having been a beggar before and had kneeled to people when he was a servant. In doing a job, one must fulfill their duties. Suyi did not resist, and there was even a faint smile on his face. From ancient times to the present, human aesthetics have been constantly changing, and Suyi has seen countless extraordinary beauties, tall, short, fat, thin, each with its own uniqueness. The rich lady linked with him was not beautiful in his eyes, but she couldn't be called ugly either. The group entered the private room like this. The rich lady was a head shorter than Suyi, and seeing that Suyi didn't reject her, she raised her head, smiling brightly, and asked, "Young man, how old are you this year?" Suyi also smiled, then replying, 20. Beautiful lady, you should be 2 or 3 years older than me, right? Hearing this, Zihe couldn't help but shiver. Damn, she just said to let him bring Suyi. This guy said such things. Does his conscience not hurt at all? 2 or 3 years older than you. The rich lady laughed even more brightly, knowing that Suyi was just trying to please her, but wasn't she here for amusement? Young man, you really know how to speak. I will reward you later, said the rich lady. Gedyun also had her own company, not an insignificant fortune, but still a few million. She divorced her husband 2 years ago and put all her energy into work. Being single for so long, she also wanted a companion, but with her age, she was afraid that men were only after her money, so she decided not to marry. Occasionally going to nightclubs, finding a strong, energetic, handsome young man for a bit of fun, wouldn't that be good for him? When she saw Suyi, she was truly infatuated. Suyi looked so young, yet he exuded a sense of maturity like a middle-aged man. Especially when Suyi smiled, Gedyun felt her heart racing. She, who was used to putting on a show, hadn't felt this way in a long time. You must be Sister Yun, right? Ting mentioned you to me today. Suyi smiled. Ting said you never get drunk, so I'll make sure to keep you company tonight. Damn. What, never get drunk? Don't listen to her nonsense. John Ting is also my good friend. I will definitely come by often to take care of your business, said Gao Yun, holding Su Yi even tighter, and said, with concern, I saw you drank so much at that table just now. If you can't handle it, we'll drink less later, and Sister Yun will take you out for a late night snack. Not drinking. Su Yi's job now is to drink with customers, right? When the customer says drink less, how can he refuse? Su Yi shook his head. It's okay, I drank enough just now, but since I met Sister Yun, I'll definitely not leave sober tonight. If Bai Miao Miao saw this scene, she would surely be furious. Su Yi's attitude towards her just now was so different from now. Alright, tonight we won't leave sober. Gao Yun also became excited, especially when Su Yi said they became friends at first sight. Whether true or not, it made her feel that Su Yi at least had a good impression of her. Gao Yun also regained her confidence because of this, and for a moment, she felt she must still have some charm. Maybe Su Yi likes mature women like her. Su Yi, however, began plotting his own scheme. Even if he cannot get drunk, he must not show it, especially since this woman next to him seemed to be really eyeing his body. He had no choice but to get her drunk. At this moment, John Ting also entered the private room. She was still a little worried about Su Yi's foolishness. Didn't she see how angry Bai Miao Miao was just now? Sister Yun, how is it? Is little Su okay? John Ting asked, feeling a bit nervous when asking this, but seeing the smile on Gao Yun's face, her tense heart relaxed. Very good. In the future when I come, I'll ask little Su to accompany me. Gao Yun had a very good impression of Su Yi. John Ting never expected that Su Yi, before even starting, already won Gao Yun's favor, so she made a round, accompanied these ladies for a drink each. John Ting, please bring 3 young handsome men to join us. Must be handsome. Gao Yun became happy, telling John Ting, seeming afraid that Su Yi would misunderstand. She added, otherwise these 3 ladies will have no one to accompany them. There were 5 of Gao Yun's group in total, naturally 1 for each person, but also for another important reason. Gao Yun had set her sights on Su Yi tonight and didn't want anyone else to compete with her. John Ting also felt regretful, but quickly brought in 3 young handsome men. At this point, Su Yi had already started drinking with the rich ladies. Gao Yun ordered 2 crates of beer and 2 bottles of foreign liquor, drinking heavily. Su Yi had a few shots and seemed to be in a tipsy state. Little Su, can you still drink? Gao Yun asked when she noticed. If you can't handle it, we can get a room and rest. How could Su Yi let her have her way? He waved his hand and said, we continued drinking. We agreed to not leave sober, so we won't leave sober. Gao Yun actually had some reservations. If Su Yi became unconscious later on, it wouldn't be fun. But since Su Yi said so, she naturally had to continue drinking with him. However, she had started mixing beer with foreign liquor. Su Yi had drunk so much red wine just now, even though he had an astonishing tolerance. Now that the after effects were hitting, he should be starting to feel it soon. Su Yi also suggested playing a small game, and the atmosphere gradually ramped up, maintaining a rhythm of winning 2 and losing 1. After half an hour, the private room was filled with wild laughter and wails. One rich lady was crying while singing Love Coming Late. The power of that song was simply life-threatening. Su Yi had a drink, clapping his hands and calling it a heavenly voice. Even if the customer sings terribly, it's still divine. Gao Yun considered herself to have a high alcohol tolerance, but after mixing beer and liquor for over 10 cups and her speech starting to slur, she also grew more daring, even trying to kiss Su Yi. Su Yi used his hand to cover her mouth, smiling and saying, Sister Yun, I'm not that kind of person, please control yourself. The other 4 rich ladies watched with interest. After all, they had just kissed other young men. Gao Yun hadn't sealed the deal yet. A trace of anger appeared on Gao Yun's face. She reached for her bag, took out her wallet, and placed a bundle of red banknotes on the table, boldly saying, kiss me once, 1,000. Kiss once for $1,000. If it were someone like Helia and the rest of those old birds, they could charge up and bankrupt Gao Yun just by hugging and kissing her. Su Yi, on the other hand, stood up slowly, with a smile that didn't diminish in the slightest, looking down at Gao Yun from a superior position. Yun, yeah, I've said it before. I'm not that kind of person. I won't take your money. I only want the salary I deserve. The way you make me feel insulted. Drinking is fine, but anything else, unless I want to. It's no use offering money. It's my first day at work today. I can just quit. Suyi found this job quite novel, but wanting to kiss him for money was just ridiculous. Outside, that Miss Bai Meow Meow is even proposing marriage to him. Isn't it a different kind of rejection? You. Ge-yeon pointed at Suyi, feeling a bit trembling with anger. Coming to a place like this to play. Of course they have a motive, but now Suyi unexpectedly refuses her money outright, and even says he might quit. Has personality. I like it. Ge-yeon took a deep breath, a smile appearing on her face again. She quickly went to pull Suyi's sleeve, saying, Zisu, don't be upset, Yunya is just kidding with you. Don't take it seriously. Sit down quickly. Let's continue drinking. Suddenly, Ge-yeon became even more excited. She doesn't lack money, and naturally doesn't lack men either. Suyi's temperament makes her even more intrigued. Although he is younger, if it's true love, there's nothing wrong with it. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, especially for Suyi who just started out and doesn't even care about money. It's interesting. For a man, conquering a woman often becomes boring once he gets her body. But for a woman, truly conquering a man means capturing his heart. Ge-yeon now only wants to completely conquer the man in front of her, relying on her mature woman's charm, rather than damn money. Suyi didn't make any more trouble. Since Ge-yeon said so, he just sat down and continued drinking with them. Lia and the other four men were dumbfounded. Damn it, my bro is amazing. Easily conquering Ge-yeon. Huh. You have to know, Ge-yeon is a regular here, and Lia has accompanied her before. That night, Lia was only 19 years old and was naturally full of male hormones. But after a few nights with Ge-yeon, he was almost exhausted, and she still wasn't satisfied with him. Unlike Suyi, who takes what he can get. The emperor among ducks. Ge-yeon and her rich friends can all drink very well. They had been drinking since 8 o'clock in the evening, until 11 o'clock, with the 8th bottle of liquor and the 6th case of beer already on the table. At this moment, John Ting walked into the private room, had a drink with Ge-yeon, and asked, Yunya, are you still having fun tonight? Ge-yeon finished her drink in one go, laughed and said, I'm having a great time. Zisu is really nice, he can talk, and I also like his temper. I might have to come often in the future. Accompanying a smile, John Ting said, as long as you're happy. By the way, can I take Suyi out for a moment? His friend is looking for him. Ge-yeon hesitated for a moment and said, Suyi is from here, and if his friend is looking for him, why couldn't he go? I'm not that petty. Suyi glanced at John Ting. His friend? Did Yu Huyen and the others not leave yet? In that case, thank you. John Ting waved to Suyi and said, Suyi, come with me. Suyi followed John Ting to the entrance of the private room, where the music in the hall was deafening. John Ting had to shout loudly into his ear, Miss Bai just asked you to go over. Suyi nodded. Then John Ting asked loudly, do you two know each other before? Suyi shook his head. He had just met Bai Meow Meow. Patting Suyi's shoulder, John Ting gestured for him to go over. Sure enough, Yu Huyen and the others were still sitting in Kate, with just a few bottles of beer in front of them, chatting about something. Leading Suyi to Kate, Bai Meow Meow shot Suyi a dissatisfied look. This guy would rather accompany those old women than her. Although Bai Meow Meow did not like the arranged marriage at home, being rejected changed the nature of the matter. Suyi, shall we officially get acquainted now? Bai Meow Meow stretched out her delicate hand towards Suyi. Suyi politely shook hands with her, finding her soft, boneless hand quite comfortable. Bai Meow Meow glanced at John Ting, who cleverly walked away at this time without eavesdropping on their conversation. I'm Bai Meow Meow, currently holding the position of vice president at Fengyi Group. I don't know why my grandfather asked me to find you, or your background, but if you're willing to work in my company, I can arrange a decent job for you. Bai Meow Meow said, at least it's better than your current job. Suyi sat across from Bai Meow Meow and said, I'm satisfied with my current job, so I don't need it. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Bai. Bai Meow Meow raised an eyebrow. Isn't your current job just accompanying old women to drink? When I proposed marriage to you before, was it that difficult? Suyi nodded. I'm sorry. I don't sell myself for money. Who said you have to sell yourself? Bai Meow Meow was almost exasperated, as if Suyi thought she wanted to do something to him. But I like my current job very much, and I don't think the customers I accompany are very old. Suyi, who had lived 100,000 years, didn't see those women as old at all. After a moment, Bai Qingyan finally said, Zisu, do you really like old women? Before when you said you had no feelings for Miss Yu, I didn't believe it, but now, I finally do. Suyi glanced at her, saying, my job is to accompany customers to drink. As long as the customer buys alcohol, I'll drink with them. Whether the first like old women or not has nothing to do with it. In my eyes, you and them are no different. Bai Miao Miao was almost infuriated by him. What did it mean by saying there was no difference between him and those old women? He didn't even know why Suyi was being singled out without knowing his background. Bai Miao Miao decided to temporarily swallow her anger. Before, Bai Miao Miao thought Suyi was chosen by her grandfather, but now, seeing even Yu Huiyan and He Xiaxuan showing interest in Suyi, maybe he really had something special. Then sit here and drink with us. Bai Qingyan said, isn't it better to accompany us girls than those old women? I fully support your job. Suyi glanced at the table full of alcohol, squinted his eyes slightly, and asked, just this amount of alcohol, is it enough? Bai Miao Miao saw it clearly. This guy is just a wine promoter. Let him get merry and give him pocket money. He refuses. Offer him a decent job. He doesn't want it. But he tirelessly acts as a wine promoter here. Bring me another 10 boxes of beer. Bai Miao Miao clenched her fist in frustration. She has never been treated so poorly before. All right. Miss Bai, may I ask what beer you want? Our most expensive Corona is 128 per bottle, so 10 boxes would be 120 bottles. Suyi's face was beaming with a smile. He was making money, and John Ting had mentioned a commission to him today. If he was in charge of the table, the commission for drinks would be 10%. In total, this meant a commission of 1,500 in hand. Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said, fine, go get them. I'll come by to watch you drink whenever I have free time. Oh, most welcome, Suyi said, and went to John Ting to tell her K8 wants 10 crates of Corona. Su, it's okay. You're doing so well on your first day, you might become our ace in the future. John Ting couldn't stop smiling. She had indeed struck gold. With talents like him, the bar's business would surely thrive. I will definitely become the ace. Suyi was confident in this. Having worked in various industries, no matter what he did, he aimed to be the best. Selling alcohol was no challenge to him. All right. You go and accompany Miss Bai and her friends. I'll have the drinks sent over. Just remember, don't make them angry. Those 3 ladies are not simple. John Ting was afraid that Suyi might genuinely upset Bai Miao Miao. Then it wouldn't be fun. Don't worry, it won't happen, Suyi said before leaving. The 10 crates of beer were promptly brought over. Suyi winked at Bai Miao Miao and said, since we're drinking, why don't we play a game? Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said, sure, let's play. Am I supposed to be scared of you? Dice or thumb wrestling? Suyi had just learned these things today, but he effortlessly suggested them as though he was an expert. Dice? Bai Miao Miao provocatively said, just the 2 of us. Just us, all right. Suyi reminded himself not to appear too skilled, as he had been a bit overconfident when drinking wine earlier. They started, and Suyi kept losing. 5 rounds in a row. Bai Miao Miao finally felt the sense of revenge. Let's continue. Bai Miao Miao rolled the dice, staring at Suyi. She wasn't satisfied yet. Suyi waved his hand and said, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I might not be able to drink much more. Aren't you a professional drink companion? Get on with it. Less talk. Bai Miao Miao felt Suyi was now getting the effects of the wine. Wasn't he arrogant just now? He could down 10 bottles, and now after 5 cups, he couldn't handle it anymore. Suyi reluctantly continued playing with her. He managed to maintain a pattern of losing 2 rounds and winning 1. This made Bai Miao Miao feel even more victorious. As the bottles of wine decreased 1 by 1, Suyi kept insisting he couldn't drink anymore, but he continued drinking. Bai Miao Miao had been to the restroom twice already, while Suyi sat there as steady as a rock, though his face clearly showed signs of intoxication. Yu Huiyan couldn't help but deeply glance at Suyi. This guy must have a strong liver. Sis, let's just call it a night. Bai Qingyan was afraid. She didn't know if Suyi was drunk, but Bai Miao Miao definitely was. No way. Keep going. You guys drink too. After getting drunk, Bai Miao Miao no longer had a cold demeanor. Alcohol did have a way of making people excited to a certain extent. Yu Huiyan lifted her glass and said, I'm a lightweight. Drink. Today I want to see if Miss You can really hold her liquor. Bai Miao Miao was getting more and more excited, and now she was challenging Yu Huiyan. Yu Huiyan didn't say much. Downed a glass in one go. And then, slumped down on the couch. Suyi was truly impressed. This acting, it was way too exaggerated. Bai Qingyan said pitifully, "Sis, you know me, I can't hold my liquor either." Bai Miao Miao stared and said, "Nonsense. Don't think I don't know, you've been to these places a lot too. Hurry up, if you dare to drop, I'll let Suyi kiss you." So harsh? Are you really my sister? Bai Qingyan almost cried, and could only raise her glass and start drinking. Yu Huiyan was pretending to be drunk so that if they were all drunk, at least they could safely get home, but Bai Qingyan couldn't hold on any longer. And so, Bai Qingyan also joined their teammates. Another half-hour passed. Gao Yun and her group stumbled out of the private room. She settled the bill and started looking around. After all, her sisters had found their guys, but Suyi was nowhere to be found. John Ting, where's Zisu? Gao Yun's eyes were unfocused. She could barely walk straight. With the bar being crowded and dimly lit, she couldn't spot Suyi. John Ting quickly smiled and said, "Yun, I'm sorry." Suyi was called away by his friend. "He's taken the night off. Do you want me to find another guy to accompany you tonight?" At this point, Suyi was with Bai Miao Miao and her friends, and since Gao Yun hadn't seen him, John Ting couldn't bring up this matter. When women fight, it's a frightening thing, and John Ting didn't want to offend anyone. Gao Yun waved her hand, saying, "No need. Tell Zisu that I had a great time today. I'll come looking for him in a couple of days. Let me escort you out." John Ting politely escorted them out of the bar, then took a deep breath. As a bar owner, some things had to be handled meticulously. At 2 in the morning, the bar's customers had dwindled, and Suyi's group had finished all their drinks, while Bai Miao Miao was already sprawled on the couch sleeping soundly. Yu Huiyan got up and said, "All right, that's enough for today." Suyi smiled. "I'll come back tomorrow." "You're not drunk." Yu Huiyan frowned, staring at Suyi. Suyi said, "I could be." "Liar." Yu Huiyan rolled her eyes at him, then helped Bai Miao Miao up. Bai Qingyan seemed to have a better alcohol tolerance than Bai Miao Miao. At least she could still talk normally. "Comrade Su, you can really hold your liquor." "Respect, Bai Qingyan." "Mutual respect." Suyi nodded at her. "Comrade Zibai, remember to visit often." Suyi didn't mind being associated with the descendants of the Yuan kingdom. It was all fate, so there was no need to deliberately distance or approach them. Bai Qingyan smiled widely. "Of course, in the future, I'll introduce more aunties to you. If you ever feel like giving up, remember to tell me," Suyi said. "Don't worry, if I ever feel like giving up, you'll be my first choice. After all, you were the first to sign up." Yu Huiyan had never seen anyone as shameless as Suyi before. Just now, she had refused decisively, but now she was saying such things. Being the first one to sign up, did he really think he was extraordinarily good-looking and exceptional? Yu Huiyan cast a sideways glance at Suyi. Even if he was really good-looking and exceptional, it was nothing to boast about. He was still a single dog after all. "Xiao Bai, let's go." Yu Huiyan supported by Miao Miao as they walked out of the bar. Suyi also stood up and asked, "Do you want me to walk you guys?" It was not too late yet. According to Suyi's previous notion, it was dangerous for girls to walk alone at night. "No need," Yu Huiyan said, as she walked off with Bai Miao Miao. As soon as they reached the aisle, a young man with a dragon tattoo and a smirk on his face stood in front of them. "Duty. Leaving so soon? How about having a few more drinks with me?" Suyi hadn't moved, but John Ting had already walked over briskly. She had been keeping an eye on this table all night. She didn't want any trouble with Bai Miao Miao and her friends in her place. Even a slight, unpleasant incident wouldn't be good. "Move aside." Yu Huiyan coldly looked at the young man. The young man smirked and said, "The lady has quite the temper. I like." Thump. With a muffled grunt, the young man's words abruptly ceased. Yu Huiyan supported by Miao Miao with one hand and landed a quick and well-trained punch directly on the young man's abdomen. The punch was strong, and even though the young man looked tough, the blow left him speechless and doubled over in pain. "Get lost," Yu Huiyan coldly ordered as she continued walking with Bai Miao Miao. The young man's companions, who had been watching on the side, now approached, looking menacing. John Ting didn't hesitate and walked over, sternly saying, "Leon Hu, what do you think you're doing? Sit down." Although she was just a female shopkeeper, she could still keep her place running. These guys were all thugs and ruffians, and of course, they knew who owned this bar. After John Ting's reprimand, none of them dared to move. At this moment, a man in a suit, John Ting's husband, Su Chuan, also approached. Chuan grabbed the young man who had blocked Xu Huiyan by the hair, staring at him and asking, "Have you had too much to drink?" Chuje, "I'm sorry, I drank too much." The young man didn't even have the courage to look Chuan in the eye as he kept apologizing. "I'm sorry. It seems you really drank too much. But who should you be apologizing to?" Chuan let go of his hair and raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of authority. Enduring the pain in his abdomen, the young man nodded and bowed to Yu Huiyan. "I'm sorry, miss. I was wrong." Yu Huiyan's expression softened slightly as she said, "Forget it." Then she held by Miao and walked out. Chuan turned to Su Yi and said, "Su Yi, come with me to send the three ladies off." Su Yi nodded. He had met Chuan when he interviewed yesterday, so they were somewhat acquainted. Upon leaving the bar, Chuan apologized to Yu Huiyan and Bai Qingyan again and asked if they needed a designated driver. Yu Huiyan mentioned she hadn't been drinking, so she asked Bai Qingyan to support Bai Miao while she drove. When Chuan saw Yu Huiyan's car, he broke out in a cold sweat. Running a bar, he had heard some rumors and gossip. Not to mention how fancy the car was, but the license plate had some significance. Misuse. If anything happened just now, it was definitely something he couldn't afford. If something happened to Yu Huiyan, his bar would probably have to close tomorrow. Thankfully, things were resolved quickly. Bai Miao got into the car, and Chuan, still standing in place, kept going and apologizing until the taillights of the car disappeared from his sight. He then straightened up, wiped his sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yi remained expressionless, simply watching Chuan's performance. "Su Yi, right? Do you know those three ladies from earlier?" Chuan had to ask this question just in case Su Yi also had a significant background. Su Yi replied, "I know them from the same school." Chuan asked, "Was the lady who took action just now surnamed you?" "Yes. Yu Huiyan." Su Yi responded. "The other two girls are surnamed Bai." Chuan swallowed hard. "Do you know their identities?" "Miss Yu, Miss Bai, and Miss Bai. My God, it's really them." Su Yi remained silent, pretending he didn't know anything. "If you know them from the same school, don't you know their identities?" Chuan lit a cigarette, feeling uneasy after the scare. He felt the need to talk to someone to calm down. Su Yi shook his head. "I only know they are wealthy. I'm not that acquainted with them." "Ridiculous. If you were close to them, why would you be working here?" Chuan said, "You know about Fenji Group, right? The largest media company in the country." Su Yi still shook his head, saying, "I just came out from the mountains. Today was the first time I heard about it." "Just got out of the mountains?" Chuan glanced at Su Yi and said, "Then you probably don't know about the Yu family. Come in. Come in." At that moment, he felt like he was playing the zither to a cow. This kid probably didn't even know the three ladies he was with earlier were goddesses in the dreams of many. If any of them took a liking to him, he could live off them easily. Chuan went back into the bar and started gossiping with John Ting about the events he'd witnessed earlier. After hearing about it, John Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath, relieved that nothing bad had happened that night. "Su Yi, come take a break." After talking with Chuan, John Ting waved towards Su Yi with a smile. "How was your first day, work today?" "Not bad," Su Yi replied with a smile. John Ting promised to fulfill what she had promised Su Yi. With his internship period coming to an end, he would be offered a basic salary of 6,000 plus commissions. How did he feel about it? "That sounds good." Su Yi was quite satisfied with the salary offer, considering they had initially discussed a basic salary of only 1,008. "Let's sign a contract tomorrow then. Since you are still studying, commit to at least a year. If you perform well, I will raise your salary every month." John Ting had seen Su Yi's potential, and based on his performance tonight, she would immediately raise his salary if he said it wasn't enough. However, she was afraid Su Yi might quit unexpectedly. Having someone like him who excelled in various games so soon, once he was snatched away by someone else, it would be a big loss. There wasn't much talk of contracts for those working in bars, but Su Yi's situation was a bit different, requiring a proper signed agreement for John Ting's peace of mind. Okay. Su Yi was actually planning to continue working anyway, so he agreed casually. John Ting nodded and said, "Let's exchange WeChat. I will transfer your salary through it from now on." WeChat. Su Yi was a bit puzzled. Although he had the app on his phone, he had spent the whole day on Baidu and had no time to set up WeChat. "Sure. Let's exchange WeChat contacts so it's more convenient," John Ting said. let me scan your code. Suyi opened WeChat and asked, how do I do this? John Ting stiffened, staring at his phone and asked, you're not going to tell me you've never used WeChat before, right? Suyi nodded earnestly. Today is my first day using a phone. I haven't figured it out yet. John Ting was speechless for a long time. You truly just came out of the mountains, didn't you? Suyi nodded again. Could you teach me how to use it? This time, John Ting was impressed. She couldn't imagine Suyi had just come out of the deep forests and mountains, because nowadays, even young children are proficient in using phones and even chatting on WeChat. After some guidance and explanations, Suyi finally learned how to use WeChat. John Ting also patiently taught him how to use it and casually asked, are you out of money? Suyi didn't hide it and said, I'm penniless. Really? John Ting couldn't believe it. At first glance, she thought Suyi might be a rich kid experiencing life, but now she believed that he must have come from the mountains. It's good though. People who come from the mountains are simple and honest, not thinking too much. Let me advance you 2,000 yuan in salary. You'll get a good commission tonight. After saying this, John Ting transferred 2,000 yuan to him, taught him how to withdraw money and use it. A grown man without any money on him won't do, but it's best not to spend it recklessly. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell Sister Ting. Suyi's impression of John Ting was still good. At least until now, she had been trustworthy. He also began to believe that if Lin Yun had any trouble, John Ting would definitely come forward to help. The business at Qingxing Bar was good. Even though Suyi's performance today amazed many, most people were focused on their drinks and the company in front of them. So, the number of people who actually noticed Suyi wasn't that many. Although Suyi was busy the whole night, he occasionally checked on Lin Yun. Places like this, similar to old brothels, were often filled with all kinds of people. Given Lin Yun's appearance, it should have been easy for someone to harass her in such a place. However, the customers at the bar were mostly polite. Even those who wanted to invite Lin Yun for a drink, after being rejected, didn't feel too awkward. Suyi also noticed that the reason these customers behaved so well might be because there was a woman accompanying them tonight. It wasn't until 3:30 in the morning that the bar began to empty out, and John Ting called Suyi and Lin Yun over. Except for those who were busy or leaving with customers, everyone else was summoned to the private room by John Ting. It was sort of a summary meeting for the day. Who did well, who didn't, and needed to pay attention to certain things. John Ting specifically had Suyi and Lin Yun introduce themselves, and she only lightly praised Suyi for his performance today, without excessive compliments. After the meeting, John Ting stopped Suyi alone and said, Suyi, you are new here. Being in the limelight can lead to being targeted. Keep a low profile in the future, and drink when it's necessary. A person who doesn't get drunk after 1,000 drinks should get drunk when it's time. John Ting thought Suyi was young and lacked restraint, not realizing he was a cunning old fox. He understood the principles, but whether to be high profile or low-key depended on his mood. There wasn't much else happening that night, so John Ting let Suyi and the others off duty. Suyi changed back into his own clothes and didn't deliberately approach Lin Yun. However, as he walked out of the bar's door, he only caught a glimpse of Lin Yun riding away on an electric scooter. He walked on the street for over an hour, and at daybreak, he wandered around Qingzhou City, witnessing many things, before finally figuring out how to get a taxi to school and how to use mobile payment. At the school gate, Suyi found a small vendor, had some soy milk and fried dough sticks, and then walked into the school. As he reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he noticed many people looking at him surreptitiously, with strange expressions. Suyi arrived at room 306 and knocked on the door, which was quickly opened. The three roommates stood staring at Suyi. Suje, you're back, said the young man, Wang Junlin, who had chatted with Suyi in the corridor yesterday. Suyi nodded slightly with a smile. I'm back. Wang Junlin grinned and said, Suje, your bed is already made for you. What Suyi did yesterday was unprecedented, and there likely wouldn't be anyone following on from that. What was the status of Yu Xingge at school? Suyi had dealt with him openly, as well as everyone Yu Xingge had called. Let's formally introduce ourselves, Wang Junlin said. I'm Wang Junlin. You can call me Xiao Wang or Xiaolan. Suje, my name is Zhang Bao. You can call me Biaozi. Have you had breakfast? Shall I fetch you some? Another roommate chimed in. No. I already had breakfast at the school gate, Suyi replied. He wasn't surprised by their attitude. In any era, People admire the strong. Wang Junlin and his friends had probably been bullied at school yesterday, so he had stood up to the bullies, and now their attitude towards him naturally changed. The other roommate, who weighed over 200 pounds, said, I'm Yan Hui. You can call me Xia Pang or Xia Hui. Based on their introductions, Su Yi's position in the dormitory was more or less settled. Su Yi walked over to his bed. There used to be an empty bed, but now it was neatly arranged. Su Yi said, I'm Su Yi. Please take care of me in the future. Su Yi chose to stay in the dormitory to interact with more people, hoping to learn more. At least for now. Sujie, let's go out for a drink at noon. How about it? Wang Junlin asked amiably. All right. Su Yi paused and asked, when are we heading to the classroom? Let's go now. There's a public class later. Wang Junlin checked his watch. It's almost time. Let's hurry. Su Yi had never attended a class before, so he had no choice but to follow them to the classroom. On the way, he saw Lin Yun, and she saw him too. How coincidental. You're also studying here. Su Yi saw Lin Yun and proactively greeted her. Lin Yun just nodded and didn't respond much. Her impression of Su Yi wasn't very good. Even though they all worked at nightclubs, Su Yi was clearly involved in shady activities. He first initiated conversations with clients, then followed a few wealthy women into private rooms. Though he didn't ultimately leave with them, in Lin Yun's mind, he had already left the impression of someone living off others. A university student, already living off others. Lin Yun didn't speak, but instead hurriedly walked away with her companion. Lin Yun's friend kept glancing back at Su Yi and whispered, Little Yun, do you know that handsome guy? He looks great. Is he your boyfriend? How is that possible? Lin Yun shook her head and whispered, I just met him yesterday, and I don't really want to get close to him. Come on. How did you meet him? Lin Yun's companion was excited, saying, if you don't want him, you can introduce him to me. I felt like I fell for this little brother at first sight. Lin Yun playfully tapped her friend's head with her finger and said, don't indulge in fantasies. You won't be able to handle him. It seems like he caught Yu Huiyin's eye. Working in a bar, Su Yi shouldn't be wealthy. But when they first met, Su Yi got out of Yu Huiyin's car. Who is Yu Huiyin? A renowned beauty in the school. How could she compete with her silly friend? Many people in the school's social circle already have photos of Yu Huiyin and Su Yi together. Oh, I remember now. He's the rumored boyfriend of Yu Huiyin. Fine. I know. Lin Yun decided not to bring up bar matters anymore to avoid gossiping. After Lin Yun and her friends left, Wang Junlin sidled up to Su Yi, grinning. Sujie, taken a liking to Lin, the beauty. Su Yi nodded and chuckled. Sort of. Wow. Yesterday you were with Yu Huiyin, and today you've already switched targets. Wang Junlin couldn't say much more. How many men in the school view Yu Huiyin as a goddess? But yesterday, she waited for Su Yi outside the male dormitory building and even had Yuxing he buy daily necessities for Su Yi. Isn't she clearly interested in Su Yi? Yu Huiyin? Su Yi shook his head. I'm not that close to her, and I'm not very interested. Wang Junlin and Zhang Bao didn't know what to say. With Su Yi's tone, it seemed like he hadn't taken an interest in Yu Huiyin yet. Does that mean Yu Huiyin has her eyes on Su Yi, trying hard to please him, but Su Yi is unmoved? The goddess is making the first move. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Yi raised his eyebrow. He genuinely didn't have much interest in Yu Huiyin. Was that really so strange? At that moment, Yan Hui said, actually, I think Lin Yun is better. Yu Huiyin's family is too wealthy. Wang Junlin gave him a disdainful look. Isn't being rich a good thing? Do you know how many people want to marry Yu Huiyin? If someone marries her, they won't have to strive for the rest of their lives. Yan Hui chuckled. Do you really think marrying into a wealthy family is easy? Even if Yu Huiyin really likes our Sujie, her family might not agree. Even if they marry reluctantly, they would face endless struggles. Well, if it were me, I'd be happy, struggles or not. Wang Junlin smirked. If he could marry a goddess like Yu Huiyin, what were a few struggles? Forget it. The goddess has set her sights on Sujie. What does it have to do with you? Yan Hui saw things clearly. Knowing his lack of charm due to his weight issues since childhood, faced with a goddess like Yu Huiyin, he wouldn't dare to even think about it. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Wang Junlin walked and continued. Birds of a feather flock together, the goddess's friends are all goddesses. As long as Sujie takes us with him to events, the chances of meeting beautiful women will multiply. After Wang Junlin spoke, Yang Hui and Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. At first listen, it sounded reasonable. Last night, Suyi wasn't in the dorm room, and they realized something. Suyi dared to confront Yuxing He, who brought many people, all of whom left disappointed. Holding on to Suyi's fi, wouldn't room 306 become the most formidable dorm on campus? With this casual remark by Wang Junlin, they felt their university life would be amazing. As the three of them talked excitedly, they inadvertently entered the lecture hall. Suyi was not at all interested in their talks about women. Is it really that fun to chase after women for him? Of course, being satiated, he couldn't understand the needs of single young men who have never been in a relationship. He was more intrigued by this open class. It was a public lecture on ancient Chinese history, and the lecturer standing on the stage was a middle-aged man who had been with Yang Zhencheng yesterday. Regarding Chinese history, there probably wasn't anyone who knew more than Suyi. However, Suyi was curious about what people of that era considered as history. Students, today I will talk about the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the teacher said. When he looked at Suyi, his gaze lingered a bit longer. Suyi was listening with interest because the lecturer, Chen Yao, was very engaging. When Chen Yao glanced at him, Suyi gave him a symbolic smile. The teacher's rendition of the early Tang history differed somewhat from what Suyi knew. Across the stream of time, the many truths had been buried. How would the world know that a millennium ago, there was a generation of heroes, and the Tiger Emperor of Sui dynasty set foot in the Baoshan temple built by Suyi? The Tiger Emperor sat across from Suyi, full of boldness, asking, "Master, I have pacified southern Chen, unified the world, dug the Grand Canal, expanded the territory by 50,000 li, promoted the imperial examination system, and made the Fur tribe submit. Can I be called the Emperor for all eternity, surpassing Emperor Qin Shi Huang?" Suyi looked at him and said calmly, "Ultimately, it is still too hasty." Yang Guan took a sip of wine and said to Suyi, "If the master teaches me the method to longevity, how can I be in a rush? The lives of ordinary people pass by in a mere few decades, but when ruling the world, one must naturally accomplish something." At that time, Suyi did not want to easily change the world order again. Not to mention teaching him the method to longevity, he had turned Yang Guan away over 10 times visiting, and the last time proved to be no different than the others. After that, Suyi never saw that self-proclaimed emperor of Sui named Yang Guan again. Chen Yao's class was still going on, and he also offered his own insights into many historical issues. Unique, novel, naturally, it was also very interesting. Suyi listened attentively until the end of the class, and Chen Yao had left a deep impression on him. After the class was over, Chen Yao looked deeply at Suyi for a moment, then walked out of the classroom. "Suje, where should we meet later for a drink?" Wang Junlin followed behind Suyi, as if he had already found the direction in life. Anywhere. Suyi had no idea where to drink, and Chen Yao was waiting for him just around the corner. When Wang Junlin saw Chen Yao, he smiled sheepishly, nodded and bowed, saying, "Hello, Teacher Chen." Chen Yao nodded and said, "I have something to talk to Suyi about." "Okay, Teacher Chen." Wang Junlin quickly left, turned back and shouted, "Suyi, we'll be waiting for you at the bamboo forest inn." Zhang Ba and the others naturally didn't dare to stay any longer, and followed Wang Junlin downstairs. Chen Yao looked Suyi up and down, smiling. "I didn't expect you to be a student at our school, and a freshman at that. Is it strange for a freshman to be a freshman?" Suyi smiled. "There is a lot of knowledge that doesn't necessarily have to be learned in the classroom." Chen Yao certainly did not deny what Suyi said. He was also well aware that a diploma or a degree didn't mean much. Many truly cultured families teach their children things from a young age, sometimes even more than they learn in school, along with cultural treasures passed down through generations. For example, Suyi, a freshman, but familiar with ancient texts even young principal wouldn't know. Knowledge doesn't come out of thin air. Chen Ya and Yan Zhengcheng concluded that Suyi must come from a cultured family. "Suyi, do you know what your father does?" Chen Ya thought and figured that instead of asking Suyi about the ancient texts, it might be easier to ask his elders. Suyi smiled. "I'm sorry, I'm an orphan. I'm sorry." Chen Ya was lost in thought for a moment, and then excitedly said, "Then Suyi, why wouldn't you want to teach Principal Yang? Do you know what the inscriptions on that ancient stele mean for human civilization?" Suyi smiled slightly. "I don't know, and I don't want to know, you." Chen Ya was almost speechless. Suyi's attitude. "Suyi, Let me tell you this, if you can translate all the words on the ancient stele, you would be making a huge contribution to the country, and even to the whole world. You could go down in history, your name would appear in textbooks. The more Chen Yao spoke, the more excited he got, his eyes lighting up. But Su Yi interrupted him directly. I don't need my name to appear in textbooks, let alone go down in history. Don't you have any ambitions, any aspirations at all? Chen Yao said somewhat resentfully. Do you want to live a normal, ordinary life forever, like a speck of dust, so that after 100 years, apart from your descendants, no one else knows of your existence? You clearly have the ability. Why? Why don't you do it? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased, saying, Are you trying to teach me how to live my life? Chen Yao was instantly speechless. He had never encountered such an arrogant student before. What kind of tone was this? But when he locked eyes with Su Yi, he couldn't say anything. Su Yi made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. By the time he regained his senses, Su Yi had already left, leaving him only with a departing figure. No respect at all. The students who passed by just now were also stunned by Su Yi's words. Chen Yao was a professor at Qingzhou University. The way Su Yi spoke to people was as if he was trying to ascend to the heavens. Su Yi, however, didn't care about any of this, walking out of the school gate and heading slowly towards the bamboo forest inn. People like him could afford to not care about many things. Going down in history? That was the last thing he wanted. In fact, he had been written about by many people, immortalized in poems, but the changes in his identity were so drastic that future generations couldn't possibly detect the existence of someone who was eternally living. Even now, people like Yu Guoan dared not reveal Su Yi's secrets. Doesn't even Yu Huiyan know Su Yi's true identity? Along the way, Su Yi followed Lin Yun from a distance of about 100 or 200 meters. Many times, when he woke up, he would meet someone who looked exactly like Lin Yun. It wasn't just about appearance. Su Yi knew that this was reincarnation. Lin Yun and her friends had just walked out of the school gate when Zhao Yin stopped her. Lin Yun. What a coincidence. Can I treat you to a meal? After failing to pursue Yu Huiyan, Zhao Yin immediately changed his target, setting his sights on Lin Yun, a commoner beauty. Lin Yun paused for a moment and wrinkled her brow. Classmate, we don't seem to know each other, do we? And I saw in my circle of friends that you were pursuing Yu Huiyan yesterday, weren't you? Zhao Yin was a bit embarrassed. With the commotion he caused yesterday, many people in the school had posted in their social circles, so being seen wasn't unexpected. Yet, but yesterday was just a bet with friends, like truth or dare, you know. The loser had to confess to Yu Huiyan. Zhao Yin looked very calm, saying, Classmate, I'm Zhao Yin, can we get to know each other? Lin Yun held her friend's hand and walked away, saying, I don't think it's necessary. Wait. Zhao Yin shouted and was about to catch up and grab Lin Yun. A gust of wind blew, and Su Yi suddenly rushed up from behind, grabbing Zhao Yin's wrist and giving him a cheeky smile. Damn. Where did you come from? Zhao Yin was startled by Su Yi. This wasn't about being unheard while walking. It was as if Su Yi had appeared out of nowhere. Don't grab her hand like that. Su Yi had just wanted to slowly approach Lin Yun. But how could he tolerate someone like Zhao Yin randomly grabbing her hand? It's you again? Who are you? How could Zhao Yin forget that face? Yesterday was this bastard Su Yi who stole his thunder. If Su Yi hadn't been there, even if he failed, it probably wouldn't have looked so bad. I'm Su Yi. Su Yi smiled slightly, saying, Lin Yun is my friend. You better not had any ideas about her, or you'll regret it. You, kid, I'll remember you. Zhao Yin wanted to rush up and beat Su Yi, but in order to not give Lin Yun the impression of being a wastrel, he had come alone. If things got physical, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. After making a tough statement, Zhao Yin turned around and left. Yesterday, Su Yi was cornered by Yu Xingge. Today he stood here unscathed, not daring to mess with Su Yi until he figured out his background. Zhao Yin was purely scared away by Su Yi. After all, Su Yi seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, fearless as if nothing could daunt him. If he were just a clueless greenhorn, that would be one thing, but it was obvious that Su Yi was not that simple. What do you want exactly? Lin Yun furrowed her eyebrows. Her impression of Su Yi wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either. Su Yi paused, looked at Lin Yun, and smiled. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Su Yi. Let's be friends. Being friends sounds great. I'm Ding Meow Meow, Union's bestie. You can call me Meow Meow. Before Lin Yun could speak, the girl next to her had already reached out her fair little hand to Su Yi. Hello. Su Yi gently shook her hand. Compared to Lin Yun, this girl seemed much more ordinary, chubby, green, with starry eyes. Not as dazzling as Lin Yun, but quite adorable. Lin Yun also nodded at Su Yi. I'm Lin Yun. Anyway, thank you just now. Polite of you. Have you guys had dinner? Want to go together? Su Yi had an infectious smile. Despite his youthful appearance, he seemed as amiable as a benevolent elder. Lin Yun didn't know what had come over her. Normally, if a beau asked her out to dinner, she would refuse, just like Zhao Yin had moments ago. But Su Yi gave her an unprecedented sense of warmth. Despite the fact that he was drinking with a rich woman in a bar yesterday, she really didn't know where this warmth was coming from. Let's go then. Where do you want to eat? Ding Meow Meow pulled Lin Yun and asked, where should we go? How about Bamboo Forest Inn? My roommates are waiting for me. So you wouldn't forget his dorm trio waiting for him. Lin Yun had intended to decline at first, but Ding Meow Meow looked completely infatuated, nodding. Let's go then, so your friends won't have to wait too long. The Bamboo Forest Inn was in the university town. Wang Junlin and others had already taken their seats, but were now feeling uneasy. Yu Xingge and a group of athletes were also at the Bamboo Forest Inn. The guys from Dorm 306. Yu Xingge's group were all wearing masks, and their demeanor toward Wang Junlin and his friends wasn't friendly. We didn't settle things with them yesterday, and now we meet again. Brother Yu, should we make a move? Taekwon Society President Yu stole a glance at Wang Junlin and the group. Following Su Yi's beating yesterday, they hadn't fully recovered and were getting increasingly furious. Yu Xingge nodded without saying a word, his intentions already clear. If they couldn't get back at Su Yi directly, they would seek retribution from his roommates. Understanding his cue, Yu got up and went over to Wang Junlin's table. Wang Junlin hurriedly put on a smile, offered a cigarette, and said, Brother Hu, what a coincidence. You're also eating here. Yu crossed his legs arrogantly, disdainfully glanced at the cigarette handed to him by Wang Junlin, and sneered, I don't smoke this kind of cigarette. Not smoking and not smoking this kind of cigarette, there was a clear distinction. Yu's words were a clear display of contempt toward Wang Junlin. Wang Junlin could only force a smile, saying, I'm sorry, Brother Hu, I'm a bit short on money, so I can only afford these cigarettes. What's your name? Yu chuckled. Wang Junlin. Wang Junlin took back the cigarette, feeling awkward. He couldn't afford to offend someone like Yu and could only back down. Yu coldly remarked, yesterday, we were going after someone surnamed Su, and you guys were just watching on the sidelines. What's the meaning behind that? Wang Junlin was at a loss for words. Could they have joined Yu and his group in attacking Su Yi? Besides, even if they did, what could they change alongside Yu Xingge's group who couldn't even defeat Su Yi? Zhang Bao had had enough and said, if you have a problem with Su Yi, go find him. We didn't provoke you. Being wealthy doesn't make you superior, does it? Yu raised an eyebrow, staring at Zhang Bao and gritting his teeth. You want to say that again? Zhang Bao, known for his fiery temper in the dorm, stood up and glared at Yu, saying, isn't it true? If you dare, go find Su Yi yourself. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to mess with me today, I'll fight you to the end. As he spoke, Zhang Bao grabbed a nearby beer bottle, ready to fight at any moment. Yu was almost taken aback. Zhang Bao and his friends were not wealthy, nor particularly capable, but as the saying goes, those who are brave can scare the bullies. And Zhang Bao was definitely brave enough. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Yu cursed, taking advantage of his strength and throwing a punch at Zhang Bao's face. Wang Junlin quickly stepped forward to break it up, but Zhang Bao was also headstrong. After taking a punch, he didn't wince, picking up the beer bottle and aiming at Yu's head. However, Yu was trained and prepared. He blocked the bottle with his arm, causing it to shatter and spray beer everywhere. You really want to fight? Yu, enraged, grabbed Zhang Bao by the neck, roaring, I'll kill you if you dare. As the scuffle intensified, the athletes and members from the Taekwon Society also stood up, restraining Wang Junlin and Yan Hui. The restaurant owner recognized this group and could only intervene, trying to stop the fight with a smile. Yu Xingge assumed the stance of a young master, casually saying, don't worry, things won't get out of hand. If any of your things break, I'll compensate accordingly. The owner didn't dare to say more or call the police. Zhang Biao's head was pinned on the table by Yihu, still shouting, "Yihu, have the guts to kill me today. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "You're quite brazen." Yihu smiled mischievously, patting Zhang Biao's face. To become the president of the Taekwondo Society, it wasn't just about knowing Taekwondo, it's also required being ruthless. If Zhang Bao managed to intimidate him today, he'd have no future. With the dorm trio held down by a group, Suyi entered with two beauties. Upon seeing Suyi, Yihu and the others were more furious. Yesterday, they had been punched, making their eyes teary without the ability to resist. But today, reinvigorated and facing Suyi again, they weren't afraid. Sometimes, having more people bolsters confidence. "What are you all doing?" Suyi glanced at Yu Xingye with a slightly intimidating look. Nonetheless, he didn't go overboard, as a mere glance would likely render Yu Xingye a fool. Yu Xingye felt a bit uneasy under Suyi's gaze but bravely said, "Suyi, since we've met again today, we can't let you just leave like this." Suyi looked deeply at Yu Xingye, not letting him leave. It seems like he wasn't planning to leave anyway. "It's not easy to have some money on hand. I want to taste the current delicacies. How could I just leave like this?" "So what you're suggesting is, you want to resort to violence?" Suyi's pupils slightly contracted, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yu Xingye was taken aback by this look but still forced himself to say, "If we have to fight, then so be it. Are you afraid?" As soon as he finished speaking, the group in the restaurant picked up things that could be used as weapons and glared at Suyi menacingly, ready to strike at any moment. Suyi kept reminding himself that he was just an ordinary student, a scholar. "It might be a bit inappropriate to get physical. Your sister will be here soon. Are you sure you want to fight me?" Suyi tilted his head. In principle, he didn't want to fight these kids. "Are you scaring me?" Yu Xingye subconsciously glanced outside the door, his gaze falling on Lin Yun and Ding Miao Miao, coldly sneering, "Kid, if my sister is coming at the right time, she will see what kind of scum you really are." At this point, Yu Xingye already believed that Suyi was the arranged marriage partner for his sister. But now Suyi was with Lin Yun and them. This confirmed that he was indeed a scumbag. Would his grandfather spare Suyi? Suyi remained silent, realizing that the misunderstanding ran deep. If he did have feelings for Yu Huiyan, it would be a dream come true for the Yu family. Unfortunately, Suyi didn't have any feelings for Yu Huiyan. He didn't explain anything because Yu Huiyan was already 300 meters away from him. She followed him all the way, hesitated outside for a while, and was now walking towards the Bamboo Grove restaurant, just 100 meters away. Yu Xingye thought he struck a nerve as Suyi remained silent, a smirk appearing on his face. "If I order someone to beat you up right now, will my grandfather blame me?" With that feeling of catching someone in the act, whether Suyi had anything to do with Lin Yun or Ding Miao Miao, or even if he was not involved with them at all, as Yu Huiyan's brother, he felt it was acceptable to beat Suyi up upon witnessing such a scenario. Suyi remained unfazed and calmly said, "Then go ahead." As Yu Huiyan was 40 meters away from the Bamboo Grove restaurant, he believed that she wouldn't stand idly by. "Do you think I won't dare?" Yu Xingye gestured to the people around him, saying, "Go ahead. I'll take responsibility for all consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, a student grabbed a bottle and aimed it at Suyi's head, cursing, "Damn it, I've been eyeing you for a long time." Suyi casually grabbed the table next to him and overturned it, causing the bottle to hit the tabletop. The liquid splashed on himself, and the person stumbled back, almost falling if someone hadn't caught him. "What are you guys doing?" A sweet voice came from the restaurant's entrance. If it wasn't Yu Huiyan, then who could it be? She saw Yu Xingye's people attacking Suyi, but also witnessed Suyi effortlessly flipping the table, clearly indicating some practice. Yu Xingye wasn't afraid of anything except his sister. Upon hearing Yu Huiyan's voice, he trembled in fear but quickly composed himself. "Sis, this guy is always messing around. I couldn't stand it, so I had him taught a lesson." Yu Xingye's reason sounded grand, as he believed his sister wouldn't blame him. He wanted to show Yu Huiyan the kind of person Suyi was. Yu Huiyan's face turned colder upon hearing this and said, "What does it have to do with you if others are messing around? Yu Xingye, you are really getting out of hand. Always picking fights. What's the difference between you and a thug? Me. How am I like that?" Yu Xingye's neck turned red with anxiety as he said, "Moreover, that Su guy is definitely no good. He was with you yesterday and now he brings them here today. Sis, You must not fall for his tricks. Shut up, Yu Huiyan coldly rebuked. She was blushing as it seemed Yu Xingye was implying some sort of relationship between her and Suyi. Yu Xingye could only shrink back, not daring to say a word. One of his cronies behind him asked softly, "Young Master Yu, are we still fighting?" "Fight? You talk nonsense. Disperse now." Yu Xingye pointed at Yihu and shouted, "Yihu, how many times have I told you not to bully classmates? Let him go." Yihu looked puzzled but released Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao, after breaking free from Yihu's hold, punched him in the face, saying, "Yihu, I remembered this. You want to fight?" Yihu was about to retaliate before Yu Xingye stepped forward and stopped him, saying, "That's enough. Let's go." "All right. Today, I'm giving young master you some face. Zhang Bao, remember this. I won't forget what happened today." Yihu pointed at Zhang Bao before leaving the restaurant with his group. The restaurant owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Considering the confrontation earlier, his establishment would have been in shambles. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xin's gang dispersed. With the chaos settled, Suyi asked Yu Huiyan, "You were looking for me?" Yu Huiyan had been following him for a while now, indicating she must have had a reason to seek him out. "Yeah." Yu Huiyan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I want to become your apprentice." Suyi shook his head. "I don't take disciples, especially not female ones." It was clear that Yu Guowen must have asked her to try and become his disciple. While it would be a significant achievement for the Yu family if Yu Huiyan could learn under Suyi, he wasn't keen on taking disciples. Yu Xingye and his group looked at Suyi and then at Yu Huiyan, completely clueless about the situation. "Apprentice? Who still talks about apprenticeships these days?" Yu Huiyan blushed slightly and asked, "Then can we be friends?" "Sure," Suyi said, sounding forced, as if he had been greatly wronged by Yu Huiyan's request to be friends. In truth, he wasn't concerned about the future development of the Yu family. His ties with Yu Guowen and the others had been severed long ago, but he didn't mind being friends with their descendants. Over the years, every time he woke up, many former acquaintances would try to reconnect. This was not surprising, and he had never refused them. This time was no different. Yu Huiyan's current mood is extremely complex. Yesterday after returning home, she asked her grandfather who Suyi really was. However, her grandfather didn't tell her, just saying that since Suyi didn't drive her away, she could try to become Suyi's disciple. If that didn't work out, being friends is also fine. When she wanted to ask again, Yu Guowen told her not to ask anymore and just do as he said. Yu Huiyan didn't know what she would learn from Suyi as his disciple. Did her grandfather also know that Suyi knew those ancient texts? Surely he wouldn't teach her how to drink alcohol, would he? Suyi, however, understood that these were all Yu Guowen's intentions, testing step by step, and eventually becoming friends with Yu Huiyan. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Yu Guowen's calculated actions, but he didn't dislike the girl Yu Huiyan. "Sit down and eat," Suyi said, as he found a clean table and called out, "Waiter, place an order." Despite the things that happened earlier, Suyi acted as though nothing had happened at all. Regardless of the era, good food remained constant. Yu Huiyan sat down in front of Suyi without hesitation. Lin Yun and the others hesitated for a moment, unsure if they should join. Suyi gestured for them to come over and sit. Since Lin Yun and Yu Huiyan were there, it would be awkward to leave now, so they decided to sit down straightforwardly. On the other hand, Wang Junlin and his friends were a bit hesitant, as it felt awkward for them to sit with goddesses like Yu Huiyan and Lin Yun. "What are you standing there for? Come sit down," Suyi smiled and said. "It's on me." Yu Huiyan almost asked him, "Do you have money?" Suyi sat down and took out his phone, telling Yu Huiyan, "By the way, I borrowed money from you yesterday. I'll pay you back now, and let's exchange WeChat contacts." Just learning how to use WeChat on his phone, Suyi seemed like a playful child, enjoying tasks like adding contacts, transferring money, and more. Yu Huiyan, not holding back, took out her phone and showed Suyi her QR code, saying, "Scan it." Since Suyi had just started his job last night, Yu Huiyan didn't know how much money he had. If she transferred an amount insufficient for him, it wouldn't be good. After they connected on WeChat, Suyi sent her 1,500 yuan and asked, "Is this enough?" Yu Huiyan accepted the payment, flashing a dimple and smiling, "You're generous, boss." The waiter handed them the menu and nervously asked, "What would you like to order?" Can they not be nervous? Suyi seemed more imposing than Yu Xingye. How could they offend him? These rich young masters were not to be trifled with. Suyi looked at the menu. It was reasonably priced, with vegetable dishes around 20 yuan and main dishes around 60 yuan. With 500 yuan left, it should be enough, but they couldn't spend it all at once either. Although Zhang Tang had provided 2,000 yuan in advance last night, he couldn't ask for more in the future. This 500 yuan had to last until the end of the month. 1 mapo tofu, 1 cucumber with century egg soup, 1 yuxian roast, and Suyi glanced at Lin Yun and handed her the menu, saying, "You choose. I won't place an order. You decide." Lin Yun waved her hand. Yu Huiyin casually took the menu, glanced at it, and calmly said, 2 pounds of spicy crayfish, 1 braised beef, dry fried eel, and, "You're not polite at all. I'm broke, you know," Suyi nonchalantly mentioned. Not embarrassed at all. Many men would want to save face in front of women, even if they had no money. They would act tough in such situations. Yu Huiyin smiled. "I thought you were rich, Su student." Suyi ignored her and directly told the waiter, "Except for 1 pound of crayfish, cancel the rest you ordered." Getting her a pound of crayfish alone was already considerate. The dish cost 58 yuan. Of course, the most important thing was that Suyi had never tried spicy crayfish before. It cost 58 yuan per pound, so it must be something special. Crayfish is originally from North America, introduced to Japan by the United States in 1918 and to China by Japan in 1929. It grows in the rivers and lakes of southern China. Not until the reform and development policies and the nationwide popularity of Hunan cuisine did it become popular. Suyi had tried everything else, but he hadn't tasted spicy crayfish before. Though he was broke, he could still enjoy new things, and he believed money should be spent wisely. "Add me on WeChat too." Suyi handed his QR code to Lin Yun. Having someone add you on WeChat right away during a second meeting, and giving them your QR code directly, made Zhang Bao and the others think Suyi was bold. The key point was that he had just added Yu Huiyin on WeChat in front of Lin Yun, and now he was having Lin Yun at him. Damn. Did being handsome allow one to act so freely? Everyone stared at Lin Yun, wondering if she would at him. Lin Yun hesitated. She didn't particularly like Suyi, but he gave her a strange feeling. Normally, everyone has a different social circle. Why would a playboy like Zhao Yin be afraid of Suyi? Suyi dared to provoke Yu Xingge and knew Yu Huiyin. Logically, Suyi should come from a wealthy family. However, when they were ordering earlier, if it weren't for Yu Huiyin, it would have all been vegetarian dishes, and he openly admitted he was broke. What kind of person was he? Really? Lin Yun looked into Suyi's eyes, which were deep and insightful, unlike the rich second-generation youngsters like Zhao Yin. If she rejected adding him on WeChat in front of so many people, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for him? At worst, she could add him and not chat with him. Yu Huiyin finally added Suyi on WeChat. His profile picture was a cute little duck. A duck. His username was simply Suyi. Did a senior set these up? The contrast between the profile picture and username felt odd. "I'll add you too." Ding Miao Miao cheerfully took out her phone and scanned his QR code on her own, adding him as a friend. This series of actions made the girls' minds explode. Was he even human? Just 2 days at school, and he already hit on 3 beautiful women. They didn't even mention Yu Huiyin and Lin Yun, but when they saw Ding Miao Miao, they started to have some fantasies. After all, Suyi successfully charmed the goddesses, so this cute beauty next to him must have some appeal. However, the way Ding Miao Miao's eyes sparkled clearly showed that she was interested in Suyi. Ordering everything on the menu wasn't this too bold. Whether in times of drought or plenty, it was quite extreme. After finishing this meal, Suyi probably has some understanding of these modern cuisines. It's really quite ordinary. It's better to cook by yourself. After briefly meeting Lin Yun, Suyi didn't deliberately show off anymore. "Suyi, are you still going to work there tonight?" Yu Huiyin actually couldn't understand Suyi's behavior. Since his grandfather values Suyi so much, logically speaking, Suyi should also have exceptional abilities. Isn't anything better than accompanying wine? Furthermore, her grandfather was even willing to give Suyi his exclusive black gold card. If Suyi only wanted money, it's simple. In any case, there is a sense of mystery surrounding Suyi. Yu Huiyin really couldn't fathom what special abilities Suyi might possess to make her grandfather value him so much. "I like that job, and I promised, so of course, I have to go." Suyi's expression didn't change as he said, and I don't see anything wrong with it. It's up to you. Yu Huiyan didn't dare to intervene, but Yu Xingge listened intently. Suyi is actually working. Does this mean he can be found at his workplace for trouble? Yu Xingge doesn't think their previous issues have been resolved. Ling Yun has been silent all along. She also doesn't understand the relationship between Yu Huiyan and Suyi. Why would Yu Huiyan even consider asking Suyi to be her mentor? Yu Huiyan's identity is not simple. Could it be that Yu Huiyan likes Suyi, but Suyi is not interested in her, and she wants to approach Suyi under the guise of seeking mentorship? Suyi asked about the afternoon's class, and it turned out to be about advanced mathematics. He immediately lost interest. This subject, invented by Newton in his time, seemed trivial to him. Double integrals, triple integrals, line integrals, surface integrals, things that students considered complex were simple to Suyi. There was no need to attend such classes. Therefore, Suyi decided to skip class. As a freshman transfer student, skipping class on the first day is not something most people would have the courage to do. Suyi, however, didn't care much. He came to school to meet more people and learn about some modern knowledge, but he didn't need to study subjects like physics, math, or chemistry. He had conducted research on such topics in a different capacity, only to find them dull in the end. In his view, modern science wasn't that scientific. Many scientific laws claimed things were impossible, but he could achieve them. After all, Suyi was a very unscientific existence. At 1:30, Wang Zhonglin and the others to class, while Suyi slipped out of the school. From the college to Wadong Street, he wanted to test the most efficient and cost-effective way to travel. With the help of passers-by, Suyi obtained a transportation cart and then boarded the subway. Human technological advancement in Suyi's eyes was indeed amazing. In just 50 years, it had surpassed several thousand years of development, which was quite astonishing, a leap in quality. In the past, traveling by horse and carriage from one city to another was truly exhausting and time-consuming. At that time, Suyi preferred to fly through the skies or directly jump through space to reach another place. After all, in the past, humans believed in the existence of deities, and those who could fly through the skies were mostly revered and worshipped. However, Suyi checked and found out that this was an era where people generally didn't believe in ghosts and gods. So, he obediently sat on the subway. Zooming along, there wasn't even a slight bump, which made Suyi quite pleased. The only downside was the overcrowding. A girl was squeezed so close to him that she almost stuck to him. Various odors mixed on the subway, and the girl stood on her tiptoes, clutching the handle above, resting her head on Suyi's chest with a flushed face. Suyi frowned slightly. Although the girl looked cute and petite, he wasn't interested in the least and certainly didn't enjoy it like some lecherous individuals might. The crowded subway also provided opportunities for certain criminals. Next to Suyi, a man with tattooed arms had already stolen several wallets in front of him, and the girl crammed against Suyi had her phone stolen as well. Suyi had engaged in thievery before and had been known as a thief saint. Yet, after stealing things and playing a bit, he would return the items, considering it the form of amusement. After all, Suyi sometimes found himself too bored. He didn't despise thieves, and he wasn't planning to pay attention to such matters, but it was comical that this thief had set his sights on him, attempting to steal the only phone a poor person like Suyi possessed. That was hard to tolerate. Wasn't this an insult? When that tattooed hand reached towards Suyi, he lightly flicked his fingers, causing the young man to shudder all over, feeling his hand had lost sensation. He glared fiercely at Suyi and tried to threaten him. Suyi smiled, his eyes gentle as he looked at him. This gaze made the tattooed man's breath catch, and his inner guilt amplified 1,000-fold. In fact, many hypnotists could achieve this, but Suyi was much more powerful than them. With just a glance, the young man began to cry bitterly. "I'm sorry, I stole your things." He cried out, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen." He shouted suddenly, and the people nearby began to check their belongings. When they realized their items were missing, everyone became agitated. "My wallet was stolen. My phone was stolen." The tattooed man in short sleeves began to take out the stolen goods. The girl next to Suyi couldn't help but shout, "My phone." The commotion on the subway quickly subsided, and when they arrived at the next station, the tattooed man was taken away, and those whose belongings hadn't been recovered followed suit. The girl by Suyi's side finally stopped pressing against him. When they arrived at Wadong Station, Suyi got off the train, and surprisingly, The girl followed him off the station. As they walked, Suyi had already reached Wudon Street, and yet the girl was still behind him. Suddenly stopping, Suyi turned to look at the girl and asked, "Why are you following me?" The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a small backpack on her back, clearly flustered when questioned by Suyi. With a red face, she stammered, "I live around here." "Oh, sorry." Suyi could tell from her expression and tone that she wasn't lying. He turned and entered his own courtyard. The girl stood in place, watching Suyi's back before eventually entering a nearby residential building. In the courtyard, Suyi could see the handicraft items he had selected at a street vendor neatly arranged on the stone table. Returning, he intended to get to know the neighbors. After Suyi put the things from the stone table into the house, he started to wander around nearby. Next to the small courtyard where he lived, there were several other households. Those living in the old city area were mostly elderly, children, women, and tenants who were relatively poor, as the rent in the old city area was much lower compared to the downtown area. Suyi walked into the neighboring small courtyard and saw four old men playing mahjong. Mahjong originated from the Tang dynasty leaf cards, and of course, Suyi knew how to play and played quite well. He stood by and watched them play. The old men didn't mind Suyi watching next to them. The old man in front of Suyi played a bamboo one tile and regretted it, giving himself a slap on the face with a loud sound, saying, "Oops, I made a mistake." Suyi was almost startled. This was a real slap on the face. The old man was really harsh on himself. The other three old men seemed unfazed and one of them smiled at the man. "Lao Chen, try harder." "What nonsense." Lao Chen rubbed his face and said, "Hurry up and play." Suyi watched from behind. From 2:30 in the afternoon until 4 o'clock, Lao Chen kept winning towards the end, having won about $30 in just 1.5 hours. When a phone call came in, he quickly got up and said, "I have to go pick up my granddaughter now." "What a joke. It's only a few o'clock. You won and now you're running. We're missing one player. How can we continue? I really have to leave. My granddaughter's getting out of school and if I'm late, my old lady will scold me." "Well, if you leave, what should we do?" The old man from the opposite side stared at Suyi and asked, "Young man, can you play?" Suyi nodded and said, "I can play a bit, but I don't have cash on me. It's all in my phone." The old man chuckled. "You transfer money to me from your phone, and I'll give you cash." "All right." Suyi was not polite either. After Lao Chen got up, Suyi took his seat and even added the old man from the opposite side on WeChat, transferred $50 to him, and the old man gave him $50 in cash. $2, rain or shine. Deal? The old man across asked. Suyi said, "Okay, but I'm not that good. You'll learn slowly." The next old man started shuffling the tiles. They wanted to play against a newbie like Suyi. Suyi thought to himself, he couldn't win money today. If he did, these old men probably wouldn't play with him anymore. After Lao Chen left, Suyi took over, and after a few rounds, he had lost most of the $50 in cash. The three old men smiled and happily chatted with Suyi. "Young man, where do you live? Why haven't we seen you before?" "I live in the adjacent courtyard. I'll come by when I'm free. I'm quite bored living alone." Suyi played a tile, and the player before him failed to win. "The adjacent courtyard?" The old man opposite said, "Isn't that the courtyard of that troublemaker Chen Min? Are you his relative?" Suyi said, "He rented the courtyard to me, so I'll be living next door from now on." "Hey, that's good. I find you quite likable and good-looking," the old man from the opposite side said. "You can call me Grandpa Lin. Let me tell you, I have a granddaughter who's also good-looking. Are you dating anyone?" "I'll call you Lao Lin then," Suyi chuckled. "It's more friendly, otherwise, it's a bit awkward to play cards and still address you so formally." "As you wish. Lao Lin it is." Lao Lin also minded, introducing with a smile. "This is Lao Yan, and he's Lao Huan. The one who won money and ran off earlier is Lao Chen." "Get lost," Lao Huan said. "Let's get on with the game, right? Little Su, I find you pleasing too, so from now on, let's not call that shameless Lao Chen." Suyi lost more than $30 shortly after joining the game, and they were happy to play with him. "Oh, Lao Lin, earlier you mentioned you have a granddaughter." Suyi paused and asked, "What's your granddaughter's name?" "Lin Yun." Lao Lin smiled. "My granddaughter is like a celestial beauty. She's in college now. It's time for her to make friends." What a coincidence." Suyi pondered and said, I do know your granddaughter. We even had a meal together earlier. Oh. You really know her? Lao Lin widened his eyes. You rascal, did you rent the place next door just to pursue my granddaughter? So he hadn't thought it would be such a coincidence and shook his head. No way, I just met your granddaughter yesterday. They chatted and Suyi also inquired about Lin Yun's circumstances. The three old men were happy winning money, and Lin Lao seemed quite pleased with Suyi. Surprisingly, Lin Yun had lost both her parents and relied solely on Lin Lao, who said that her tuition was earned through hard work. She was very diligent. Lin Lao feared he might pass away one day and wanted to find a reliable young man for Lin Yun. As the sun set, the old men had to go home for dinner, and so the game dispersed. Suyi had lost all the 50 bucks, and they suggested playing in his courtyard in the future under the shade of a tree. Since Suyi was already interested in Lin Yun, knowing that Lin Lao was her grandfather made it more intriguing. Inviting them to play mahjong in the courtyard was also a good idea. After the game, Suyi went to the nearby market and bought some vegetables. Back home, he cooked a couple of dishes and then started planning his future. Studying and working were his current life, but such a routine could become dull over time. After dinner, Suyi sat in the courtyard and took out his phone to pass the time. After a while, a girl in a white dress walked into the yard, looked at Suyi, and asked, "Is Suyi living here? What do you want with him?" Suyi did not admit his identity, staring at the girl. "Hello, I'm Yishak Suan. Is this Suyi's house?" The girl said, "I'm here to learn from him. I don't take disciples, you can leave." Suyi waved his hand. Yishak Suan also came under her grandfather's instructions to learn medical skills, thinking Suyi should be an old senior, but to find out he is a 20-year-old young man was unexpected. 20 years old, indeed still very young. She was here to learn medical skills, but what could a 20-year-old teach her? Goodbye. No need for showing me out. Suyi lay back in his chair. Seeing members of the Yi family, he also began to consider whether he should treat people or calculate fortunes. After all, his days were quite boring. Yishak Suan was originally about to leave, but Suyi's attitude made her somewhat uncomfortable. She had already turned around, but suddenly stopped her steps. "Are you really Suyi?" Yishak Suan's eyebrows furrowed deeper. In theory, her grandfather sending her to apprentice should know who Suyi is, right? And yesterday, even Bai Miao came here, indicating that there must be a master living in this courtyard. As for how high, as high as an 18-story building, perhaps. Suyi was originally reluctant to pay attention to Yishak Suan, but since he had nothing else to do, he suddenly felt a bit bored and asked, "Do you really want to apprentice to me? If you are Suyi, then I will apprentice to you," Yishak Suan said. Although she didn't know the background of the young man in front of her, she felt that listening to her grandfather's instructions should be correct. "Fine. I accept." Suyi lazily sat up and said, "After you finish the apprenticeship ceremony, you will be my disciple." The apprenticeship ceremony? Yishak Suan's eyes widened and she asked, "How is it done?" Suyi naturally said, "Of course. You kneel down and serve tea to your master." He hadn't taken on a disciple in years and having someone help around the house from time to time wouldn't be bad. Kneel down. The apprenticeship ceremony, in Yishak Suan's mind, would at most be a bow and address as master. She hadn't expected that Suyi would ask her to kneel down and serve tea. Not willing, Suyi couldn't help but laugh. "If you don't want to, just leave. I'm just bored and thinking of taking on a disciple for fun." Yishak Suan clenched her fists and stared at Suyi. She had never knelt to anyone, not even to her grandfather or parents. Suyi lay back on the chair, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Over the years, many people wanted to be his apprentice, but most of them received only a few pointers. Those truly accepted as disciples were few. Having the opportunity to offer him a cup of apprenticeship tea was very rare. Suyi giving Yishak Suan this opportunity wasn't because of her talent or looks, as there were plenty of talented people in the world. And Yishak Suan was nothing special. He was truly just bored, and having someone come up was a way to pass the time. Xuan, why are you here again?" At this moment, a young man in a suit, with a full-bodied brand entered the courtyard. Seeing Yishak Suan standing there looking angry, he quickly approached. "Chong Chao, I told you. Don't follow me." Yishak Suan turned around to glance at the man and, as if avenging something, looked around and entered Suyi's room. Chong Chao glanced at Suyi and asked, "Where are your elders?" "We came yesterday to pay respects to your elders." Suyi lay there motionless, completely ignoring the young man. He wasn't interested in conversing with a stranger, unlike when speaking with a beauty. "Why are you ignoring me?" John Chow was even more dissatisfied with Su Yi's attitude. While not belonging to the top families like Du, Bai, and Yi, he still ranked highly in Qingzhou. How could the person living in this shabby courtyard be of high status? Su Yi still didn't respond. And at this time, Yi Xiaoxuan came out from the room. "I'm just heating up water now. I'll serve the tea once it's boiled." Yi Xiaoxuan finally made up her mind, walked up to Su Yi, and asked, "Teacher, what can you teach me?" Su Yi lifted his eyelids slightly and said lightly, "What do you want to learn?" "Medical skills. Can you teach me, teacher?" Yi Xiaoxuan had just been inside Su Yi's room, which looked ordinary and didn't have any medical books. "It's possible, but whether I will teach you or not depends on my mood," Su Yi said while still reclining on the chair. "While the water is boiling, tidy up my room first." Yi Xiaoxuan truly didn't understand where Su Yi's arrogance came from. Nevertheless, she endured it, turned back, entered Su Yi's room again, and began to tidy up. "What the hell, kid? Do you know who she is?" John Chow was now completely puzzled. He had realized that the goddess was being bullied. Could it be that this guy had some leverage against Yi Xiaoxuan? Su Yi's eyebrows furrowed, and he said coldly, "Get out." At Su Yi's cold command, John Chow felt a pressure on his chest, his face turning pale, and beads of sweat dripping down. He struggled to remain standing but ended up kneeling in front of Su Yi. Even though Su Yi had only released a tiny bit of pressure, he had little experience with physical altercations. The slight pressure was enough to almost stop John Chow's heartbeat. Kneeling was purely an instinctive reaction. The inexplicable fear made his legs weak, and being able to kneel, rather than lie on the ground, was already quite good. Su Yi realized he might have been too forceful, took a shallow breath, and said, "I told you to leave, not to kneel." John Chow was trembling all over, and lifting his head to look at Su Yi, he almost cried out, I can't stand up." Su Yi sighed, and didn't bother with him, continuing to recline on the chair, saying indifferently, "If you want to kneel, and then get out as soon as you're done." John Chow's legs were truly weak, almost devoid of sensation. He couldn't stand up but felt embarrassed kneeling before Su Yi, especially sensing an overwhelming fear. He was worried about his safety staying there and struggled to crawl towards the courtyard entrance. In less than a minute, Yi Xiaoxuan walked out of the room. Her reason for agreeing to enter was to see Su Yi's abilities. Judging from her understanding of John Chow, this prodigal son must have clashed with Su Yi. Since her grandfather esteems Su Yi, shouldn't he be able to handle even someone like John Chow? She also thought that if Su Yi was really taught a lesson by John Chow, so be it. Who allowed him to be so arrogant? But when she came out, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. John Chow was crawling with all his might towards the courtyard's exit. "What did you do to him?" Yi Xiaoxuan knew that for someone truly skilled in medicine, dealing with an ordinary person would be easy, even causing harm with a single gesture. Su Yi, without even opening his eyes, said, "Nothing much, just gave him a scare." "Is the room cleaned up?" "You don't have anything in your room to clean up." Yi Xiaoxuan walked over and took a deep look at John Chow. His current state indeed showed signs of being frightened. She had only been in the room for a short time, but only heard Su Yi telling him to leave. This guy had no fear, so why was he scared now? Su Yi didn't care about John Chow at all. He casually said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "There's nothing to tidy up in the room, so you can find a stool and sit down first." "What's bothering you?" "What's bothering me?" Yi Xiaoxuan was about to explode with anger. She didn't even know which nerve she had hit wrong to agree to come and apprentice herself. Even more absurd was that after finding out Su Yi was a young man, she still agreed to cut and offer tea to apprentice herself. She must be crazy. Su Yi looked visibly younger than her, but had the audacity to call her rash. It sounded more like a lecture from an elder to a younger generation. Feeling a bit annoyed, Yi Xiaoxuan stared at John Chow and asked, "Master, given his current situation, how should he be treated?" Su Yi sensed Yi Xiaoxuan's dissatisfaction, but responded nonchalantly, "How do you think he should be treated?" Yi Xiaoxuan raised her eyebrows and said, "Just need to needle the knee one acupoint with a silver needle." Su Yi slowly sat up, stretched lazily, and said, "Why bother? Just go up and give him a big slap, that should do it." Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow, really suspecting whether Su Yi knew any medical skills. A scared person can be cured with just a slap. Why not burn incense and perform a ritual dance? John Chow, trembling with fear, heard Suyi's words and shudder even more. He regretted it completely. Why did he provoke such a strange person for no reason? Just a stern scolding had him scared out of his wits, unable to use any strength in his body. That if Yi Xiaoxuan didn't act, what if Suyi did? Would one slap just kill him outright? That's really terrifying. Xuan, please hit me. Zhang Cao's facial features were already contorted, tears streaming down his face, almost pleading with Yi Xiaoxuan. Please, give me a slap. I promise, I will never bother you again. Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss for words. She couldn't believe that Zhang Cao was actually asking her to slap him. More importantly, he used to pester her persistently, but now he was pledging not to bother her again. That was actually a good thing. Remember what you said. Yi Xiaoxuan didn't care whether giving him a slap could actually cure him. If he was just scared, she could just needle him again. No big deal. The most important thing now was to make sure Zhang Cao would never bother her again. As long as you give me a slap, I swear by my ancestors for generations, I will never bother you again. Zhang Cao couldn't wait any longer. Fearing Suyi might suddenly lash out and give him a slap, he was desperate. Sitting in his chair, Suyi looked on with cold eyes, not saying a word. Yi Xiaoxuan slowly approached, squatted down, and gently slapped Zhang Cao. This slap was not gentle, and Zhang Cao remained lying on the ground like a dog. You're so weak, haven't you eaten? Suyi finally stood up and said, Do you want me to teach you? No. Zhang Cao shouted loudly. If he could kneel now, he would definitely kneel in front of Yi Xiaoxuan. Sister Yi, I beg you, hit me harder. Use all your strength. Yi Xiaoxuan had never encountered such a ridiculous request. But since things had come to this point, she raised her hand and slapped him with all her might. Smack. That slap was right on target. The sound of the slap was loud and clear, making Zhang Cao see stars. That after the slap, he found strength in his body, stood up, and quickly ran out of the yard. Sorry for the disturbance. Outside the yard, Zhang Cao's scream was heard. Suyi barely did anything, yet he had scared Zhang Cao out of his wits. This kind of reaction also left Yi Xiaoxuan bewildered. Just one slap, and he was all better. Suyi smiled. Do you believe what I said now? She really had no choice but to believe it. Just a while ago, Zhang Cao was a complete mess, lying on the ground like mud. But after a slap, he was suddenly lively and ran away faster than a rabbit. Actually, whether to slap Zhang Cao or not had nothing to do with it. Suyi merely wished him well, and with a single thought, no action was necessary. Yi Xiaoxuan was speechless, looking at her hand in silence. Was it just a coincidence? Or was Zhang Cao acting? The more she thought, the more she furrowed her brows. Could it be that Suyi's background was even better, and her grandfather arranged for Zhang Cao to come and act along with Suyi? In fact, Zhang Cao had never been genuinely frightened before. All this was just to cooperate with Suyi. After thinking it over, that seemed to be the only possibility. Once she thought that way, Yi Xiaoxuan no longer felt much about Suyi. Just pretending to be mysterious. Suyi could easily read others' minds, but rarely bothered to do so. Already boring enough, knowing what others were thinking would be even more tedious. You two know each other. Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Although Suyi didn't want to read her mind, with such a question, he naturally knew what she was thinking. If you think we know each other, then we do. Suyi didn't bother explaining. With Yi Xiaoxuan begging to be his apprentice, he didn't care about others' opinions. If you want me to be your master, it's not impossible, but you should at least show some real talent. Yi Xiaoxuan sneered at Suyi's behavior, pretending to be mysterious. Was it necessary? Amused by her, Suyi laughed. Miss, you better understand, it's you who wants me as your master, not me seeking to accept you as a disciple. Well, it's not an official apprenticeship yet. Feel free to leave if you want. I won't stop you. Yi Xiaoxuan found herself infuriated talking to this young man. Over the years, she had seen too many people. Those men who wanted to pursue her could come up with all sorts of tricks, but Suyi's trick wasn't that clever. Playing hard to get, was it really necessary? Just go then. Yi Xiaoxuan turned and walked out of the yard. Suyi leisurely walked back into the house. The water was still boiling on the stove. Later, when the water boiled, he would make himself a pot of tea and enjoy the same fragrance. After Yi Xiaoxuan left, she immediately called her grandfather. Grandpa, who really is Suyi? What can he teach me at this age? Yi Xiaoxuan said discontentedly. Don't think I don't know. You must want me to date him. I've already said. You don't need to rush me. I'm not in a hurry. Yi Xiaoxuan's grandfather is the contemporary legendary Dr. Yi Lin, who is now over 70 years old. If Suyi doesn't return, he would undoubtedly be the #1 in the medical field, capable of performing the 36 needles of Qiagang that can revive the dead. However, Yi Lin knows deep down that his secret skill is just a means for Suyi to repay the master-servant relationship over the years and teach him to make a living. He doesn't even have the qualification to call Suyi master. Sending Yi Xiaoxuan to ask Suyi to be her master was just a hopeful idea. In Yi Lin's view, Suyi would not accept her as his disciple. He believed that if Suyi took an interest in her, accepting her as a servant would suffice. If he truly did take an interest, it could lead to something good. The Yi family would likely not have any worries for several hundred years. Suyi's identity, naturally, could not be revealed to Yi Xiaoxuan. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's complaints, Yi Lin nervously asked, "Xiaoxuan, did you offend Suyi? Did he kick you out?" Xiaoxuan was left wondering, did she voluntarily leave? "Grandpa, don't pretend not to know. I know you had John Chow cooperate with him to act out the scene together. And on top of that, he made me kneel down to serve tea as part of the ritual to apprentice myself to him. How did you choose someone like him?" Xiaoxuan gritted her teeth, saying, "Arrogant, hypocritical. Anyway, I don't want any association with him." When Yi Lin heard Xiaoxuan mention kneeling down to serve tea, his heart leapt to his throat, his breath quickened, and he couldn't speak for a while, feeling numb with excitement. You became his disciple." Yi Lin clenched his fists. Although his granddaughter was naturally beautiful, she might not catch Suyi's eye. But even if she couldn't be his lover, becoming his disciple would be a blessing. Xiaoxuan didn't understand her grandfather's intentions and said, "Of course, I didn't become his disciple. I've already left his yard." "Xiaoxuan, go back quickly. If he has agreed, this is your chance." Yi Lin urged eagerly. "If he is willing to teach you, you have the opportunity to learn any medical skill, not just the 36 needles of Qiagang." "How is that possible? He is so young." Xiaoxuan was shocked. The 36 needles of Qiagang were her grandfather's secret skill, but he had not passed it on to anyone in the Yi family. Not even her father's earnest pleas moved him. Now, her grandfather was suggesting this. Just who is this Suyi? These are not questions you should be asking. Yi Lin feared Xiaoxuan would miss this rare opportunity. He added, "Let me tell you, if Suyi agrees to take me as his disciple, even if I have to kneel for 3 days, a month, or even a year, I'd be willing." Xiaoxuan took a deep breath, stopped in her tracks, and was astonished by her grandfather's words. It was truly unbelievable that someone could make her grandfather willingly kneel to become their apprentice. Yi Lin noticed Xiaoxuan's silence and, fearing her stubborn nature, adjusted his tone, saying seriously, "I'm not asking you to date Suyi. I never had that thought because Suyi probably wouldn't be interested in you. If you are fortunate enough to become his disciple, do your duty and do not have any unrealistic thoughts about him." This didn't sound like something a grandfather would say to his granddaughter. He nearly directly told Xiaoxuan that if she could become Suyi's apprentice, it would be a blessing earned over many lifetimes. But as for any romantic intentions, forget it, you are not worthy. Xiaoxuan was clever enough to understand that her grandfather's words were not merely to provoke her. Given his current status and position, if Suyi were just a slightly talented young man, her grandfather wouldn't elevate him to such a high position or say such words. "I have left already." Although Xiaoxuan's heart felt heavy, when Suyi had her kneel down to serve tea to apprentice, she felt it was a pretentious act from him and, in anger, she had fled. The promised apprenticeship was naturally declined now. Would she have to go back and kneel down to apprentice herself again? Without much consideration, Yi Lin said directly, "Go back immediately now. If he still accepts you, no matter what he asks, you must obey. The prosperity of the Yi family in the next 100 years depends on you now." Xiaoxuan felt an immense burden on her heart. How could a young man be related to the future prosperity of the Yi family for 100 years? However, Xiaoxuan still felt a bit defiant and, gritting her teeth, asked, "If he asks me to sleep with him, should I agree?" After a moment of silence on Yi Lin's end, as a grandfather and elder, it was truly difficult for him to answer such a question. "If he truly likes you, it'll be your fortune, but I still think he won't." Xiaoxuan was almost infuriated. She had initially thought her grandfather was just trying to matchmake her with Suyi, who was only a young man Grandpa saw potential in. It now appeared that she had overestimated the situation. "Fine, I'll go back," Xiaxuan said, but she had already thought it through. If Suyi makes any unreasonable demands, she would leave without hesitation. She was not a tool for the Yi family's prosperity. She was going back now mainly because she felt a strong curiosity about Suyi. What kind of person would make her grandfather say such things? At that moment, Suyi was waiting for the water to boil at the stove. Though the yard was old, the house inside used natural gas. Suyi had learned how to use these modern conveniences on his phone and marveled at the technological advancements that brought so much ease to people's lives. As the water continued to heat up, Xiaxuan had reached the doorstep. "Did you call your grandfather?" Suyi sat bored on a chair in front of the stove playing with his phone. He asked casually upon hearing footsteps. Xiaxuan gritted her teeth and said, "I'm willing to be your disciple." Suyi nodded and said, "Then I'll take you as my disciple. You don't have to kneel to serve tea. But from now on, you must listen to me in all matters." He had checked on the current practices and found that people nowadays didn't seem to like kneeling, and he didn't have a habit of making things difficult for others. She was just a young girl, so why make things difficult for her? Taking her as a disciple was mostly out of boredom. In the past, he had taken on a few servants, and now having a disciple would alleviate his boredom. Is that all? Xiaxuan was full of question marks above her head, thinking that Suyi would make things more difficult for her upon her return. Suyi raised his head, glanced at her, and kindly smiled. "Otherwise, if you want to kneel, I have no objections." Xiaxuan thought for a long time, and finally discovered the biggest difference between Suyi and other young people. This person, Suyi, always speaks in a nonchalant manner, looking so young on the surface, yet giving off an air of maturity and sophistication. Most importantly, although he appears refined and easygoing, his casual remarks always have a way of irritating people to the point of wanting to strike him. "Stay calm. Stay calm." Xiaxuan stared at Suyi, tugged at the corners of her mouth, forced a smile, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "May I ask what orders master has?" Suyi put away his phone, slowly stood up, and said, "You stay here and watch the fire, while I prepare a welcoming gift for you." A welcoming gift? Xiaxuan originally thought Suyi was a rather aloof and sarcastic person, never expecting there to be talk of a welcoming gift for becoming his disciple. Suyi's old house had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, with one room designated as his study. Before descending from Washing Sword Mountain, Suyi instructed Zhang Changfeng to bring down some items he had left on the mountain. During Suyi's absence, Zhang Changfeng had already packed these items into a box, placing it in the easternmost room. Every item inside the box was a rare treasure without question. Even the box itself was made of gold-threaded nanmuwo, finely crafted with carvings of mountains, rivers, plants, exotic creatures, and strange flowers. These designs were hand-carved by Suyi during his leisure time, and even during chaotic times of gods and demons. Merely displaying these items would be enough to incite numerous powerful figures to fight over them. After all, the items engraved by Suyi contained insights into the Tao of Heaven. Suyi opened the box, took out some items, and arranged them neatly. Apart from some calligraphy and paintings he had done previously, there was a box of tea leaves, 3 small jars of aged liquor, a dozen rare volumes, writing tools, and the tea set he had used before. Suyi loved reading books and occasionally writing, so within the box, there was also a stack of blank parchment from the Republic of China era. Zhang Changfen, the old servant, knew Suyi well. Suyi picked up a painting, slowly unfolded it, revealing a woman in a cheongsam. The woman in the painting exuded a dynamic charm despite being a mere illustration. Although just a painting, her captivating expression seemed as if she could step out of the paper in the next moment. More astonishingly, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yun. Suyi's paintings had reached a level of spiritual connection. If a highly skilled individual were to view Suyi's works, they might even have breakthroughs. However, if an ordinary person were to see these paintings, they would likely be entrapped within them for life, unable to free themselves until death. Zhang Changfeng had always kept these calligraphy and paintings in the box as instructed by Suyi before his slumber, without daring to open and view them randomly. After gazing for a while, Suyi put away the painting and took out a stack of parchment, placing it on the table. "Suyi, master, the water is boiling." Xiaxuan walked to the study and tapped on the open door. Seeing Suyi arranging items on the desk, She also felt curious about the welcoming gift Suyi would give her. Suyi was actually contemplating what to give Yishiaxuan. Initially, he wanted to write her a medical book, but with the various items in his box, he decided to ask her what she wanted instead. After a brief hesitation, Yishiaxuan entered the room, feeling a bit uneasy about being alone together as a man and a woman. "Aren't you interested in studying medicine?" Suyi stood at the desk and said, "I have 2 medical books here. Would you like them? If not, I can also write one for you separately." "What kind of medical books?" Yishiaxuan, born into a family of medical practitioners, now wealthy and influential, had read thousands of medical books since childhood. Any book available on the market, her family had it. When she heard Suyi offer her medical books, she was somewhat dismissive. As for Suyi mentioning he would write one for her, that was even more unnecessary. Given Suyi's age, what he could produce was likely just summaries of existing medical texts. Suyi took out 2 bamboo slips from the box, opened one to glance at it, and said, "The writings of B&Q. Would you like them?" Recalling that B&Q could be considered one of his students, learning from him for half a month, these 2 bamboo slips were the assignments B&Q had handed in to him in the evening, which Suyi found acceptable and placed aside. Using these assignments as a welcoming gift seemed somewhat inappropriate. The writings of B&Q. Yishiaxuan appeared puzzled. Who was B&Q? And what kind of assignments were they? "You can take a look. If you don't like them, I can rewrite them. After all, I have plenty of free time." Suyi handed one bamboo slip to Yishiaxuan. Yishiaxuan opened the bamboo slip curiously, glanced at it, and was momentarily stunned. Were these the lost medical classic of B&Q? Yishiaxuan's breathing hitched, unable to tear her eyes away from the clear characters inscribed on the bamboo slip. Suyi referred to this as B&Q's assignments. Yishiaxuan was captivated by the contents of the bamboo slip. The insights on various difficult conditions and the treatment methods were unique, offering previously unheard of medical solutions that were likely very effective, though some ingredients may now be extinct. "How is it?" Suyi noticed her daze and casually asked. If Yishiaxuan wasn't satisfied, he would have her grind ink and personally write something superior to B&Q's work. Returning to her senses, Yishiaxuan gazed at the other bamboo slip on the desk and stuttered. "You won't tell me that's the external classics of B&Q, right?" The internal classic and external classics of B&Q had long been lost. But now, Suyi was offering these to bamboo slips, which was truly astonishing. Suyi opened the other bamboo slip, took a quick look, and said, "It should be." Then, he directly handed it to Yishiaxuan. Yishiaxuan's hands trembled as she accepted the bamboo slip. She had read the internal classic of B&Q before. Having grown up learning medicine, she could distinguish between genuine and fake content. If this was the external classics, it would be a remarkable contribution to the history of human medicine. Take these 2 scrolls back and study them. You might learn something from them. Feeling lazy and not in the mood to write at the moment, Suyi decided these 2 scrolls would probably be sufficient for Yishiaxuan's education for a while. Yishiaxuan carefully placed the medical classic of B&Q on the desk and opened the other scroll. Almost startled by what she saw, this was indeed the external classics of B&Q. The fact that Suyi was also giving her these scrolls was beyond belief. "Do you really want to give me these 2 volumes of medical classics?" Yishiaxuan felt like she was quite well versed in the world, having seen all kinds of grand events. There were quite a few rare medical books at home, but the 2 volumes of medical classics in front of her were definitely the most precious she had ever seen. She swore that if these 2 volumes of medical classics were auctioned, their value would definitely be no less than $1 billion. If this was really the inner canon and external canon of B&Q, such items would never be allowed to be auctioned domestically. Suyi also knew what these 2 medical classics meant to ordinary people. B&Q could be considered a famous figure in history. His works might not mean much to Suyi, but for Yishiaxuan, they should be considered quite valuable. However, since Yishiaxuan had officially become Suyi's disciple, these works by B&Q shouldn't be seen as anything valuable. "If you like them, take them," Suyi said casually. He didn't care much about these things, and seeing the excitement in Yishiaxuan's eyes, he gave up the idea of writing a separate medical book for her. "So, are these really written by B&Q? The inner canon and external canon?" Yishiaxuan still found it hard to calm down her excitement. Suyi nodded. "Yes, he wrote them. Are they authentic?" Suyi nodded again, confirming that they were indeed authentic. Yishiaxuan asked once more, "Are you sure? Do you want them?" Suyi asked, "If you want to learn medicine, You can take these 2 volumes of medical classics back to read. They won't serve any purpose sitting here. Alright. Yi Xiaoxuan still had some doubts about whether these were truly being Quest's authentic works, mainly because the 2 volumes of bamboo scrolls were exceptionally well preserved, without any damage, and the characters engraved on them were clear, without any stains. B&Q lived in the spring and autumn period. How could things from that era still be so well preserved to this day? Despite her doubts, the content on the bamboo scrolls was concise and comprehensive, with many medical treatment methods she had never heard of before. Do you know how to brew tea, Suyi? Already taking out a set of tea utensils from the box, asked casually. Of course, Yi Xiaoxuan answered, but then she froze for a moment as she realized that the set of tea utensils Suyi placed on the table looked quite valuable. Coming from a prestigious background, she could discern whether things were of good quality or not. Master, this isn't Song Dynasty June porcelain, is it? Yi Xiaoxuan was not someone who lacked exposure to the world, and the delicate and exquisite tea set on the table, along with its intricate patterns, resembled the June porcelain of the Song Dynasty. So he didn't even glance up. He took out the tea leaves from the box and said, "It should be. Use this to brew tea. There aren't any other clean cups at home, so once you're done making tea, throw away the bowls and cups in your house." Got it. Yi Xiaoxuan never really served others with such a cup before, but Suyi's status made her curious. Besides the valuable set of bamboo scrolls he had given her, the tea set in front of her also caught her eye, and she wanted to examine it closely. When Yi Xiaoxuan went to get the tea set, she couldn't help but glance at the things on the desk. The inkstone, pen holder, and brushes on the desk seemed quite old. Even though she wasn't knowledgeable about these things, she could tell at a glance that they were all valuable items. As she left with the tea set, she cast another look at the nearby box. Really? Even the box looked quite valuable, but Suyi didn't seem like a wealthy person. Yi Xiaoxuan's tea brewing skills were not very professional, just a simple rinsing of the tea leaves and brewing, but she had no idea that the box in Suyi's possession contained a box of pure golden melon tribute tea. Nowadays, there were only a few remaining aside from the collection at the Kyoto Museum, and it was even classified as a national secondary cultural relic. The value of this tea was comparable to gold, truly priceless. At first, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't think much about it, just finding the tea set exquisite and handling it with care throughout. But as the faint tea aroma diffused, she began to realize that the tea leaves might also be quite valuable. Suyi emerged from the house, finding Yi Xiaoxuan brewing tea at the stone table in the yard. Her concentrated appearance, paired with her unskilled hands, didn't look too impressive. "I have to go to work later. You can stay here. Add me on WeChat. I'll message you when I need to find you," Suyi said, taking a sip of the unfinished tea and comparing it unfavorably to Ginger Changfeng's brew. As Yi Xiaoxuan added Suyi on WeChat, she asked, "Where do you work?" If the bamboo scrolls Suyi had given her were authentic, they would be invaluable. Did he still need to go to work at night? Suyi, sitting on the stone bench, replied, "A bar." Oh. When Yi Xiaoxuan heard the word bar, her thoughts turned more complicated. For rich people like them to work at a bar, was that really considered work? Most likely, it was to pick up girls or, in other words, deceive them. Yi Xiaoxuan's attitude towards Suyi had improved, but that didn't mean she thought he was a good person. "Here's the house key. Go make a copy for yourself," Suyi said, as he had taken her in as his disciple, which meant she was now considered part of his clan. "Tidy up the house well, you won't be needing that study anymore." Without waiting for Yi Xiaoxuan to voice her opinion, Suyi tossed her the key and left, leaving her standing there dumbfounded. He just gave her the key, and once again asked her to clean up the house. After Suyi left, Yi Xiaoxuan sat in the courtyard, drinking her tea. "This tea is quite good." Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't a tea connoisseur, but even she could tell that the tea leaves were of good quality. She sat in the courtyard, finishing a whole pot of tea before going inside to clean up. After everything was in order, she took all the dishes and utensils from the kitchen to throw away, then went to a nearby supermarket to buy 3 new sets. "Grandpa, I've taken him as my master." Yi Xiaoxuan decided to report this matter to her grandfather. Excitedly, her grandfather on the phone almost jumped up. "Really? Has he taught you anything?" "He hasn't taught me anything, but he gave me 2 scrolls of bamboo, claiming they are the inner canon and external canon by B&Q. Yi Xiaoxuan chuckled lightly. "Even though the content is excellent, I doubt they are authentic." He also mentioned that these were being quest works. That settles it, her grandfather said confidently. They must be the inner canon and external canon by B&Q. Grandpa, you haven't even seen them. How can you be so sure they are real? Ishiaxuan had her doubts about the authenticity of the 2 bamboo scrolls, but she couldn't understand why her grandfather was so certain they were genuine just because Suyi had given them to her. Her grandfather asserted, as long as they are from him, they must be real. What else did he say? Ishiaxuan thought for a moment and replied. He also said he would write a medical treatise for me. He said he was going to write a medical book for you. Yilin became even more excited when he heard what Ishiaxuan said. What Yellow Emperor's inner canon and outer canon? Compared to the medical book written by Suyi, they are simply worthless. Ishiaxuan clearly did not realize what she had missed out on, saying, I took a look at the bamboo slips he gave me. They are quite extraordinary. It seems like he wants me to choose. Either take the 2 sets of bamboo slips, or he will write a scroll for me. Of course, I chose the 2 sets of bamboo slips. Yilin could only sigh deeply and asked, now he's not by your side. Of course not, Ishiaxuan asked in confusion. Grandpa, who exactly is Suyi? His family seems to have quite a few treasures, but why is he living in such a place? Yilin said, you shouldn't inquire about these matters. Since you have already accepted him as your master, you should behave well. Grandpa, do you want to take a look at those 2 sets of medical books? Ishiaxuan, like a child who had obtained a treasure, wanted to share with Yilin. But Yilin replied, since they were given to you by your master, remember not to show them to anyone. You should know what Yellow Emperor's inner canon and outer canon signify, right? Ishiaxuan's heart was pounding in her throat. The way her grandpa spoke made it clear that the 2 sets of medical books were genuine, Suyi's identity. Of course, Suyi was unaware of the conversation between Yilin and Ishiaxuan and had no interest in knowing. At 6:30, Suyi had already arrived at Qingxing Bar. At this time, Zhang Ting had already arrived and was inside doing bookkeeping. You're here? Zhang Ting raised her head, smiled at Suyi, and said, aren't you going to evening self-study? Suyi approached and smiled. Not going. Zhang Ting put down the pen in her hand, looked at Suyi, and said, if you want to go for self-study, you can come later. After all, studies should be a priority. This job, although it brings in money fast, can't be done for a lifetime. Suyi was surprised by Zhang Ting's words. He could tell that in the bar, he was able to bring in a substantial income for them, so a typical boss might encourage him to skip evening self-study and come every day instead. A little puzzled by Suyi's response, Zhang Ting shook her head, thinking Suyi just didn't like studying. She said, I'll inform Brother Juan and the others. If you want to go for evening self-study, you can come later, as most of our customers start coming in more after 10:30 anyway. Thank you, Suyi said, asking, is Lin Yun also coming later? Zhang Ting paused, squinted at Suyi, and smiled. What? Are you interested in that girl? Suyi opally replied. Yes. Zhang Ting laughed heartily. I thought a boy like you would be shy talking about such things. I didn't expect you to admit it so straightforwardly. A beau, Suyi had been mistaken by many over the years, but hearing Zhang Ting's words, he just smiled. When you like someone, there's no need to hide it. He didn't want to tell Lin Yun too much directly because he knew that if he did, it might seem unrealistic to her or even lead to her rejecting him. It's best to let things flow naturally. Yeah, John, I hope you can keep this matter confidential from me, Suyi said with a faint smile. I don't want her to know about this yet. Zhang Ting smiled knowingly and said, don't worry, yeah, John will keep it confidential for you. You keep it up. In any case, Suyi had a good impression of Zhang Ting. In the evening, as the time approached 9 o'clock, more customers began to fill the bar. According to the agreement Suyi had with Zhang Ting, he could choose his own customers. In other words, if he didn't want to accompany someone, he didn't have to. But since he was paid, Suyi wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. He would help carry drinks or serve customers. Qingxing Bar was a mixture of a bar and a place for socializing. There was a dance floor in the center used for performances. Those who had been to such places knew that spending money was required for those who danced. Men came here for one simple purpose: to seek pleasure. After being busy in the venue for a while, holding a dozen drinks, Suyi headed towards K13. Suyi, the person sitting in the center of K13, was Zhao Yin. When he saw Suyi, a strange smile appeared on his face. He had come here because he had heard that Lin Yun was working part-time here, but he hadn't expected Su Yi to be working here as well. This made things interesting. Su Yi raised his eyelids, glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. With a malicious grin on his face, Zhao Yin stood up excitedly. Meeting Su Yi in this situation, he knew today was the day he had to settle all scores. How could he keep his status otherwise? Su Yi wasn't one to avoid trouble, and when he heard Zhao Yin calling out, he stopped and turned to face him, asking, "Is there something else? You're a waiter, right? Don't you know how to serve drinks? And what's with that attitude?" Zhao Yin smirked, thinking that Su Yi must have some background, but to find him working here as a waiter was a relief. After all, he could treat someone so per any way he pleased, right? Serve drinks. Su Yi smiled, glanced back, then said to Zhao Yin, "I'm sorry, but I need to attend to other customers." He glanced at Zhao Yin with narrowed eyes and smiled. "Zhao Yin, right? Your mother's here. Your mother's here." Zhao Yin shouted, "Don't you want to work today?" Without explaining further, Su Yi could discern people well, especially those with close blood relations. At that moment, a man named Gao Yun, who had drinks with Su Yi the previous night, walked over, glared at Zhao Yin, and scolded, "You brat! What are you doing here?" Behind Zhao Yin, the group of friends and followers were originally preparing to confront Su Yi, but they were left speechless by Gao Yun's angry shout. The bar was already nosy, and Zhao Yin's face turned red with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Mom, why are you here?" Zhao Yin came from a wealthy family and was known as a young master at school. However, he was only a sophomore, and now being caught by his mother in a nightlife establishment, and seeing Gao Yun looking furious, Zhao Yin was likely in for some trouble. Su Yi stood among them, and Gao Yun, full of anger, said to Su Yi, "Yun Yan, don't be angry. The child is still young. It's okay to come out and have some fun. You took advantage of me, right?" Zhao Yin was frustrated. Su Yi called his mother Yun Yan. Wasn't that taking advantage of him? Su Yi casually replied, "Why are you speaking like this? Is it wrong for me to call your mother Yun Yan? How does that mean I'm taking advantage of you?" Perhaps it would have been better not to say these words. Once they were spoken, it was clear that Su Yi was trying to take advantage of Zhao Yin. Gao Yun had come to the bar today to find Su Yi, but she did not expect to encounter Zhao Yin. Hearing Su Yi call her Yun Yan in front of her son made her bashful, especially the way Su Yi said it made her feel like an equal. If Su Yi had sought a relationship with her last night because of money, she would have just seen him as a plaything. But Su Yi's stance against compromising for money had deeply attracted her. Who says there are no good men? Gao Yun took a breath to calm herself and looked at Su Yi, saying to Zhao Yin, "Ziyin, let me introduce you. This is your uncle Su. Why aren't you greeting him?" Damn. The group behind Zhao Yin dared not speak. Su Yi looked about the same age as Zhao Yin. Now, Zhao Yin's mother was insisting that Zhao Yin call him uncle. Did that mean Su Yi and Zhao Yin's mother were involved? This is absurd. Mom, what are you saying? Why should I call him uncle? Zhao Yin clenched his fists. He had come here originally to pursue Lin Yan. After seeing Su Yi, he naturally wanted to embarrass him. But now, he was being asked to call him uncle? Gao Yun's face turned cold, then said calmly, "You don't have to if you don't want to. I'll cut your allowance for 6 months. Don't even think about driving the car, lest you engage in mischief outside all day. 6 months? Why not just let me starve?" Zhao Yin said defiantly, "In any case, it's absolutely impossible for me to call him uncle." He paused and waved to the people behind him. "You guys can leave for now. We'll hang out another day." The group behind Zhao Yin could only smile awkwardly. The one leading them walked to Gao Yun's side and said softly, "Auntie, we'll leave first." The others also greeted Gao Yun one by one. "Auntie, we're leaving." Gao Yun's face darkened, and she just nodded without bothering to speak to the group of kids. After the group left, Gao Yun stared at Zhao Yin and asked coldly, "Zhao Yin, are you going to greet him or not?" Generally, for a middle-aged woman to seek out a man in a nightlife establishment and encounter her son would be somewhat embarrassing, but Gao Yun was not an ordinary person. She had been working in the business world for many years and didn't care about what others thought. Besides, she had set her sights on Su Yi, and age was not a concern, especially when Su Yi addressed her as Yun Yan. Her heart melted. Zhao Yin glanced deeply at Su Yi and began to hesitate. He knew his mother's temperament. If he dared to defy her today, he would definitely lose his allowance for 6 months and have his car taken away. It wouldn't hurt to greet him. His mother would only find Suyi fresh for a while, and once that faded, if Suyi was still arrogant, Zhao Yin would be the one to suffer. It's said that a wise man does not suffer loss in the present. Besides, there was no one else around, and the bar was too noisy for anyone else to hear. Uncle. Zhao Yin lowered his voice as much as possible and called out to Suyi. He tried to imagine himself as Han Din, who had suffered humiliation under the crotch. Now, all he had to do was call Suyi uncle. How humiliating could that be? Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "What did you say?" Zhao Yin's face turned black. Damn, this was more than just humiliating. Zhao Yun snorted. Wasn't your voice loud just now? Why are you silent now? I'm wondering if I'm really his son, or did Suyi do something to her mother to make her side with him? Suyi, an old monster who had lived for countless years, saw Gao Yun not as young as a flower, but not old either. He couldn't possibly call Gao Yun auntie or the like. Calling her Yunya was simply due to the current situation. Yunya, don't make it difficult for the child. If he doesn't want to greet, forget it, Suyi said with a generous look, completely showcasing his tea art. He was growing less fond of getting physical with people, especially dealing with a young master like Zhao Yin. He had no desire to get into a physical confrontation. Gao Yun waved to Zhao Yin and said, "At this time, shouldn't you be at school? Go. Be nice to your Uncle Su in the future." "Mom, I'm leaving." Zhao Yin was genuinely somewhat fearful of his mother. From childhood to adulthood, Gao Yun had been terrifyingly dominant. Even now, he didn't want to mess around, let alone have a drink with Suyi again. Without saying much more, Gao Yun smiled at Suyi and said, "Zisu, let's sit here and have a few drinks. Let's chat tonight, without over-drinking." When it came to drinking, Gao Yun felt she wasn't a match for Suyi. Moreover, she now wanted more from Suyi than just his body. She had been thinking all day today and felt she could first probe Suyi's feelings. Although this young man seemed much younger than her, he exuded a charm that even mature men couldn't match. Young, but with a world weariness that mature men rarely possess. How could there be such a man in the world? "Sure. Let's have a drink here." Suyi had, indeed, encountered many women. Not to say that he accepted everyone, but now, wasn't his job to drink with women? Thinking back to the past when even in brothels, no matter how ugly or rude a guest was, the women still had to serve, right? Gao Yun was polite to him, and now they were just having a drink. Why would he refuse? After having a drink, they tentatively asked, "Zisu, do you have any family left?" Suyi smiled and said, "I'm an orphan, without parents, siblings, or relatives." Orphan. When Gao Yun heard Suyi saying that, she couldn't help but have some thoughts. If Suyi still had living parents, they might oppose their relationship due to the age difference. But since Suyi is an orphan, that's great. As long as they both want to be together, no one can stop them. "I'm really sorry for bringing up something sad for you." Gao Yun raised her glass, finished it in one gulp, and said, "I'll punish myself with another drink." Suyi never knew who his parents were. After living for so many years, he always identified himself as an orphan. He just smiled at Gao Yun's words. "It's okay, I don't think it's a big deal. It's better to be full alone than hungry as a family, right? You seem to be able to let go easily." After putting down her glass, Gao Yun moved closer to Suyi and asked with concern, "Are you still living alone without a girlfriend?" Suyi, being as shrewd as he is, could almost guess what Gao Yun was thinking from her obvious hints. However, Suyi has his professional ethics. How can he take things seriously in such a worldly and chaotic place? It's all just acting. "Sister Yun, I'm still young and not ready to think about big life matters." Suyi raised his glass and smiled. "Let's drink." He didn't refuse, but he definitely couldn't continue this topic. Suyi is just a seller of alcohol, and he always remembers his job. How can chatting sell drinks? After brewing her words for a while, Gao Yun was directly silenced by a glass of wine, so she could only raise her glass and drink with Suyi. After drinking for a while, Suyi changed from passive to active and inquired about Gao Yun's life. Then he listened as Gao Yun poured out her grievances, talking about how difficult it was to be a woman navigating life alone. As they drank more, Gao Yun, now tipsy, with flushed cheeks and a gaze full of affection, looked at Suyi. "Sister Yun, you've had enough to drink. How about we end it here tonight?" Suyi's voice was full of charm. At 43, Gao Yun nodded slightly like a young girl. "I'll see you off." Suyi helped Gao Yun up, and as she leaned on him, she looked up at him and softly whispered, Zisu, would you accompany me tonight? Suyi smiled without change. Sister Yun, I'm not that casual. Let Ziyi accompany you. If it were any other guy in the place, Ga-yun wanted to sleep with him. She would just throw money at him until he was satisfied. Hardly anyone could resist the temptation. Suyi was different. Ga-yun tried the money trick last night. Today, she wanted to use emotions. She wasn't in a rush and wanted to leave a good impression on Suyi, hence didn't push him. No need. Just see me off to the car. Although Ga-yun was a bit drunk, she still wanted to maintain a virtuous image in front of Suyi. After Suyi sent Ga-yun off in the car, he returned to the bar but was intercepted by a burly man in a suit. Are you Suyi? Our boss wants to see you. The burly man had been staring at Suyi since he entered. It had been over an hour since Bai Miao Miao arrived, and she had brought 10 men with her. Suyi didn't pay much attention to the burly man but followed him, wondering why women these days were so adventurous. With 10 men, plus himself, it made 11. Could he handle it? If Bai Miao Miao knew someone had such thoughts, she would stop at nothing and make sure he paid for it. Following the burly man into the room, Suyi saw Bai Miao Miao, his stylish suit with short, clean-cut hair, and a few burly men standing there, emanating tension. Miss Bai. He's here. Bai Miao Miao sat on the sofa, glanced at Suyi, and said coldly, you can really hold your liquor, right? Today, accompany my company's people to the fullest. Suyi chuckled. Thanks for joining us, Miss Bai. Bai Miao Miao gestured to the men, saying, drink up. This is Suyi. With a simple introduction, Bai Miao Miao was here to events last night. She didn't think much of drinking with Suyi last night, but upon waking up, she felt more enraged. If she didn't retaliate, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. So, Bai Miao Miao had all the best drinkers from the company summoned. Tonight, if Suyi didn't get super drunk, she wouldn't feel satisfied. Bai Miao Miao sat there without saying a word, leaving 9 men to look at each other. They weren't afraid. Even if Suyi didn't get drunk after 1,000 drinks, could they not handle him with 10? Brother Su, you can drink, right? Another chubby man with a shiny face said, with a smile. Today, we each offer a pot to Brother Su and then play dice. Sound good? One person offering a pot of wine clearly indicated their intention to have a showdown with Suyi. These people already realized that Suyi's alcohol tolerance was unbeatable in a one-on-one situation. But with each person drinking a pot while Suyi had to drink 10, this kind of battle was difficult even for the wine god. Moreover, they still had a backup plan. If they couldn't win in drinking, they would play dice. Suyi had no objections, as Bai Miao Miao was here today clearly seeking revenge, which made things a bit interesting. Next, the bar servers were kept very busy. 5 or 6 individuals took turns bringing in drinks. The drinks Bai Miao Miao ordered were not cheap, with not a single bottle of red or foreign liquor being priced below 1,000 yuan. These drinks couldn't withstand the heavy drinking of Suyi and his friends. A bottle of alcohol was replaced every 3 minutes, with servers outside the private room on standby at all times. John Ting had already realized that something was amiss. Bai Miao Miao, buying so much alcohol could bring in a lot of profit for the bar, but she was afraid that someone might risk their life drinking excessively. Thus, Qi and Sichuan walked in holding their glasses. Seeing the scene inside the private room, they were also taken aback, especially Sichuan, who learned last night that Bai Miao Miao's identity was not simple and was not someone to offend. The couple hesitated to offer Bai Miao Miao a drink. Bai Miao Miao glanced at them and said, go outside. Tonight, I only drink with Suyi. Her status didn't require her to give face to John Ting and the others. This left John Ting and Sichuan feeling awkward. They couldn't leave, and staying wasn't an option either. Initially, Suyi was drinking with one person, but upon hearing Bai Miao Miao's words, he put down the pot and coldly said, Bai, these 2 are my bosses. If you don't show them respect, then I have no reason to show you any. Let's end it tonight. He then challenged Bai to a drinking game, making even Sichuan shudder. This newbie was truly fearless. After last night, Sichuan had warned Suyi about the formidable Miss Yu in the Yu family. How could Bai Miao Miao be a pushover? Despite having some connections at the bar, they were incomparable to Bai Miao Miao. Offending her would be a fatal mistake. Apologies, Bai. He's just a kid and doesn't know better, Sichuan said, offering 3 drinks as a penalty. Bai looked at Suyi and said, if you can't get them drunk tonight, promise me one thing. She finished a glass of wine in one gulp and declared, After you to finish your drinks, leave. It was clear that Bai's grandfather had advised her not to offend Suyi. Even if they couldn't be friends, they should never become enemies. Bai, however, never heeded anyone's advice. Zhang Ting and Sichuan finished their drinks reluctantly and left. Before leaving, Zhang whispered to Suyi, "If you can't take it anymore, just pass out. Don't force yourself." Suyi nodded and resumed drinking with another person. After they left, he was determined not to hold back, drinking one pot after another, unfazed by the challenge. The formidable power of his drinking made by Miao Miao's 10 companions nervous. Was he even human? He downed 10 pots as if they were water, a feat unimaginable even with plain water. One of them, with slightly lower alcohol tolerance, ended up vomiting furiously in the restroom. The expenses in this room were rising rapidly, but after just a few minutes, they had already racked up over 70,000 in drinks. You mentioned playing dice earlier, right? For each game you lose, drink a pot. Suyi's momentum was rising. He enjoyed this challenge, but also wanted to make Bai Miao Miao understand that seeking retaliation against him was futile. Kan Yue was the first to challenge Suyi, thinking that although Suyi could hold his liquor, it didn't mean he could handle the game. They were experienced in these situations, so what chance did Suyi have? After losing 5 games, Kan Yue passed out in the restroom and never came out again. 7 pots were already Kan Yue's limit, and he was lucky not to have a stomach hemorrhage. The others who faced Suyi felt chills down their spines and profusely sweated. Kan Yue was the head of their public relations department and spent most days of the year at drinking tables. Before working at Bai Miao Miao's company, he was a dealer at a casino and adept at playing dice. Even with Bai Miao Miao's good pay, they couldn't have attracted such a high roller if not for the exceptional circumstances. Yet, to their shock, all of them fell short in front of Suyi. "Su brother, impressive. Let's arm wrestle." Within a minute, another person was left incapacitated in the restroom. "Let's play Niu instead of dice." Since they couldn't match Suyi's skills, they resorted to testing their luck. Little did they know that challenging Suyi's luck was akin to courting death. 3 minutes later, another passed out. "Brother, let's just drink straight up." The remaining people, in their 40s, watched Suyi with tears in their eyes. Playing was futile, and drinking was also a lost cause. They could only accept their fate. Suyi shook his head and said, "Why bother? Even with more people, you won't beat me. Another 10 won't make a difference." The man sitting across from Suyi now turned to him with a wry smile and said boldly after some drinks, "Su brother, I see your drinking skills. If we can't get you drunk tonight, there's no point in us staying at the company." Suddenly, Suyi understood. To him, this was just a game, hardly a challenge. But for these people, tonight's drinking competition would determine their fate in the company. "Bye. Let's stop. Consider it my loss." Suyi found the behavior of a young girl like Bai Miao Miao quite senseless and saw no point in prolonging the game. Bai Miao Miao glared at Suyi, saying, "Then you must agree to a condition." "Go on." Suyi replied, "I may not agree, but I'm willing to listen." Bai Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said, "We had an agreement earlier. I showed your bosses respect. I never agreed." Suyi chuckled. "Share your conditions. I may consider them." Bai Miao Miao gestured to the remaining men and stated, "You guys leave first. Those who get drunk will be sent to the hospital and have their stomachs pumped. You can claim your bonus from the finance department tomorrow." "Thanks, bye." The men felt like they were granted clemency and gratefully exited the private room. The other 7 men looked at Suyi with gratitude in their eyes. After the private room door closed, Bai Miao Miao slowly stood up and looked at Suyi up and down. Undeniably, there seemed to be a special aura about this young man, and she had heard from Bai Qingyan that Suyi seemed to have some knowledge of ancient characters. At such a young age, he managed to make the former president of Qingzhou University willingly become his student. "What are you looking at?" Suyi interrupted her thoughts and said firmly, "Miss Bai, I sell my skills, not my body." "Ah." Bai Miao Miao almost spat in his face. This guy had an exceptionally thick skin. "Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a while, accompany me to a few meals, and then we will break up due to incompatible feelings?" Bai Miao Miao resisted the urge to scold Suyi and said, "As for compensation, you can suggest an amount, as long as it's not too excessive." Suyi learned quickly and understood that being someone's boyfriend or girlfriend meant being in a romantic relationship in the past. Although he hadn't made any moves on Lin Yun, he would never do anything to ruin that relationship. Eating is fine, but I won't agree to pretend to be your boyfriend. Suyi responded directly. Pretending to be her boyfriend might lead to misunderstandings with Lin Yun. He disdained doing things for money. Miao Miao truly hadn't expected a gigolo who accompanied middle-aged women here to refuse such a lucrative opportunity. Pretending to be her boyfriend, wouldn't it be more appealing than entertaining those 3 or 4-decade-old wealthy women? The salary would also be higher, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Miao Miao believed that everyone had their price, and to her, this proposal wasn't difficult. She didn't believe that someone like Suyi would refuse. After all, people in their line of work should have already set aside their pride for money. 200,000. You're asking for too much. Gritting her teeth, Miao Miao stared at Suyi. If not for her family's situation, she wasn't even a bit interested in him. Why would she consider doing this? Suyi firmly shook his head. Like I said, I'll join you for meals, but pretending to be your boyfriend is out of the question. This wasn't the first time he had been rejected, and Miao Miao was feeling a bit annoyed. Fine. But during the meal, don't talk. 1 meal, 1,000 yuan. Miao Miao was too lazy to pretend they were a couple. As long as Suyi didn't talk, she would take him back, and at social gatherings, Suyi could focus on eating his meal in silence. Who said I would talk during the meal? Suyi chuckled. Dan gave a condescending look to Miao Miao. A beautiful CEO like her had never been looked at with such eyes before. It was clear that Suyi was implying, "What's so special about you that I should even talk to you? Just leave your phone number. You must be ready to go at my call." Taking a deep breath, Miao Miao felt like she couldn't talk to Suyi anymore. If they continued, she might lose her temper. "Add me on WeChat." Suyi took out his phone and skillfully displayed his QR code. Payment before the meal. I have regular eating habits. I cannot be at your beck and call all the time. You can call me for breakfast in the morning. As for lunch and dinner, let's not discuss them. Snacks in the afternoon are acceptable. And as for supper, that's fine too. Scanning his QR code, Miao Miao glared at him fiercely. Regular eating habits. What a joke. So you actually thought this job was pretty good. Someone pays for your meal and gives you money upfront. Thinking about how wealthy Miao Miao was, the food they would eat should be delicious. It was a deal hard to refuse. After adding Suyi on WeChat, Miao Miao walked out of the private room and slammed the door behind her. She couldn't understand why her grandfather had asked her to approach Suyi. It was so unbearable to be around him. Suyi emerged from the private room. Auntie Liao was waiting at the door. "Su, are you okay? What could be wrong?" Suyi's eyes were clear, showing no sign of drunkenness, and he smiled warmly. Liao was practically ready to bow down to Suyi. Was he some sort of immortal? "Su, there's a group of people outside looking for you." Liao had been working here for 2 years, starting as a novice server and now being dubbed the prince of the bar scene. He had seen it all, but these past 2 days had truly been eye-opening. Suyi's alcohol tolerance was beyond doubt, and Liao was deeply impressed. Was Suyi too good at interpersonal relationships? First, there was Gao Yun, the wealthy woman who took an interest in him, then Miao Miao, the ultimate heiress, seeking his company. As if that wasn't enough, now there was another wealthy young master outside specifically asking for Suyi. "Someone else is looking for me?" Suyi was curious. How did the news about him working at the bar spread so widely? Hopefully, it wasn't the old guys from the Yu family. Casually scanning the bar, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. Another youth looking for trouble? Exiting the private room, Miao Miao saw Yu Xingge and his group of followers. Miao Miao had watched Yu Xingge grow up, and after a brief chat, she had intended to leave but overheard Yu Xingge saying he was there to find Suyi. So she decided to sit with them. "Bye. Are you also here to find that guy named Su?" Yu Xingge gritted his teeth when he mentioned Suyi, unleashing a tirade about him being a scumbag. Yu Xingge felt his sister might have fallen for him, and now he was entangled with Lin Yun from their school. You need to be careful with someone like him. Is he your sister's boyfriend? Miao Miao suddenly found herself more intrigued by Suyi. The day before, Yun Huan had brought her to the bar. With respectable backgrounds from the Yu, Bai, and Yi families, Yun Huan was outstanding, having a striking presence even as a junior in college. How could she be interested in someone like Suyi? Not yet, Yu Xingge said, but their relationship seems off. Think about it, my sister. She actually spent the whole day wandering the streets with him, and even made me buy things for him. In their circle, everyone knew that Yu Xingge had a great relationship with his sister, Yu Huiyan. Although he was afraid of her, She had always doted on her younger brother. "What are you here for?" Bai Miao smiled with narrowed eyes. "Do you want to warn Suyi to stay away from your sister?" "That's part of it," Yu Xingge said. "In school, I can't do anything to him, but it's different outside. I've thought it over. I can't let this Su guy stay in Qingzhou. I support you." Bai Miao wanted to see what Suyi's capabilities were. He had caught the attention of the Yu, Bai, and Yi families, so he must have some exceptional qualities. However, she still found Suyi particularly annoying and a heavy drinker, not seeing any positive traits so far. While others dared not act recklessly, young Master Yu from the Yu family was fearless. Let him test Suyi's true colors. Suyi was led by He Liao to the table of Yu Xingge. Yu Xingge looked at Suyi with interest and chuckled, saying, "Suyi, my student, you can work here without even telling me. Didn't your sister tell you?" Suyi just smiled. To him, Yu Xingge was nothing but a childish boy of this era. He didn't understand much about people from this generation, so it was okay to play with the kid a bit. "Are you scaring me with my sister?" Yu Xingge got excited upon hearing Suyi's words and slammed the table, shouting, "Do you even know what you do? It's better to stay away from my sister in the future." Sichuan had been paying attention to the situation in the private room. Yu Xingge was a VIP member of their bar. Although he didn't come often, his spending was significant. Sichuan didn't know Yu Xingge's identity, but he understood that he was not someone to mess with. He couldn't offend Bai Miao. They already knew Yu Xingge was acquainted with Bai Miao. Bai Miao's circle was not someone they could provoke. Seeing Yu Xingge slam the table, Sichuan quickly approached with a smile, asking, "Bro, what's wrong? It's none of your business. Go away." Yu Xingge showed no respect to Sichuan, glaring arrogantly at him. Sichuan smiled bitterly and dared not come near. He couldn't afford to provoke Bai Miao, let alone offend Yu Xingge. Zhang Ting stood nearby feeling helpless. She couldn't understand how Suyi, a young man fresh out of the mountains, had attracted the attention of these wealthy individuals. Suyi calmly took out his phone and said, "Yu Huiyan, your brother is at the place where I work. He asked me to stay away from you in the future and not to come looking for me." Social status was evidently crucial for these wealthy families. He didn't have a deep relationship with Yu Huiyan. Although she had helped him before, he had treated her to a meal and returned the money. Since Yu Xingge was so protective of his sister, it was best for everyone to cease contact. Suyi wanted to avoid any misunderstanding about his relationship with Yu Huiyan. Yu Xingge was puzzled. Was he being reported? However, with Suyi's tone towards his sister, she would not likely seek him out again. "Kid, you are sensible." After understanding the situation, Yu Xingge smirked, planning to go easy on Suyi when he teaches him a lesson later. Suyi smiled and asked, "May I know if young Master Yu drinks?" "Of course." Yu Xingge leaned back in his seat, legs on the table, and pointed at Suyi, saying, "Don't leave, serve us drinks here." Teaching Suyi a lesson was essential, but Yu Xingge was a customer. It was comfortable having Suyi serve their drinks there. The previous incident where Suyi made him bleed was considered revenge now. All right. Suyi did not feel ashamed. Serving drinks to customers was his job. Nothing to be embarrassed about. He knew he would earn a commission by being at their table. Suyi served over a dozen bottles of wine to Yu Xingge and his companions and then stood aside. Bai Miao scrutinized Suyi, frowning. Was this the person who scared Yu Xingge? She had expected Suyi not to succumb to Yu Xingge's threats and even lose his temper, showing his strength. Yu Xingge had 8 people with him at this time, all from the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall, and his senior fellows. Yu Xingge invited them to teach Suyi a lesson, doubting Suyi could escape this time. Just as the wine was served, Yu Xingge's phone rang. Amidst the loud noise in the bar, Yu Xingge glanced deeply at Suyi and then left. "Sis, what's up?" Yu Xingge guessed his sister would call him, but it didn't matter much to him. "What's up? Are you causing trouble for Suyi?" Yu Huiyan gritted her teeth. "Xingge, I'll tell you again, I don't like Suyi, but don't provoke him. Go back to school immediately." Yu Huiyan, a wise woman, might not know Suyi's background clearly, but she could sense something unusual. Their elders rarely interfered in matters concerning younger generations, but all the old men wanted to show good faith toward Suyi. Could Yu Xingge afford to offend him? "Sis, don't worry, I'll go back to school later." Yu Xingge spoke confidently, but he didn't take his sister's words to heart. If he didn't teach Suyi a lesson tonight, where would he put his face as the young Master Yu? Returning to the bar, Yushingei promptly turned off his phone. Suyi was still standing in front of their table. The group had been drinking from 11 p.m. until after 3 a.m., with Bai Miao Miao playing on her phone. She started texting Yu Huiyan. Ziyin. Who is Suyi exactly? Bai Miao Miao stayed to prevent Yushingei from doing anything extreme, and to see if Suyi would lose his temper. I'm not sure either, Miss Bai. Don't you know? Yu Huiyan replied. Why not ask Yizakuan? Bai Miao Miao created a group chat directly with the three of them. Yizakuan was reading the 2 bamboo slits Suyi had given her by lamplight when her phone kept buzzing. Frowning, she glimpsed at the new group chat. Who was bored enough to add her to a late-night group chat? However, looking at the group members, she paused. What's going on with you guys? Yizakuan was curious. While their 3 families were old acquaintances and had some communication, their relationship was not particularly good. They had never created a separate group chat like this before. Ziyi, why did your grandfather ask you to find Suyi? Yu Huiyan asked. Yizakuan raised an eyebrow. She couldn't reveal that she had already accepted Suyi as her master. That would be too embarrassing. Tomorrow, she needed to make clear rules with Suyi and keep their master-disciple relationship private. It seems that Suyi's ancestors had some ties with our 3 families, and now he is alone. Let's take care of him a bit. Yizakuan provided a seemingly reasonable and acceptable explanation. Yu Huiyan and Bai Miao Miao suddenly realized this was probably the only possibility. Yu Huiyan asked, have you met Suyi? Yizakuan had no taboo about this matter. Yes, I talked to him this afternoon. Bai Miao Miao's fingers swiftly typed, do you think there's a chance of one of us being chosen as Suyi's arranged partner by the old generation? After Bai Miao Miao casually spoke, there was a moment of silence in the group. In this era, of course, marital relationships are one-on-one. Even if the older generation arranged a childhood betrothal, it would definitely be only one person. But Yizakuan didn't think so. From the words her grandfather said, it can be inferred that he never intended to match her with Suyi. Moreover, the idea of a childhood betrothal sounds plausible at first, but it's hard to imagine anyone who could arrange for all 3 families to agree to it. Bai Miao Miao just said it offhandedly. She looked up at Suyi. What was so remarkable about this honest and diligent waiter in front of her? Yushingei was already quite drunk. He pointed at Suyi and said, in a commanding tone, Suyi, after tonight, don't go to the school anymore. Understood? Suyi couldn't be bothered to respond to him. He wore a professional smile on his face and asked, young master, would you like more alcohol? I'm talking to you. Are you pretending to be dumb? As Yushingei became more drunk, he got angrier and grabbed the glass in front of him and smashed it towards Suyi. Suyi slightly dodged, and the glass flew past him, hitting an old man behind him. The bar lights flickered as the old man stood there motionless. Yushingei glanced at the old man, who shivered in fear, instantly sobering up from the alcohol. Grandfather, what brought you here? Bai Miao Miao also stood up. How could Grandfather Yu Guowen show up in such a place? Come out. After Yu Guowen spoke, he turned and walked out of the bar. In fact, he had always been monitoring Suyi's activities. Once he heard that Yushingei went to the bar to cause trouble for Suyi, he panicked. When he came over and saw Suyi pouring alcohol for Yushingei, his heart almost jumped out. This reckless kid was truly asking for trouble. Suyi pouring alcohol for him? Damn it, didn't his grandfather used to be a servant to Suyi, even washing his feet? If Suyi hadn't secretly communicated to Yu Guowen to act like he didn't know him, he would have almost kneeled directly to Suyi just now. Yushingei had been as proud as a rooster just a moment ago, but upon seeing Yu Guowen, he became uneasy. For the old man to personally come to the bar to catch him, how serious was this situation? He didn't need to speculate on how Yu Guowen found him. The old man had great means and eyes on the ground. If he wanted to find someone, he would definitely find them. Yushingei, can't you behave yourself? Yu Guowen usually doted on his grandson, but he also knew Yushingei's character, so he didn't want him getting involved with Suyi. He was afraid that if Yushingei accidentally offended Suyi, it would bring disaster to the whole Yu family. Now, he was pushing it too far. Yushingei forced a smile and said, Grandfather, did you come here just to catch me? It's late at night, you're not sleeping, why come find me? Don't give me that playful attitude. Yu Guowen clenched his fist, fearing he might lose control and do something drastic. Now, you go apologize to Suyi. If he forgives you, then fine. If he doesn't, you don't need to go to school anymore. Stay home under house arrest for 10 years, no going anywhere. Do you understand? 10 years of house arrest. Not going to school anymore. For Yushenge, this was worse than death. Yushinga's lips twitched as he cautiously asked, "Grandfather, who exactly is Suyi? Even if he's someone suitable for my sister, surely it's not to this extent." Yu Guowen gave him a stern look and said, "It doesn't matter who he is. Just remember, even if you offend your father, me, or anyone in the world, you cannot offend him. Is that clear enough?" I understand," said Yushenge. "I'll go apologize to him now." Although he still didn't understand Suyi's identity, his grandfather's words were clear enough. If he didn't apologize now, he might really end up under house arrest for 10 years. "Wait. I'll go with you." How could Yu Guowen rest assured? While Suyi seemed approachable, there were certain boundaries one must not cross, especially when dealing with him getting angry. He could make someone disappear with just a wave of his hand. Returning to the bar, Suyi was already clearing the table, and the group from the Changshan martial arts school no longer dared to act up. With the arrival of the Yu family patriarch, would they dare to cause trouble? However, Bai Miao couldn't shake off the feeling that Suyi was extraordinary. It was past 3 in the morning. What kind of person was Yu Guowen to come to the bar at this hour? The return of Yushenge and the others only strengthened her belief in Suyi's uniqueness. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I promise I won't bother you and my sister anymore. If you want to know anything about my sister, I can tell you." Yushenge was quick-witted. An address like brother-in-law would generally resolve any enmity, right? Suyi frowned but looked at Yu Guowen. Yu Guowen trembled, nearly dropping to his knees, but some invisible force prevented him from doing so. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry. The child doesn't know any better. Please don't take his words to heart." Yu Guowen spoke up, initially about to address him as sir, but realizing it wasn't appropriate in this setting. Calling him by name, he didn't even dare to. With just that, Yu Guowen was on edge, afraid that Suyi might eliminate them with a displeased look. "It's all right. Children speak without thinking," Suyi said with a smile. "But I can't become the son-in-law of your Yu family. Do you understand?" I understand. Yu Guowen turned pale, and the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. If Yushenge called Suyi brother-in-law, was Suyi going to address him as grandpa? Yu Guowen was now unsteady on his feet. How come that brat Yushenge was still alive after provoking Suyi just now? "Would you like more drinks? If not, I'll be on my way," Suyi said, starting to consider if he still wanted to work there, as dealing with these people daily was becoming bothersome. Yu Guowen hurriedly waved his hand. "No more drinks, no more drinks, more drinks. Have Suyi pour drinks for him." Wasn't Yu Guowen effectively walking to his death through that door tonight? In that case, no need for further hospitality, Suyi said before continuing to tidy up the bottles. Yu Guowen subconsciously wanted to help, but under Suyi's gaze, he stopped himself. Bai Miao had been watching silently the whole time. Wasn't the attitude of the Yu family patriarch towards Suyi a bit strange? Even if Suyi was talented in worldly matters, he was ultimately just a young person. The respect given by grandfather Yu to Suyi was approaching reverence, wasn't it? Yushenge had drunk a bit too much and completely did not notice Yu Guowen's reaction. Seeing Suyi's attitude towards his grandfather so cold, he couldn't help but get angry and pointed at Suyi, saying, "Suyi, am I giving you face? How dare you speak to my grandfather like that?" Smack. Yu Guowen was so scared that he was trembling all over, and he slapped Yushenge hard across the face. Because he was too nervous, his voice was hoarse and sharp as he roared, "You rascal, how dare you speak to Mr. Su?" Yushenge was dumbfounded, and Bai Miao and the people from the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall were also stunned. "Mr. Su?" Yu Guowen's address to Suyi was also quite intriguing. Whoever Yu Guowen referred to as Mr. must be someone extraordinary, right? Suyi ignored them, took the bottle of wine and walked towards the storeroom, while Yu Guowen meekly followed behind Suyi, whispering, "Mr. Su, the child is ignorant. Please don't take offense. I will definitely give him a good lesson when we get home. Come here." Suyi carried the wine bottle towards the storeroom, and Yu Guowen followed along. Sichuan had originally wanted to follow, but thinking back to the slap Yu Guowen gave Yushenge, he suddenly couldn't move his feet. This old man was so dominant. Who would dare to follow? Suyi placed the wine bottle in the storeroom, while Yu Guowen stood outside nervously rubbing his hands, like a primary school student called to the office by the headmaster. After waiting for a minute or so, Suyi put down the wine bottle and walked out of the storeroom. He glanced deeply at Yu Guowen and saw no one around. He calmly said, Ziyu, go back and tell them that if there are no more incidents, they should not come to disturb me. As for your descendants, there is no need to deliberately seek me out. The previous ones are forgiven, but if there are others who come again, don't blame me for not reminiscing about the past. Hiss. I understand, Master. Yu Guowen bowed his head, still trembling with fear. He had sent Yu Huiyan to find Su Yi to take advantage of Su Yi's unfamiliarity with the current society, hoping to use this opportunity to bring Yu Huiyan closer to Su Yi. Of course, there was definitely an element of gambling involved. If any of their descendants pestered Su Yi relentlessly or offended him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just like Yu Xingge now. I won't hold Yu Xingge's matter against you anymore, but control your child. Su Yi's temper was not good, but it wasn't too bad either. Not everyone who offended him would be beyond redemption, but the fate of those individuals was at Su Yi's mercy. Please rest assured, Master. I will definitely discipline Yu Xingge when we get home. At your age, go back and rest. Su Yi didn't say much more and left from behind. From start to finish, Yu Guowen followed Su Yi carefully, showing a clear distinction between superior and inferior. Inside the bar, many people had drunk a bit too much and hadn't paid much attention to what was happening over here, but all of this was observed by Miao Miao. Yu Guowen's every move was truly intriguing. After returning to the hall, Yu Guowen nodded slightly towards Su Yi, then led Yu Xingge away, and the people from the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall also followed. Miao Miao typed out a series of messages on her phone's chat interface, intending to inform Yu Huiyan and the others about what she saw that night. However, after hesitating for a moment, she deleted everything. Although she still didn't know Su Yi's identity, Yu Guowen's appearance made her completely certain that Su Yi's identity was absolutely extraordinary. This was evident from Yu Guowen's behavior, indicating that Su Yi's status went beyond mere connections. Su Yi, how about coming to my house for lunch tomorrow? Miao Miao approached Su Yi tentatively. Su Yi casually looked at Miao Miao. In that moment of eye contact, Miao Miao felt as if this man could see right through her soul, subconsciously avoiding his gaze. Okay. Su Yi didn't refuse. He still had some feelings for his former acquaintances, but the feeling he got from Yu Guowen was no longer the same as 50 years ago. Although they still showed respect for Su Yi, by now, they seemed more afraid that Su Yi would take away what they already had. More afraid that Su Yi would make them generations of servants. Quite ridiculous. With Su Yi's power, if he wanted money and authority, it would come to him with a wave of his hand. As for what they currently possessed, in Su Yi's eyes, it was not worth much. Miao Miao was now extremely interested in Su Yi, and the events of tonight were something she definitely did not want to tell Yu Huiyan and the others. She simply wanted to know who Su Yi really was. After receiving a positive response from Su Yi, Miao Miao left in a relaxed manner. Just as Miao Miao had left for barely 2 minutes, Zhang Ting walked over, looking somewhat embarrassed as she said to Su Yi, Zisu, after tomorrow, if you don't want to come to work anymore, Sister Ting will give you the commission for these 2 days. Su Yi just nodded. Thank you, Sister Ting. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can find me. He could see that although he brought in a substantial profit for the bar, the people who had come looking for him these 2 nights had too much influence for Zhang Ting and the others. Especially after Su Yi offended Yu Xingge, it was like planting a time bomb, and they couldn't contain the consequences. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Zhang Ting burst out laughing directly. She gave Su Yi a playful look. I was just about to tell you that. What difficulties could I have? It's you, a lone person in the big city. It's not easy. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can find Sister Ting. Su Yi smiled. All right, if you want a part-time job, I can introduce one to you. The salary might not be as high as here, but it should be enough for you to live on. Here's a phone number for you. Zhang Ting took out her phone, ready to arrange something for Su Yi. Shaking his head, Su Yi said, Sister Ting, I appreciate the gesture, but I found a part-time job. Having dinner with Miao Miao could be considered part-time work, and the pay wasn't low either. Looking at Miao Miao's expression, she seemed to have guessed something, but it wasn't important to Su Yi. He didn't care much about how others saw him. Even if the whole world knew he was immortal, so what? I'll give you the commission for these 2 days plus your base salary first, Zhang Ting said, as she transferred the money to Su Yi. She then added, don't leave yet, let's have a farewell meal together, my treat. Suyi glanced at his phone. Jiang Ting had transferred 30,000 yuan to him, which would suffice for a long time. As for a farewell dinner, he had only worked for 2 nights, and Jiang Ting had been considerate to the extent of being righteous. It was already a good level of care. Sure, Suyi smiled. Sister Ting, this isn't really a farewell. I might come to drink here often in the future. Drinking? Jiang Ting couldn't help but chuckle, noting Suyi's drinking capacity. His presence here was more significant with the focus on Lin Yun. When Lin Yun arrived at the bar, it was already 10 o'clock at night. By then, Zhao Yin had already left, but during the idle hours, a server mentioned the story of Suyi and the rich old lady. The rich old lady took a liking to Suyi and wanted to support him. When the old lady's son came to cause trouble for Suyi, surprisingly, the old lady made her son address Suyi as uncle. Lin Yun's impression of Suyi was not bad to begin with, but after hearing this story, she couldn't help but be shocked. A young man not walking the right path, daydreaming about being supported by a rich lady. This also caused Suyi's impression in Lin Yun's eyes to plummet. Shortly after, they heard someone say that Suyi was summoned by a beautiful rich woman to a private room, not knowing what they were doing. The rich woman ordered a lot of alcohol, presumably splurging for Suyi. The gossipers were full of sourness, but naturally, this also further worsened Lin Yun's impression of Suyi. By closing time, Jiang Ting came to find Lin Yun and suggested they grab a late-night snack together. Lin Yun had no idea that Suyi would be leaving the next day. At 4 a.m. near the bar, Jiang Ting only called a few employees who had interacted with Suyi recently. Su, you're really not going to work anymore. He Liao was probably the closest to Suyi in the bar. Although they had only spent 2 days together, his admiration for Suyi was like the Yellow River's endless flow. Hearing that Suyi was leaving, he couldn't help feeling a bit reluctant. Suyi nodded and said, I'm not going to work anymore. You haven't even taught me how to play dice yet. He Liao chuckled. But Su, with your exceptional talent, you're bound to strike it rich in the future. When that happens, don't forget about me. I'm at least half your disciple, right? Suyi didn't deny the notion of being a half-disciple. He asked, do you just want to get rich in your lifetime? Of course, as long as I can get rich, nothing else matters. He Liao, not very old, spoke candidly. Though he worked in such a place, he didn't beat around the bush much. But someone like me, without much talent, probably won't get rich. Suyi smiled, then didn't say much for now. Dreams of getting rich. Many ordinary people probably have such aspirations. He was like a wish lantern, and wishes, like overnight wealth that seemed unrealistic, could be easily realized by Suyi. Suyi, why aren't you going to work? Lin Yun and Suyi were somewhat familiar. She couldn't believe that Suyi would quit after just 2 days of work. Suyi's salary was probably high. Based on her impressions of Suyi over the past 2 days, was he not particularly fond of money? He must be the type who would do anything for money, right? Just don't want to work anymore. Suyi met Lin Yun's gaze and said with a smile, by the way, do you live on Wadong Street? Lin Yun's expression turned cold as she questioned, how did you know? Suyi calmly replied, don't get me wrong, I also live there. I was playing mahjong with your grandfather the day before yesterday, that's what he mentioned. You played mahjong with my grandfather? Lin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Her grandfather did enjoy playing a little mahjong, more of a pastime among the elderly. But how could Suyi be bored enough to play mahjong with the old grandfathers? Old Chen left in the middle of the game the other day, leaving your grandfather and 2 others short. So they asked me to join in to make up the numbers. Suyi explained. I live in the courtyard of that Wadong tree. Just moved in recently. Lin Yun suddenly realized, no wonder I haven't seen you before. Are you going back to the dormitory later? Suyi glanced around, knowing that at this hour, Lin Yun couldn't possibly return to Wadong Street, as it would worry her grandfather. Yet, Lin Yun nodded. Let's go together. Suyi's gaze was clear as he directly said, I'm also heading back to the school. Okay. Do you have a bike? Lin Yun rode an electric bike to work. No. Suyi took the bus during the day and walked back at night. After all, his walking speed was not slower than any other means of transportation. How did you get back to school yesterday? Lin Yun asked. Taking a taxi should cost you 50 or 60 yuan. I walked back, Suyi casually stated, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. To walk back from the bar to Qingzhou University would take an hour or 2, and most importantly, wasn't he tired? You. All right. You're impressive. Lin Yun admitted. Can you give me a ride? I don't know how to ride a bike. Suyi's observation skills were strong. He knew Lin Yun rode an electric bike to work. The principle was not too complex, but he dared not ask her for a ride since he hadn't ridden one before. Lin Yun hesitated, feeling speechless at the moment. She didn't know whether to say that Suyi was shameless or what. They weren't even that close. Well, it was easier to agree to ride back together, asking Lin Yun for a ride. In front of so many people, she couldn't refuse. That would be too embarrassing for Suyi. Okay. Lin Yun reluctantly agreed. On the side, He Liao secretly praised the shameless act, showing a manner not lacking in spirit. No wonder he could win the favor of a rich lady. Next, Zhang Ting took charge of the dinner and said some polite words, inviting Suyi to dinner to leave a good impression on the other employees. Little he, haven't you lost to me in dice before? Here's your chance. Suyi sat beside He Liao and said, let's play another round. If you win, make a wish. Who knows, it might come true. He Liao, not having drunk much that night, chuckled. Su, if I win against you today, I might win tens of thousands in the lottery tomorrow. Lottery? Suyi raised an eyebrow, not really familiar with the concept of the lottery. Yes, if I win against you, it's almost like winning the lottery, right? He Liao said, motioning for the boss to bring a few dice cups over. Suyi casually shook them and suggested, let's play a game of high or low. He Liao glanced deeply at Suyi and said, let's keep it simple. Su, my skills have improved recently. I casually get 5 sixes. Just creating a draw would be fine. Suyi said, if it's a tie, it counts as your win. He Liao had no idea that this moment would be a highlight of his life. After a frenzy of shakes, He Liao uncovered the dice cup, smirking triumphantly. 5 sixes. Come on. Reveal your roll. Suyi rolled the dice, 4 sixes and a 5, losing by a small margin. He did this intentionally. Winning against him wasn't that easy. At least it required some skill. Now that He Liao had won, Suyi made a decision to fulfill He Liao's wish, winning tens of thousands in the lottery. After finishing the late-night snack, it was close to 5 in the morning. For a person like Suyi, whether to sleep or not doesn't really matter. Even if he doesn't close his eyes for 100 years, it wouldn't have any effect on him. But Lin Yun is different. She is just an ordinary person who goes to school during the day and works at night. It is inevitable that her body won't be able to handle it in the long run. As they headed back to school, only Suyi and Lin Yun were left. Suyi sat quietly in the back, without any restraint or advantage over Lin Yun. Lin Yun, do you have any wishes? Suyi now seemed like a wish-granting genie. As long as Lin Yun makes a wish, he could help her make it come true. If someone else talks about plucking stars from the sky, it's just bragging. But if Suyi wanted to embrace the stars and the moon in the sky, it was not impossible. Plucking the stars and the moon, or shrinking them into the size of a grain of rice with great magical power was also possible. I don't have any wishes, Lin Yun replied. Although she felt Suyi was showing signs of getting back on the right track, the two of them were not yet close enough to discuss their dreams. Suyi casually asked, don't you need to sleep with this kind of work intensity? I take a nap at noon, so it's fine, Lin Yun replied. She also felt that staying silent would make things more awkward between them and added, you were doing well at the bar. Why did you stop? Suyi explained, consider it as earning enough to get by. Besides, dealing with those wealthy people isn't easy either. When he first arrived at the bar, he considered that with his skills, he could do very well, but the people who started coming to the bar because of him were not Zhang Ting or Su Chuan who he could handle. Suyi didn't want to resort to violence easily. This was a peaceful time without wars. To integrate well into society, he needed to avoid breaking the rules as much as possible. You made enough in just 2 days. Lin Yun didn't know how much Suyi had earned in those 2 days. It was probably just a few thousand. She couldn't imagine that Suyi could make 30,000 in 2 days. It's enough. Money is not that important to me. Suyi paused before continuing. After all, I still have to pay tuition next year, cover daily expenses, and maybe join a group. You pay your own tuition too. Lin Yun suddenly felt a sense of connection as fellow wanderers. It seemed that people living on Wadong Street were not particularly wealthy. Suyi said, not this year, but I'll pay for it myself in the future. Lin Yun tentatively asked, oh, so your parents don't support you? They passed away when I was very young. Suyi knew that for communication to flow, it was best to have a similar background. Otherwise, Why would there be different circles of friends? I'm sorry. Lin Yun apologized, then changed the topic. I remember the family surname Chen in the neighboring yard. Do you rent a house from them? Su Yi, sitting in the back, could faintly smell the light fragrance from Lin Yun's body. He smiled. That yard used to belong to my family. I only moved in after starting school. Oh, your family must have been quite well off before, with such a big yard, Lin Yun said, starting to relax and engage in small talk. Su Yi chuckled, somewhat. My grandfather was a landlord back then, but due to historical reasons, our fortunes declined. My grandfather was a landlord too. I heard he had several wives back then, Lin Yun remarked. Su Yi smiled. It was common back then, right? In the old days, men were the main workforce, and women had a low social status. Men having multiple wives and concubines was a usual occurrence. Lin Yun didn't want to dwell on this topic and asked, Are you close to Yu Huiyan? Not really. I just met her a couple of days ago. I recently arrived in Qingzhou. Her grandfather and mine were acquainted, so he took me to see the school. Su Yi seemed unperturbed while speaking about his own grandfather. As they chatted along the way, the awkwardness between them was alleviated. By the time they reached the school gate, it was already dawn, and some breakfast shops had opened. Let me treat you to breakfast. Su Yi gestured towards a small stall selling soy milk and fried dough sticks ahead. Lin Yun hadn't eaten much at the barbecue stall earlier, and if she went back to sleep at this time, she might not be able to wake up. So she nodded and parked the car in front of the stall. While chatting with Lin Yun on the way, Su Yi also observed her physical condition. Lin Yun's body wasn't in good shape. She had only worked 2 nights at the bar, but she was already in a tired state. If this continued long-term, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Su Yi understood from their conversation that Lin Yun wouldn't accept money directly from him. She wouldn't accept help on the surface. So, he could only treat her to breakfast. 2 bowls of soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks. After the boss served them, Su Yi picked up a stick and handed it to Lin Yun. At the same time, a hint of golden blood seeped from his fingertips onto the breadstick. Thank you. Lin Yun politely accepted the breadstick. Su Yi smiled faintly, knowing that his blood was potent enough to turn a white-haired elderly person back into youth or preserve a woman's beauty. It couldn't grant immortality, but it could extend life by 12 or 20 years. Lin Yun ate leisurely. After finishing the stick, she suddenly felt invigorated, as if she had just had a good night's sleep. Why do I suddenly not feel sleepy? Lin Yun frowned, indicating that she had been extremely tired before. But after this breakfast, she felt energetic, as if ready to run a few laps on the track. Su Yi chuckled as if watching a child. When you're full, of course you won't be hungry anymore. I wasn't even hungry just now. Lin Yun glanced at Su Yi. He had finished the remaining 2 sticks, then hesitated before saying, I won't walk you in later. I'll go park the car first. If Lin Yun walked in with Su Yi and they were seen together, there will undoubtedly be public rumors again. Lin Yun was clear-headed about this. She accepted breakfast partly because of this reason. Okay. Thank you for walking me back just now, Su Yi said. Tomorrow, Sunday, are you going home? Let's go together then. Sure, but I'll only go back tomorrow morning. I have to work in the evening. Lin Yun didn't refuse. After their conversation on the way, her impression of Su Yi had improved slightly. Since they were neighbors, there was no harm in accompanying each other. In the morning, Su Yi went to the large classroom to attend a basic course, feeling somewhat bored. Even for a university course, it was too simple for Su Yi, who knew too much about fundamental matters. Instead of listening to others in the classroom, Su Yi preferred to sneak into the library to read books on his own. Walking slowly between the corridors of the library, he knew that if he wanted, he could finish reading all the books in the library a day without flipping through any of them. However, he found the idea too boring, so he chose to read a book called The Diary of a Madman by Mr. Luzon and sat in a chair next to the bookshelf to read slowly. Even Su Yi had to admit that Luzon was a talented master, extraordinarily proficient in his work. 50 years ago, Su Yi had read the works of many writers, but compared to Luzon, they paled in comparison. Many writers tried to depict mentally unstable characters in lengthy writings, but their characters remained normal. In contrast, Luzon managed to achieve a heartwarming effect with just 1 sentence. Why did the Zhao family's dog look at me? As Su Yi was engrossed in the book, Yan Zhengchang, the former president of Qingzhou University, sat down next to him. Yan Zhengcheng had been watching Suyi attentively since returning from the museum. Excited to find out that Suyi was a freshman at Qingzhou University, he went as far as pulling out Suyi's file and instructing his former students to report on Suyi's activities. Suyi's admission into the university recommended by Yu Guoan meant that his background was definitely not ordinary. "Do you also like Luzon?" Yan Zhengcheng smiled warmly as he tried to strike up a conversation with Suyi, sitting beside him. Suyi glanced briefly at Yan Zhengcheng before returning his focus to the book. While other students might have been intimidated if they knew the former president was sitting next to them, Suyi simply glanced at him, returned to his reading, leaving Yan Zhengcheng somewhat embarrassed. "Suyi, are you feeling alright today?" Yan Zhengcheng originally planned to negotiate conditions with Suyi to have him teach ancient texts, but his words changed as they left his mouth. Remembering that Suyi had mentioned teaching him if he was in a good mood, Yan Zhengcheng now wanted to inquire about Suyi's well-being. Upon hearing this, Suyi put down the book and smiled at Yan Zhengcheng, saying, "I'm feeling alright, but do you really want to know what happened in the past?" "Yes, I do." "Suyi, if you can understand the characters on the stele, you should know the historical significance of that period, which is a blank page in our Chinese history," Yan Zhengcheng explained enthusiastically. "If it is indeed as you say, then perhaps Chinese history might be more than just 5,000 years. Yan Zhengcheng continued excitedly. Understanding the past clearly helps in understanding the development process of national and world history, which in turn aids in locating ourselves in the coordinates of our lives. Yan Zhengcheng's voice raised a bit, attracting the attention of a nearby student who requested him to lower his voice. "Sorry." Yan Zhengcheng apologized to the student, then whispered to Suyi, "If you are willing to teach me those characters, I am willing to pay any price." Suyi asked casually, "Even if it includes your life?" "Of course." Yan Zhengcheng replied without hesitation. "If understanding what happened in the past means that I may die tomorrow, I have no qualms." "You remind me of someone," Suyi chuckled. In Yan Zhengcheng's presence, he seemed more like an elder, which was a strange feeling that Yan Zhengcheng himself acknowledged without finding it odd. With the phrase "the sea of learning knows no bounds, the expert is the teacher," Yan Zhengcheng asked, "Who?" "Confucius." Suyi suddenly remembered a phrase Confucius had said to him before. "In the morning hearing the way, in the evening, to die is satisfying." Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yan Zhengcheng humbly said, "How could I dare to compare myself with Confucius? I just ask for your guidance, Suyi. I can teach you, but if I do, you must die tomorrow, all right?" Suyi squinted slightly. "Some words are not just mere words in front of me." "All right. As long as you teach me, I will die tomorrow," Yan Zhengcheng affirmed resolutely. While he was unsure of Suyi's background, he was willing to die. Suyi taught him the characters on the ancient stele. "Then come with me," Suyi said as he picked up his copy of the Diary of a Madman. He wanted to borrow the book back to read it again. Yan Zhengcheng followed Suyi out of the library, leaving the library administrator puzzled about the identity of the student. It seemed like the former president was following him. As they walked under the shade of the campus trees, during class hours with only a few students and local residents passing by, Suyi asked, "Do you have a pen and notebook with you?" "I do." Yan Zhengcheng excitedly took out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket, adjusting his glasses in readiness to recur Suyi's words. Suyi paused for a moment before saying, "The inscription tells the life story of a person." He raised the book The Diary of a Madman, and continued, "You can also see it as a diary, although it certainly doesn't possess the literary flair of Luzon." Yan Zhengcheng's mouth twitched slightly. Could this really be legitimate? Luzon's literary style was exceptional, but how could the words inscribed on the stele be compared to literary works? Those were valuable historical relics, where even a few words might reveal lost history. The first sentence writes about encountering an old Taoist named Hanjun, who was somewhat interesting but verbose. Nonetheless, his strength was somewhat weak, Suyi continued. Then, 10,000 years ago, he raised a young golden eagle, which unexpectedly became a giant among the demon clan. He interpreted further. At last, Hanjun the old Taoist perished, and I wonder when I will die again. As Suyi recollected the words inscribed on the stele while walking, those were his memories, distant memories that he might have forgotten if it weren't for the stele. Yan Zhengcheng eagerly transcribed word for word as Suyi narrated, feeling increasingly excited. From what Suyi explained, the person who inscribed those words on the stele must have lived for at least 100,000 years. And astonishingly, there were references to a period with omnipresent deities and demons. Though it sounded unbelievable, Yang Zhencheng trusted Suyi's transcriptions, mapping them meticulously in his notebook. This meant that Suyi had memorized all the contents on the ancient stele. The stele's contents were not extensive, almost appearing as if the person inscribed a sentence every 1,000 years, yet each sentence was profoundly impactful. If what is carved on the stone stele is true, then history. Yang Zhencheng stared at the small notebook in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. The content on the stele was too sensational, and although he had translated some of it before, he could never bring himself to believe it. The latter half was already terrifying enough, while the front part was like something out of a fantasy novel. If all the recorded information on the stele was true, the origin history of humanity might have to be rewritten. Do you know about lottery? Suyi only briefly recalled past events and didn't pay much attention to them. He hadn't even encountered things like lottery before. Last night, He Liao had made a wish. Lottery? Yang Zhencheng first looked confused, then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Do you need money? Since I have no intention of living anymore, and you have fulfilled my wish, I will give you half of my wealth. Suyi said, I'm just asking if you know the rules of the lottery. Tell me on the way. Consider it a return for my translation earlier, and you won't have to die. Yang Zhencheng's pupils dilated. Then he smiled. Indeed, Suyi had been joking before, but he took it seriously. How should the rules of the lottery be explained? And who doesn't know them? Even if one truly didn't know, wouldn't a quick Baidu search solve it? Suyi was just giving him a way out. Although Yang Zhencheng was a man of his word, who would choose to commit suicide if they had the chance to live. He explained the rules of sports lottery and welfare lottery to Suyi in detail. Suyi then headed towards a welfare lottery shop outside the campus area. Predicting the future, Suyi didn't even need to cross his fingers, but he didn't see the need for it. Lottery was all about luck, without any shady dealings. He should buy one and win, right? Help me pick a random double color bowl ticket. Suyi stood in the lottery shop, requesting a random ticket. With his luck, winning several tens of thousands should be normal. If there were more, it would just be due to He Liao's luck. Ordinary people, who wouldn't think having more money was a good thing. The owner didn't take Suyi seriously and handed him a random ticket. With random selection, it was mostly down to luck. Would a randomly chosen ticket actually win? It was like waiting for pigs to fly. There had been cases of people selecting numbers by machine for a lottery worth 20,000, but in the end, they only won a little over 8,000, losing over 10,000. Lottery was truly mysterious. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. I have people to meet for dinner. Suyi didn't want to chat with Yang Zhencheng anymore and was ready to part ways after leaving the lottery shop. Yang Zhencheng looked at Suyi, hesitated for a moment, and could only say, Suyi, thank you for enlightening me. In the future, if you need anything, just look for me. If I can help, I will make sure you're satisfied. Suyi nodded nonchalantly, not taking it seriously, and walked away, saying, Don't tell anyone that I translated this for you. If it were someone else who could translate ancient texts from 100,000 years ago, they would definitely try to publicize it, as it was a chance for eternal fame. Yang Zhencheng couldn't read Suyi's thoughts, but since Suyi had spoken, he promised, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. At noon, Suyi's phone rang, and it was Bai Miao Miao calling. Hey, Suyi, where are you right now? I'm coming to pick you up. Bai Miao Miao hadn't forgotten their agreement from last night. Suyi's status was somewhat mysterious. If possible, showing him to her grandfather might mean she wouldn't be forced to get married anymore. People who hadn't been pressured to get married couldn't understand how terrifying it was. Outside the east gate of Qingzhou University, at the welfare lottery shop, Suyi replied calmly, Pay me first. Got it. Bai Miao Miao ground her teeth in frustration. Many men wanted to treat her to dinner, but none had asked for payment beforehand like Suyi. She transferred the money to him, and he sat in a chair inside the lottery shop. After about 10 minutes, Bai Miao Miao's car stopped at the lottery shop. She peered inside, only to see Suyi sitting there reading a book, which surprised her. Bai Miao Miao didn't get out of the car but sent a message to Suyi, I'm outside. Come out. Without even looking at his phone, Suyi didn't respond, so Bai Miao Miao had to begrudgingly get out of the car. Suyi, didn't you see my message? Bai Miao Miao had never encountered someone like Suyi, who needed to be personally fetched for dinner. It was beyond her expectations. Suyi glanced at her, closed his book, smiled, and said, "I'm here." Dealing with Suyi made Bai Miao feel like she had nowhere to vent her frustration. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and say, "Suyi, it's time to eat. Let's go." Suyi wasn't polite at all, nodding at the mention of Su Dai Lao Yu Mr. Su. After getting in the car, instead of driving off immediately, Bai Miao turned to Suyi and said, "Suyi, today is my father's birthday. After we go there, try to cooperate with me. Pretend to be my boyfriend. What do you think?" I already said, pretending to be a boyfriend is not an option. Suyi was direct. "I'm just accompanying you for food." "Fine." Bai Miao started to doubt if she had made a mistake in inviting Suyi over. Stepping on the gas, she said, "After we arrive, try not to talk much. Follow my lead, and remember, you've taken my money." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Suyi couldn't help but smile at the situation. Follow her lead indeed. Suyi didn't know Bai Miao's father, but her grandfather was the child Suyi had rescued from a beggar heap, teaching him some manners and cooking. By the time he was 16, Suyi was in charge of preparing meals, showcasing his cooking skills. 50 years later, that small kitchen helper had become a wealthy businessman, owning dozens of restaurants nationwide and over 20 large investment companies. Haiguang Crown Holiday Hotel. Today was Bai family head Bai Yangin's 46th birthday, and the guests coming and going were prominent figures in Qingzhou City. Bai Miao led Suyi to the hotel entrance, her mother Tang Shuhua already waiting there, with someone in the lobby responsible for receiving and recording gifts. Given Bai Yangin's status, gifts from friends were usually generous, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, and everything had to be recorded for future reciprocation. "Miao, who's this young man?" Tang Shuhua was fine with Bai Miao, but Suyi's presence changed the dynamics. Bai Miao was already 26 and should have been married and with children, so her lack of a boyfriend was a concern. Tang Shuhua's eyes lit up when she saw Suyi. Although it was their first meeting, Suyi had an extraordinary temperament that gave people a very comfortable feeling. After all, this was an era where appearances mattered, and Suyi naturally had the advantage. "This is my friend, Suyi." Bai Miao didn't say anything like Suyi being her boyfriend, but she didn't need to, as she believed in her mother's ability to read between the lines. "Hello." Suyi didn't use any specific titles, as he certainly couldn't address Tang Shuhua as Andy. "Hello, little Su." Tang Shuhua didn't mind this detail either, her eyes smiling into a slit, as she said to Bai Miao, "Miao, you take little Su inside first and introduce your friend to your dad." Tang Shuhua didn't need to explicitly mention it. If her daughter said it was a friend, then it was a friend. Bai Miao blinked at Suyi and said, "Suyi, today is my dad's birthday. Don't you plan to bring a gift?" Suyi sighed. He originally thought it was just a simple meal and making an extra buck, but he hadn't expected that today was Bai Miao's father's birthday. Bai Qian's full-month celebration hadn't been attended either, and now he was attending a birthday banquet. It wouldn't be appropriate to come empty-handed. "Consider this Bodhi bracelet as a gift for your father," so he hadn't prepared anything beforehand. But with his supernatural abilities, retrieving an item from afar was easy. A string of Bodhi seeds appeared in Suyi's hand, leaving Bai Miao momentarily stunned. The idea of using a bracelet as a birthday gift felt somewhat inadequate. However, as Bai Miao's gaze fell on the Bodhi bracelet, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace and joy. Bai Miao certainly couldn't discern the true value of the bracelet, but she faintly felt that it was extraordinary. Suyi nodded slightly. "Okay, I will personally give it to your father." He realized that he hadn't fully adapted to his current status. At least, he couldn't bring himself to address Bai Qian as uncle. Moreover, even if he could say it, Bai Qian might be frightened and kneel before him upon finding out. Bai Yangin, as the host, was chatting with guests, yet he had not yet been informed about Bai Miao being sent to find Suyi. Bai Qian dared not reveal Suyi's identity to anyone, and he didn't wish for his son to seek him out again. The older generation tended to prioritize men over women, considering various factors in their decisions. One assertion was that women had a slightly higher chance of successfully getting close to Suyi. Another consideration was that if someone inadvertently provoked Suyi, they hoped Suyi wouldn't direct his anger toward their family members. Those who angered Suyi would naturally be cast out from the family. Bai Qian had set up the birthday banquet today and had invited many outstanding young talents from prestigious families, hoping that Bai Miao could make a decision amidst this opportunity. "Dad, happy birthday." Bai Miao led Suyi to Bai Yangyan and offered a verbal blessing. "You don't know how to entertain guests earlier. Only showing up now," Bai Yangyan complained lightly, laughed with his friends, and then naturally led Bai Miao to the side, lowering his voice and saying, "Miao, some outstanding young people have come today. Have a look and see if anyone catches your eye." As a long-time single woman who often clashed with her family, as soon as her old man spoke, Bai Miao knew what her father wanted to say next. "I know, I'm not young anymore. This time, I brought a friend with me. My mom has met him and is very satisfied." Bai Miao squinted her eyes and smiled. Today, she was going to take the lead. Regardless of what might happen in the future, she had to rely on Suyi to get through today safely. "Is that true?" Bai Yangyan also noticed Suyi and glanced over. "You didn't pick up some extra like an extra in a crowd and fool your old man, did you?" Bai Miao whispered to Suyi, fearing that he might overhear. "My grandpa introduced him." "Huh, your grandpa introduced him?" Bai Yangyan was even more surprised. After all, the old man hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for quite some time. Although he was anxious about Bai Miao's marriage, there hadn't been many young people who had caught the old man's eye. "I know what you're thinking. I'm not getting any younger. This time, I brought a friend with me. My mom has met him and is very satisfied." Bai Miao squinted and smiled. She was going to play her cards tonight. No matter what happened next, she had to make sure Suyi got through today safely. "Suyi, let me introduce you. This is my dad." Bai Miao turned and pulled Suyi's arm, introducing him to Bai Yangyan. "Dad, this is Suyi." "Suyi?" Bai Yangyan looked deeply at Suyi and asked, "What's your relationship with Su Changchu from Jinmen?" Bai Yangyan, like Yu Xingge, immediately thought of Su Changchu from Jinmen whenever he mentioned someone with the surname Su. "No relationship." Suyi smiled, brought out the Bowie bracelet, and handed it over without any specific title. "Happy birthday." Bai Yangyan was slightly displeased. This wasn't the attitude a junior should have towards him. Aside from the gift, as Miyamo's boyfriend, he should at least address him as uncle upon meeting him. So arrogant. Was he a member of the Su family in Kyoto? Even if he was from the Su family in Kyoto, so what? If he wanted to marry his daughter, shouldn't he be respectful? Being slightly awkward because of Suyi's attitude, Bai Miao still found it necessary to save face for him. Even though she had previously said pretending to be her boyfriend was impossible, they were already at her father's birthday banquet, so Suyi should at least show some respect. The birthday gift was given. Regardless of its value, it was only appropriate to say happy birthday instead of being so blunt, which might come off as disrespectful. "Dad, Suyi is a bit shy. Please don't mind. Let me take him to sit first." Bai Miao quickly laid Suyi to the side. Bai Yangyan had a complex expression, unsure of what to say. "Suyi, shy." He had the courage to give gifts at the store with a smile, but couldn't address Bai Yangyan as uncle. Regardless of what her father thought, Bai Miao didn't care and led Suyi towards the table where Bai Qingyan was sitting. "Suyi, you should give some face. Calling me uncle just now was a bit much." Bai Miao complained softly, then said to Suyi, "Just go along with it as helping me out. I've already given plenty of face." Suyi smiled. To him, the string of Bodhi seeds in his hand might be just a trinket, but in the hands of mortals, it could at least bring peace of mind and protection against outside disturbances. Carrying it for a long time might even help in cultivating Buddhist powers. Bai Miao had no idea how valuable Suyi's gift was, but the fact that he gave her a small gift already showed he respected her somewhat. Initially, Suyi only agreed to have a meal with her and didn't know it was her father's birthday today. "It was my fault for not mentioning it earlier. I promise it won't happen again," Bai Miao said. It was okay to admit mistakes, and Suyi never promised to play along with her charade anyway. "It's alright." Suyi glanced around, surprised to see cultivators here. Though he had ended the era of gods and demons thousands of years ago, some immortals and demons who perished by his hands existed in spirit form in another world or through reincarnation as humans. Even some powerful immortals, even after their physical demise, had retained some abilities. During the period of Shang, Zhou, Qin, and Han dynasties, there were many reincarnated immortals, and the cultivation techniques were flourishing. However, in this modern age, there were far fewer cultivators. Bai Yangyin was a shrewd businessman who sometimes had to believe in certain feng shui beliefs. Therefore, he also knew some masters from Taoism and Buddhism and had invited them to the banquet. Bai, may you have boundless longevity. Your complexion seems better than before and there's a hint of Buddha's light surrounding you. It's truly unbelievable. An old monk in his 50s approached Bai Yangyin, examining him from head to toe, expressing ease on the surface, but harboring many doubts within. To his knowledge, Bai Yangyin was not someone devoted to Buddhism, so how could he radiate Buddha's light? It was as if he was being protected by a prominent figure in the Buddhist realm. Ha ha. Master Padu, you jest. I've been reciting scriptures day and night. Perhaps it has garnered the attention of Lord Buddha. Bai Yangyin said jokingly, though he did not believe it. His biggest hobby was checking his bank balance on the computer late at night. Master Padu was considered a skilled figure in the cultivation world today. Hearing Bai Yangyin's words, he could only nod and offer Buddhist chants while starting to scheme. He had seen Bai Yangyin some time ago, appearing energetic but suffering from sleep deprivation and excessive stress, prematurely depleting his vitality. Yet, with the pure and gentle Buddha's light shining on him now, there must have been some extraordinary encounter. Standing beside Bai Yangyin, Master Padu could sense incredibly pure Buddhist principles emanating from him. If he could accompany Bai Yangyin at all times, perhaps he could comprehend deeper Buddhist teachings sooner. Bai, do you need a bodyguard? Master Padu had already decided to stay by Bai's side day and night, possibly to be his companion. Oh, Master Padu, do you have a disciple in mind? Bai Yangyin actually had some respect for Master Padu. Back then, when he requested Master Padu's help in feng shui, he was harshly rejected, and when his associates tried to teach him a lesson, they were defeated by Master Padu barehanded. Feng shui aside, Master Padu had genuine abilities. Master Padu clasped his hands together and bowed, saying, "This monk is willing to serve Bai." Initially, Bai Yangyin thought Master Padu would recommend his disciple for worldly cultivation, but he was surprised when the monk offered to be his bodyguard. Of course, that's not a problem. Bai Yangyin smiled and asked, "Do you have any requirements regarding compensation?" "Just provide meals." Master Padu hesitated for a moment and added, "Or not." It was known in the circle that getting Master Padu's advice on feng shui cost a high fee, nearly 13,000 yuan a session, and it was dependent on the individual's fate, not just money. Now, Master Padu was willing to be Bai Yangyin's bodyguard for just meals. Bai Yangyin was unaware that all this was because of the string of Bodhi seeds given by Suyi, and he said, "In the future, please assist me in feng shui matters. As long as Bai has a need, I am available anytime, without any payment." Master Padu nodded at Bai Yangyin, fearing he might refuse. Suyi had already seated himself next to Bai Yangyin but was observing the situation on Bai Yangyin's side. The abilities of this cultivator were far too weak compared to the Che practitioners of the Qin and Han periods, seeming insignificant. Though he could sense a trace of Buddhist principles emanating from the Bodhi seeds, it was because Suyi had not completely sealed the power of the bracelet, leaving that slight trace of Buddhist principle. Even leaking a tiny fraction of this Buddhist wisdom caused Master Padu to willingly accompany Bai Yangyin. "Could you help me with my daughter's marriage fate?" Bai Yangyin was genuinely dissatisfied with Suyi, so if Master Padu was willing to help him, he might as well let the monk take a look. The two conversed on the side, and Bai Yangyin even revealed Bai Miao's birth chart to Master Padu, pointing to her and informing the monk who his daughter was. Master Padu examined Bai Miao for a moment. If one wanted to attain Buddhist wisdom, some price had to be paid, as peering into the future and marriage prospects was no simple matter for a cultivator. Of course, for the charlatans on the street, it was just random flattery. Remembering Bai Miao's birth chart, Master Padu tried to peer into it using Buddhist methods, but found some unique force hindering him. After pondering for a long time, he coughed up blood, his face turning pale and lifeless when he opened his eyes. "Master Pudu, are you all right?" Bai Yangyin was completely caught off guard by Pudu suddenly spitting out blood, and it didn't seem like an act. Pudu hurriedly covered his mouth and waved his hand, whispering, "It's nothing." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Pudu coughed lightly and said, "Sir Bai, for some reason, I cannot see through Ling Qianjin. Her aura is chaotic, unlike an ordinary person." Upon hearing his erratic words, Bai Yangyin's head began to ache. Not like an ordinary person, could it be that his daughter was a reincarnated immortal? However, since he had already spit blood, Regardless of the truth, he decided it was best not to ask further. "Master, shall I have someone take you to the hospital? I can't leave from here." Bai Yangyun was genuinely worried that Pu might suddenly collapse, which would make today's birthday inauspicious. Tu glanced towards Bai Miao and calmly said, "It's not necessary, Sir Bai. Can I sit with Miss Ling Qianjin?" Of course, Bai Yangyun had no choice but to agree. Tu was quite well known in their wealthy circle. How could Bai Yangyun refuse such a request? Suyi was sitting between Bai Miao and Bai Qingyan, with Bai Qingyan becoming curious about Suyi's unexpected presence. Bai Miao casually glanced at her younger sister and decided it might be best not to say more. Suyi also noticed Master Pu and Bai Yangyun approaching their table. Could it be that the monk earlier was trying to predict Bai Miao's fate? Little did he know, even though Suyi was concealing his power, anyone within 100 meters of him would have their fates obscured. Thankfully, the monk's abilities were limited, and what he calculated was not of extreme secrecy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just ended with spitting blood. When the most formidable diviner of the heavenly court tried to predict Suyi's origin in the past, he perished on the spot, and his soul scattered, unable to reincarnate. Tu should be grateful that he had only tried to calculate Bai Miao and not Suyi. "Miss Bai, may I sit with you?" Master Pu arrived at their table, offering a Buddhist gesture and politely inquired. Bai Miao was a bit surprised. Even though she didn't believe in Buddhism, she knew that the monk before her was an esteemed guest in wealthy circles. Shouldn't he be sitting with more important figures or experts rather than a group of younger guests like them? "Of course, Master. Please," a young guest at the table said, smiling and standing up, attempting to make room for Master Pu. Bai Miao could only nod in agreement as she couldn't possibly refuse his request. "Thank you." Master Pu nodded and sat down across from Bai Miao. As he sat down, the young guests at the table felt a bit awkward, with Bai Yangyun patting Bai Qingyan's shoulder, saying, "Qingyan, change tables. I need to talk to Suyi." Having come this far, he intended to have a good chat with Suyi. Suyi, however, remained unfazed, offering only a slight smile upon Bai Yangyun's seating. Bai Yangyun had not seen Suyi since birth and realized that meeting him for the first time in his middle age made him contemplate the passage of time and how fleeting 50 years truly were. He pondered that perhaps things were better during the times of cultivators when people lived longer, preventing the turmoil and changes that often occur in a mere 100 years or even less. Bai Yangyun gave Suyi a glance and felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Having been in business for many years and holding a high position, he exuded an air of authority that often commanded respect from younger individuals. However, Suyi's gaze seemed different, peculiar, as if an old man had returned to see a child grow up. And in Suyi's eyes, that child was him. Raising his eyelids, Bai Yangyun addressed the other young guests at the table. "I need to talk with Suyi. Please find another table." The younger guests, all from the Bai family, only smiled and rose to switch tables, respecting Bai Yangyun's request to converse privately with Suyi. This action was also to preserve Master Pu's dignity. Considering Pu's stature, it was inappropriate for him to stay at a table with junior guests, so it would be better to invite important figures to sit at their table later. "So, you're Suyi?" Bai Yangyun propped his elbows on the table, clasped his hands, rested his chin on his fingers, and without looking at Suyi, asked casually, "What does your family do?" Suyi smiled and replied, "I have neither father nor mother. I'm alone in my family. I used to work in a bar and was fired yesterday. No parents, working at a bar, and now fired. That's it." Bai Yangyun furrowed his brow and glanced at Bai Miao, asking, "So, you met Miao at a bar?" Sensing the tension, Bai Miao refrained from interjecting, but she couldn't let her father continue interrogating like this. "Dad, are you checking the household register?" Bai Yangyun bluntly retorted, "You could say that. Now I'm asking Suyi. You stay out of this." Bai Miao dared not speak further, but at that moment, she thought of her grandfather. Since her grandfather encouraged her to befriend Suyi, he must know Suyi. In this dilemma, the only solution was to bring out the old man. With her head lower, Bai Miao messaged her grandfather Bai Qishan, "Grandpa, I invited Suyi to celebrate Dad's birthday, but Dad is now interrogating him." She could only send a message, not certain if her grandfather would see it. Unaware of Bai Miao's actions, Bai Yangyun continued questioning Suyi. "Suyi, how long have you known Miao?" Suyi chuckled, "Just 2 days. Today counts as the 3rd day." Only 3 days of acquaintance. Suyi was merely an actor invited by Miao Miao. Bai Yangyun went straight to the point. How much did Miao Miao pay you? Anticipating Suyi to camouflage the truth somewhat, Bai Yangyun was surprised by Suyi's directness, saying, 1,000 for each meal. At that moment, Bai Miao Miao wished she could disappear. She was wrong. Very wrong. She had hoped that even though Suyi didn't agree to pretend to be her boyfriend, he would at least cooperate a bit. But his straightforward disclosure left her in despair. Bai Yangyun was also surprised. He didn't expect Suyi to admit it so openly. Young man, very honest, Bai Yangyun said with a slight daze, then smiled and asked, or were you not planning to help Miao Miao deceive me in the first place? Suyi tilted his head slightly and asked calmly, are you talking about pretending to be Miao Miao's boyfriend? Otherwise, what did you think she invited you for dinner for? Bai Yangyun said, then softened his tone and said, you should have realized that I'm not easy to deceive. You were fired from the bar, right? I can introduce you to a job. Without hesitation, Suyi replied, no need. The job Miao Miao gave me is very good. Treating him to a meal and giving him $1,000, where else could he find such a job? Anyway, Suyi had never encountered such a good job in all his years of living. Miao Miao really wanted to strangle Suyi now. Was he an idiot? With his attitude, what was the point of hiring him as a fake boyfriend? Only an idiot would continue to spend money on him. Bai Yangyun furrowed his brows and smiled lightly, saying, young man, are you truly naive or just pretending? However, Suyi turned to Miao Miao and said, Miss Bai, we agreed from the beginning that I was only accompanying you for dinner. Did you ever say I should pretend to be your boyfriend? At this moment, Miao Miao, who was filled with hatred, was momentarily stunned by Suyi's question. Indeed, had she ever told her father that Suyi was her boyfriend? Right, I only invited you for dinner. What boyfriend? Miao Miao looked at Bai Yangyun with a bewildered expression and said, Dad, did I ever say he was my boyfriend? Why are you randomly guessing? Suyi and I are just friends. Bai Yangyun rolled his eyes, not wanting to argue with Miao Miao about these matters, and stood up to leave. As long as Miao Miao admitted that Suyi was not her boyfriend, that was enough. As for their previous agreement, he knew his daughter well enough. Suyi had sold her out so easily, and having only known each other for 2 days, it was unlikely that they would have any further interactions. What common ground could a bartender have with a proud woman like Miao Miao? Just as he was about to get up, Bai Kishan unexpectedly walked out from the inside room. Although today was Bai Yangyun's birthday, the old man always preferred solitude and was reluctant to meet guests. Today, he was eating simple food in a private room alone. Yet now, he had come out. The guests all turned to look at old master Bai Kishan. The old man was rarely seen in public, and many thought he was seriously ill. However, seeing him today, Bai Laoyi looked spirited and energetic, with a rosy complexion. Other than his white hair, he didn't look like a man in his 70s. Dad, why are you out here? Bai Yangyun was surprised. Since retiring, the old man rarely showed himself in public, especially on occasions like today. He wouldn't have attended. When Bai Kishan walked up to Bai Yangyun, almost all the guests had already stood up, including Suyi. Suyi felt that he should stand up, as it seemed appropriate given his current role. Bai Kishan glanced at Bai Yangyun, then sneakily glanced at Suyi. Suyi secretly communicated with him, I wasn't there when your son was born, so consider this a belated congratulations. Bai Kishan couldn't help but choke up a bit, his eyes reddening. He replied, thank you, Lord. Just call me by name, no need to be so formal. Lord, I hope my children haven't been disrespectful to you. Not bad. The matters between me and them, you need not concern. Anxiously, Bai Kishan asked, Lord, how do you find this child Miao Miao? Can she serve by your side? Suyi expressionlessly sent a message, Bai. In this day and age, everyone is equal. I no longer require any service, and you need not arrange for anyone to approach me in the future. After hearing this, Bai Kishan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If it didn't sit well with Suyi, it could turn into a big issue. Am I really that terrifying? We had a master-servant relationship. I will look after your descendants to some extent. You need not worry. Suyi was actually feeling a bit complex. He had previously treated the servants fairly well, so why were they so afraid of him now? The servants following Suyi had greatly benefited from it. Living and practicing with Suyi daily had contributed to their longevity and vitality. even if they were ordinary people. Zhang Changfeng was a prime example. Although Bai Qixin hadn't pursued cultivation with Su Yi, being with him before had extended his life. There's no need for that. If you agree, I'm willing to serve you in this lifetime. There are things I don't want to repeat. The speed of their communication was extremely fast, and those around them didn't notice anything. Bai Qixin didn't dare to linger, offering a smile to Miao Miao and asking, Miao Miao, is this Su Yi? Bai Qixin pretended not to have met Su Yi before. Miao Miao was also surprised but quickly recovered, realizing that her grandfather arranged for her to meet someone her father didn't know. Dad, do you know this young man? Bai Yangyun perceived that his father must have known about Su Yi's presence, but it was their first meeting today. Did that mean his father came out just to see Su Yi? If it was just a junior, even if it was an old acquaintance, a simple request would have been enough for Su Yi to see him. So why did the old man come out personally? Bai Qixin just cast a cold glance at Bai Yangyun, then turned and left without saying more. In such a situation, if he treated Su Yi too differently, it would lead to unnecessary speculations about Su Yi's identity, causing offense. Just a glance was his limit. If Bai Yangyun couldn't understand that, then the Bai family might not go far after his 100 years. Indeed, Bai Yangyun looked deeply at Su Yi and remained silent. The great master Pu Du also curiously glanced at Su Yi. Bai Qixin's attitude towards Su Yi was somewhat off, trying to probe Su Yi. Su Yi simply let him look. He had reached a state of simplicity and transparency. Not wanting to offend the monk, he allowed him to see that he was only in the initial stage of cultivating his chat. Pudu also looked carefully. When he discovered that Su Yi was also a practitioner, he instantly felt relieved. Even though Su Yi only had the initial level of cultivation, he was still a practitioner after all. It's worth noting that practitioners are not common nowadays. Su Yi's master might be a close friend with Bai Qixin, or Su Yi's master might be a senior figure in the cultivation realm. This is entirely possible. Bai Qixin turned around, and Bai Yangyun quickly changed his attitude towards Su Yi, cleared his throat, and said to Bai Miao Miao, Miao Miao, learn more from little Su in the future. You guys chat slowly. I'll go accompany your grandfather. When Bai Qixin heard his son call Su Yi Little Su, he couldn't help but want to punch someone. Who was he calling Little Su? This brat. Will he end up calling me Little Bai in return? Although Bai Yangyun had some understanding, he couldn't think too much. After all, even if someone is a practitioner, there might still be some signs of aging on their face. Unless it was a great cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage, but strong nascent soul cultivators had been rare in the past 100 years. If Su Yi really was a nascent soul expert, why would he eat with Bai Miao Miao for a measly $1,000? How can he imagine that, let alone an expert at the nascent soul stage, even if it was the separation and reunion realm or even a true celestial immortal, they would just be ants in front of Su Yi. Bai Miao Miao smiled inwardly. Indeed, Su Yi had some background, otherwise, why would her grandfather specially come out for Su Yi? This was actually within Bai Miao Miao's expectations. From Minister Yu Guoan's attitude towards Su Yi last night, she could already discern something. She hadn't delved deeply into it before, but now thinking about it, Su Yi suddenly appearing in Qingzhou City, then this guy with an astounding alcohol capacity, combined with the information she gathered from Yu Huyan, Su Yi was very likely a practitioner. While Bai Miao Miao herself was not a practitioner, she had heard about such identities. Su Yi might not be that formidable, the real power might be from the person behind him. Grandfather should have been entrusted by some big shot to take care of the newly descended Su Yi. With this realization, everything became clear. Master Pudu stared at Su Yi for a long time and finally understood. The reason he couldn't calculate Miao Miao's marriage was probably because of Su Yi. If Su Yi indeed had a big background, Miao Miao's luck might change after interacting with him. Su Yi, may I ask who your master is? Master Pudu became very interested in the person behind Su Yi. Su Yi innocently replied, my master doesn't allow me to reveal his identity to anyone. Indeed, I overstepped my bounds. After giving it some thought, Master Pudu thought that the practitioner associated with the Bai family was likely Zhang Changfeng from Shijian Mountain, a senior figure. In just a few decades, he had already achieved the foundation establishment completion. Perhaps one day, he would step onto the path of nascent soul cultivation. Only his disciple would attract the personal attention of Bai Yangyun. But there were too many ordinary people present, so it wasn't appropriate to reveal it. Bai Miao blinked, somewhat understanding that what Suyi told Master Pudu should be related to cultivation matters. Suyi indeed had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Bai Miao suddenly had a feeling of seeing through everything. She understood. Suyi had invited some so-called outsiders to join the table. However, these people weren't on the same level as Master Pudu. Among them were one or two who had only learned some superficial martial arts and hadn't even stepped into the realm of cultivation. Too many legacies had been severed. Suyi's palm from thousands of years ago was almost earth-shattering. Even the reincarnated souls of ancient powerhouses had maintained a low profile, not daring to be arrogant. Their understanding of that palm was that it triggered immeasurable calamity due to the wrath of the heavens. After the meal started, Suyi began to focus on eating silently. The dishes seemed exquisite, but were not as good as those made by Baikishin. After entering the private room with Baikishin, just after closing the door, Baikishin turned around and asked, "What gift did Mr. Su give you?" Mr. Su? Bai Yangyan was utterly surprised that his father called Suyi Mr. HMPH. You think highly of yourself, but you have no insight. In the future, if you see Mr. Su, show some respect. Mr. Su likes peace, so don't disturb him. And don't interfere with the relationship between Miao and Mr. Su. I understand. Bai Yangyan took out the string of Bodhi seeds that Suyi had given him from his pocket. He had put it there casually, intending to just throw it into some corner once he returned. But now, his father was so serious about asking him about the gift Suyi had given. This is, Baikishin looked at the string of Bodhi seeds in Bai Yangyan's hand, tears welling up in his eyes for a moment. He had seen Suyi play with this string of Bodhi seeds once. At that time, he was young and had also asked Suyi what it was. Suyi had honestly told him the origin of these Bodhi beads. These were Bodhi seeds from the first Bodhi tree in the world, strewn by Suyi himself after thousands of years of playing with them. Such a priceless treasure, and Suyi had casually given it to his son. Just a few days ago, they were still thinking that Suyi might take away everything they had. Carry these Bodhi seeds with you. Baikishin did not say much. He knew the value of these Bodhi seeds, but because he lacked a Buddha nature, he couldn't see the faint Buddha light emanating from Bai Yangyan. Keeping this item close could ward off all evil. If unsealed and used as a tool, it would be a treasure surpassing even the exterminating immortal for swords of the former heaven-connecting sect head. Though Bai Yangyan hadn't realized the value of the gift, considering his father's words, he knew it must be special. Dad, who exactly is Suyi? In the end, Bai Yangyan couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. Baikishin closed his eyes and said, "You don't need to know his identity. Just remember, if he doesn't want to associate with you, don't get close to him. Treat him with the same respect you would show to a deity. Don't offend him. As for anything else, let it be natural. Also, in the future, when you see him and there are others around, pretend you don't know him. If there's no one else, make a gesture of respect. Address him as Mr. Su. That's the minimum of respect." Bai Yangyan's mouth twitched. He probably had another understanding. Wasn't Suyi a big background himself? Suyi paid no attention to how Baikishin educated his son. He ate silently. After sleeping for 50 years, he somewhat missed delicious food. After a satisfying meal, Suyi started to think, should he do something next? He couldn't just rely on eating with Bai Miao to pass the days. Otherwise, the connection between him and Bai Miao would deepen, and it's best for everyone if they kept their relationship as casual as possible. Suyi actually saw many acquaintances at the table, but did not greet any of them. Yu Huiyan, Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin's mother Gao Yang, and his newly adopted disciple Yishak Suan were all at the banquet. After all, these families were considered acquaintances. How could the younger generation not attend Bai Yangyan's birthday celebration? Yu Huiyan and the others finally noticed Suyi's presence. However, when Baikishin suddenly appeared, almost everyone's attention turned towards them. Suyi was actually together with Bai Miao. This was a bit strange. Could it be that Bai Miao had set her eyes on Suyi? Or as discussed in the group last night, was there an engagement between one of their families and Suyi, with Bai Miao being that person? Yishiak Suan represented the Yi family in congratulating Bai Yangyan, and was equally taken aback to see her master together with Bai Miao. The previous night, as she stayed up late studying, she began to feel that Suyi was not a simple person, whereas she initially thought Suyi was just pretending. After translating the 2 chapters of Bamboo Slips, she realized that regardless of whether the Bamboo Slips were personally penned by B&Q, the medical texts contained within were extraordinary. Suyi giving her such medical texts was worthy of calling him master. This woman, by Meow Meow, acted as if she was unfamiliar with her master the previous night. Today, she suddenly brought him home for dinner. Could it be that she was infatuated and afraid that others would snatch Suyi away from her? Zhao Yin was furious at the sight of Suyi, this scumbag, who was even more shameless than him. Not only did he try to seduce Yu Huiyan a few days ago, but he also had an affair with his mother. And now, he was with Bai Meow Meow. Damn scum. Mom, did you see that? Zhao Yin thought this was good in a way. At least now his mother could see the despicable nature of Suyi and he wouldn't have to address him as Uncle Suyi. Gideon coldly glanced at Zhao Yin. Am I blind? Zhao Yin was momentarily silenced. Of course she wasn't blind. How else could she have set her sights on Suyi, that little pretty beau? Comparing herself to the young and beautiful Bai Meow Meow, Gideon felt she had no advantage whatsoever. However, she believed that Suyi was being pressured by Bai Meow Meow. In her eyes, Suyi was a man who would not submit to money. She had heard that Bai Meow Meow had taken a group of people to find Suyi the previous night. What kind of young aristocrat was she? If they couldn't win someone's heart, they just resorted to force. How despicable. As the banquet came to an end, Suyi was full and no matter how the people at his table discussed, he remained silent and uninterested. While the experts chatted happily, Suyi focused on his food. Even when Bai Meow Meow spoke to him, he responded absent-mindedly. One couldn't help but wonder if this dude had never eaten a full meal in 8 lifetimes. After finishing his meal, Suyi sat there quietly. He listened to their conversations without commenting, and when asked something, he simply nodded, looking like a fool. Miss, there's nothing else, so I'll leave now. Suyi found the discussion of the so-called experts on various topics tedious and uninteresting. It was like a Ph.D. student sitting with a group of kindergartners bragging about knowing that 1 + 1 = 2, or even claiming that 1 + 2 = 8. While it might have seemed cute initially, over time it became unbearable. Leaving already? Let me walk you out. Bai Meow Meow had no special thoughts about Suyi, though they weren't very close. He hadn't helped much today, but he had kept his promise. Their lives were unlikely to intersect much in the future. She wouldn't bother inviting him over for dinner. After all, it was impossible for this boyfriend to play a role. Not necessary. Attend your father's birthday and give him my regards. Suyi stood up. Goodbye. Bai Meow Meow and Suyi weren't close, so being too enthusiastic wouldn't be appropriate. Suyi nodded slightly and left his seat. As he got up, Gao Yun also stood up, and Yi Shaxuan wanted to follow Suyi out. Yu Huiyan had intended to ask Suyi a favor for her younger brother, but seeing Yi Shaxuan following him, she hesitated. By the time Suyi reached the hotel door, Gao Yun had caught up with him. Their relationship was simple, just that of a client. Suyi was clear and unbothered about things. He slowed his pace to wait for Gao Yun. Gao Yun, I heard you're not working at Qingshan anymore. Gao Yun didn't know how to face Suyi. It wasn't a nightclub scene, and she couldn't try to bribe him. It just wouldn't work. Suyi nodded, saying, Thank you for your care before. I'm no longer working there. What are you going to do next? Gao Yun blinked. If Suyi continued working in the nightclub, she would definitely show up, but if he was jobless, she could help him find a job. I'll try my hand at different jobs. Suyi had realized that times had changed, and while he had worked in many occupations before, returning to the same profession might not be as straightforward now. It was better to try different fields to understand the society better. What kind of jobs can you do? Gideon could tell that Suyi hadn't decided on anything yet. Suyi thought for a moment, I should be able to do anything. Gideon suggested, as a university student like you, tutoring younger students for a good salary might be a good option. Suyi raised his eyebrows. While the current knowledge seemed simple to him, teaching children to read. Sister Yun, as you know, our interactions were superficial. I'll find work on my own, so you don't need to trouble yourself. I don't want to owe you any favors. Suyi was decisive, even cold to some people. However, as an experienced person, he understood the importance of making things clear to avoid misunderstandings. It was better to clarify things while his relationship with Gao Yun was not too deep. Gideon didn't entangle with Suyi. After all, Suyi was so straightforward. She was also an adult. After clarifying everything, she just cut off the thoughts directly. Fortunately, she only had a good impression of Suyi temporarily. She did have some thoughts when Suyi was working at nightclubs before, but now that Suyi had stopped, she couldn't force him, right? All right, Let's just meet this once. If fate permits, we can drink together in the future. Ge-yun, having experienced many ups and downs, didn't act all lost like a rejected young girl in this completely sober situation. Instead, she smiled opally at Suyi. No one cannot live because they leave someone, especially since they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Ge-yun turned back to the banquet and happened to meet Yishiak-suan, who had been standing behind for a while. They had met once before, so they exchanged nods as a form of greeting. Yishiak-suan noticed Suyi chatting with Ge-yun and walked over with her hands behind her back, looking at Suyi with a weird smile, and asked, "Master, do you guys know each other?" Suyi glanced at her and asked back, "Is it strange for us to know each other?" "Not really, but I find it strange." "Are you very familiar with Meow Meow?" Yishiak-suan found it hard to imagine. Last night, they were discussing Suyi in the group chat, and today, Meow Meow brought Suyi to meet her parents. Wasn't this progress a bit too fast? Suyi didn't answer her question but instead asked, "Do you want to come along?" Children's curiosity was always so heavy, and Suyi couldn't answer everything. "Of course, why else would I come out?" Yishiak-suan came out to ask Suyi about some medical terms she didn't understand. Although the 2 volumes of bamboo slips Suyi gave her yesterday were concise, there were many medicinal herbs and acupoints she had never heard of, possibly due to the changing times and different terminology. The crucial points still needed clarifying, and she didn't know if Suyi knew about them. Suyi was thinking about what to do next since he had just woken up. Even though he was omniscient, he had not yet adapted to this society, so having someone guide him was also good. Previously, Yu Huiyan had taught him many things, but they were not very close, and there was nothing special between them. Asking an apprentice about something was better than asking someone else, right? "How did you find those 2 medical classics I gave you yesterday?" Suyi walked ahead, and Yishiak-suan followed closely behind, showing his authority as a master. Yishiak-suan's personality was not actually aloof. She had just been immersed in medical books from a young age and had no good playmates. Since she had acknowledged Suyi as her master, she wouldn't back out, but she also wanted to know what skills Suyi actually possessed. To completely earn her respect was not as simple as just giving her 2 medical classics. She had initially sought Suyi to seek clarification, and now that Suyi asked, she was not polite. "I translated those 2 medical classics late last night, and some names of herbs in them I couldn't find in any references. I need you to teach me." Yishiak-suan then raised a series of questions, and Suyi casually gave her answers, shocking Yishiak-suan. "I didn't expect you to understand all of it." Yishiak-suan's eyes sparkled. "Master, have you read those 2 medical classics numerous times, or did you have a famous teacher explain them?" Suyi shook his head. "I've only read them once, and they are indeed well written." What kind of statement was this? They are indeed well written. The inner canon and outer canon of B&Q were considered classics in the medical field. Shouldn't these scriptures be studied intensely every day, memorizing every word? In the field of historical studies, one would pore over each word. Suyi's words made it sound like he was commenting on an ordinary or even a composition piece. "Read it once, and it's well written." What was this about? "Master, are you saying you only read it once?" Yishiak-suan found it hard to understand Suyi's level of medical knowledge, something she absolutely couldn't comprehend. For someone like Suyi, ordinary medical skills had lost their significance long ago. Although he couldn't bring people back from the dead, things like turning white bones to flesh were quite simple for him. To him, medical skills were like a university student being forced to do elementary school math. "Those 2 volumes of medical classics I gave you yesterday were too simple. Read them for fun first, and once you fully comprehend them, I'll teach you more." Suyi felt that the 2 pieces written by B&Q were too simple. Perhaps they were profound only for ordinary people. Simple? Yishiak-suan didn't know what to say. The content on the medical classics was not simple. To truly understand and absorb it, it would take some effort. Suyi just smiled and remained silent, not offering any explanations. The inner canon and outer canon of B&Q were just basic texts. Among the simplest teachings in Taoism, mountains, medicine, life, appearance, divination, medical skills were considered simple. Since Yishiak-suan had formally acknowledged him as her master, he would definitely teach her more powerful methods. "I want to find a job. Do you have any good recommendations?" Suyi asked casually. Yishiak-suan's eyes sparkled. "You want to work? Do you have a medical practitioner certificate? To be a doctor?" Suyi shook his head. I can teach you, but I don't want to be a doctor. Being compassionate and saving lives was definitely praiseworthy. However, Sui didn't have that kind of time. With so many people in the world, he wasn't a savior. He had done such things before and was tired of it now. Yi Xiaoxuan asked him a question similar to Gao Yun's. Then what else can you do? Sui slightly squinted his eyes. Instead of asking himself what he could do, it would be better to ask how he wanted to live his life. I just want to relax every day, read a book, paint a bit, play some music. Sui had spoken his most genuine thoughts. Before, working as a host in a bar was just an experience for him. Now, he had decided to lead a calmer life. Yi Xiaoxuan stared at him, pursed her lips, and shook her head. You lack the spirit of working. Why don't you become a boss? Oh. Sui thought about it. It seemed like a good idea. Why did he have to choose a profession? He could casually open a shop and sell whatever he wanted, like fruits on odd-numbered days and calligraphy and antiques on even-numbered days. Do you have money? Yi Xiaoxuan asked another soul-searching question. Sui took out his phone and asked quietly, 30,000. Is that enough? This time, it was Yi Xiaoxuan's turn to smile and remain silent. 30,000 yuan in Qingzhou City to become a boss. It seemed like a joke. Sui now only has 30,000 yuan. And after asking around a little, he found out that the annual rent for a slightly larger storefront is close to 100,000. And storefronts usually require at least a 3 to 5 year lease. I'll buy a storefront. Sui never had the habit of renting a storefront. In the past, if one wanted a small shop or a place to stay, they could build it themselves. Even if they were to buy land, the prices were not expensive, at least not as expensive as they are now. Buy a storefront, if it's in the city center, it should cost several million, or even close to 10 million. Yi Xiaoxuan thought for a moment and said, I do have some money. I'll ask my grandfather for some. The 2 bamboo scrolls Sui gave her were invaluable, so even giving Sui set of storefronts as a gift would not be a problem. It could be considered as a return or a way to show filial respect to a teacher. No need. Come with me to the antique street. Sui shook his head. Do you need around 10 million? Money is not a big deal for him, as he has many means if he simply wants to make money. Transforming 30,000 into 10 million is a simple matter for him. Antique street? Are you planning to go shopping? Yi Xiaoxuan squinted. Her master's tone was young, but with an air of authority. In his hands, even the ancient medical texts written by B&Q were only rated as mediocre. With only 30,000 in hand and wanting to buy a set of storefronts, just going to the antique street would be enough. Yi Xiaoxuan was also curious about Sui's means, as so far, Sui had not shown any particularly special skills. Get in the car. Yi Xiaoxuan took on the role of the driver, driving Sui to the antique street. Today, she wanted to see if her master could turn 30,000 into a million. The routines in the antique street nowadays are quite deep. Decades ago, there were many genuine antiques sold here, and even many rare treasures could be found. But now, the market is full of various crafts that are hard to distinguish as real or fake, and many vendors use layers of tricks to deceive people. With 30,000 thrown in such a place, it's basically just making a loud noise. Sui walked ahead, with Yi Xiaoxuan following behind him. Sometimes, she felt that her master didn't seem so young. With the appearance of a 20-year-old, his composure and speech were too mature. It seemed unnatural. In true youth, one's face should still be somewhat tender, with undeveloped features. Especially, the eyes should not be as worldly as Sui's, full of experience. If Sui wore a mask and only looked at his eyes, one would believe he was in his 30s or 40s. Master, do you understand antiques? Although Yi Xiaoxuan acknowledged this master, she didn't know much about Sui's abilities. Her grandfather recommended her to find Sui for a reason. Sui's medical skills might be good, but for dealing with antiques, one needs a unique perspective, a deep understanding of history, and various knowledge. At least, Yi Xiaoxuan was completely lost upon entering the antique market. Not having a certain understanding of these things, if one were to act without careful thought, they would surely incur losses. Sui smiled slightly and said, I know little. Sui's presence had left traces throughout the history of Huazhou. He had personally seen artifacts from every dynasty and era. It could be said that no one in the world understood antiques better than Sui. While modern people collect antiques for their historical value, Sui was different. In his view, antiques may not be as comfortable to use as modern products. As for the so-called historical value, It was meaningless to him. The bustling antique street attracted the attention of many vendors when Sui and Yi Xiaoxuan appeared. These vendors were all cunning and could tell from Yi Xiaoxuan's attire that she was from a wealthy family. In their circle, such people were easy targets. Duty. Do you want a blue and white porcelain from the Xuandi period of the Ming dynasty? It's the perfect gift for your elders. A young man with sharp features approached Yi Xiaoxuan and, in a secretive manner, pulled out a bowl, whispering, "If you're interested, let's talk somewhere else." Yi Xiaoxuan, who exuded elegance and wore a purple gold bracelet on her wrist with intricate phoenix patterns, clearly looked affluent. "How much?" Yi Xiaoxuan asked casually, not intending to buy. The young man looked serious and said, in a low voice, 128,000. "If you're serious about it, we can negotiate a lower price elsewhere." Sui searched antique prices on his phone, glanced at the young man, then at Yi Xiaoxuan, and calmly said, "That is an imitation from the Republic of China era Jingdezhen, not well made. 2,000 is the most I can offer." The young man's mouth twitched upon hearing this. "10. That's too harsh." He hadn't taken Sui seriously earlier, as he seemed quite young. What could such a young person know? But with one statement, Sui exposed to everything. "What did you say?" The young man glared at Sui, then charged towards him. The bowl he was holding fell out of his arms as he stumbled in the process. Though it would have been simple for Sui to catch the falling bowl, he didn't even look in that direction. Instead, he lightly pushed the young man, causing him to stagger backward and fall to the ground. With a loud crash, the bowl shattered. "What the hell? What do you mean? You'll have to pay for this bowl before you leave today." The young man got up furiously, his face red, yelling as a crowd gathered around. Fake accident scams. This was a real setup. Although Yi Xiaoxuan appeared wealthy, young girls from wealthy families usually weren't brave. In such situations, many would rather pay to avoid trouble. Sui looked expressionless at the young man, while Yi Xiaoxuan only frowned slightly. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, it was common to practice martial arts from a young age to gain a certain level of self-defense. This applied to Yi Xiaoxuan as well. The young man had clearly intentionally bumped into Sui, and Yi Xiaoxuan had witnessed the whole thing. "Brothers, this kid made my blue and white porcelain fall and even use force." The young man pointed at Sui, playing the victim. A burly man with dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms stepped forward, staring at Sui, sneering, "What are you going to do about this, brother?" Yi Xiaoxuan took a step forward, standing in front of Sui, and asked in return, "What do you want?" In Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes, though Sui was not weak, he was not strong either. He didn't have the characteristics of a martial artist on him. Faced with a group of ruffians, he might not be able to outmaneuver them. Sui was Yi Xiaoxuan's master, and she couldn't stand to see him bullied by a group of thugs. "Sister, my name is Qian Ranhu, responsible for the security issues on this street. Your friend broke my brother's blue and white porcelain and even resorted to violence. Of course, we must handle this according to regulations," the burly man said, in a just and stern manner. "First of all, if something is broken, compensation must be made." At this point, Qian Ranhu paused and asked the sharp-faced young man, "Monkey, how much is your blue and white porcelain worth?" The young man loudly replied, "It's an official kill blue and white porcelain from the Xuandi period. It must be worth at least 12,000. Qian Ranhu nodded and turned to Yi Xiaoxuan with a smile. "Sister, let's make a deal. You compensate 10,000, and we'll forego medical and loss of income expenses." Before Yi Xiaoxuan could say anything, Sui had already called the police. "Hello, police. I'm being extorted at the antique street," he said into the phone. When facing a problem, one should call the police. This was something Sui had learned from Baidu. Avoiding violence whenever possible, this blatant extortion should be left to the police to handle. "You're calling the police." Qian Ranhu's face changed drastically, and he reached out to grab Sui's phone. Without even lifting an eyelid, Sui, as Qian Ranhu took a step forward, Yi Xiaoxuan's palm landed on his chest. With what seemed like a gentle push, Qian Ranhu staggered back a few steps. "You've had training," Qian Ranhu angrily exclaimed, surprised that Sui had made no warning signs and had immediately chosen to call the police. He shouted, "Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson." Qian Ranhu brought 7 or 8 people over, and upon hearing his command, they all rushed towards Sui, intending to subdue him first. "Who dares to touch him?" Yi Xiaoxuan raised her hand and landed a punch on a young man's face. With that punch, the young man saw stars, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Suyi put away his phone and watched Yi Xiaoxuan fight the men. One must admit that there was a significant difference between someone who had trained and ordinary street thugs. Yi Xiaoxuan was skilled in medicine and knew the body's vulnerable points well. Striking in non-lethal areas could cause temporary fainting, a fact she was well aware of. In terms of physical strength, she might be lacking, but with each move, she took down an opponent. No need to call the police. In just a minute, all of Qian Ranhu's men were lying on the ground, leaving only Qian Ranhu standing. Yi Xiaoxuan furrowed her brow, feeling that it was unnecessary for Suyi to have called the police in the first place. She could have handled everything on her own, and involving the police would only complicate matters. Regardless of right or wrong, there would surely be statements and records to deal with. Yi Xiaoxuan truly disliked these tedious and troublesome matters. Suyi smiled slightly and said, "I didn't actually call the police. I only wanted to scare them off and make them retreat." In truth, he had the best intentions for Qian Ranhu and his men, not wanting to engage in conflicts with these street thugs. If calling the police could scare them off, then all the better. However, it was clear that these people were not very sensible, insisting on violence. Were they seeking death? They should be grateful that it was Yi Xiaoxuan who fought back. If Suyi had engaged, he was afraid he might not control his strength and accidentally take a life. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Suyi, acknowledging that not calling the police was for the best. "Do you still want compensation?" Yi Xiaoxuan stared at Qian Ranhu, took out her wallet, pulled out a stack of bills, and said, "Take this to show the injured." Qian Ranhu was dumbfounded. The delicate-looking girl in front of him had turned out to be so powerful, each move precise and formidable. "Sister, I'm really sorry. We'll let it go. We were in the wrong." Qian Ranhu dared not take the money from Yi Xiaoxuan and kept apologizing. Meanwhile, Suyi acted as though nothing had happened and said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "Let's go." Yi Xiaoxuan nodded, took back the money, and continued walking with Suyi, leaving behind the street thugs lying on the ground. "Master, don't you know martial arts?" Yi Xiaoxuan asked curiously. Suyi shook his head and said, "Why resort to violence? I dislike fighting and killing the most." If those powerful beings he had inadvertently sent to their deaths heard him say that, they would probably explode mentally. "Indeed, you claim to dislike violence, yet you nearly caused the world's destruction with one strike. Isn't it better to be a good person?" Yi Xiaoxuan pondered and said, "It's all right. With me around, there's no need to call the police if we encounter such situations in the future. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time." "Okay." Suyi smiled and continued walking. As he approached a small stall, he suddenly stopped. The items displayed on the stall were all from the Qingming period, attracting a significant crowd. Among them, a middle-aged man with a big belly was negotiating with the stall owner. "Old Nai, I'll buy everything from your stall, but do you have any other good items left? Bring them out. Don't hide them," the fat middle-aged man said. Suyi glanced at the stall owner deeply. This person emanated strong negative energy, with a pale, bloodless face, appearing to be someone accustomed to grave robbing. Such individuals likely possessed valuable items. However, if this person was affected by negative energy and did not resolve it promptly, he probably wouldn't live many more years. The stall owner, smiling slyly, replied, "7 sir, I do have good items. These on display are worth 70,000. While the items on the stall were old artifacts, they were just ordinary pieces, valued at a couple of thousand at most. The most expensive one wouldn't exceed 5,000. Altogether, there were about a dozen items, demanding 70,000. The person referred to as 7 sir was the owner of the antique shop Shengsheng Fang, named Zhang Kibai. People in the circle addressed him as Sir 7 due to his wealth. In his spare time, he would visit the stalls and buy items to resell in his shop. He was also a regular customer of Old Nine, and they both knew each other's secrets, but chose not to expose them. The antique shop owner would buy from tomb raiders and resell the items, making a significant profit. Old Nine's items on the stall were indeed not worth 70,000, but that amount acted as an entry ticket. Old Nine also had his confidence. Before bringing out the items, he needed to first trick Zhang Kibai. "Good. If you say 70,000, then 70,000 it is." Zhang Kibai had great courage and didn't care much about the money, nor was he afraid of being deceived by Old Nine. If he paid 70,000 for these items and Old Nine didn't present any good ones, he might disappear from Qingzhou City tonight. "Excellent." Old Nine chuckled, From his pocket, he took out a pearl and placed it on the stall. Smiling, he said, "Sir Seven, please appraise this." Before Zhang Qibai could respond, Su Yi suddenly spoke up, "I'll buy this pearl for 30,000. 30,000? And Laoju and Zhang Qibai both stared at Su Yi. And Laoju burst into laughter at the price Su Yi quoted. "Kid, why don't you go play on the side?" Zhang Qibai also laughed scornfully. "Kid, do you know what this is? 30,000? The hidden dragon pearl," Su Yi said lightly. "This should be something from Li Shimin." Su Yi had seen this pearl before. Li Chunfeng personally made it for Li Shimin to enhance his luck and absorb negative energies. However, Li Shimin's heavy-handedness caused the hidden dragon pearl to absorb numerous grudges. After Li Shimin became emperor, following Li Chunfeng's advice, it was buried in the imperial tomb. Buried in the tomb, the hidden dragon pearl has now resurfaced with intense hostility. Besides an emperor like Li Shimin who can suppress it, for ordinary people, it is definitely a dire object. And Laoju actually tucked it in his pocket. Isn't he asking for trouble? Something of Li Shimin's? And Laoju's eyes lit up. If it really belonged to Li Shimin, then the price of this pearl would be sky high. Zhang Qibai furrowed his brows. He could tell the exquisite workmanship of the pearl, a translucent pale yellow jade bead with a dragon faintly visible inside. A Tang dynasty relic of Li Shimin. How much would it be worth? Kid, do you understand? If you don't, then don't speak nonsense and go play on the side. Zhang Qibai smiled. Regardless of the truth of Su Yi's words, he definitely couldn't acknowledge it. Even if it were really Li Shimin's, Zhang Qibai would certainly not admit it because he couldn't afford it. Su Yi straightforwardly explained the origin of the pearl to them. Finally, he said to Laoju, "You must have recently acquired this pearl. Have you felt drowsy every day, lively only at noon, and sweaty with nightmares at midnight?" Laoju gasped. As someone who frequently tomb-raided, he couldn't possibly not believe in ghosts and spirits. Moreover, what Su Yi said was right. He had never mentioned these things to anyone, which made him even more convinced of Su Yi's words. Zhang Qibai snorted, saying, "Absurd. If, as you said, this pearl was personally crafted by Li Chunfeng and sent to Li Shimin to enhance his luck, then it should be a good omen. What you said is too absurd." He looked at the hidden dragon pearl and said to Laoju, "Laoju, I've also looked at it. This thing is from the end of the Tang dynasty. It's definitely not Li Shimin's hidden dragon pearl. Where have you heard that Li Shimin had such a pearl? Historical accounts didn't mention this pearl." However, Su Yi knew all about it. "This pearl has a significant impact on you. Initially, you could have lived for another 3 to 5 years, but after tucking this pearl away, even if you sell it, you won't live more than 3 days." Su Yi disregarded Zhang Qibai and only addressed Laoju. "Sell me this pearl, and I can extend your life by a few years." "Ha ha ha. Kid, your trickery is quite impressive." Zhang Qibai's judgment was unerring. Although he couldn't confirm if Su Yi's words were true, the pearl was undoubtedly valuable. If he could acquire it, he would definitely make a huge profit. Laoju was still a bit indecisive. Clearly, Zhang Qibai was ready to buy the pearl. Even if it was priced according to the late Tang dynasty, it would be worth no less than millions. But if Su Yi's words were true, and he couldn't survive more than 3 days, Laoju gritted his teeth and said to Zhang Qibai, "Qibai, name your price." He decided to sell the pearl to Zhang Qibai. He couldn't bear to part with 30,000 to Su Yi. Moreover, how could he believe Su Yi's claim that he wouldn't survive 3 days? Being a tomb raider, he was accustomed to the dark aura. To choose such a profession meant he wasn't afraid of death. It was a gamble for him. Once he sold the pearl, he could wash his hands of it in a golden basin and enjoy life. Undeniably, Su Yi's words had frightened him. Zhang Qibai extended his hand and signaled an 8, saying, "Laoju, if I sell this pearl, it should fetch over 10 million. You have to let me make a profit." A tomb raider's possessions were seldom clean, and their trades were illegal and hard to find high-profile buyers. Individuals like Zhang Qibai, who would directly pay millions for his pearl, were few. Besides, Su Yi had just spoken so mysteriously. 1,000. No less. Otherwise, I'll sell it for 30,000 to this kid. Laoju made a tough decision. He was risking his life. After this deal, he planned to retire and enjoy life. Admittedly, Su Yi's previous words had terrified him. Zhang Qibai hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Yi again, and reluctantly said, "All right, I'll take it." Seeing that they had settled the deal, Su Yi didn't say much. Leading Yi Xiaxuan, He continued walking as if nothing had happened. Was that pearl really a gift from Li Chunfang to Li Shimin? Yi Xiaxuan whispered to Su Yi. That guy does look a bit off, but I've never heard of such a pearl in history. Are you deceiving him? Su Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Did he need to say anything? He had given that tomb raider a chance to live. Probably only Su Yi could save his life now, but for the sake of 10 million, the man had chosen a path to death. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The two continued walking. Su Yi saw many valuable items, but the prices quoted far exceeded 30,000. Maybe I should ask my grandpa. Yi Xiaxuan followed Su Yi around for 2 hours on the street, but Su Yi didn't buy anything, making her doubt if he could really earn that much money. To turn 30,000 into 10 million, it was actually quite simple. Buy something slightly pricier with 30,000, resell it at a higher price, and repeat. With his abilities, he could definitely achieve that in less than 3 hours. But Su Yi found it too troublesome and decided not to buy anything. He randomly picked up a teacup from a box at home and took Yi Xiaxuan into Changshengfang. Can we find treasures here? Yi Xiaxuan frowned. How could such a large antique shop have treasures for sale? True treasures would be recognized immediately. Trying to buy low and sell high was impossible here. Su Yi chuckled. I'll sell a teacup. Huh? Yi Xiaxuan looked puzzled. Su Yi handed her the teacup, saying, you go sell it. Sell it for 10 million. Yi Xiaxuan took the teacup from Su Yi's hand. Wasn't this the teacup Su Yi used at home? He had 4 of these. And this thing was supposed to sell for 10 million. Yi Xiaxuan didn't know much about antiques, but she was familiar with Jun porcelain from the Song dynasty. She had seen a similar item before at an auction, a drum-shaped washer that sold for a staggering price of 83 million. When she used that same teacup to pour tea for Su Yi yesterday, she also found it exquisite and suspected it to be valuable. But if it was indeed so precious, why would Su Yi use it for drinking tea? They entered Changsheng Square, where John Kibai had already returned and was carefully examining the newly acquired jade hidden dragon pearl inside the store. Master, are you joking with me? Yi Xiaxuan whispered. Selling the household cups casually is embarrassing. Su Yi smiled and said, consider it a test from your master. Remember, when he asks you how much you want to sell it for, say 1 million, not a penny less. All right, Yi Xiaxuan rolled her eyes, grateful for the 2 bamboo slips Su Yi gave her, willing to endure the embarrassment. John Kibai was still inspecting the jade hidden dragon pearl through a magnifying glass, muttering to himself, I struck gold this time. This top-grade jade, with the natural formation of the dragon inside, is worth at least 1 billion. No. If it's really the one Li Chunfang gave to Li Shimin, it could be worth 10 billion. Carrying the teacup from Su Yi, Yi Xiaxuan approached John Kibai. Hello, are you the owner here? Startled, John Kibai protected the hidden dragon pearl and watched Yi Xiaxuan warily, recognizing her as the person from in front of An I Laojiu's stall. He asked, Eyes why? What can I do for you? Awkwardly, Yi Xiaxuan presented the cup given by Su Yi. I have something to sell. John Kibai's face trembled as he stammered. You're just holding it like that. Huh. Yi Xiaxuan didn't understand John Kibai's concern. Shouldn't the cup have been brought from Su Yi's home and kept in a pocket? Why would it need a box? How much are you asking? Yi Xiaxuan didn't care and handed over the cup. Instinctively stepping back, John Kibai said nervously, place it on the table. He could tell the cup was special. Why handle it directly? One slip could result in a disaster. Infected by John Kibai's nervousness, Yi Xiaxuan gingerly placed the cup on the table. Wait a moment. John Kibai carefully placed the jade pearl in a large brocade box before inspecting the cup with a magnifying glass. After 10 minutes of silent inspection, John Kibai spoke up, the tension palpable. Yi Xiaxuan, standing by, dared not speak. Wasn't this just Su Yi's everyday teacup? Why scrutinize it so meticulously? Could this cup really be worth 10 million? Finally finished, John Kibai took a deep breath and asked Yi Xiaxuan, name your price, can I buy it? Hesitating, Yi Xiaxuan slowly extended a finger. 1 billion. John Kibai pondered for a moment. Miss, your price is fair, but I can't come up with that much cash immediately. How about I pay a deposit of 2 million first? If you trust me, leave it in my store. If not, we can go to the notary and sign a contract. Within 10 days, I'll pay the remaining 8 million. You know, transactions with such valuable items involve high taxes and various procedures need to be completed, which could take up to 10 days. Yi Xiaoxuan was stunned. She only wanted to sell for 1 million. Was the cup truly worth 1 billion? Su Yi's home had 3 more similar cups, along with a teapot and tray that made a set. Considering Su Yi's impoverished household and Zhang Kibai's words, it seemed he would profit handsomely buying it for 1 billion. Su Yi walked over and said, "Sell it to him." Initially underestimating the cup's value, Su Yi assumed 1 million would suffice. Zhang Kibai, now noticing Su Yi, was elated, asking Yi Xiaoxuan once more, "Miss, what do you think?" "I'll sell." Yi Xiaoxuan had nothing more to say. She planned to sell for 1 million, but ended up selling for 1 billion. "Let's sign a contract. I'll transfer the deposit immediately. Would you like to keep this treasure in our store or?" Zhang Kibai was ecstatic. He felt confident in his judgment, knowing this rare piece would fetch him an extra 2 to 3 billion once acquired. Remembering a tycoon's saying, "Set small goals first, like earning 1 billion. Today, he almost achieved several such small goals within no time. Glancing at Su Yi, Yi Xiaoxuan sought his opinion. Su Yi suggested, "Leave it in his store," but he paused, looking at Zhang Kibai. "Just take 2 million. The rest of the 8 million is unnecessary." "What?" Both Yi Xiaoxuan and Zhang Kibai stared at Su Yi. Foregoing 8 million just like that? Was he that generous? Unaware of the reason, Yi Xiaoxuan, respecting Su Yi's decision concerning his cup, agreed without objection. 2 million, then. Zhang Kibai was on the verge of exploding with excitement. Had he struck gold today? They clearly didn't want to go to a notary. Maybe the item's origin wasn't clean. They just aimed to get rid of it quickly. Is there something wrong with the origin of things? Zhang Kibai squinted and smiled, not afraid of such matters, as he dared accept things from Ni Laoju. "Gentlemen, I won't ask about the origin of this item. Let's go to the bank now because the amount is substantial, and it will take 3 days for the transfer to go through. Accepting 20 million for this cup, that's the real blood money." Su Yi said to Yi Xiaoxuan, "You go with him to make the transfer." The reason for not taking the remaining 80 million is that Zhang Kibai is as good as dead. Can Zhang Kibai accept the hidden dragon pearl? Su Yi can't be bothered to take money from a dying man. "You go instead. It's better to use your card." Despite being a wealthy girl, 20 million is not a small amount for Yi Xiaoxuan. This is Su Yi's money, so it's best to transfer it directly to Su Yi. Su Yi said nonchalantly, "From now on, you'll be in charge of the money." Why do people take on apprentices? Of course, these trivial matters are for her to handle. In the future, selling the store or doing other things will also require Yi Xiaoxuan's involvement. Alright, Yi Xiaoxuan finally understood Su Yi's financial strength. She used to think that Su Yi didn't have much money, but now she sees that Su Yi is truly wealthy. Being able to sell a teacup from home for so much money, and refusing 80 million just like that. How insignificant is 20 million to him? Su Yi sat in the shop while Zhang Kibai called for a server to lead Su Yi to the sofa and even brewed a pot of tea for him. After putting the hidden dragon pearl and the teacup sold by Su Yi into the safe, Zhang Kibai went to the bank with Yi Xiaoxuan to make the transfer. Su Yi sat on the sofa, reading a book for over 10 minutes, when a young man in black walked into the shop, like a keen-sensed hunting dog. His gaze settled on the direction of Zhang Kibai's safe, his eyes becoming fervent. Seeing a customer enter the shop, the salesperson hurried to greet him, asking, "Sir, how can I assist you?" The young man in black glanced at the salesperson and asked, "Are you the owner?" With a smile, the salesperson replied, "I'm not the owner, but the owner is my dad. You can tell me what you need." Since they run an antique shop, many items there are valuable, and family members usually help out in the shop. The young man in black nodded and asked, "Do you have any treasures here?" "Sir, you jest, we have many treasures here. Just don't know what you're looking for." The salesperson said, "Everything we sell here is genuine." The young man in black squinted. "I heard your boss received a pearl today. I came for that pearl." "Sir, your sources are really well informed." The salesperson smiled. "However, if you want that pearl, you'll have to wait. My dad just went out for business. Let me give him a call to hurry back. Please have a seat over there for now." "All right, I'll wait, but let him return soon. I have other matters to attend to." The young man in black was led to a sofa across from Su Yi, where Zhang Kibai's son brewed him a pot of tea. Su Yi continued reading, paying no attention to the young man across from him. The appearance of the hidden dragon pearl in the world should be sensed by nearby cultivators. It wasn't strange for this young man to come searching, and more people would probably arrive soon. The hidden dragon pearl is indeed an ominous object, but that's only for ordinary people. For some cultivators, it is a priceless treasure. The young man's patience was obviously not good. He had already drunk 5 cups of tea within 3 minutes of sitting on the sofa, prompting twice to hasten things. What are you looking at? The young man grew impatient sitting opposite Suyi, irritated by Suyi's calm demeanor. Suyi's composure seemed to make him even more agitated. Suyi raised his eyelids and smiled. Diary of a Madman. What nonsense is this? The young man stood up, snatched the book from Suyi's hands, flipped through it, then casually tossed it on the table, spilling tea and wetting the book. Waving his hand, he arrogantly said, "Decent people don't keep diaries. People like you who read others' diaries are even worse. Get out of here now." Suyi picked up the book from the table, wiping off the water stains. His smile disappeared, replaced by a cold look as he stared at the young man. He was very angry. "What are you looking at? Get lost." The young man glared at Suyi and threatened, "Look at me again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Within 10 minutes, more customers entered the shop, with 13 people in total, 6 of whom were cultivators. They seemed to know each other as they greeted each other upon entry. "Old Lin, what brought you here?" A middle-aged man in a suit bowed to another elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, saying with a smile, "Is there something here that caught your eye?" The old man replied, "Tang Yuade, don't pretend. I heard the owner of this shop received a pearl today. The old man likes this pearl very much and has already sent his son to reserve it. Don't try to compete with the old man. How about that, ZC? Why don't you come say hello to Mr. Tang?" The elderly man called out to the young man sitting opposite Suyi as he was drooling. Looking dazed, and showing no response. Frowning, the old man walked over, patting the young man's cheek, calling out a few more times, but still no response. His gaze fell on Suyi. "Young man, do you know what's wrong with my grandson?" Suyi put down his book, which was clean without any sign of being wet, and simply said, "Maybe he had an epileptic seizure." "Epilepsy?" The old man looked deeply at the young man. He did seem to be in a seizure, but considering his grandson's status as a cultivator in the early stage of Czech cultivation, he shouldn't suffer from such an illness. Suyi resumed reading his book, not saying more. To deal with a small cultivator like him, a glance was enough to shatter his consciousness. Although Suyi could easily deal with him, he chose not to do so if possible. This man was too arrogant, so Suyi just wanted to teach him a lesson. The other 5 cultivators came over, with one of them feeling the young man's pulse, frowning deeper as he checked his eyelids and said, "Old Lin. Lin Feng seems to be out of his mind. Stupid." As a foundation stage cultivator, Lin Hantu knows his grandson very well. His grandson, Lin Feng, can be considered a rare talent, having cultivated for more than a decade and already achieved a certain level of Czech cultivation. How could he suddenly become foolish for no reason? "Young man, I will ask you a few questions, and you must answer honestly, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Lin Hantu, already in his 60s, knew that while cultivators could extend their lifespan, those without the attainment of the golden core stage can live at most a little over 100 years. He worried that he might not achieve the path of the golden core in this lifetime, so all his hopes were pinned on his descendants. Lin Feng had exceptional talent, and if he had the right opportunities, he might explore the path of the golden core within 100 years. But suddenly becoming foolish for no reason, how could Lin Hantu accept that? Suyi promptly put away his book, gazing calmly at Lin Hantu, indicating he could start asking questions. "After my grandson came in, did he interact with anyone?" Lin Hantu had also observed Suyi carefully, knowing he was just an ordinary person and likely had no connection to Lin Feng's sudden dementia. Suyi replied, "He exchanged a few words with me." Lin Hantu interrogated, "What were those words?" Suyi had initially wanted to have a good conversation, but Lin Hantu's tone made him uncomfortable. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Suyi's expression was calm. Lin Feng had been the one to provoke him first today. Now this old man was being aggressive. Did he think Suyi had a good temper after cultivating his character? Lin Hantu's face darkened and became unpleasant. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Do you want to die?" Tang Yue, standing nearby, saw Lin Hantu's anger and quickly intervened, acting as a peacemaker. "Master Lin, don't act impulsively." He held back Lin Hantu and said to Suyi, "Young man, weren't you taught to respect your elders when talking to them? Respect the elders?" If what Tang Yue said was true, then Suyi should be the one being respected. There probably wasn't anyone older than him around. Suyi coldly said, I don't want to resort to violence, but it's best you don't bother me anymore. You. Lin Hantu was furious. Someone dared to speak to him this way. He made a claw with his hand and fiercely aimed for Suyi's throat. While he didn't intend to kill Suyi, he wanted to lift him up. Tang Yue initially wanted to defuse the situation, but now he also felt that this young man was too arrogant. It was appropriate for Lin Hantu to teach him a lesson. Lin Hantu had thought it would be effortless to deal with an ordinary person like Suyi, but his hand couldn't advance an inch when it was 3 inches away from Suyi. Tang Yue noticed Lin Hantu suddenly stop and merely turn his face away. It seemed Lin didn't want to argue with these younger generations and let Suyi off. How could he know that Lin Hantu's heart was now in turmoil? He didn't let Suyi off out of benevolence, but because it was as if an invisible barrier stood in front of Suyi, making it impossible for his claw to reach him. You don't need this hand. Suyi had already stood up, picked up his book, and glanced at Lin Hantu. Lin Hantu felt a pressure on his chest, his mind went blank, and his hand had completely lost sensation. When Tang Yue turned to look at Lin Hantu again, there was no color left on his face. He looked pale, as if he was on the brink of death. The hand that had reached out just moments ago hung down weakly, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, Yishiaxuan and John Kibai returned. Yishiaxuan looked towards Suyi's direction and recognized the people beside him. She called out, Uncle Tang, Grandpa Lin, why are you here too? They actually knew each other, which was understandable. After all, Yishiaxuan's circle included wealthy and influential people, so it was normal for these cultivators to have connections with Yi Lin. Lin Hantu and Tang Yue remained silent, turning to look at Yishiaxuan with caution. This person is very dangerous. Is everything sorted out? Suyi asked casually as if nothing had happened, turning to Yishiaxuan. Yishiaxuan nodded. It's all sorted out. Then let's go. Suyi was no longer interested in staying here. In the eyes of these cultivators, Yishiaxuan and her group were ordinary people, but to Suyi, they were all the same. After all, even Master Hongjin Dao had to call him a senior. What difference was there between these Czech cultivators and ordinary people? Oh, Yishiaxuan hadn't realized that something was amiss and simply said to Lin Hantu, Grandpa Lin, you don't look too well. You should see my grandfather when you have the chance. I'll go first. Suyi walked out of Chongsheng Square, and Yishiaxuan could only hurriedly follow. Master, are they here for the hidden dragon pearl? Yishiaxuan found Suyi more mysterious. While she hadn't practiced cultivation, she knew that Lin Hantu and the others were cultivators. As they had gathered here in Chongsheng Square, the only possible reason was the hidden dragon pearl Suyi had mentioned. It seems so. Suyi nodded. The aura of the hidden dragon pearl was too strong. Once it appeared in the world, cultivators would not be unaware of it. The purpose of these people coming here needed no further explanation. How can they be interested if it's such a calamitous object? Yishiaxuan asked in confusion. Even if it's a calamitous object, after all, it was a treasure presented by Li Chunfen to the emperor. How could these cultivators not be tempted? Besides, how would they know it's a calamitous object? Suyi smiled. Cultivators couldn't possibly know the origin of the pearl. They merely sensed its aura and believed it to be a peerless treasure beneficial for cultivation. Yishiaxuan narrowed her eyes, staring at Suyi and whispered, Master, how did you know they are cultivators? Suyi didn't bother hiding it and said, It's not strange, right? I'm also a cultivator. What's so strange about me seeing through them? What about you? Have you ever thought about learning something yourself? What do you know? You can teach me anything. Yishiaxuan asked excitedly. Master, you aren't going to teach me cultivation, are you? Suyi said expressionlessly. After you've thoroughly understood the 2 volumes by B&Q, I can teach you anything you want. Yishiaxuan persisted. But what do you know? You don't know martial arts, and if you learn the medical skills from those 2 medical classics, what else can you teach me? Suyi laughed. I told you, those 2 medical classics are just basic. What I'm going to teach you next might be a bit challenging, so prepare yourself. HUA2's legacy medical classics were considered basic by Suyi. Moreover, he mentioned that what he would teach her next would be challenging. Yishiaxuan was truly curious about what Suyi could teach her next. Inside Chongsheng Pavilion, Lin Hantu was lying on the sofa like a pile of mud. Tang Yue looked at him with disbelief and asked softly, Old Lin, who was that just now? Lin Hantu hadn't snapped out of his shock from earlier, trembling as he said, Don't ask. His right hand was already useless. The psychological pressure brought by Suyi, who hadn't even glanced at him, was like a ferocious beast. Lin Hongtu was at the foundation establishment stage at least. A couple thousand years ago, that might not count for much, but in this era, a foundation establishment stage cultivator was considered a top expert. Yet Suyi didn't even move a muscle. He just directly disabled one of Lin Hongtu's hands. How terrifying was that? Most importantly, Suyi looked too young. As far as Lin Hongtu knew, only when a cultivator reached the golden core stage could their lifespan increase by 300 to 500 years, but they still couldn't reverse aging unless they attained the nascent soul stage, which could turn white hair black and extend life by 1,000 years. Upon close consideration, Lin Hongtu felt that he had probably encountered a senior cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The reason why Lin Feng had become foolish was probably also related to Suyi. When Tang Yue asked about these matters, Lin Hongtu didn't even dare to mention a word. Suyi obviously didn't want to reveal his identity, and if Lin Hongtu talked too much and Suyi found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Actually, just from Lin Hongtu's expression at the moment, Tang Yue could also make some guesses. Lin Hongtu had been humiliated by Suyi. The reason they had come here today was solely because the aura of the hidden dragon pearl was too strong. With such a treasured item emerging, without any formation suppression, more and more people would come to know about it. After Zhang Qibai and Yi Xiaxuan enter, they saw a group of guests lingering in the store, but they only greeted these guests after Suyi and the others left. Bosses, is there anything to take care of for us? Zhang Qibai hurriedly approached Lin Hongtu and Tang Yue. Although Lin Feng's idiotic appearance was a bit jarring, he only glanced briefly and didn't ask. He didn't know that it was after Lin Feng entered his shop that he became foolish. If someone wanted to bring a fool into the shop, what could he say? Asking too much could offend people. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Hongtu got up directly and said to a middle-aged man beside him, "Take Lin Feng away." The pressure Suyi had brought him was too terrifying. In his view, Suyi must have set his eyes on the treasure that had appeared today. Fighting against such a powerful person for an item was just asking for trouble. Although Suyi had left, who could guarantee that once they obtained the treasure, someone wouldn't come to take it by force? A nascent soul stage cultivator, that was not something he could face. Tang Yue saw Lin Hongtu leave, his expression also becoming unpredictable. Speaking of which, it should be considered that Lin Feng was the first one to discover this treasure in Chongsheng Pavilion. Now that Lin Feng was foolish and Lin Hongtu didn't do anything, he just left. Not even taking a look at the treasure. Was this a bit too straightforward? Zhang Qibai was also clueless. This old man seemed to be grieving as if he had lost his son. If someone wanted to bring a fool into his shop, what could he say? Asking too much would be offensive. Boss, what kind of treasure did you get? Tang Yue no longer thought too much. He had already noted Suyi's appearance, and after he returned, he would definitely draw it and ask around. The most important thing now was to see what kind of treasure it was that caused such a strong surge of spiritual energy. Zhang Qibai felt that he had also been lucky today. Not to mention the two treasures he had received. Wasn't Suyi saying that the hidden dragon pearl was a dangerous item? As long as he sold it off as soon as possible, what did it matter if it was dangerous or not? From Tang Yu's attire and accessories, Zhang Qibai could tell that he was wealthy. Boss, I indeed have two rare treasures here. Please come to the back room. 2. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. To treasures, no wonder the spiritual energy fluctuations were so terrifying. Zhang Qibai led Tang Yue to his office, then took out the hidden dragon pearl and the porcelain teacup that Suyi had just sold to him from the safe. Sir, both of these are truly rare treasures. Zhang Qibai slowly opened the brocade box containing the hidden dragon pearl and said, "The origin of this one is quite significant. Please take a look." After seeing the hidden dragon pearl, Tang Yue couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ordinary people might find the hidden dragon pearl peculiar, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was completely different. The purple and black aura entwined around the pearl, and the five-claw golden dragon inside the pearl seemed to appear and disappear. Was a real dragon sealed inside this pearl? The more Tang Yue looked at it, the more shocked he became. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you know the origins of this pearl?" Zhang Qibai, as a cunning businessman, when asked this question, earnestly replied, "This pearl has a name, the hidden dragon pearl. It was a treasured gift from Li Chunfeng to Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. The reason why Emperor Taizong could become emperor is due to the unparalleled luck brought by this pearl. Look at the 5-clawed golden dragon in the pearl. It is said that a real dragon was sealed within by Li Chunfang using great magic power. Zhang Qibai had no idea about real dragons. From his perspective, this was just a jadeite stone, which might look like it was from the Tang dynasty, but a real dragon. That was purely a fabrication. Regardless of whether Tang Yue believed it or not, he had to hype up his product. As for Su Yi's warning about it being a dangerous item, he certainly couldn't mention that. Who would sell something while telling people about the danger it posed? Tang Yue was no fool. After a long silence, he asked, "How do you know all this so clearly?" Without blinking an eye, Zhang Qibai said, "I saw it in a historical record over a decade ago. At the time my grandfather was still around, and he saw that ancient document. Because of some family issues later on, my grandfather burned the book in a fit of anger. Few people in the world know about this incident, I presume." His explanation was logical and sounded reasonable. Even Tang Yue was somewhat convinced. After all, Zhang Qibai looked like an ordinary merchant, and the fact that he knew about a real dragon sealed within the pearl and could quote history seemed plausible. "Name your price." Tang Yue didn't waste any more words. It was essential to get this item as soon as possible. Zhang Qibai hesitated for a moment and then playfully said, "Sir, I believe you understand that what I've said is all true. This is a valuable item, so the price won't be low. Let me propose a set price, 3 billion. He had only spent 1 million to acquire the pearl, and now he was asking for 3 billion. If this deal went through, it would be a huge profit. Tang Yue raised an eyebrow slightly. 3 billion wasn't unreasonable, and it seemed quite fair. Tang Yue did not rush to make a deal, but asked, "You said you have 2 treasures here. What about the other one?" Zhang Qibai was somewhat excited. Both of these items were just acquired today. If he sold them immediately, that would truly involve no risk. This piece here, have a look. Song Dynasty June porcelain, such exquisite craftsmanship, delicate and intact. I dare say, there is no second piece like it in this world. Even the ones in the museum cannot compare. Zhang Qibai spoke confidently, continuously observing Tang Yu's expression and tentatively saying, "This treasure was acquired at a high price. Do you like it?" Items like this top-quality Jin porcelain are not difficult to sell, but if he could find a wealthy buyer directly, it would definitely be better than taking it to auction. Indeed, it's a good item. Tang Yue stared at the June porcelain teacup for a while and finally said, "Unfortunately, it's only a single teacup. If it were a set, its value would be even greater." "A set? You sure have a sense of humor." Zhang Qibai chuckled. "Precisely because the teacup is one of a kind, that's what makes it precious. If it were a set, it would actually lose its value." "Is that so?" Tang Yue smiled. "This cup is indeed a good item, but I'm not interested. As for that pearl, 300 million, right? I'll take it." "All right." Zhang Qibai laughed. "May I ask for your surname, sir?" Tang Yue said, "My surname is Tang. Later, I will have someone transfer the money to you." After hearing this surname, Zhang Qibai's eyes brightened. He finally remembered who this middle-aged man before him was. Tang Yue, chairman of the Tang Group. For another person, offering 300 million in one go might be a stretch, but for the Tang Group, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. The Tang Group's business spanned various industries, with a market value exceeding 100 billion US dollars. A mere 300 million was nothing to Tang Yue. All right. However, you should know, a 300 million transaction is not a small amount. Even with a bank transfer, it will still take a few days. I'll need to wait for the funds to arrive before I can give you the item. Zhang Qibai was well-versed in these transaction matters. Transactions worth tens of millions could not be instantly settled. A 300 million transfer would require all procedures to be completed before the funds could be received. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions of money laundering. "Do you not trust me?" Tang Yu's mood was not good at the moment. His son, Tang Jinken, had tragically died on Washing Sword Mountain a few days ago. If it weren't for this unique treasure appearing, he wouldn't have come here. Zhang Qibai felt awkward after hearing this. The smile on his face stiffened. "Mr. Tang, you jest. How could I not trust you?" "But it's also protocol. Businessmen wouldn't break the rules just because the other party was wealthy, especially someone like Tang Yue. If the rules weren't followed, things could turn sour, and Zhang Qibai would be at a disadvantage. It was indeed best to wait until the money arrived and then hand over the item to Tang Yue. If not for the restriction against harming ordinary people, Tang Yue would have left with the item already. After a moment of hesitation, he coldly said, 3 days from now, I will come to collect the item. You better not lose it, otherwise, you won't need to keep this shop open anymore. With that, he left the room and instructed his subordinate outside, settle the procedures with him, and transfer 300 million from the company to him. Zhang Qibai was scared, dripping cold sweat. In the room, he gazed at Tang Yu's departing figure and hurriedly stored the items. He didn't know where he found the courage to speak to Tang Yue like that. Mainly, it was because there was too much money involved. Su Yi was not interested in the true dragon pearl. While it was indeed a treasure crafted by Li Chunfeng himself, it held no appeal for Su Yi. Master, what kind of store do you plan to open? Yi Xiaoxuan was very curious about what Su Yi intended to do. Su Yi pondered and said, a bookstore. Let's open a bookstore in a more secluded location. A bookstore? Yi Xiaoxuan was puzzled. Could you make money by opening a bookstore? Moreover, it had to be a more secluded location. It would be best if there were ready-made options. Su Yi said, you take care of it. Besides his fondness for reading, Su Yi chose to open a bookstore because it would offer a relatively laid-back lifestyle. All right. Yi Xiaoxuan felt like she was Su Yi's housekeeper now. To open a bookstore in a more secluded area, did it really require 2 million? It seemed like her master was truly well off, but even with lots of money, it had to be carefully managed. If you have nothing to do, go back and read. I'll teach you something else in a few days. Don't come over tomorrow. I'll be hosting a friend. Su Yi still needed to go to a bar, as He Liao hadn't given him the lottery ticket yet. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day off, and Lin Yun was going back. Although Su Yi and Lin Yun were just friends, he also didn't want any misunderstandings. Yi Xiaoxuan murmured, stealing a glance at Su Yi. Treating a friend to dinner, not calling her over the next day. What did it mean? Most likely, he made a date with a miss. Was it by Miao Miao? There really was an affair. But if by Miao Miao became Su Yi's girlfriend, would she have to call her madam? Originally, Yi Xiaoxuan thought nothing of it, but thinking about it, she suddenly felt uneasy. The Bai and Yi families were well acquainted, with the juniors often being compared by the elders. Everyone had a competitive streak. Everyone was about the same level. But if Bai Miao Miao suddenly became her stepmother, the hierarchy would change. If such a thing happened, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't know how to face Bai Miao Miao in the future. As the two walked on, Yi Xiaoxuan began to daze off. If she went over tomorrow, wouldn't it be more awkward? To go or not to go? Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, are you going to invite Bai Miao Miao for dinner tomorrow? Bai Miao Miao. Su Yi furrowed his brows. Of course not. Why would I invite her for dinner? Yi Xiaoxuan instantly felt relieved. As long as it wasn't Bai Miao Miao, everything was fine. Can I come over for dinner tomorrow since there's no one at my place? Yi Xiaoxuan looked pitifully at Su Yi. As long as it wasn't Bai Miao Miao, then she could come to see. If it were the future stepmother, at least she'd be prepared. If it wasn't, then there was nothing to be concerned about. Su Yi didn't really care about many things. When Yi Xiaoxuan asked to join for dinner, he didn't refuse. You can come over tomorrow. Bring whatever you want to eat. I'm too lazy to go shopping. Yi Xiaoxuan then asked, after I arrive, how should I address you? This was a crucial question. In this day and age, it was hard for people to believe in master-disciple relationships between two similarly aged individuals. Su Yi actually didn't think too much about these issues. Isn't it just a matter of address? You can call me whatever you want, Su Yi said. Just call me by my name. You can say that you have opened a bookstore, and I'll ask my friends if they want to work there. The bar was always a mixed place with a bit of underworld activity. Su Yi didn't mind it, but Lin Yun was after all a girl. Working in such a place would inevitably run into some problems. Zhang Ting is indeed loyal, but what if she encounters people whom even Zhang Ting can't deal with? Yi Xiaoxuan looked suddenly enlightened and said, did you open the bookstore for this friend of yours? Not really, just thought of it temporarily, Su Yi said. If you come tomorrow, you can come as my friend, and at dinner, ask me if I need to work at your bookstore. TSK. Clearly, he was the big boss but had to pretend to be a jobless person. I understand. Yi Xiaoxuan chuckled. Just leave this matter to me. Su Yi gave her a glance. What does she understand? If you have nothing else, you can go. Su Yi waved his hand. The matters of the shop needed to be handled by Yi Xiaoxuan. He just wanted to wander around alone. What the Tang family had done before, he had yet to address. He did have some feelings for those servants from back then, but the things Tang's descendants had done on Shijian Mountain were not simple. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but sigh. His master always demanded his presence when he needed him, but would drive him away when he wasn't needed. Even for tomorrow's meal, if she hadn't boldly asked to join, so he hadn't intended to invite her. After parting ways, Yi Xiaoxuan went straight home. She hadn't even looked at the 2 volumes of medical scriptures from B&Q. If Suyi hadn't asked her to go to the antique street, where would she have been running around? As for the shop's matters, let the other people at home handle it. After leisurely strolling on the street for a while, Suyi appeared directly in Tang's private estate. Tang's private estate was located in the northern suburbs of Qingzhou City. The estate was heavily guarded, and there were many practitioners from the Tang family guarding it. When Suyi entered, it was as if he had entered an unmanned place. A few days ago on Shijian Mountain, Tang's descendant Tang Jinglian said that his grandfather had passed away, but Suyi knew very well that he was still alive. If Tang's descendants had taken matters into their own hands and forced Zhang Changfeng on Shijian Mountain, he could have acted as if nothing had happened since Tang Jinkin was dead. But if Tang Jinkin's grandfather was still alive, the nature of the situation would be different. Tang's old master, Tang Wenyao, was sitting in the courtyard at this moment. There was a tall bodyguard standing behind him, and the tea in front of him had gone cold. As Suyi walked into the courtyard, the bodyguard behind Tang Wenyao shouted, "Who goes there?" For a moment, 7 or 8 cultivators rushed out of the courtyard. Tang Wenyao raised his eyes to look at Suyi and said, in a hoarse voice, "Old master, you still look so young." Suyi casually walked towards Tang Wenyao. "Stop." The bodyguard next to Tang Wenyao pointed at Suyi threateningly. "If you take one more step forward, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death." Huh. Suyi took another step forward, and the bodyguard turned into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed in the air. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator speak so arrogantly? Tang Wenyao's face turned pale. He knew Suyi was a cultivator, but he didn't know the extent of Suyi's cultivation level. Indeed, to reverse aging, a cultivator needed to have formed a nascent soul, but it couldn't be ruled out that Suyi had used a disguise technique. Moreover, even if Suyi were a nascent soul expert, he couldn't act against him now. "Your grandson said you were dead." Suyi took 2 more steps forward, and those who had rushed out from the shadows dared not approach again. Without doing anything, Suyi had annihilated a high-level foundation establishment expert, an existence they couldn't handle. Tang Wenyao gritted his teeth and said, "Suyi, it's been 50 years. I have no relations with you anymore. Is that so?" Suyi took 2 more steps forward, then suddenly stopped in his tracks and smiled. "Are you so afraid of me? Did you specially invite a nascent soul cultivator to wait for me for so long?" Before Suyi had finished speaking, several residual figures moved like light, and a middle-aged man in a doused robe appeared in front of Tang Wenyao. This was the nascent soul expert he mentioned. "Fellow doused, why must you confront an old man like this?" The middle-aged man looked at Suyi coldly and said, "Tang Jushi is a friend of our Orthodox Tao. Please give him some face." "Fellow doused, Orthodox Tao." Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "Even John Dowling wouldn't dare ask me for this favor. Why should I give it to you? Bold rascal, how dare you be so impudent?" The middle-aged man formed a hand seal, and a yellow talisman floated in the air. As the talisman burned, a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Doom! The deafening roar of thunder shook the surroundings. Although the purple lightning seemed to be aiming at Suyi, when it was about to hit him, it suddenly turned and struck the middle-aged Taoist directly. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's name was Zhang Luolin, and he was already a nascent soul early-stage powerhouse. In the cultivation world, there were many rules. He was invited by Tang Wenyao a few days ago with the story that there was a nascent soul cultivator who wanted to kill him. Zhang Luolin naturally would not allow such a thing to happen and decided to stay at the Tang family. The technique he used just now was a thunder technique from the Orthodox Tao, which could fully contend against a mid-stage nascent soul expert. However, it was completely ineffective against Suyi and even backfired on him. Throughout the process, Suyi didn't seem to use any magical technique. "Unfilial descendants, how dare you lay a hand on your senior? Get down on your knees." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Zhang Luolin's head. "Ancestor." Zhang Luolin saw Zhang Dowling's figure in a trance. Indeed, the Orthodox Tao also had the ability to call upon gods, but he hadn't used it himself. Do you know whom you are talking to? The person before you. Even I would address as senior. John Dowling's voice continued in John Llewellyn's ear, shocking him to kneel directly in front of Su Yi. Su Yi squinted his eyes slightly. He sensed the presence of John Dowling's soul, but it had nothing to do with him. In fact, the souls of those gods and monsters he had wiped out with a palm back then still existed in this world, in another dimension, occasionally reincarnating and possessing people, seeking a new legacy. It was nothing to be alarmed about. John Llewellyn dared not act again but knelt in front of Su Yi, saying, "Senior, I have been impulsive. Please punish me, Senior." Tang Wenyao's eyes almost popped out. They had just begun their confrontation, and he was already surrendering and asking for punishment. Su Yi waved his hand. "Take them away. This matter has nothing to do with you." John Llewellyn led a group of people out of the Tang family's courtyard. In this era, cultivators at the Yuan infancy realm were already like terrestrial immortals, but in front of Su Yi, they didn't even have the qualifications for him to make a move. The remaining cultivators, who were completely out of the mainstream, were even more unwilling to confront Su Yi. "Do you have anything else to say?" Su Yi looked expressionlessly at Tang Wenyao. What Tang Wenyao did made him somewhat disheartened. He had never thought of taking away what Tang Wenyao and his family currently possessed. Tang Wenyao had thought too much and schemed too much. First, he faked his death to let his grandson pressure Zhang Changfeng, testing whether Su Yi had truly returned. Afterwards, he set up an ambush again, trying to kill Su Yi, a master at the Yuan infancy realm. That was truly a grand plan. Tang Wenyao was truly like a cat on hot bricks, trembling all over. "Master, this is all my fault. Please think of our past relationship and spare my family. Please show mercy." Su Yi smiled. In Tang Wenyao's eyes, was he truly the merciless demon lord who would annihilate a family if offended? If he remembered correctly, Tang Wenyao was the child Su Yi rescued from the bandits back then. The bandit leader seemed to have been wiped out by Su Yi but held no grudge against Tang Wenyao. "Never mind. I came here today just to see you. You're so young. I can't be bothered to do anything." Su Yi turned around and asked indifferently, "I just have a few questions for you." When he heard Su Yi say he wouldn't use force, Tang Wenyao's mood became complex instead. If Su Yi finished him off in one move, everything might end there. But if Su Yi didn't kill him, Tang Wenyao said dryly, "Please ask." Su Yi asked, "After I brought you back, did I mistreat or scold you?" Tang Wenyao remained silent for a while before hoarsely saying, "Master treated me like a son. There was never any mistreatment." Su Yi asked again, "I taught you martial arts. I taught you poetry. Was there anything I did that you found unacceptable?" Tang Wenyao closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and said, "Master treated me with gratitude like a mountain. I have no complaints." Su Yi couldn't help but coldly chuckle. Without looking back, he walked out of the Tang family compound, truly grateful like a mountain. Su Yi was too lazy to say more. Even if Tang Wenyao still had a shred of humanity left, it wouldn't be enough to treat him this way. It was better to let him live in guilt instead of killing him. After seeing him this time, Su Yi no longer wanted any connection with the Tang family. If Tang Wenyao continued unchanged and provoked him again, the Tang family would face disaster. After leaving the Tang family, Su Yi's mood quickly returned to normal. What Tang Wenyao had done was chilling indeed, but for a being who had existed for tens of thousands of years like Su Yi, it was nothing significant. However, from now on, he probably wouldn't adopt any more children. Kindness could turn into enmity, and cooperation into dispute. He understood this principle. He just didn't expect Tang Wenyao to be so ruthless. When he stepped out of the Tang family, it was already dusk. He arrived at a bar but didn't enter. The lottery ticket he had bought earlier was already placed in his wallet without him noticing. Since it was fulfilling a wish, Su Yi naturally couldn't let him know he bought the ticket. Because he had promised Lin Yun to return home with her the next morning, Su Yi decided to have a late-night snack at a barbecue shop near the bar. Before 11 p.m., Zhao Yun arrived at the bar with a group of people. "Damn it, why are you everywhere?" Zhao Yun was truly annoyed. He had encountered Su Yi when he came to find Lin Yun yesterday, and even under the threat of Su Yi's mother, he had to address him as uncle. Today, he heard from Su Chuan that Su Yi had left the job, but here was the guy at the bar entrance. Wasn't that bad luck? Su Yi raised his eyelids and smiled. What a coincidence. "Aren't you Sister Yun's son? Sister Yun's son?" Taking advantage again, Zhao Yun couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Get him." The group of young men behind Zhao Yun were around 20 years old, full of vigor and mischief. When Zhao Yun shouted, One young man with white streaked hair kicked towards Suyi. Suyi was sitting there eating barbecue, waiting for Lin Yun, and quietly studying something on his phone. Zhao Yin's arrival had obviously disrupted his plans. Following the principle of avoiding killing if possible, as soon as the white-haired leg was kicked out, Suyi casually grabbed a barbecue skewer and, upon standing, casually inserted it. The skewer went straight into the young man's thigh. The young man with white hair let out a piercing scream. The severe pain made him unstable, and he collapsed on the ground, blood seeping through his fingers, pooling on the ground. That skewer had directly pierced through the young man's thigh. The other young men behind Zhao Yin were stunned. Is this guy a human being? He used a barbecue skewer. That thing was thinner than a pinky finger, and yet it managed to pierce through someone's thigh. Today, I'm not in a good mood. It's best not to provoke me anymore. Suyi paused and continued. Don't go into the bar. I know you're here to find Lin Yun. Don't disturb her in the future, or you'll have a very ugly end. Fighting over women with kids. If he didn't continue with threats and intimidation, how could he proceed? Zhao Yin was extremely frustrated. His face turned liver-colored. Since he was a child, not many people dared to speak to him like this. Normally, shouldn't he be the one talking to Suyi like that just now? The 7 or 8 of them were scared off by Suyi. Suyi frowned and coldly ordered, "Get lost." With a single word, Zhao Yin and the others were scared out of their wits. It was like a king of beasts roaring, frightening all small animals. Zhao Yin and the others left quickly, helping the injured white-haired young man into a car. He was still screaming in pain. The others didn't dare enter the bar. The barbecue stall owner was also dumbfounded. This guy had some real skills. That move was a bit too ruthless. Suyi, acting as if nothing happened, shouted to the owner, "Boss, clean up the blood on the ground." In just a short moment, the other customers at the barbecue stall had already paid and left. Suyi faced 7 or 8 thugs all alone, almost incapacitating one with a single move. He was quite ruthless. Who would dare provoke him as a normal person? Most importantly, Suyi had been too arrogant just now. Who knew what his background was? What if he was a murderer? The owner didn't dare say anything. He brought a basin of water to clean the blood near Suyi. He wanted to call the police but hesitated and then decided against it. A person this ruthless must have some dark connections. They, as small business owners, really couldn't afford to offend him. Suyi was eating barbecue at the barbecue stand outside the bar, unaware that the Yu family was already in chaos. To put it simply, Yu Guoan wanted to confine Yu Xingge. Yu Huiyan had just returned home and saw a mess at home. Her mother, Zhang Chunlin, was kneeling in front of Yu Guoan. When she saw Yu Huiyan return, she just glanced at her and continued kneeling without speaking. Her father, Yu Zhu, also stood aside without daring to breathe. As for Yu Xingge, he was also kneeling there, hanging his head, motionless like a lifeless person. This matter is settled. Kneeling won't help. Yu Guoan saw Yu Huiyan return and said to her, "Huiyan, go to the school tomorrow and handle the withdrawal procedures for Yu Xingge." Withdraw from school? Yu Huiyan was stunned. During the day, her grandfather had said that Yu Xingge was not allowed to leave the house for 10 years. She originally thought it was just talk. After all, Yu Xingge was the only male descendant of the Yu family in this generation. How could the Yu family's future business be passed down to him without education? In the past, Yu Xingge had made mistakes too, but in the end, he only received light punishment and was usually released after 2 or 3 days. Zhang Chunlin hurriedly said, "Dad, I heard Xingge say he just offended Yinyan's boyfriend. Lacking in etiquette. I will teach him properly later. There's no need for him to leave school." HMPH. What do you all know? Yu Guoan stroked his beard and glared at Yu Xingge. His actions were actually for Yu Xingge's own good. Offend Suyi and then go to school? Are you asking for trouble? Yu Huiyan also felt that her grandfather's actions, this time, were a bit excessive. Not allowing him to leave the house for 10 years. How is this any different from being imprisoned? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Huiyan couldn't help but say to her grandfather, "Grandpa, you're not really going to keep my brother locked up at home for 10 years, right? He'll be wasted when he comes out after 10 years, won't he?" Yu Guoan kicked Yu Xingge, knocking him to the ground, and angrily said, "Do I not know what nonsense he's up to at school? Since he can't study well at school, I will hire some teachers to come over to our house and personally supervise his studies. Let's see what he can achieve." Yu's family was a large family business, and all Yu Xingge needed to do was to acquire real skills. It was not about getting a diploma from school, as long as he didn't go out causing trouble, avoiding major disasters. Even if he spent his whole life at home doing nothing, he would still live a luxurious life. Others might not know Suyi's background, but how could Yu Guowen not know? This afternoon, Tang Wenya called him, saying that the old master had found him, and asked Yu Guowen to inform a few old friends not to mess with the Tang family. The old master would settle it himself the next day. The Tang family's enterprises would be shared among the old friends to prevent their employees from losing their jobs. The descendants of the Tang family would also move to the countryside to live. Before hanging up, Tang Wenyao told him, I originally thought the old master was a formidable cultivator in the Yuan infant stage, so I invited Master Zhang Luolin from the Orthodox Tao sect, but unexpectedly, Zhang Luolin knelt down in front of the old master. Upon receiving this call, Yu Guowen couldn't help but feel alarmed. Although he had some suspicions about Tang Wenyao faking his death, he wouldn't really investigate it. Yu Guowen's feelings towards Suyi were also extremely complex, but he couldn't be as ruthless as Tang Wenyao. Now with this example in front of him, he understood Suyi's strength even more. Yu Guowen had also heard of Zhang Luolin from the Orthodox Tao sect, who was one of the guardians of the rule that cultivators should not intervene in front of ordinary people. This meant that Zhang Luolin could be considered one of the top cultivators today. Even so, in front of Suyi, he had to kneel down. Ironically, they had harbored ill intentions towards Suyi before. Hearing her grandfather speak so seriously, Yu Huiyan tentatively asked, Grandpa, if Suyi doesn't hold a grudge against my brother for his mistakes, can he go back to school? Since her grandfather had punished Yu Xingge at Suyi's behest, wouldn't it be fine as long as Suyi didn't hold on to the issue? During lunch, Yu Huiyan had thought of having a meal with Suyi and Yu Xingge to resolve their misunderstandings. Now, it seemed necessary to find Suyi. Yu Guowen's expression softened slightly as he sat there and asked gently, Yin Yan, do you think Suyi will give you face? I remember there was no conflict between him and Xingge, right? Yu Huiyan smiled and said, I think Suyi is not a petty person. Grandpa, there's no need for such actions. Yu Xingge, who had knelt properly, spoke with a hint of grievance. Suyi has great skills. I have never hurt him. What is there for him to be angry about? Impudent brat. Yu Guowen kicked him again, causing him to fall to the ground, and then stood up trembling with anger. You dare to fight with him, and you still haven't died. Yu Xingge, you really think highly of yourself. Those who had clashed with Su Yian survived. Yu Xingge could be considered one of the few left. Yu Huiyan quickly held Yu Guowen back and said, Grandpa, please don't be angry. I'll go find Suyi now. While Yu Huiyan didn't deny that her grandpa's words were reasonable, even if Yu Xingge was locked up at home for 10 years, she couldn't bear it, let alone Yu Xingge. You can go, but don't let him think it was my idea to see him. As for Yu Xingge, regardless of his attitude, he can't stay at that school anymore. Yu Huiyan was somewhat puzzled. Why was her grandfather so considerate towards Suyi? Previously, her grandfather had doted on Yu Xingge the most. He had done so much for Suyi. Approaching midnight, Yu Huiyan still left the house. She knew very well that if Suyi didn't intervene in this matter, Yu Xingge will indeed be confined at home for 10 years. Suyi was oblivious to the situation at the Yu family. His order of barbecue was not much, so he quickly finished it. Thinking of waiting for Lin Yan, he asked the boss for a plate of peanuts, which kept him sitting there for 2 hours. Normally, the boss might have complained a bit, or who would order a plate of peanuts and sit for so long? The boss thought, was Suyi an assassin? In movies, aren't assassins like Suyi? Was he hiding from someone here? Initially, he had no intention of calling the police, but considering that if a homicide occurred in his place, future business wouldn't be good, he looked at Suyi and Suyi politely gave him a smile. Suyi's appearance was initially refined, even somewhat scholarly, but now with the bamboo stick inserted into someone's thigh earlier, it changed the perception. He now seemed like the ultimate boss hidden behind the scenes in the movie ending. Suyi's plate of peanuts had not been finished when the police arrived at the barbecue stall. He never expected that the seemingly friendly and amiable owner would actually be reporting them. In the past, most of the small stall owners would have considered him a hero, single-handedly deterring hooligans. How times have changed. The police had come to question the barbecue stall owner, but he fainted just as he was about to reveal something crucial. Suyi had only used a few tricks to make him sleep for a day or two, and upon waking up, he would forget what had happened that day. being targeted by the police could be somewhat troublesome. The police, feeling frustrated, were called by the barbecue stall owner who had reported a potentially dangerous person on the premises, possibly even a killer. Nowadays, in a society with extremely strict firearms control and stability, the profession of a killer basically only existed in film and literature, correct? Regardless, with someone calling the police and the tone of the barbecue stall owner seeming alarmed, the police had no choice but to respond. When the situation became critical, with the person fainting, they were left with no option but to send him to the hospital. A few police officers started questioning the people sitting at the barbecue stall. Originally, this area was just a street in the bar night market, with quite a few drunk troublemakers, and the public security was not great. Altercations and fights were common, and at this time, the people sitting at the barbecue stall could easily become suspects. However, Suyi was one of the lucky ones. The police simply asked a couple of questions and checked his identification. Despite looking harmless and having no criminal record, considering his background as a student, is it reasonable to link him to criminals? As In Haikyun drove over, the police had just finished questioning. Suyi had explained to the police that he was waiting for a friend there. Observing only a bottle of coal and a plate of peanuts on his table, the police were at a loss to see a luxurious sports car like a Maserati Gibi parked nearby, with In Haikyun coming straight towards Suyi. A luxury car and a beautiful woman. This was the friend that the young man sitting at the barbecue stall with just a plate of peanuts and a bottle of cola had been waiting for. People cannot be judged solely by their appearances these days. Suyi, what's going on? In Haikyun saw Suyi being questioned by the police and assumed he had gotten into trouble again. Suyi glanced at In Haikyun and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine. But do you need something from me?" In Haikyun was unaware that Suyi no longer worked at the bar. After contemplating for a while, she said, "Let's talk inside." Sure. Even though he wasn't working at the bar, he didn't mind helping Zihe and his colleagues make some performance improvements. As they entered the bar, Liao immediately spotted Suyi and greeted him. "Su bro, you're back to take care of the business so soon?" Suyi also smiled warmly. "Secure us a table." Typically, they would need to book a table for themselves, or their friends would ask for them specifically. Hearing Suyi's request, Liao was delighted and arranged a slightly quieter booth for them at the bar. In Haikyun symbolically ordered a bottle of expensive wine, which was negligible to her. She had come to meet Suyi today, in the hope that they could reconcile and forgive her brother, and sharing a drink with him was inevitable. She had initially thought Suyi was still working at the bar, knowing he didn't have much money. Therefore, giving him a chance to increase his performance was the best thing she could do. It seemed unnecessary now that she was there. "Let's cut the small talk. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my brother, In Shenge. I hope you can forgive him." In Haikyun poured two glasses of wine, lifted one and said, "Although my brother can be stubborn, he's not a bad person. I'll make sure to guide him properly in the future." Suyi couldn't help but smile. "Do you think I would hold a grudge against the child?" Suyi's smile was gentle and infectious. In Haikyun rolled her eyes and said, "He seems older than you, but for me, he's still just a kid." Suyi clinked glasses with In Haikyun and downed the wine. "Tell your grandfather that I won't make things difficult for him, but that kid definitely needs discipline." In Haikyun was speechless, as it seemed In Shenge was the overpowering one in this situation. "I'll talk to my grandfather." In Haikyun made a segue. "So, you've forgiven him already?" "There wasn't much to forgive. It's not about forgiveness. He just misunderstood the relationship between you and me. Explain things to him so he won't bother me in the future." Suyi pointed out the essence of the issue. The In family was wealthy, and it was normal for affluent children to be a bit willful. Most of the reason In Shenge had an issue with Suyi was due to his perceived ambiguous relationship with In Haikyun. In Haikyun nodded. "I'll talk to him." With Suyi's assurance, it seemed that In Shenge wouldn't be confined or transferred to another school. After clarifying the situation, they began to chat as they drank. In Haikyun was curious about Suyi, and under the influence of wine, she asked, "Suyi, who are you really? Why would my grandfather care for you so much? Did grandfather In go and take care of him?" Suyi didn't mind anymore. The past master-servant relationship had ended, and 50 years was a considerable passage of time for ordinary people, and change was normal. "Because I am a practitioner," Suyi said mysteriously. In Haikyun's eyes lit up as she understood and asked, "Who is your master? Is it the one on Sword Washing Mountain?" Suyi could only reluctantly nod. as now he had become Jing Changfeng's disciple. I see. After everything was clear, Yin Haikin intended to caution Yin Shenge again after returning home. Even with the Yin family's vast wealth and influence, it was unwise to provoke a practitioner, especially one who was the disciple of that old immortal on Sword-washing mountain. So he had another 2 glasses of wine before suddenly getting up and saying, "The matter with Yin Shenge is settled. I have something to attend to now." Huh? Are you leaving now? Yin Haikin wanted to ask more about the practitioner, but saw Sui already walking towards another booth at the back. Su-chun, Zhang Ting's husband, was on duty today, and Lin Yin had already been drinking with a group of people at a table, with a flush on his face, making forced smiles as he offered toasts. Zhang Ting had said she didn't have to accompany the drinking today, but with her absence, Su-chun didn't pay any attention. When working at the bar, how could you say no to a drink? Ziyun, let me introduce you. This brother is also a shareholder of our bar. You can call him Jiazhe. Sichuan said with a smile as he introduced Lin Yun to the middle-aged man sitting across from him. The intention was clear, to have Lin Yun accompany the bar shareholder in drinking. The brother referred to as Jiazhe by Sichuan is named Fenjio, also a shareholder of the bar. However, he doesn't usually come to the bar. He came tonight for an inspection and immediately took a liking to Lin Yun. After mentioning it to Sichuan, he readily agreed and made arrangements for her that night. As a girl in her 20s, once she gets drunk, what happens next is up to them, isn't it? Jiazhe, I toast to you. Lin Yun was also caught in a dilemma. She had just started working and couldn't even refuse the boss's face, so drinking a drink or 2 should be fine. Fenjia fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowing. Tonight, he was definitely going to have this girl. All right, Ziyun, from now on, you are my little sister. If anyone bullies you, tell me, I'll teach him a lesson. Fenjia said as he raised his glass, finishing it quickly and then immediately pouring another glass of foreign liquor. It's our bar's rule. 3 drinks for the first meeting. 3 drinks. Lin Yun had just been drinking beer, and Fenjia was now pouring her foreign liquor. The smile on his face seemed somewhat sinister. She hesitated, but Fenjia had already pushed 3 glasses of foreign liquor in front of her. Jiazhe, my tolerance for alcohol isn't great. I can't drink anymore. Lin Yun wasn't stupid. Fenjia's intense gaze was to Hoth, the kind of gaze that seemed to want to undress her and devour her. She knew she couldn't drink anymore. Fenjia waved his hand with a smile. Girls always have a knack for holding their liquor. Where's the problem? You're not leaving here today without being drunk. With that said, the men around the table began to cheer. Yad, we're just getting started. Little sister, don't you even give face to Jiazhe. Sichuan also chimed in. Ziyun, go ahead and drink. Later, I'll have Tingya come over to accompany you. If you get drunk, Tingya will take you home. Lin Yun shook her head repeatedly, saying awkwardly, Senior, you know my tolerance isn't good. I can't continue like this. I have things to do tomorrow. What do you need to do? Just tell me directly, and I'll handle it for you. Fenjia stood up, sat next to Lin Yun, and was about to put his arm around her shoulder, a typical sleazy move. Before his hand could touch her, Suyi walked over to their table and called out, Ziyun, let's go. Fenjia's attention was drawn towards Suyi as he frowned and asked, Who are you? Sichuan hurriedly stood up and said to Suyi, Suyi, what are you doing? Lin Yun hasn't finished work yet. Where are you taking her? Fenjia looked interested as he glanced at Suyi, asking Sichuan, Who is this guy? He worked here a few days ago, but we fired him yesterday. He messed with Zhao Yin and Yu Xingge and their group, Sichuan explained, before turning to Suyi. Suyi, don't you understand the trouble you've caused? From now on, don't come to our bar to play. Consider this my advice to you. Okay, I know Zhao Yin and Yu Xingge. It seems like Yu Xingge is from the Yu family. Those two dare cause trouble, and they can still be here now. It's pretty cool. Fenjia heard that Suyi worked at the bar a few days ago, naturally not taking him seriously. He scoffed, Kid, leave quickly. It's getting dark. Don't fall on your way out. The final words carried a warning tone. Suyi didn't say anything, but instead picked up a bottle of foreign liquor. What are you planning to do? Fenjia's table had already stood up, glaring at Suyi with hostility. Typically, when these young people pick up a bottle of liquor, it signifies a prelude to action. With their numbers and street smarts, they naturally didn't take Suyi seriously. Suyi smiled. Why so worked up? You wanted to drink, right? I'll drink a bottle for her, then take her with me. What do you think? Suyi had no intention of getting physical with this group of people. If it was a matter related to a bar, then it could be resolved with liquor. Fenjia laughed oddly. What qualifications do you have to drink with me? I invited Ziyun for a drink. What right do you have to do it for her? Upon hearing this, Suyi simply put down the bottle of liquor, pushed Fenjia away, and then grabbed Lin Yun's wrist, saying, you should consider changing jobs. This job really isn't suitable for you. Lin Yun grew anxious. The situation was obviously escalating after Suyi pushed Fenjia down to the ground. It was clear that this matter wouldn't end so easily. I dare you. How dare you push me? Get him. Fenjia didn't even notice Suyi's actions. He was a strong man weighing over 140 pounds. How could he be pushed to the ground by a young man like that? This was his establishment, and being insulted by a young man was unacceptable. Fenjia's friends had already raised their fists and picked up bottles, ready to show Suyi a lesson. Lin Yun shouted desperately, stop. Don't fight. Can't I just drink? Fenjia shouted angrily, drink my *SS. If I don't send this kid to the hospital today, I've wasted my time. And you must accompany me tonight, do you understand? As long as you dare to walk out of the bar, I'll make you regret it. Lin Yun's face turned pale. She didn't know what to do. Suyi was alone, and she knew that people like Fenjia, who owned bars, usually had some connections. How could Suyi possibly be his match? Don't come any closer. Believe me, I'll call the police. Lin Yun tried to pull Suyi behind her, but she couldn't move him. Suyi smiled. He didn't want to resort to violence against these ordinary people, but if they insisted on acting like hooligans, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. One of the men who acted first found himself being grabbed by Suyi by the neck, lifted into the air, leaving the rest of the group dumbfounded. Fenjia was also surprised by Suyi's display of strength. He never expected the seemingly weak Suyi to effortlessly lift a person with one hand. What kind of terrifying power was this? What are you doing? Yu Huiyan had followed and saw Suyi's demeanor, realizing trouble was brewing. If she didn't follow, wouldn't a group of old hoodlums end up being beaten by Suyi? She knew Suyi was a practitioner. What good was it to lift one person with one hand? If he went on a rampage, then it wouldn't be good. Fenjia came to his senses and glanced at Yu Huiyan. Seeing she was just a pretty girl, he ignored her, pointing at Suyi and saying, kid, if you're ruthless enough, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill him. If you don't kill him today, don't expect to live. And you must accompany me tonight, do you understand? If you dare to leave the bar, I'll make you pay. The commotion drew many onlookers, and bar security began to usher the guests out. The bar was closing, so you wouldn't have a good night tonight. Yu Huiyan didn't want the situation to escalate further. She pushed aside the people in front of her and said to Zhu Chuan, I want to take them away now. Do you have any objections? She had already exchanged glances with Zhu Chuan, and she believed Zhu Chuan had guessed her identity. Who the hell are you? You can take him away, but you must strip for me. Fenjia had some power. Today, he was attacked in his own bar. Now, if someone casually came out and said they wanted to take away Suyi and the others, if they were set free, who would show him respect in the future? Zhu Chuan had also drunk some alcohol tonight. At first, he hadn't noticed Yu Huiyan. When he saw her face clearly, all the alcohol left him in an instant. He quickly pulled Fenjia and whispered, Jia, forget it, let's not fight in the bar. Fenjia pushed Zhu Chuan away and glared at Yu Huiyan, saying, I don't care what relationship you have with Zhu Chuan. Today, these two people, you can't take them away. Even if the God of Heaven comes, it's useless. Jia, stop it. She's the young miss of the Yu family. Zhu Chuan dared not let Fenjia continue causing trouble. Offending the Yu family, wouldn't that be seeking death? What miss you of the Yu family? Damn it. I said it. Today, you strip, and then you can take him away. Fenjia was furious and had completely lost his composure, and for a moment, he couldn't remember which Miss Yu of the Yu family she was referring to. There are plenty of people surnamed Yu in Qingzhou. Zhu Chuan was sweating profusely on the side, thinking, oh my god, you have really gone too far. Making Miss Yu of the Yu family strip? Done for. Completely done for. Yu Huiyan never liked to use her family's power. Upon hearing Fenjia's words, she was furious. but she hadn't lost her reason yet. She didn't know Su Yi's temperament. As a practitioner who had just come down from the mountain, if he didn't control his strength and there were casualties, it wouldn't be fun. Su Yi, don't move. I'll handle this. Just as Yu Huiyan finished speaking, she struck the people around her with her elbow, and the next moment had Fanjia by the throat, saying coldly, I'll ask you again, will you let them go? Yu Huiyan wasn't a practitioner, but her skills were not lacking. Capturing the leader first, all she wanted today was to safely take Su Yi and the others away without causing a big commotion. The security guards beside Fanjia wanted to intervene, but Sichuan stopped them. How could they do anything now? If Yu Huiyan got hurt in his bar, things would escalate. Let them go. Sichuan had no choice but to order Yu Huiyan and the others to leave. This was the best choice. Yu Huiyan held Fanjia in check and pushed him to the bar's entrance. Su Yi truly hadn't expected that Yu Huiyan would stage a scene of a beauty saving the hero for him. He slowly followed behind, leading Lin Yun out of the bar. You take a taxi. Yu Huiyan's car could only accommodate 2 people, and at the moment, she still had a hold on Fanjia's neck, fearing that if she let go, Fanjia might have someone act against them. All right. Su Yi smiled, pulled Lin Yun into the car, and didn't have any concerns. Su Yi, how can she go alone? Lin Yun was anxious. She hadn't expected Yu Huiyan to be so capable, but facing a dozen strong men, if something happened to Yu Huiyan, what would they do? Without saying anything, Su Yi directly pulled her into the car. He could tell that Yu Huiyan had some training. Even if she couldn't win a fight, she could still escape. Besides, with Yu Huiyan's status, would Fanjia and his cronies dare do anything to her? Take me to Wadon Street, please. Su Yi instructed the driver to start the car and then told Lin Yun, don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll keep an eye on things. After speaking, he didn't get into the car but closed the door. Yu Huiyan could handle the current situation alone. However, if she left like this, it would seem somewhat impolite. Lin Yun wanted to stay, but after a moment's hesitation, she realized that staying would only be a burden. It would be better to call the police directly. As soon as the car drove away, she called the police and instructed the driver to stop not far away, then got out of the car. Su Yi turned back. Yu Huiyan wasn't surprised he might be a practitioner, but he wouldn't fear these ordinary people. But she wasn't afraid that Su Yi would be injured. She was afraid he might use excessive force. For the sake of Fanjia and his group. I wonder if Fanjia and the others, after understanding Yu Huiyan's intentions, would be moved to tears. You bitch. Let go of Jia now, or I'll kill you first. Fanjia's men couldn't help it any longer. The boss was being threatened by a woman in front of everyone, making them look useless. Slap. Zuchuan gave one of the men a resounding slap, leaving him perplexed. Chuanjie, how do you speak to Miss Yu? Zuchuan was completely exasperated. Now, he understood that no matter how crazy Fanjia acted, he couldn't follow suit. He hurriedly said to Yu Huiyan, Miss Yu, I'm really sorry. We were wrong today. Please forgive us and let my brother go. Fanjia was already red-faced from being choked and couldn't say a word. He couldn't understand what Zuchuan was thinking. Jia, Miss Yu is Yuxina's sister, and we are somewhat acquainted. Can we let this matter go today? Zuchuan was already giving Fanjia a lot of face by saying this. Yuxing wasn't scary, but the Yu family was. Yuxina's sister, isn't that the daughter of Yu Guoan? Fanjia thought he had some power in Qingzhou, but compared to big shots like Yu Guoan, he realized he counted for nothing at all. At that moment, he finally came to his senses. Damn, what had he just done? To ask Miss Yu of the Yu family to strip in front of so many people. This wasn't just about courage, it was taking recklessness to the extreme. Ow. Before Fanjia could speak, tears welled up in his eyes. If Yu Huiyan didn't forgive him today and sought retribution later, there would be no place for him to stand. Not just in Qingzhou, but in the entire China. Seeing that Zuchuan had mentioned her identity, Yu Huiyan naturally wasn't afraid. She let go of Fanjia and asked solely, can we leave now? Fanjia coughed heavily and stuttered. Miss Yu, I'm truly sorry. I didn't recognize you. You can punish me however you see fit. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Many lowly thugs didn't really know what the Yu family meant. They just knew that Jia Zhe had some background. Just mentioning a name made Fanjia nervous. A dozen strong men were afraid of a fragile woman. You can run naked down the street. So you walked over, and by treating them the way they treated others, He was already being quite kind. It is exactly midnight now. However, this street is bustling with activity, vehicles jamming the street. The bar market on this street is indeed not just a mere reputation. Suyi left Fenjia dash from the door to the street. It seems that Fenjia will have no face to mix in the street again in the future. Even though the bar owners do not know each other very well, they are familiar with each other, especially with the advancement of the internet. Once Fenjia, as a bar owner, goes on a dash, he will definitely make headlines tomorrow. Yu Huiyan had not thought about letting a man dash in front of her, but she was afraid that if Suyi had a bad mood and acted directly, it would be dreadful. Since he mentioned dashing, then dash it is. Take it off. Yu Huiyan considered everyone's feelings and could only say that lightly. Fenjia gritted his teeth, feeling extremely conflicted inside. He was not afraid of Suyi, but of Yu Huiyan. He assumed it was Yu Huiyan's intention. If he did not take off tonight, Yu Huiyan might come back to settle scores, and he might end up in a terrible way. It was better to let Yu Huiyan vent her anger. I'll do it. Fenjia finally made the decision. It's better to live than to die. After all, what he did today was like stirring up a hornet's nest. If he was not careful, he might not be able to stay in Qingzhou in the future. So it's better to let Yu Huiyan blow off steam. As long as this incident is passed over directly today, everything would be fine. The bar security guards were dumbfounded. Their boss actually wanted to dash publicly. Isn't that a bit too scary? Fenjia did not care about shame anymore. In just a few movements, he was left with only red underpants. When there was only one piece left, he paused and looked at Yu Huiyan with a deep gaze, hoping she would leave him with some dignity. He also thought that someone like Yu Huiyan, a wealthy young lady, probably did not want to see more things. Yu Huiyan opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Suyi said, "Continue. Why are you stopping?" Suyi acted on his likes and dislikes. For him, nothing was too extreme. When he was in a good mood, he could give a stranger a big opportunity, but when he was in a bad mood, there were no innocent people in this world. The gods and demons from tens of thousands of years ago and the commoners of Wo Nation were good examples. He was never a good person. After hearing Suyi's words, Yu Huiyan could only turn her head and say, "Take everything off and start running towards the street. Let's call it a day." After saying that, she pulled Suyi, wanting to drag him away. Suyi didn't mind and just followed Yu Huiyan. Lin Yun had just reported a fight at the entrance of Qingshan Bar as they had not gone far, so they turned back. When they came back, they did not see anyone fighting, but Fenjia was running naked on the street. Take him back. The police were also surprised by this sight. Nowadays, people engage in performance art in such a flamboyant manner. Suyi did not get in Yu Huiyan's car. Instead, he bid farewell to her and found Lin Yun. "Are you all right? And where's Yu Huiyan?" Lin Yun was standing a few hundred meters away from the bar when the police siren sounded, walking towards the bar. "We're fine. Yu Huiyan has gone back," Suyi said. As soon as Suyi finished speaking, Yu Huiyan's car pulled up next to them. Yu Huiyan rolled down the window and said to Lin Yun, "Lin Yun, you should not work here anymore. If you are looking for a job, I will introduce one to you tomorrow." She had to acknowledge Suyi at this point. She had just come down the mountain, and Lin Yun was already mingling with the schoolgirl. They had even eaten lunch together with Bai Miao Miao. "Scum. No. Thank you," Suyi said. "I have a friend who owns a bookstore and is hiring." "All right. Then I'll leave." Yu Huiyan no longer wanted to be bored and could see that Suyi might have a liking for Lin Yun. Since Suyi was no longer concerned about Yu Xingge, she intended to help Lin Yun. After Yu Huiyan left, Lin Yun asked, "Your friend's bookstore is hiring?" Suyi nodded. "Yes, I plan to work at her bookstore too." "Okay then." Lin Yun did not dislike Suyi, especially after tonight. If it weren't for Suyi stepping up, she did not know what she would have done. "Can you give me a ride?" Let's go straight back. Suyi's favorite thing was actually sitting behind Lin Yun on her electric bike. It was not about taking advantage, but feeling a sense of peace and comfort internally. Lin Yun finally calmed down as well. She raised an eyebrow and said, "You don't know how to ride an electric bike?" Suyi replied naturally, "No. I have never ridden one. If it were a bull or a horse, I could give you a ride." "Where are you going to find a horse?" Lin Yun was speechless and walked towards the bar with Suyi. The police were still at the bar entrance, giving Lin Yun a chance to take the bike and ride away. Fenjia had been taken away by the police and was forced to put on pants. As Suyi and the others approached, There was resentment in Fan Jia's eyes. He did not dare to provoke Yu Huiyan. This bill would naturally fall on Su Yi's head. He was just a poor kid. If it wasn't for him talking nearby just now, Yu Huiyan would have at least left him with some dignity. It was because Su Yi spoke that he ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Su Yi just glanced at him lightly. Someone like him was not worth Su Yi's concern. Ling Yun was a little afraid. She quickly rode her electric bike and left the street with Su Yi. Although Fan Jia had been taken by the police, he still had his subordinates. It would not be good if they found her. On the way back to Wudong Street, Su Yi and Lin Yun said their goodbyes at the entrance, and Su Yi invited her and her grandfather to dinner at his place the next day. As someone who had lived for over 100,000 years, Su Yi had mastered many life skills. He was quite confident in his cooking skills. Back in a time when the spiritual energy was abundant in the primordial ages, he could take ordinary ingredients and, through his cooking, elevate them to a level where even cultivators could achieve a breakthrough. Nowadays, ingredients were too common. Lin Yun's soul had gone through countless reincarnations. Whether it would awaken again was uncertain, but all of this was not important to Su Yi. He just wanted to quietly watch over her. The next morning, just after 8 o'clock, Yi Shaxuan arrived at Su Yi's door with 2 bags of vegetables. Su Yi was still in his study, writing something that he would teach Yi Shaxuan later on. "Master, the bookstore is ready. It's in a small alley behind the university city. When will you go check it out?" Yi Shaxuan knocked on the door and, upon getting Su Yi's permission, entered. Seeing Su Yi still writing, she whispered her question. When Yi Shaxuan arrived, Su Yi had just finished writing over a dozen secret medical techniques. "Regarding the bookstore, let's go take a look tonight. Don't you want to study medicine? Take these to read, and remember to burn them after you finish." Su Yi handed the densely written sheets of paper to Yi Shaxuan. Yi Shaxuan took the stack of paper from Su Yi with a furrowed brow and, upon a quick glance, realized that they were filled with traditional characters. "What is this?" Yi Shaxuan looked at the paper in her hands and exclaimed, "Are these all lost medical recipes?" "Yes, these are just the simplest ones," Su Yi told Yi Shaxuan. "If you want to read them, you can start now. After reading, wash the vegetables, I'll cook." With that said, he got up and left the room. Yi Shaxuan placed the vegetables on the ground, sat down on a chair, and eagerly started reading. "These characters are so beautiful." Yi Shaxuan placed the paper on the table, carefully reading. Her first impression was how beautifully the characters were written. Visually pleasing. It was hard to imagine that there were young people nowadays who could write such excellent calligraphy. In Yi Shaxuan's eyes, the words on the paper seemed to be written by a masterful calligrapher, rare among contemporary calligraphy masters, with an extremely lofty and elegant artistic conception, devoid of any common vulgarity. As for the content, it was unheard of and unseen. As she attentively read through, it felt as if her entire soul was being drawn in. In a moment of clarity, the medical secrets and recipes written on the paper seemed to be imprinted in her mind. Flipping through the pages, Yi Shaxuan unconsciously memorized all the content. When she finished reading the last word, she couldn't help but let out a long breath. Yi Shaxuan couldn't recall having a photographic memory, but the content Su Yi wrote, she really only read through once, yet managed to remember everything and understand the pharmacology involved. Could it be that I'm a genius? Yi Shaxuan had begun to doubt whether she possessed extraordinary talents. Little did she know, what she held in her hands was a unique medical book in the world, handwritten by Su Yi. Even the most dim-witted person, as long as they read it attentively, would inevitably gain insights. It was like a skill book in a game. Just click to learn, and the next moment you would acquire the skill. An hour had passed when Yi Shaxuan came out of the room to find Su Yi sitting under the plane tree in the old armchair, resting his eyes. "Finished reading." Su Yi's voice came over. Hastily, Yi Shaxuan replied, "Finished, then burn it, and wash the vegetables, rinse the rice." Instructing Yi Shaxuan to do these tasks, Su Yi didn't see anything wrong with it. It had been a long time since he had taken on a formal disciple. Wasn't this how disciples are supposed to be treated? Previously, Yi Shaxuan merely found Su Yi mysterious. Even though she had officially apprenticed herself to him, it was mainly based on the 2 volumes of medical books of B&Q. Now she understood. Why did Grandpa want her to apprentice under Su Yi? This was simply a divine being. 13 secret medical techniques, clear understanding of pharmacology, easy to comprehend, and full of extraordinary facts. In any traditional medical family, these should have been passed down through male heirs only, and it would have been impossible for outsiders to obtain such knowledge. I understand. I'll go now. Yi Xiaoxuan was genuinely impressed. If it were anyone else asking her to wash vegetables and rinse rice, she would have scoffed, but when it was Su Yi making the requests, she could only obediently comply. Su Yi slowly rose and walked towards the neighboring area. At this moment, he also felt that having a disciple was quite good. Although he didn't mind doing some trivial tasks, having someone around to assist was beneficial. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's grandfather was still in the yard sweeping leaves. The yard was already clean, but as one ages, they always find something to keep busy, otherwise, it would be dull. Old Lin, don't bother cooking lunch. Come over to my place and eat. Su Yi casually invited Lin over without any formality. Sure. Have you prepared something? Technically, Su Yi was Lin Yun's classmate, so it wasn't inappropriate for him to address him as Grandpa Lin. However, Lin didn't mind. He found Su Yi calling him Old Lin quite endearing for some unknown reason. He would never know that 68 years ago, Su Yi also lived here. In that year, when he was born, his father and Su Yi were like brothers, and knowing Su Yi was literate, they asked him to help name their child. If Su Yi were to tell Old Lin that he named him, it would probably blow his mind. That baby who was born those many years ago was now at the twilight of his life, while Su Yi remained the same young man. Su Yi smiled and said, "Just come over to eat. Everything is fine. We'll have a drink later." Old Lin said, "I have a jar of old wine hidden away." "Great. Bring the wine later." Su Yi finished speaking without asking about Lin Yun, turned and went back to his own yard, recalling there was an old jar of wine buried under that plane tree. It had been there for over 400 years since the tree was planted. It was now challenging to unearth it. How do I chop this? Yi Xiaoxuan held the kitchen knife, looking at the plucked chicken on the chopping board, unsure of where to start. I should have let Auntie help me with this. Being a girl from her background, being able to prepare simple dishes was already quite commendable. However, she didn't know what dish Su Yi wanted to make, so she bought a chicken, a duck, and several pounds of pork belly, along with various vegetables. Washing the vegetables was no problem, but when it came to cutting the meat, this seemed more complicated than using a surgical knife. Chopping into small pieces should be fine. Yi Xiaoxuan squinted her eyes, the knife rising and falling, causing flesh and bones to fly around. Many pieces of chicken flew off the chopping board and onto the floor. After she finished, about a third of the chicken remained on the board, and the rest was on the floor. So embarrassing. Yi Xiaoxuan quickly threw all the chicken pieces that fell on the floor into the trash bin before Su Yi entered the kitchen. Su Yi walked into the kitchen and was stunned by the chaotic scene that resembled a battlefield. Did you wash all the vegetables? Su Yi was somewhat speechless, seeing the various cleaned vegetables on the countertop. Yes. Yi Xiaoxuan nodded and subconsciously kicked a trash bin that was at her feet to the side. Su Yi took a deep breath, putting aside the issue of whether the vegetables were washed correctly. There were just too many. The leafy vegetables could last quite a while if not exposed to water, but she had washed them all. And what about the meat in the trash bin? How did that happen? The only chopped chicken. This cutting technique was akin to a psychotic dismemberment. Stand on the side and watch. Su Yi was truly astonished by how much the world had changed. Even 50 years ago, were there no girls who could cook? Yi Xiaoxuan's performance made him quite wary of having her work in the kitchen in the future. In the new society, women can also shoulder half of the sky, but it is uncertain when many women have stopped cooking. On the other hand, men, besides giving birth, must be skilled in various tasks. Su Yi sternly had Yi Xiaoxuan stand by his side, causing her to be too scared to move. At that moment, she had a strange feeling that the boy in front of her, who was younger than her, seemed like an elder in the family. Although he did not scold her, there was an indescribable sense of authority. Su Yi did not expect that when accepting a female apprentice, he would have to teach her how to cook. He started cooking while explaining to Yi Xiaoxuan how to cut meat, how to prepare vegetables, and how to add seasonings. It was still early, and Su Yi was only doing some preparatory work. Even in cooking, he would first wash the rice and soak it before cooking, as if cooking was a form of art. Yi Xiaoxuan obediently stood by the side, listening to Su Yi's teachings. At that moment, she felt that Su Yi was quite impressive. Being so young and skilled in medicine and calligraphy was already impressive enough, but knowing how to cook as well While Yishiaxuan had learned medicine and calligraphy to some extent, she felt inadequate in the culinary arts. If Suyi was only good at cooking, that would be one thing, but the fact that he excelled in so many other areas made Yishiaxuan wonder where he found the time to learn all these things. Master, did you start learning these things from the womb? Yishiaxuan was truly impressed, especially considering Suyi's calligraphy skills, which must have taken many years to develop. Not to mention learning medicine. As a medical student, Yishiaxuan was well aware of the difficulties involved, as evidenced by the scarcity of skilled doctors. Upon hearing her question, Suyi quickly understood. Not everyone had lived as long as he had, and for a normal girl to learn medicine from a young age while being discouraged from learning cooking was quite normal. I've been learning for a long time, Suyi said. If you don't want to learn these things, you don't have to. I'll teach you some self-defense techniques later, and that will be sufficient for your life. Yishiaxuan asked, are you going to teach me martial arts? Suyi pondered for a moment and asked, how about I teach you some basic Taoist techniques? Taoist techniques? Yishiaxuan couldn't help but smile. Were there really Taoist techniques? As Suyi cooked and explained, it could also be called mystical arts, or the 5 arts of Taoist study. Which ones do you want to learn? The 5 arts of Taoist study. Yishiaxuan only had a vague idea about these, but she was amazed. Master, are you going to tell me that you know all of them? Is that so strange? Suyi said. What I showed you earlier was just the tip of the iceberg of medical secrets. Your path is still long. After all, you've become my disciple, so you'd better learn a few more things to save me from embarrassment. Wow. Yishiaxuan gasped. She realized that what she had seen earlier was just a glimpse of the secrets. Geomancy, medicine, astrology, divination, and physiognomy. Choose one more. Well, it was already impressive for an ordinary person to master a small branch of the 5 arts of Taoist study in their lifetime. Yishiaxuan was Suyi's disciple and he intended to teach her some real skills. Geomancy is like Taoist arts, right? I choose Taoist arts. If someone else had asked her like this, Yishiaxuan would have thought they were a charlatan. But after a brief interaction, she felt that Suyi might really possess Taoist arts. First, you should master medicine, Suyi said, not intending to teach her immediately. It was not simple for an ordinary person to learn mystical arts, especially when Yishiaxuan was still studying medicine. He needed to think about where to start teaching her. Yishiaxuan nodded and asked, Master, who is coming over for dinner today? Next door. Mr. Lin and his granddaughter. Yishiaxuan immediately sensed something unusual, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She chuckled. It's mainly Mr. Lin's granddaughter, right? Suyi turned around, and Yishiaxuan's smile turned slightly awkward. She could very well be your future wife. Isn't that too direct? Yishiaxuan's curiosity was aroused. Did you confess to her? Confess? Suyi looked at Yishiaxuan as if she were a fool. I've only known her for a few days. Humph. You're not interested at all. Yishiaxuan almost gave him the middle finger, but still curiously asked, is my future wife very beautiful? More or less, Suyi said. She's prettier than you. Yishiaxuan was taken aback by his bluntness. Even if the girl was indeed more attractive, he shouldn't have said it so directly, right? Can't you be a bit more tactful? After that, Yishiaxuan almost became silent, standing foolishly by and watching Suyi cook. She thought cooking should involve smoke and mess, but Suyi was calm and methodical throughout the process, making it seem like an art form. Little did she know, Suyi, regardless of what he did, exuded a sense of harmony. Countless years ago, under the roof of the Heavenly Master, Suyi's attitude towards human life seemed extremely indifferent, but Yishiaxuan thought that saving a life was necessary. However, seeing Suyi's attitude, she dared to not say more. Today, while Suyi taught her the secret art of healing, there was a spell to drive away evil spirits. Tomorrow, she would secretly visit the owner of Chongsheng Fan to check on things. As for the tomb raiders, if she encountered them, she would save them along the way. Suyi showed no interest in Yishiaxuan's thoughts and busied himself with his own work. Take the table outside and set it up for dinner, Suyi called out to Yishiaxuan. Yishiaxuan looked puzzled, wondering why the table needed to be set up. Suyi glanced at her, then set down his work and brought a disassemblable round table from the living room to the yard. All the furniture in his house was old-fashioned, Even the dining table was the kind that could be disassembled in rural areas. Yi Xiaoxuan had never eaten at such a table in her life, let alone set it up. Seeing Su Yi work so diligently, Yi Xiaoxuan had to silently note down the assembly process of the table, while silently criticizing Su Yi for being a bit outdated. Despite being wealthy and having teacups worth a fortune, he was still using such old furniture. The atmosphere in the house was filled with the scent of poverty. What was most surprising was the absence of Wi-Fi, computers, and even a fridge in the house. Was this how people lived in the 90s? Go get the bowls, chopsticks, and dishes and set them up. I'll go call Lao Lin, Su Yi said disdainfully after setting up the table. He found Yi Xiaoxuan too foolish and incapable of even setting the table. Unable to contain her frustration, Yi Xiaoxuan finally snapped, "You go ahead, I know what to do." She was excellent in many ways. Why did she become so useless in Su Yi's eyes? Su Yi didn't say anything, heaved a sigh, and walked out of the yard. Irritated, Yi Xiaoxuan clenched her teeth. If it were someone else, she would have wanted to bite them for looking down on her. Could it even be my master? Just met a few days and already showing interest. Jerk. Yi Xiaoxuan grumbled as she set the table in the kitchen. She didn't believe in love at first sight. It was pure greed for someone's body. As Su Yi reached Lao Lin's yard, Lin Yun was already out helping with the laundry. Grandpa said, "We're having lunch at your place," Lin Yun mentioned casually. Their relationship had grown closer since the incident last night. They were neighbors after all. There was no need for any distant behavior. Yet, the food is ready. Finish drying the clothes, and you can come over, Su Yi said nonchalantly without showing excessive intimacy with Lin Yun. After a brief chat, he took the initiative to go with Lao Lin. "Old Lin, let's go first." "Wait." Lao Lin called out and went back inside, coming out with a small jar of wine. "Let's have a few drinks at lunch." Su Yi accepted the wine with a smile and walked out of the yard with Lao Lin. Lin Yun was left slightly puzzled. Su Yi called her grandpa Lao Lin, and her grandpa didn't seem to mind. Were they that close? "Zisu, tell me honestly, are you here because of my granddaughter's move?" Lao Lin whispered as they stepped out of the yard. Su Yi chuckled. "Why would I?" Upon seeing Yi Xiaoxuan busying herself in the yard, Lao Lin momentarily fell silent with a complicated expression. Su Yi had a good sense of things and could already sense Lao Lin's health problems. If left unattended, he might not live past winter. Lao Lin seemed aware of his health condition and wanted Lin Yun to have some support. The two men paused for a moment, then Su Yi broke the awkward silence with a smile. "Old Lin, I used to live on Shijian Mountain when I was young. An old immortal taught me a set of health-preserving martial arts. Want to try it and maybe extend your life by 2 more years?" An old immortal from Shijian Mountain. Lao Lin's eyes brightened with excitement. "You really know it?" "Of course," Su Yi replied confidently. "It's up to you if you want to learn." "I'll learn. Why wouldn't I?" Lao Lin knew his health situation well. Doctors had said he might live for just 3 more months unless he underwent chemotherapy. It wasn't death he feared but leaving Lin Yun behind. Chemotherapy would be an expensive affair, and eventually, he would be buried. His focus now was on living 1 more day and leaving some money for Lin Yun. Of course, finding a good support for Lin Yun would be the best outcome. After entering the yard, seeing Yi Xiaoxuan, Lao Lin had a gut feeling that Su Yi and Lin Yun wouldn't work out. His granddaughter was beautiful, but Yi Xiaoxuan was not far behind, and from her appearance, she seemed to come from a well-off background. In terms of family background, Lin Yun couldn't compete, especially now that it seemed Yi Xiaoxuan might already be with Su Yi given her presence in his house early in the morning. Lao Lin had a complex train of thought, but quickly dismissed it. Accepting Su Yi's invitation for lunch was to understand Su Yi's situation. If the young man had moved because of his granddaughter, at least he was deeply committed. However, that plan seemed to go down the drain now. Su Yi couldn't read minds, so he wasn't aware of Lao Lin's thoughts racing just from walking across a yard. He simply said, "I'll teach you tomorrow." "Do you have something in the afternoon?" Lao Lin asked. Su Yi glanced at him and jokingly said, "I may not, but you'll definitely get drunk." "What?" Lao Lin burst into laughter. "My drinking capacity can handle a few caddies of liquor easily. Let's have a drink this afternoon." A few caddies of liquor. Su Yi originally wanted to bring out his treasured old wine to help Lao Lin. The wine, brewed by Su Yi himself, though made from ordinary ingredients, contained some remnants of the Da and had been sealed in a pot for 500 years. A sip would make ordinary people sleep for a day, or to protect them from diseases. Lao Lin's internal issues would naturally be solved. Yet, an afternoon drinking session. Any time was good for drinking, considering Lao Lin's limited time left. At the dining table, without needing Suyi to introduce, Ishiaxuan has already taken the initiative to introduce herself. Grandpa Lin, hello, I am Suyi's cousin Ishiaxuan. Cousin? Thankfully, Suyi has been through many situations, still maintaining a calm smile on his face. Is it considered a great disrespect, even a betrayal, for a disciple to impersonate his cousin? Oh, little Su's cousin, you should come to play here often in the future. Come to my house for dinner next time. When Grandpa Lin heard Ishiaxuan say this, his mind immediately became lively. It seems that Suyi also has a wealthy cousin. If her character is good, she could be a good match. Ishiaxuan also didn't hold back and smiled, saying, I will come often in the future. After all, if Suyi lives here alone, I still worrying a bit. You know, boys don't like to clean up when they are alone. If he has a girlfriend, I don't need to worrying so much. By saying this, she mainly wanted Lin Yun to hear, indicating that Suyi is single. Little Su, your cousin is really good to you. She came to clean the house and cook for you even during the holidays. Grandpa Lin clearly misunderstood, thinking that Ishiaxuan had come to clean up for Suyi. After all, he saw Ishiaxuan bringing out the dishes as soon as he entered the yard. Suyi nodded without explaining, smiling at Ishiaxuan and saying, Cousin, thank you. This smile was meaningful. Ishiaxuan felt a chill down her spine, but she was already in a difficult position and could only say, It's nothing. These are things a cousin should do. Let's continue eating and chatting. Ling Yun seemed to have thought too much about it, as it was their first visit, so she remained subtle, smiling all along without speaking. So, you're Xiaolan. My cousin often mentions you to me. When Ishiaxuan saw Lin Yun, even as a woman, she couldn't help but be amazed. Lin Yun has a natural and simple appearance, wearing a simple t-shirt without any additional adornment, which made her look cute and delicate. Her features were harmonious, with soft lines, especially her eyes were full of spirit, clean and pure. When she said this, Lin Yun didn't know how to respond. Suyi often mentioned her. They had only known each other for a few days, right? What was Suyi trying to imply by mentioning her? Suyi couldn't bear to listen any longer and asked through gritted teeth, Do you know her name? Mention often? He just mentioned it once. It seemed like he was an infatuated person. Yes, an infatuated person. Suyi learned a new term. Ishiaxuan, however, was not embarrassed and said, Of course, I still don't know the name. Didn't you also call her Xiaolan? She paused and looked at Lin Yun, asking, By the way, Xiaolan, what is your name? I've been asking for a long time, and Suyi won't tell me. Turning the tables, Ishiaxuan felt pleased. She had clearly taken advantage of Suyi during this meal, who told him to always have a stern face and try to discipline people. Lin Yun's face reddened slightly and she said, Hello, Sister Yi. I'm Lin Yun. Ishiaxuan picked up a piece of chicken for Lin Yun and said, Xiaoyun, you must come often in the future. This chicken was made by Suyi himself. Taste how it is. Made by Suyi. Lin Yun didn't know that Suyi could cook. After taking a bite, she couldn't help but say, Suyi, you're quite skilled. That's right, my cousin is good at cooking. In the future, if you want to eat something, just let him make it. Ishiaxuan said, To be honest, all the dishes on this table were made by him. I just helped out a bit. Is it true? Lin Yun was even more surprised. The table looked quite abundant, and the home-cooked dishes, plus the accompanying plate, were appetizing. Suyi nodded. Sometimes he felt conflicted. How could an old monster like him date a young girl like her? Little Su, you have good skills, better than the chefs in big hotels. Grandpa Lin also started to appreciate him. The more he looked at this young man, the more satisfied he was. Especially after hearing the words from Suyi's cousin, it seemed clear that this boy had an interest in his granddaughter. It was too shy to say it. Whether or not Suyi cooked this whole meal, the fact that he was handsome, had good character, and seemed nice was already quite good. After the dishes and wine had been served for a while, Ishiaxuan took the initiative to clean up the tableware, and Lin Yun followed suit. Suyi remained motionless, had another drink with Grandpa Lin, and arranged for a mahjong game at 2 in the afternoon before calling it a day. After Lin Yun helped Grandpa Lin back, Ishiaxuan came out of the kitchen and wanted to leave directly. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Suyi's face was expressionless. This woman was extremely audacious, pretending at first to be his friend, claiming to be his cousin as soon as they sat down, and then saying so many strange things, giving off a weird impression. According to the rules, this kind of disciple should be expelled from the sect or at least be confined for half a month. Master, Yixiaxuan pouted pitifully and looked at Suyi, saying, "Isn't all this for your own good?" Suyi remained unmoved, looking at her and saying, "I'm listening to your story." Yixiaxuan was at a loss for words. But then she narrowed her eyes and said, "You saw it too. Master's grandfather was evaluating me the moment he walked in. If I said I was your friend, would he believe it? Besides, what female friend brings you food and cooks for you early in the morning? Was it you who cooked? You helped out?" Suyi raised an eyebrow. She stood there dumbly throughout the whole process. Even the table was set up by him, daring to call it helping out. "I didn't say I cooked. I told you, weren't all those dishes you made?" Yixiaxuan said, "I must come here often in the future, right? If I said I'm a friend and still come often, you would be afraid of misunderstandings with Master's wife. Of course, being your cousin is more reliable. Then why did you mention that I often mention her in front of you?" Suyi continued to gaze coldly at Yixiaxuan. If this was a man, he would have been scolded by now. "Master, you don't understand. Girls, since you like her, you should give some hints. Say some ambiguous words, let her guess. And when she realizes it, she will have feelings for you." Yixiaxuan enjoyed reading medical books and a bit of romance novels, but Suyi couldn't stand it. Suyi chuckled. "Then I have to thank you." Yixiaxuan also smiled foolishly. "No need for thanks. Master, your cooking is really good. I'll just come over for meals in the future. Oh, for the assignments from B&Q, copy 1,000 times and hand them in tomorrow." "Master, it seems that Mr. Lin's body is having some issues," Yixiaxuan said. As for Suyi's punishment, Yixiaxuan did not dare to have any objections. She couldn't say that today's matter was her fault, but copying the Huangdi Neijing and other medical texts would only benefit her. She naturally pretended to be wrong but actually accepted it gladly. Suyi made a sound of acknowledgement and casually asked, "How do you think he should be treated?" Yixiaxuan frowned. "I only noticed that there was something wrong with his body, but I don't know the specifics." Suyi fell silent for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said, "Based on your observations, he is likely in the late stages of liver cancer." Yixiaxuan thought for a moment and said, "If it's late-stage liver cancer, he can only slowly manage it or undergo chemotherapy. Maybe he can live a few more years. If you were to completely cure him." Suyi had initially wanted to cure Mr. Lin's illness with a drink, but since Yixiaxuan brought it up, the situation was different. Cure his illness completely? That doesn't seem very possible. Yixiaxuan hesitated and said, "Unless a miracle happens." Suyi lowered his head and looked up the term chemotherapy on his phone, mumbling, "Your first task is to cure Mr. Lin's illness within a month." "A month? Cure it? Are you joking with me?" Yixiaxuan was almost fainting. If it was truly late-stage liver cancer, curing it within a month was no joke. Suyi raised his eyelids and coldly asked, "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yixiaxuan clenched her fists, struggling to find words to say. She really wanted to tell him, "If you can do it, then do it yourself. After a month, if you can't cure him, you will write down the stuff I gave you today 100 times. If you miss a word, write it 100 times more." Suyi furrowed his eyebrows. "It's just a liver problem. Isn't a month enough time for treatment?" Yixiaxuan truly didn't have confidence in this, but Suyi spoke as if it was a matter of course, as if Mr. Lin didn't have liver cancer, but a common cold. "No need to say more. If you have nothing else, go take care of the shop's matters, then finish the copying. I'll come by tonight." Suyi got up and dragged the armchair to sit under the plane tree. Yixiaxuan didn't know what her current state of mind was. At that moment, she even suspected that she had been PUAD by Suyi. Although Suyi was younger than her, she felt completely useless in front of him. Her medical skills, which she was proud of, seemed insignificant in the presence of Suyi. In front of Suyi, she felt clumsy. As she reached the gate of the courtyard, she suddenly heard a call from behind. "Wait." Yixiaxuan turned back and saw Suyi lying lazily under the tree shade, casually saying, "Bring me Diary of a Madman" from the desk. Yixiaxuan took a deep breath and forced a smile on her face, saying, As you wish, master. She then went into the house, brought out the book and handed it to Suyi, softly asking, "Is there anything else you require, master?" Taking the book, Suyi waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you can go about your business." Yi Xiaoxuan retreated a few steps as if she were a maid in ancient times, smiling faintly. "Then I'll take my leave." Ignoring her, Suyi picked up the book and started reading. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes as she walked away. She found herself feeling disgusted by her own behavior, realizing that Suyi could remain so calm, almost as if he was the madman in the diary. In her entire life, she had never seen someone as arrogant as Suyi. Having the miss of the Yi family become his disciple was one thing, but treating her like a servant was another matter. What's more, Suyi was even younger than her. How could a young man in his 20s appear so mature? From the scene at the dining table earlier, if Suyi hadn't told her directly that Lin Yun might be his future teacher, Yi Xiaoxuan wouldn't have been able to tell that Suyi liked Lin Yun. Doesn't liking someone mean having a sparkle in the eyes, showing affectionate gestures and words? Seeing him so composed in front of someone he liked was truly a first for Yi Xiaoxuan. After Yi Xiaoxuan left, Suyi continued to lay under the tree in peace, reading a book quietly until Lin Yun asked him to help move a mahjong table, starting a new round of leisurely senior life. That afternoon, Suyi worked hard to lose only $24 in the game. Mr. Lin commented that Suyi's mahjong skills were lacking and made plans for the next time they met. "Master, the shop matters had been taken care of. It's located in Wenti Lane, south of Qingzhou University City, called the South Mountain Bookstore." "Good. I'll be right there." Suyi left the yard and went next door to call Lin Yun. "Do you have time now? Let's go to my cousin's bookstore," Suyi suggested, introducing Lin Yun to work, as agreed before. As they walked out of the yard, Suyi said, "You drive me. You're quite impolite." Lin Yun found it strange that in this day and age, doesn't everyone, including high school and even middle school students, know how to ride an electric bike? Suyi said, "I don't have a bike, and I don't know how to ride." "Of course, if you're willing to teach me, I can learn." "There's no need to learn. It's very simple. Just maintain balance." Lin Yun looked at the time and said, "You get on first, I'll teach you on the way." If Suyi wanted to learn how to ride a bike, he could naturally learn quickly, but he had no intention of learning. If he learned it, how could he ask Lin Yun to carry him around confidently in the future? Lin Yun carried Suyi, joking, "I heard you're pretty good at playing dice in the bar. How come you're so slow to learn how to ride an electric bike?" Suyi didn't explain, sitting at the back and smiling silently. This old fox, knowing what to do and what not to do, was adept at timing. Just like when the fairy young Xiao wanted to fight him the first time they met, he pretended to be an ordinary person, almost falling to the ground as if dead. Over the years, Suyi sometimes couldn't help but ask himself, if a person lost their memories from before, reincarnated thousands of times, would they still be the same person they were initially? Nanshan Bookstore, when Suyi and the others arrived, Yi Xiaoxuan was still copying the 2 medical scriptures of B&Q inside the store. The content of these 2 medical scriptures by B&Q was not much, but even after copying them 1,000 times, Yi Xiaoxuan's hands would still ache. Since she had already taken Suyi as her master, she would not easily admit defeat. Regardless of Suyi's age and his attitude towards her, at least Suyi could teach her things that no one else in this world could teach her. After calming down in the bookstore just now, Yi Xiaoxuan also figured things out. Suyi's cold and strict attitude towards her, wasn't it just right? If Suyi was very nice to her, asking about her well-being all the time, or showing ambiguous intentions, wouldn't that be even more unacceptable? This place is quite nice. After entering the store, Suyi took a look around. The bookstore was spacious, and the books inside were neatly arranged, simple, and clean. When she saw them coming in, Yi Xiaoxuan put down her pen and greeted them with a smile. "You're here. Come and sit down." Suyi mentioned that Lin Yun might be her future mentor, and the 2 volumes of ancient texts by B&Q were given by Suyi, so there was nothing to hide. Besides, she didn't bring the original manuscripts with her, they were just transcriptions, so even if Lin Yun saw them, it wouldn't matter. "Sister Yi." "Hello." Lin Yun greeted Yi Xiaoxuan nervously. She had just learned on the way that Yi Xiaoxuan was the friend Suyi mentioned, which meant that if she wanted to work here, Yi Xiaoxuan would be her future boss. "Hello, Xiaoyun. I heard from Suyi that you are looking for a job, and I happen to be hiring. Come and help me." Lin Yun was nervous, And Yi Shaxuan's mood was even more peculiar. Calling her the future mentor, addressing her master directly by name, it was a bit strangely satisfying. Who let Suyi be so arrogant on ordinary days? After Lin Yun sat down, she asked, Sister Yi, what are the working hours here? Well, Yi Shaxuan glanced at Suyi secretly, cleared her throat, and said, When are you free? Lin Yun hesitantly replied, I have classes during the day, so I'm only available at noon and in the evening. She was already a sophomore, and she could skip evening self-study. If she could study directly in the bookstore, the effect would be the same. But the normal business hours of the bookstore should be during the day, and she wasn't sure if they needed anyone in the evenings. Then in the evening, whenever your classes end, come over. The previous owner of this store used to be here often, but he's getting older now and goes home early in the evenings. Yi Shaxuan smiled. Let me tell you, the previous owner of this bookstore is actually the former president of your Qingzhou University. He sold me this store because I promised him not to change it to another industry. He will come to the shop often in the future, and you can also consult him on some questions. She was speaking to Lin Yun on the surface, but her main intention was to report to Suyi about the work. Since Suyi had bought the store with money, she admired Suyi's operation of pretending it had nothing to do with him. Sister Yi, the former president you mentioned, is it President Yang? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Could it be that this bookstore was previously owned by President Yang of Qingzhou University? President Yang Zhencheng, the former president of Qingzhou University, was a truly knowledgeable person, a professor of the history department, a doctoral supervisor. Many people nowadays find it difficult to meet with him. Who would have thought he was hiding in this small bookstore? Yi Shaxuan nodded. Yes, it's President Yang. Suyi remained silent after hearing Yi Shaxuan's words. It seemed that this Yang Zhencheng had some connection with him. Among so many bookstores in Qingzhou City, Yi Shaxuan chose this one. Of course, choosing this bookstore is also a good decision. Located within the Qingzhou University district, making it convenient for Lin Yun to work here. I have a question. What is the expected salary? Yi Shaxuan asked cautiously. In her opinion, Suyi bought this store specifically to arrange a job for Lin Yun. The salary amount didn't really matter, considering Suyi's wealth. Lin Yun bit her lip and tentatively said, 2,000, okay. 2,000? Yi Shaxuan's voice raised a bit when she heard this number. Lin Yun was startled, and quickly corrected, 1,500 is also fine. How is that okay? Yi Shaxuan glanced at Suyi again and seeing him silent, she said, 5,000. 1,500 is too low. Yi Shaxuan came from a wealthy family. When she was in high school, her monthly living expenses were 10,000, and during college, she spent tens of thousands each month. Not to mention, she received tens of thousands as a New Year gift every year. 2,000 felt like it would disappear just by treating a friend to dinner sometimes. So he went out of his way to buy a store to arrange work for Lin Yun. How could he offer such a low salary? It was Lin Yun's first time hearing that a boss was unhappy with a low salary for their employee. She glanced at the silent Suyi, then sincerely said to Yi Shaxuan, Sister Yi, I only need 2,000. You don't have to pay me that much just to save face for Suyi. I will do as much work as my pay merits. It's not mine, and I don't want it. 2,000. Yi Shaxuan took a deep breath, and finally turned to Suyi. Fine. So, Suyi, you will also get 2,000. Suyi nodded. He wasn't too demanding when it came to salary. As long as it covered living expenses, that was enough. He had already earned a lot of money at the bar before, more than enough for his daily expenses. So your usual work is just cleaning the store when there's nothing to do. If someone comes to buy books, you serve them. If there are no customers at night, you can close the store. Yi Shaxuan briefly explained the job, saying, during the day, someone else will be here to manage the store, so you won't have to worry about it. Since it was a bookstore, she definitely couldn't close during the day, and it operated in the evening. The necessary appearance needed to be kept. As for the daytime, hiring another person was simple from her perspective. Is that all? Lin Yun felt that the job was surprisingly easy. Yi Shaxuan shrugged and said with a smile, there wasn't much to do in the first place. Nanshan Bookstore was over 300 square meters, with a loft. With this kind of location, if it were any other industry, it would surely be profitable. But opening a bookstore guaranteed no returns on investment. The profit margins on books were not that high. Thank you, Sister Yi. Yi Xiaoxuan could clearly feel that Yi Xiaoxuan wanted to help her, but she didn't know that all of this was arranged by Suyi. The next day, Suyi got up very early, made breakfast, and went next door to teach old Lin boxing. Then he went to school with Lin Yan. The reason he chose to go to college was because he wanted to become more familiar with society and interact more with contemporary young people. After a morning of classes, Suyi attentively listened to a higher mathematics class and then went to the library to return books. Listening to class after class was too slow, but Suyi had a strong comprehension ability. Through some books, he discovered that in the 50 years he had been asleep, the entire country had undergone tremendous changes. Everyone could read, which was something he had never thought about before. Even in the Song dynasty, which was known as a paradise for scholars, knowledge was not as widespread as it is in modern times. After burying himself in the library, Suyi began to self-study some modern knowledge and culture. Compared to fragmented searches on his phone, knowledge in books was more systematic and concentrated. If he wanted to understand something, he could just flip through the corresponding books. Yang Zhengcheng received a message that Suyi was in the library again and cancelled a meeting of a historical and cultural research association to run to the library. Yesterday, after sorting out the texts translated by Suyi, he reported them to the Institute of Historical Research, causing quite a stir. Many scholars questioned it because the words on the stone stele were impossible to research. Although Yang Zhengcheng was highly respected in the academic world, he couldn't produce relevant evidence to prove the accuracy of the translation. Some even said Yang Zhengcheng lost his mind, and others accused him of seeking attention, claiming that the translated content was like online fantasy. Yang Zhengcheng was almost driven to internal injuries yesterday. He had promised Suyi not to mention that Suyi had translated the text. He believed in Suyi, but as those scholars pointed out, those words had never been found in other relics and there was no place to verify them. After a sleepless night, Yang Zhengcheng thought about it and decided to talk to Suyi again. Suyi recognized those ancient words, so did that mean he had other ancient texts? With Suyi's age, he couldn't have known these things since birth. He must have learned them somewhere. As Suyi was engrossed in the library, Yang Zhengcheng quietly sat down next to him. Why is this old man here again? Suyi didn't exactly dislike Yang Zhengcheng. On the contrary, he admired the dedication Yang Zhengcheng had for academia. President Yang, what's up? Suyi glanced at Yang Zhengcheng while reading a popular science book on quantum mechanics called Insight into the Micro. Yang Zhengcheng awkwardly smiled and asked, Teacher Su, reading a book. If anyone found out that a former university president referred to a freshman as a teacher, it would become a hot topic within minutes. What do you think? Suyi raised an eyebrow, his tone cool, almost as if asking, are you blind? Yang Zhengcheng laughed awkwardly, trying to ask, Teacher Su, where did you learn those words from? Suyi said faintly, I don't remember. Yang Zhengcheng asked again, do you have time now, Teacher Su? If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Suyi put down the book and looked at Yang Zhengcheng expressionlessly. Yang Zhengcheng was a former president of Qingzhou University and had made significant contributions to academia. Usually, he would talk to others in a stern tone, but now he seemed somewhat apprehensive facing a freshman like Suyi. I just wanted to ask, Teacher Su, where did you learn those words? Yang Zhengcheng tentatively said, You know, historical and cultural research is rigorous. It's not that I don't believe you, but to prove the accuracy of those words, we need evidence that can be verified. Suyi said, Where do you find evidence for words from 100,000 years ago? I have nothing to prove to you. Just consider it nonsense. How can you dismiss it as nonsense? Yang Zhengcheng was even more agitated than Suyi. It seemed like he was truly under some kind of spell, saying, I really don't doubt you. Do you know what those translated words represent? They can't be baseless. Absolutely not. You're not just making it up, are you? Yang Zhengcheng clenched his fists, gazing intently at Suyi, fearing to hear that those translations were all made up. As an old scholar engaged in academic research, when he heard Suyi's translations, it had already stirred up great waves in his heart. Suyi put down the book, sighed, and said, Don't worry, I'm not making it out, but I really have no evidence to prove those translations. Do you want others to know that these are real? Yes, this relates to the history of our nation. If there is no evidence, even if they are translated in this way, Nobody will believe it. Yang Zhengcheng also wanted Suyi to understand the importance of this matter. He also believed that young people like Suyi must have a strong sense of national identity. Regretfully, Suyi said, "Sorry, I can't help you. Actually, if others really don't believe it, then forget it. Many truths that go against the norms are not readily accepted. Not every situation can be backed up with evidence." "I understand." Yang Zhengcheng felt somewhat disappointed. After calming down, he stopped asking about the ancient stele and inquired, "Aren't you a freshman? You chose a history major. Is there any particular period of history that interests you?" So you didn't pay much attention to his major and hadn't told Yu Guoan about it at the time. A history major? He was very familiar with the history of the nation, not limited to what current students studied. Seeing that Suyi remained silent, Yang Zhengcheng asked again, "What are your thoughts on the history of the Song dynasty?" "The Song dynasty?" Suyi smiled and said, "It should be considered the weakest period of central power." Yang Zhengcheng furrowed his brow and replied, "During the Song dynasty, it was a time of great prosperity in literature, and there were significant achievements in culture and science. They produced many influential works, such as dream pool essays, along the river during the Qingming festival, and exoneration of errors. The Song dynasty should be considered a time of economic, cultural, and scientific prosperity in the history of our nation." Hearing his words, Suyi couldn't help laughing. History is written by scholars. The land area of the Song dynasty was the smallest in our nation's history. The Han, Tang, and Ming dynasties were celestial empires with tributes from all nations, while the Song dynasty only sought peace through payments. What's there to boast about? Yang Zhengcheng seemed taken aback by Suyi's words. He argued, the exaggeration may come from the fact that the Song dynasty emperors were not legitimate rulers. They feared the literati and didn't punish officials. The literati were highly honored, leaving the common people to suffer. It was an era where scholars drained the nation and the country knelt to the barbarians, resulting in a period of despair for the people. I don't really know what's good about that. Suyi still remembered how carefree the literati were during the Song dynasty. Almost anyone who studied could become an official, with countless benefits. Even if they got drunk and scolded the emperor, nothing much happened. But the common people didn't have it as easy. The shame of Jinkang, where the Song dynasty paid 1,200,000,000 taels of silver, was ultimately shouldered by the common people. He still vividly recalled seeing people resort to desperate measures. The library is ultimately not a place for chatting. Yang Zhengcheng, after listening to Suyi's insightful words on history, only thought that he had a unique perspective on that aspect of history, but he didn't know that the person in front of him had actually lived in that era. "If you like history, why don't we go to the Nanshan bookstore? I have some books stored there. It's a good time to go pick them up now. Do you want to come along?" Yang Zhengcheng was quite interested in Suyi. He had just sold the bookstore to Yixiaxuan yesterday, leaving behind many of his personal collections. Among those collections were many rare historical texts that were impossible to sell. These wild histories were difficult to verify, and he was eager to know Suyi had any unique perspectives on them. Suyi smiled and said, "Sure." He had also visited the Nanshan bookstore last night and found that many of the books there were quite interesting. Yang Zhengcheng gladly stood up, feeling that Suyi would bring him surprises. In the Nanshan bookstore, Yixiaxuan had been copying books until her hand was sore. She had started last night, and even though the 2 volumes of Being Quest bamboo slips didn't have too much content, copying them 1,000 times was quite a task. At first, she didn't think much of it, but by the 500th time, her hand was already sore. However, with her determined nature and upbringing, she pushed through to complete the task 1,000 times. From yesterday until now, she had copied it 860 times, and the content on the bamboo slips was etched in her mind. Unforgettable. Reading 100 times reveals the meaning by itself. This principle was simple, and she vaguely understood Suyi's intentions. Continuously writing from memory was also beneficial for her. The only thing that puzzled her was that wasn't she a genius? Suyi had given her 13 volumes of medical secrets to write, and even though there was quite a bit of content, she had only read it once but had grasped all the content and understood the pharmacology. In terms of difficulty, Being Quest volumes of bamboo slips were concise, but even after copying them over 800 times, she didn't achieve the same effect. This was something that Yixiaxuan truly couldn't understand. "What are you writing, Ziyi?" When Yang Zhengcheng entered the bookstore, he saw Yi Xiaoxuan sitting upright and writing something. By now, there were several stacks of paper beside her, so he curiously asked. Yi Xiaoxuan slowly looked up, saw Yan Zhengcheng and Suyi, and then stopped, standing up and smiling at Yan Zhengcheng. Hello, Yan Law. I'm working on the assignment my teacher gave me. Yan Zhengcheng and Yi Xiaoxuan were old acquaintances, so he asked with even more curiosity, which teacher assigned you so much homework? Coming from a prestigious family, Yi Xiaoxuan had been educated in the classics and medical texts from a young age, so she couldn't be expected to study like a normal student. After finishing high school, she dropped out and studied at home. The teacher that Jilin had hired for Yi Xiaoxuan was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at Suyi and smiled. This teacher is quite strict. I made a mistake and was punished. If you think someone is strict, they must be exceptional. Yan Zhengcheng nodded approvingly and then introduced. This student is Suyi. You should get to know each other. Suyi? This is Yi Xiaoxuan. You young people should meet. Before Yi Xiaoxuan could speak, Suyi said, She's my cousin. Yan Zhengcheng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked back and forth between Suyi and Yi Xiaoxuan. At that moment, he was dazed. Suyi was Yi Xiaoxuan's cousin. How did he not know that? After all, Suyi had come to register with a recommendation from Yu Guoan, and Yu Huian had personally handled it. Yan Zhengcheng had always thought Suyi was from the Yu family, but he turned out to be Yi Xiaoxuan's cousin. Suyi's social relations seemed a bit complicated now. Since you both know each other, I won't make introductions. Yan Zhengcheng laughed and said, Ziyi, I'm going to take the books I have stored in the attic today. Suyi, take a look and see if there's anything you like, you can keep it. Suyi followed Yan Zhengcheng upstairs, where there were bookshelves neatly arranged, and a 3-meter wide oak desk with stationery items on top. Yan Zhengcheng took down a dozen books from the shelves. These books looked quite old and were full of historical atmosphere. Suyi, take a look. There are some secret histories of the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties here. Yan Zhengcheng presented these ancient books on the table as if offering treasures, hoping Suyi would take a look. Suyi picked up an ancient book from the Ming dynasty that documented the life of Zhu Yuanzhang. The handwriting was still clear, recording the life of Zhu Yuanzhang. He then browsed through an ancient book from the Tang dynasty. These ancient books, whether in terms of academic value or as antiques, were valuable, but Suyi only briefly looked through them. In the eyes of others, these might be treasures of ancient books, but they held no significance for him. Suyi flipped through the books while Yan Zhengcheng remained silent. Downstairs, someone called out, Lao Yan, so, you're here again. Wang Yiping and those old guys are making a fuss when you're not around. In addition to a loud voice, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the stairs. Soon after, an old man with white hair came up to the second floor. He was Jun, the vice president of the Historical and Cultural Research Association and an old scholar. Do you still have a student here? Jun was surprised when he came up and thought Suyi was Yan Zhengcheng's student. Yan Zhengcheng hastily explained, He's not my student. Although Suyi is still a freshman, his research in history makes me want to call him a teacher. What did you say? Jun thought he misheard. Yan Zhengcheng was considered a senior figure in the circle of historical research, so any young person he was willing to give an extra glance to should feel secretly happy. Now he was saying he wanted to call this young man a teacher. Yan Zhengcheng reiterated, I had wanted to apprentice myself to Suyi before, but unfortunately, he did not accept. Are you crazy? Jun looked Suyi up and down. This young man couldn't be more than 20 years old. What qualifications did he have for Yan Zhengcheng to want to apprentice himself to him? And Suyi didn't accept the apprenticeship. Jun was more inclined to believe that Yan Zhengcheng was having a delusion. Although the sea of learning is boundless, gaining a teacher is a gradual process, and one cannot achieve much in the study of historical and cultural research overnight. Even if Suyi were a genius in the field of archaeology, it would be impossible to learn without real exposure. I'm not crazy. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Yan Zhengcheng didn't dare mention Suyi's translation of the ancient stele, but he wanted to take this opportunity to praise Suyi. Perhaps if Suyi was happy, he would reveal something more. Yan Zhengcheng's meaning is very clear. He just wants to say that Suyi is very talented. Jun, of course, also understood, but he was a little puzzled about how Suyi was so talented. For a moment, he didn't feel amazed, and his gaze towards Suyi changed. However, Su Yi did not let Yang Zhengcheng's praise go to his head. It is not a simple matter to accept someone as a master, mainly depending on the mood. Anyway, he was not in the mood to take an old man as a disciple. Back then, after discussing with Su Yi, Confucius also had the idea of accepting him as his master, only to be coldly rejected by Su Yi. Su Yi just nodded and smiled at He Jun, put down the ancient books in his hand, and said to Yang Zhengcheng, "I'm not interested in these books, so you can take them back." Ancient books. Did Su Yi used to read them less before? While others might have seen less, in Su Yi's eyes, they were not as interesting as quantum mechanics. He Jun glanced at the books on the table and exclaimed, "Lao Yan, you are willing to give away these books. Why don't you give me a few? Are we not close enough?" Upon hearing that He Jun wanted them, Yang Zhengcheng immediately changed his tone and said, "If you want to read them, just tell me. After you finish, return them to me." This probably meant treating them differently. He Jun raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help asking Su Yi at last, "Su Yi, right? I wonder what your thoughts are on the fall of the Ming dynasty." Su Yi fell silent for a moment. His impression of the Ming dynasty emperors was quite profound. Emperor Yongle Judi said to his ministers upon returning from the second northern expedition against the Mongols, "Our country's power transcends the ancients. We have dominated over the northern barbarians, western tribes, southern islands, and western oceans. We do not engage in marriage alliances like the Han dynasty, form alliances like the Tang dynasty, or pay tribute like the Song dynasty." This has led later generations to say that during the 300 years of the Ming dynasty, they did not engage in diplomacy, pay tribute, or concede territory. The emperor guarded the nation's gates and the monarch preserved the ancestral shrine. It sounded grand and dignified, but Su Yi knew that there were significant financial problems during the Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang, having rebelled from the Mongols, was naturally afraid of others following suit. Lacking a sense of security, he implemented the system of enfeoffing the princes to defend a family domain. The most absurd thing that Zhu Yuanzhang did was that he never read many books. Therefore, after founding the country, the national system almost entirely inherited that of the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols did not handle finance well, so after issuing paper money, not producing copper coins, and prohibiting the use of previous copper coins, it was essentially a plunder without hands. By the time Zhu Yuanzhang came to power, things worsened. When he issued paper money treasures, he zealously printed more money while also instructing that only 30% of paper money could be used for private tax payments. The rest had to be settled with physical goods or gold and silver. This was essentially increasing the money supply without withdrawing it. Before Zhu Yuanzhang's death, the Ming dynasty's paper money had become worthless. However, he still did not mint copper coins. At that time, people spontaneously started using silver for trade. The royal family had to accept silver transactions, lost the right to mint coins, and had almost zero intervention in the economy of the common people. Moreover, significant issues arose in the Ming dynasty's taxation system. Su Yi quietly smiled inwardly at these historical insights. A ruler without education indeed could not effectively govern a country. The most critical issue lies in the mishandlings of the financial resources. Su Yi casually replied to He Jun, unconcerned about how He Jun perceived him. Financial affairs? He Jun furrowed his brows. Most historians thought that the fall of the Ming dynasty was mainly due to corrupt officials, eunuch domination, lack of effective military, and the personal shortcomings of Emperor Chongzhen. The monetary aspect was not a primary concern for them. Essentially, Su Yi's mention of financial matters was the fundamental reason. When a country's finances were mismanaged, a chain of consequences followed. Without sufficient funds to pay officials' salaries or stipends to feudal lords, officials and lords resorted to corruption and exploitation of the people, leading inexorably to the nation's downfall. Su Yi did not elaborate further, but turned to Yang Zhengcheng and said, "I'll be leaving now." Yang Zhengcheng was momentarily stunned at Su Yi's simple reasoning that stemmed from financial issues. What kind of response was that? However, looking at He Chun's expression, even he got caught up in deep thought. Most scholars in history studied textual records of past events, but Su Yi's simple statement aroused a realization. The economy had problems, the root of all troubles. Economic turbulence was the core of the problem. In the grand river of history, Su Yi had mostly been a bystander. The decline of one dynasty always heralded the rise of another. After all these years, Suyi had to acknowledge that the current era was the best. Downstairs, Yi Xiaoxuan was diligently transcribing the 2 volumes of B.N. Quest's medical classics when she suddenly received news. The person who sold the hidden Dragon Ball 2 days ago had died. He suddenly passed away in a hotel. This news shocked her. Although she had some preparation in her heart, Suyi's words turned out to be true. The person was foretold to die, and he did meet a sudden demise, which was quite eerie. It seemed that the hidden Dragon Ball was indeed problematic. After Suyi came downstairs, he looked at the distracted Yi Xiaoxuan and asked, "How many times have you copied it?" Yi Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment and said softly, "That Tomb Raider is really dead." "Okay." Suyi's expression remained indifferent. "Was that really strange?" Yi Xiaoxuan added, I want to go to Changsheng Pavilion." "You can go." Suyi did not want to save people, but he would not stop Yi Xiaoxuan either. A healer's compassion was never wrong. Yi Xiaoxuan squinted and smiled, saying, "Then I'll go. I still have over 100 copies to finish. I'll come back to write later." "All right. Don't forget about Lao Lin's illness," Suyi calmly remarked. "If you leave, will the shop close later?" "No need to close it. I have a friend who promised to come and work during the day. He should be arriving soon. When the time comes, you can instruct him briefly on what to do." Yi Xiaoxuan began tidying up the items on the table. "His name is Wang Zhu." Suyi nodded, and as Yi Xiaoxuan finished organizing things, she shouted upstairs, "Lao Yan, I have some things to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Take whatever books you want. My younger cousin will be here to look after the place later in the evening. If you need anything, you can speak to him directly." "Okay. You go ahead." Yan Zhengcheng's eyes lit up as he walked downstairs. Suyi would stay here to oversee the shop. Could they possibly visit frequently in the future? Little did he know that the artifacts on Shijian Mountain were Suyi's personal belongings. In the past, Suyi would have taken them back, but now, he entrusted them for safekeeping by the country since he had no use for them anymore. After Yi Xiaoxuan left, it was only half an hour before a young man dressed plainly and modestly walked into the shop. "Excuse me, is Yi Xiaoxuan here?" Suyi glanced at him and calmly asked, "Are you Wang Zhu?" Since he was looking for Yi Xiaoxuan and also a practitioner, Suyi could probably guess that this was the young man Yi Xiaoxuan mentioned would come to manage the shop. Wang Zhu nodded. He was taken as a disciple, a great master, when he was young, and now his cultivation had achieved some progress. He had just come down from the mountain according to his master's instructions to find Yi Lin in Qingzhou. Yi Lin also arranged a job for him, which was to be Yi Xiaoxuan's bodyguard. However, Yi Xiaoxuan quickly assigned him to work at the bookstore without any intention of having him as a bodyguard. Having cultivated on the mountain since he was young, Wang Zhu had very limited interaction with women. After seeing Yi Xiaoxuan, he couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty and already began to regard her as his future spouse. It must be said that the young man's imagination was quite strong. With his abilities, coming to this big city to challenge the wealthy and powerful was just a matter of course. Regular people were simply not on his radar at all. "Did she mention me to you?" Wang Zhu, still a young man who had just come down from the mountain, was not very savvy with social cues. When he asked this question, there was a twinkle of hope in his eyes, showing his concern about how Yi Xiaoxuan saw him. This was a classic case of a naive young man, completely incomparable to Suyi, an old monster whose heart remained unmoved even in the face of beauty. With just one glance, Suyi could tell that the young man was a practitioner, but he didn't pay it much mind and simply said, "You'll work here from now on. Your monthly salary will be 2,000. Your daily tasks will involve cleaning up and serving customers if there are any." "No problem." Wang Zhu assessed Suyi from head to toe. Although this person appeared to be around his age, he was just an ordinary man who seemed somewhat handsome, causing him to feel a slight pressure, but only a hint of it. "What's your relationship with Yi Xiaoxuan?" Wang Zhu asked casually, feigning disinterest. Adhering to the principle of acting out the whole performance, Suyi replied calmly, "She is my cousin." Upon hearing that Yi Xiaoxuan was Suyi's cousin, Wang Zhu's guard instantly dropped, and he smiled. "Do you know where your cousin is now?" "I don't know," Suyi said. "You watch the shop during the day, and I'll watch it at night. Is that okay?" "Of course," Wang Zhu added. "Since you're Yi Xiaoxuan's cousin, you're my cousin too. If someone bullies you, you can tell me, and I'll stand up for you." The method young people used to get close to others was always so direct and awkward. If it were another rich second generation, perhaps he would have questioned Wan Shu's abilities and displayed his own, leading Wan Zhu to become his follower. However, Suyi squinted at him and said coldly, "She is she, and you are you. Just call me Suyi." Yi Xiaxuan calling herself his cousin was already a great offense. Now there was a kid trying to take advantage of him. How could this be allowed? Wan Zhu smirked inwardly, thinking to himself that one day, Suyi would address him as brother from behind. Yan Zhengcheng and He Jun stood by without speaking for a while. After their introductions were done, Yan Zhengcheng quickly spoke up. "Su teacher, will you be here tonight as well?" Frowning, Suyi asked. "Yes, what's up? I still have some questions I'd like to ask about those cultural relics on Shijian Mountain. There are some things I don't know how to use." Yan Zhengcheng wanted to ask Suyi about a few more things. Apart from having high expectations of Suyi, he also wanted to test Suyi's knowledge. If Suyi was well versed in other artifacts as well, it would indirectly prove that his translation was correct. "I'm busy tonight." Suyi was also thinking about how to talk to Lin Yun tonight. After all, they didn't know each other very well yet, and Suyi didn't know what Lin Yun liked. Facing Yan Zhengcheng's inquiry, Suyi was not in the mood to answer. Then maybe next time. Yan Zhengcheng had interacted with Suyi twice already, and he knew that Suyi had a peculiar temper. The first time they met, Suyi had blown up at them, but he did have real skills. Nodding, Suyi said, "There's nothing else. I'm going to have lunch. If you're talking about those relics, you can bring them to me. I have some knowledge about antiques." Wan Zhu didn't know who Yan Zhengcheng and his group were, but he had learned some antique appraisal methods since he was young. Since he had just come down from the mountain, he naturally wanted to show off a bit. If Yi Xiaxuan was here tonight and he could show off his knowledge, he might win her heart. "Oh, may I ask who this is?" Yan Zhengcheng asked about Wan Zhu, but his gaze was on Suyi. In his mind, Suyi had already left a strong impression. If this person had Suyi's abilities, he would be willing to make friends with him. "I'm Wan Zhu." Wan Shu's expression turned a bit ugly. Didn't he introduce himself in front of these two old men just now? "If you're free tonight, I'll bring those things for you to have a look at." Yan Zhengcheng didn't mean to look down on Wan Zhu. The old scholars, didn't know what was on Shijian Mountain, so as long as there was even a slight chance, he wouldn't let it slip by. Hearing Yan Zhengcheng address him like that, Wan Zhu became even more dissatisfied. The old man called Suyi teacher Su and him ... "Little Wang, just bring it over tonight and we'll talk then." Wan Zhu secretly vowed to make the old man look at him with new eyes tonight. "All right." Yan Zhengcheng turned to Suyi and said, "Su teacher, are you going to have lunch now? Shall we go together?" "Sure." Suyi wasn't rejecting people outright. Most importantly, he found dining alone rather boring, and he could also ask Yan Zhengcheng about modern matters. "Wan Zhu, have you had your meal? Would you like to join us?" Suyi pondered for a moment. It probably wasn't appropriate to leave this kid alone in the store with a group of people going to eat. "I don't need to. I already ate. I'll watch the shop." Wan Zhu was starting to feel a bit annoyed. The old man mentioned having a meal without asking him. If Suyi had asked, could he have declined? As long as he could showcase his prowess tonight, these people would surely not underestimate him again in the future. Thinking of this, Wan Zhu couldn't help but feel excited. Isn't the process from being looked down upon to respected and admired the most pleasurable? Chan Shengfang. When Yi Xiaxuan entered, there were still many customers in the shop, but the chubby boss was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a young man attended to her. "Where is your boss?" Yi Xiaxuan frowned as she entered. Could it be that the boss had died just like that? She had asked someone to pay attention to the boss of Chan Shengfang before. Suyi said that these two people would die, so naturally she needed to pay attention to it and see if her master could really determine life and death. The tomb raider Ni Laju had died, but according to the person sent by her nearby, the boss of Chan Shengfang, Zhang Kibai, had not left the house these days. The young man in the shop had seen Yi Xiaxuan before, especially when selling that cup. "Our boss is inside." The young man smiled at Yi Xiaxuan. "If you need anything, I can also make decisions. I came to talk to your boss about something." Yi Xiaxuan was curious. What was so special about that bead that it could cause anyone who touched it to die suddenly? The young man hesitated for a moment but still led Yi Xiaxuan inside. The moment the door opened, Yi Xiaxuan was stunned. 2 days ago, Zhang Kibai was beaming with health. Although a bit fat, his body was definitely in good condition, especially his eyes, which exuded a kind of shrewdness unique to businessmen. But now, Zhang Kibai's meticulously combed hair was now messy, as if he had a bird's nest on his head. The most frightening thing was his eyes. 2 days ago, his eyes, although small, were particularly sharp. Now, the whole eyeball had sunken in, the eye sockets were red, and there were heavy bags under his eyes. His body had clearly become much thinner. "You, Miss Yi. What's up?" Zhang Kibai asked weakly upon seeing Yi Xiaoxuan. But his gaze was still somewhat scattered, his mental state worse than even Ni Laoju. Yi Xiaoxuan furrowed her brows. "Have you not slept in these 2 days?" "No," Zhang Kibai replied. "Miss Yi, is there something you need?" Yi Xiaoxuan went straight to the point. "Do you remember what my master said before? Ni Laoju has already died." "Murdered?" Zhang Kibai still seemed listless. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's words, he didn't show any sign of shock. "Died suddenly," Yi Xiaoxuan said. "That bead is here in this house. If you don't want to die, you better sell it to my master." "Speaking of that young man who came with you before, how much did he offer?" 30,000. Zhang Kibai weakly chuckled. "As long as after tomorrow, the Tang family's people come to buy this bead, it will be worth 3 billion. Ni Laoju's sudden death is his business. I won't believe these nonsensical things. You haven't even noticed how you look now. Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you want money or your life?" Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but get agitated. Hadn't this chubby man noticed that his condition had deteriorated so much? In just 2 days, his mental state and appearance had changed drastically, and he wasn't worried about it at all. "I know. I'm very excited now. I'm in good spirits." Zhang Kibai sat next to the safe, looking visibly gloomy, full of a dead air, but he stared with wide eyes, which looked somewhat eerie. Yi Xiaoxuan had come with the intention of saving a life, but with Zhang Kibai's current attitude, she didn't know what to do. She couldn't just go up to him and ask him for medical treatment. Moreover, Sui had taught her a medical secret technique for exorcism. For her, that technique felt mystical and didn't seem like conventional medicine. Rather, it seemed more like a legendary sorcery. It also required things like cinnabar. Before this incident, Yi Xiaoxuan didn't even believe in the concept of being possessed. However, looking at Ni Laoju's death and Zhang Kibai's current condition, she couldn't help but believe it, especially with the 13 secret techniques that Sui had given her. She quickly understood their principles and operations, making it difficult for her to doubt the authenticity of these techniques. "If Missy has no other matters, I won't send you off." Zhang Kibai wasn't like Ni Laoju, who had been in contact with negative energy for years due to grave robbing. This had allowed him to endure the presence of the hidden dragon pearl for a few more days before experiencing abnormal changes in his body. Zhang Kibai had suddenly come into contact with this thing and hadn't left its side for one step, and in 2 days, he had already become unrecognizable. "Take care of yourself." Yi Xiaoxuan was so angry that she turned and left. She had, indeed, been meddling where she shouldn't have. She regretted coming. When she had just opened the door, Tang Yue walked in and asked if the boss was inside before striding over. Upon seeing Tang Yue, Yi Xiaoxuan asked directly, "Uncle Tang, are you here to buy that bead?" "Yes. I've already paid the deposit before." "Don't tell me you also want that bead." Tang Yue, with a few bodyguard-like people behind him carrying briefcases, this time he had prepared cash. 3 billion in cash. Tang Yue was running out of time. He didn't know what had gotten into the old man to decide to sell all their assets and order everyone to move back to the countryside, so he just decided to bring cash to buy it. In a few days, everyone from the Tang family would move back to the small town to live. Tang Yue smiled, but looked somewhat wary as he glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan. She did not have the right to refuse. Before leaving, he wanted to buy the bead. If it had miraculous effects on cultivation, he would be willing to seclude himself for a while. He had already experienced wealth, power, and authority, but cultivating could prolong his life. If he cultivated to the stage of gold core or nascent soul, he could live longer. By then, what else would he want? "I won't take that bead, but it's very ominous." "Uncle Tang, you better not buy it," Yi Xiaoxuan hurriedly said. "Ominous?" Tang Yue furrowed his brows. "How is it ominous?" Yi Xiaoxuan briefly explained Ni Laoju's death. She didn't mention Sui at all. Then she said, "If you don't believe me, go inside and see Mr. John, then you'll know." Tang Yue walked into the room and saw Zhang Kibai. He was slightly startled, but then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Kibai's transformation was indeed shocking, but it also proved that the bead was truly extraordinary. Regardless of whether it was a spiritual treasure or an evil object, it could be utilized for evil cultivation. As a practitioner, as long as it provided strength and longevity, what did he care about being righteous or evil? Mr. Tang, you finally arrived. John Kibai stood up when he saw Tang Yuade, and upon seeing the boxes carried by the bodyguards, he became more spirited. The formalities have been completed, but transferring the money may take some time. I'll give you 3 billion in cash directly. Give me the item. Tang Yue just wanted to take the bead back for further research and wasn't concerned about anything else. Uncle Tang, why don't you believe me? Yi Xiaxuan was really exasperated. John Kibai was greedy for money, but she truly couldn't understand why someone like Tang Yue, a big shot, couldn't see the problem. She had made it so clear, yet he still couldn't see that the bead was problematic. Is there any problem with the hidden dragon pearl? How could Tang Yue not know? Tang Yue, facing Yi Xiaxuan's dissuasion, just smiled and said, Xiaxuan, don't worry about this matter. I have bought this thing. After the 300 million cash was delivered, John Kibai looked at the room full of banknotes, opening box after box, and he appeared to be in a frenzied state. 300 million cash and 300 million transferred payments. The former obviously had a greater visual impact. The stacks of banknotes placed there made it difficult for people to remain calm. You should know that 1,000 pieces of 100 yuan new banknotes weigh 150 kilograms. 10 million is 1.5 tons. 300 million equals 4.5 tons. These banknotes directly filled the entire office. Tang Yue didn't say much to Yi Xiaxuan anymore and left with the hidden dragon pearl in hand, leaving John Kibai in the office, constantly counting banknotes, as if he were possessed. Seeing John Kibai in this state, Yi Xiaxuan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. After Tang Yue left, she also turned and left. Though doctors have a compassionate heart, John Kibai had already issued an eviction order, and now she was full of resentment. Some people truly weren't worth saving. After returning to Nanshan bookstore, there was only Wanzhu inside. Yi Xiaxuan entered and asked, have you met Suyi? Wanzhu nodded. Your cousin is not bad. Not bad? Yi Xiaxuan didn't know how to evaluate Suyi. To say he was bad, he had already been good to Yi Xiaxuan. Whether it was the medical classics of B&Q or the medical secrets written by Suyi, they were considered invaluable. Suyi had given them to her without saying anything. But to say he was good, sometimes just talking to him could make people furious. Then you can work here from now on, Yi Xiaxuan said simply. After a few words, she began to transcribe B&Q's medical classics. She still had over 100 copies to go. If she didn't finish today, she would have no way to explain to Suyi. What are you writing? Wanzhu went over to see what Yi Xiaxuan was writing, and Yi Xiaxuan hurriedly said, don't look. She didn't know if Wanzhu understood medicine, but the medical classics of B&Q were passed to her by Suyi, and without Suyi's permission, she needed to keep it confidential. Okay, I won't look. Wanzhu quickly stepped back to steps. He didn't want to annoy Yi Xiaxuan. Yi Xiaxuan thought for a moment, then carried all the written papers upstairs. There were already tables and chairs upstairs, so she started writing there. You stay downstairs and let me know if Suyi returns, she said. Yi Xiaxuan had already accepted the idea of being possessed. The hidden dragon pearl had been bought by Tang Yue, so she felt it was necessary to inform Suyi. Wanzhu agreed and stayed downstairs. If Suyi hadn't said Wanzhu was Yi Xiaxuan's cousin, he would have surely been jealous by now. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening when Suyi and Lin Yun slowly returned to the bookstore. Suyi, Xiaxuan is asking for you to go up. Wanzhu acted as if he were Yi Xiaxuan's brother-in-law, calling out with an authoritative tone. Suyi responded with an acknowledgement and went upstairs. Yi Xiaxuan had just finished transcribing 1,000 times and fell asleep with her head on the table. She was startled awake by Wanzhu's voice. Wanzhu sure had some nerve to talk to Suyi like that. Although she hadn't seen Suyi start a fight, she couldn't forget the scene of Zhang Chao kneeling before Suyi and being unable to stand up. She felt her master was truly extraordinary. You're back. Yi Xiaxuan stood up and said, the hidden dragon pearl was bought by someone from the Tang family. I saw the boss of Longevity Pharmacy, and his state seemed off. Could he be dying? Suyi raised an eyebrow. The Tang family. Tang Yao's family? Tang Yue. Do you know? I don't. And if he bought it, let him be. Oh. And what about the boss of the Longevity Pharmacy? Are we just going to ignore him? Yi Xiaoxuan still wanted to help Zhang Kebai. Are you close with him? Su Yi said expressionlessly. If you want to save him, then save him. Just don't forget about old Lin's matter, and I won't interfere in other things. Okay, Yi Xiaoxuan said, rolling her eyes. Then I'll take care of it myself. That guy downstairs, Wang Xiu, his master is a friend of my grandfather's. Just came out of the mountains. Don't be angry at him. Why would I be angry at him? Su Yi glanced at the medical classics of B&Q that he had already written and asked nonchalantly, have you memorized those 2 sections? I have. Tomorrow I'll teach you the secrets of immortality. Su Yi was quick to teach. What he called the secrets of immortality were actually some very basic cultivation methods. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and started writing down some fundamental information. While Su Yi was upstairs writing about the foundational knowledge of immortality, Yan Zhengcheng arrived. Xiao Xuan, Principal Yan is here. Come down for a moment. Wang Xiu couldn't wait to impress Yi Xiaoxuan and the others, showing off his skills. Yi Xiaoxuan looked at Su Yi, and Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Get down. You don't need to watch over me. Yan Zhengcheng and He Jun came tonight, probably to inquire about the items on Mount Shijian. The items stored in that cave were all living items that Su Yi had used in the past, and their origin, he knew best. He just didn't feel like explaining it to others. After Yi Xiaoxuan went downstairs, Yan Zhengcheng still looked toward the second-floor staircase. He actually wanted to ask Su Yi, but Su Yi hadn't come down. If you have any questions, let me see them. Wang Xiu seemed casual, wanting to impress Yi Xiaoxuan tonight and let Yan Zhengcheng and the others know what a true master was. The items on Mount Shijian were all first-class protected cultural relics of the country. Even if it were Yan Zhengcheng, he couldn't take those things out, so he only had some data photos. Wang Xiu was knowledgeable and had an understanding of antique items, but when Yan Zhengcheng pulled out a few photos, he was baffled. The characters were something he had never seen or heard of before. Even though he knew Oracle Bone script, he couldn't recognize the characters on those items on Mount Shijian. So, do you understand it? Yan Zhengcheng was also a master in ancient script studies, but he barely recognized the characters on those relics. He felt that these characters were older than Oracle Bone script. He came to Su Yi because he didn't recognize them. These characters, which dynasty are they from? Wang Xiu was completely baffled. You can't make up something like writing systems. They should be from before the period of the Yuan Tang dynasties. This thing should be used for pouring water. Wang Xiu could only give a random answer. I think so too. Yan Zhengcheng nodded. What they didn't know was that these items were actually the chamber pots Su Yi had used many years ago. Although finely crafted and made of special materials, they were still chamber pots. Wang Xiu originally wanted to show off his knowledge in front of Yan Zhengcheng and the others, that if someone like Yan Zhengcheng is puzzled, it must not be an ordinary problem. At least some of the texts after the Yin and Shan period did not stump Yan Zhengcheng. As for the texts before that, although Wang Xiu had learned some things about antiques and jade from his master, he couldn't be considered an expert. Compared to professionals like Yan Zhengcheng, he was far behind. After a conversation, Yan Zhengcheng finally realized that this young man did not possess any real talent and learning. It's not that he didn't understand anything, but what he did know was only superficial and couldn't provide any insights. Wang Xiu felt a bit embarrassed because pretending to know things he didn't was impossible. People could see through it immediately. Is Teacher Su upstairs? Yan Zhengcheng had a lot of respect for Su Yike. Scholars like them generally addressed others as teachers, regardless of age or position. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xiaoxuan said, he's upstairs, but he's dizzy. Su Yike was currently writing about the secrets of immortality upstairs, which sounded more advanced than medical secrets. So can we wait downstairs? Yan Zhengcheng didn't care what Su Yike was busy with. He just wanted to know the significance of the artifacts on Mount Shijian. However, from their previous interactions, he knew that Su Yike had a temper. If he accidentally offended him, Su Yike would definitely ignore him. Yi Xiaoxuan politely served them tea, asked them to wait downstairs, and went upstairs to check if Su Yike was available. Not to mention that He Jun felt neglected. Even Wang Xiu was visibly displeased. If he couldn't understand those things, how could Su Yike? He was just an ordinary person. How could he understand those ancient texts and artifacts that were completely unheard of and unseen? The exquisite craftsmanship of those items was beyond modern technology. And yet Yan Zhengcheng insisted that they were from the Yin and Shan periods, which seemed unrealistic. Master, why don't you go downstairs? Principal Yan is actually quite nice. Yi Xiaoxuan was somewhat familiar with Yan Zhengcheng. Otherwise, Yan Zhengcheng wouldn't have sold Southern Mountain Bookstore to her. Suyike's writing was like magic. Each character seemed to be filled with mysterious power. This writing ... Yi Xiaoxuan had seen Suyike's previous medical writings and could sense the extraordinary nature of his words. Without saying a word, Suyike's writing seemed to captivate her soul, and she was drawn into a vast universe. Gathering Che into the body, Suyike's final words landed on the paper. Presenting disciple Yi Xiaoxuan. The characters gifted by Suyike were extraordinary. Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly opened her eyes, looking incredulously at Suyike. What had just happened? She suddenly understood how to cultivate, and she could already feel a subtle energy in her body. Put your things away and go downstairs. Suyike offered no explanation. Since she wanted to learn the secrets of immortality, cultivating Che was the first step. Yi Xiaoxuan was no longer young, and without Suyike's help, it would take her a long time to cultivate. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't remember how she got downstairs. Now she finally understood that she wasn't a natural genius. Her quick understanding of the medical secrets she had learned before was all thanks to Suyike's writings. Even with this current piece about the secrets of immortality, the language was complex and filled with unfamiliar terms, but suddenly, everything became clear. Yan Zhengcheng and the others had been waiting for a while. When Suyike came down, Wanzhu smiled and asked, "Little cousin Suyike, are you sure you understand these ancient texts?" Despite Wanzhu's previous confident demeanor, he ended up not understanding anything, which was quite embarrassing. But if Suyike didn't understand either, then it wouldn't be a big deal. What was so strange about not recognizing the texts and artifacts before the Yin and Shang period? Suyike ignored Wanzhu and walked up to Yan Zhengcheng, asking, "What do you want me to see?" Yan Zhengcheng quickly took out his phone and showed a photo, asking, "What do you think of this jade pot with inscriptions of dragons and phoenixes? We don't know what it was used for. We speculate it might have been used for sacrificial rituals or drinking in ancient times." Suyike glanced at the photo Yan Zhengcheng showed him, pondered for a moment, and said, "This is just a chamber pot." "A chamber pot? You really have a unique perspective." Wanzhu couldn't help but laugh. From the craftsmanship and quality of this jade pot, it can be considered a masterpiece. It would be considered priceless in any dynasty. Even Emperor Qin Shi Huan wouldn't have used such an item as a chamber pot. Yan Zhengcheng also had some doubts. As Wanzhu mentioned, the jade pot was too exquisite for even the emperors of the past to use as a chamber pot. It seemed wasteful to degrade such a precious item. Suyike smiled without saying a word. Strictly speaking, the jade pot could be considered a gift from his pet. While it was a magical item, it had been serving as a chamber pot for him all this time. Wanzhu asked, "So tell us, which important figure used this chamber pot?" Suyike's smile grew broader as he said, "Don't you think this looks like a chamber pot? If it were me, I would use it for that purpose." Our little cousin Suyike is more domineering than emperors of the past. Wanzhu couldn't help but sarcastically comment, "So, what do you think the inscriptions on top mean?" After seeing this chamber pot, Suyike suddenly became interested. He had never really looked closely at the inscriptions before. Yan Zhengcheng also looked expectantly at Suyike. "It says, drinking from this chamber pot, the waters of the four seas are but trivial." Suyike smiled. "It's also marked with the name Yaoshai Palace." "Yaoshai Palace?" Yan Zhengcheng's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you saying it belonged to the immortal Yaoshai?" "Yes, indeed. This belongs to the immortal Yaoshai." Suyike nodded, explaining that the Yaoshai Palace was respected by many immortals and mystical beings. Its residents worshipped and learned from him. At the time, he had saved a young phoenix during a celestial calamity.